In the sixth stellar domain of the Milky Way, at Y692 space station, lies a training chamber reserved for mercenaries. Under the strain of a 50-fold standard force field, Ling Xiao trains sweatily, every drop testifying to his relentless effort. Spinning and darting with agility, he unleashes powerful punches. Steel rods as thick as a human thigh are launched at high speed only to be struck back with force. With every heavy blow, the training room vibrates in response. Beads of sweat scatter and stray hair dances in the air. Amidst the parting locks, a pair of deep jet-black eyes appear devoid of emotion, dark and unfathomable as an abyss. Boom. Another resounding blow. This time no steel rod is launched. Standing at the center of the arena, Ling Xiao raises his hand to wipe away the sweat as his eyes fix upon the electronic display above the main gate. 300. 1,653. No mistakes. In 300 seconds, 1,653 strikes meeting the standard force were delivered flawlessly, unmarred by any miscounted steel rod. The standard is defined as each strike exerting no less than 10 tons of force. Should it fall below this threshold, the propelled steel rods would not rebound as they do. The results are merely average, nothing extraordinary. Unsurprisingly, Ling Xiao exhales deeply, beginning to calm the turbulent energy churning within his body. Relying solely on the limits of human physiology, such feats are unattainable, yet myriad methods exist to transcend mortal limits, ranging from prosthetic enhancements to genetic optimization. There is also the most direct and brutal approach, adaptive evolution. It is, after all, the journey from a lesser being to a higher form. Ling Xiao has chosen this latter path, a route that is simple and unadorned, yet the most arduous to tread, and equally the path leading to exalted achievement. Ling Xiao is not native to Y692 space station. He was once a slave traded by passing caravans. He originates from the seventh stellar domain of the galaxy. Within the solar system, on Earth amid human civilization, Ling Xiao has spent nearly 8 years aboard Y692 space station ever since regaining consciousness. For the first 5 years, he was forced to serve as a battle slave in the arena. Later, he was purchased to work as a mercenary. For 8 relentless years, Ling Xiao's existence has been a continuous bout of combat. The myriad scars etched across his body, varying in length, depth, and size, stand as the ultimate testimony to his past. Battle-hardened scarcely does justice to the state in which Ling Xiao now stands. Combat has become instinct for him. Within the silent confines of the training chamber, only the measured, heavy breaths of Ling Xiao punctuate the calm. Suddenly, he speaks Delaxium. How many levels must I ascend to reach a meteor-class life form? Levels denote the maximum energy an individual can unleash, serving as a vital metric for gauging a life form's caliber. This measurement is commonplace among cosmic mercenaries and is even used to assess mission danger. The greater the risk, the heftier the reward, and the higher the required mercenary grade. Meteor-class life forms, or one might say meteor-class mercenaries, have officially entered the realm of energy level assessment. Even in their lowly forms, the energy they emit is boundlessly formidable. A voice echoes in Ling Xiao's mind. Based on the maximum energy your current body can unleash, you must amplify it tenfold to meet the minimal standard of a meteor-class life form. Tenfold. Ling Xiao is left speechless. Such an increase cannot be achieved in a short span. Even with the core of the Diorite civilization's individual combat system, the Delaxium armament core, the challenge remains monumental. Ling Xiao's feelings toward Delaxium are complex. It is both the reason for his survival and the cause of his downfall. Moreover, it is the prime culprit behind the drastic metamorphosis of Earth's environment. Once oblivious to its effects, Ling Xiao has come to grasp fragments of the truth since leaving the arena to serve as a cosmic mercenary. Over a decade ago, a battle of unparalleled ferocity erupted in the sixth stellar domain, a clash between a stellar-class life form and a level 5 void beast. In the ensuing conflict, innumerable stars were extinguished and countless galaxies destroyed. Ultimately, the stellar-class life form perished in a neighboring domain, leaving the lower civilizations of that region profoundly affected. He was once the master of Delaxium. After falling in battle, his armament core vanished into the void, only to resurface in the solar system of the seventh stellar domain on Earth. This turn of events was catastrophic. It traversed the cosmos laden with vast energy and remnants of level 5 void beast flesh, and obliterated Ling Xiao's hometown Jiangbei City. High-energy shockwaves swept across the globe while cells of bizarre beastly flesh entered the natural cycle. A vast, tumultuous wave of metamorphosis engulfed the entire Earth. At that time, Ling Xiao, still a minor, was swept up in the tide of the era, struggling desperately. Later, during a hunt, he was captured, and after a series of misfortunes, eventually sold to Y692 space station. Initially, Ling Xiao found it hard to comprehend such cruelty, but after becoming a cosmic mercenary, this behavior gradually began to seem disturbingly normal. Mercenaries indeed. Earning extra income while on missions is entirely routine, a defining trait of low-tier mercenaries. With nothing appealing left on Earth, they resorted to capturing sentient beings for sale. The farther they traded them, the higher the price would be. This dire predicament ensured that Ling Xiao could not return at this stage. A span of 1,563 light-years looms like an insurmountable chasm, deterring any thought of homecoming. Collecting his thoughts, Ling Xiao steadies himself. He deactivates the force field generator. The 50-fold field dissipates, and then takes the carbonanotube containment box from beside the door, pressing it against his chest. Instantly, the containment box disperses like dark water, enveloping Ling Xiao and forming a suit of dark mercenary combat attire. This outfit, devoid of heavy armor, offers only limited protection and offensive capability. Since most mercenaries operate individually, they usually employ armored suits or high-energy mechas for missions, instead of launching interstellar warships to vanquish minor threats. In truth, apart from a rare few, most mercenaries lack the means to procure a warship. They typically opt for the multifunctional small spacecraft provided by their mercenary division. This spacecraft is not outfitted with weapon attack systems. Instead, it is equipped with a faster thermite propulsion engine that guarantees rapid transit between space station divisions. Ling Xiao follows suit. He dons his arm bracer, activates his personal mercenary neural terminal, logs into the mercenary network, and glances at the incoming data, his brow creasing in concern. Cattle is calling me. Cattle is Ling Xiao's sect master, under whose banner his mercenary affiliation is recorded. It was Cattle who furnished Ling Xiao with the initial resources necessary for his missions, ensuring their smooth execution. Though he was not the one who freed Ling Xiao from the arena. That man is currently on a mercenary mission. Ling Xiao remains at the space station, having only just returned from the medical bay. On his last mission, he encountered dire trouble, suffering severe injuries. It seems there is trouble again, he murmurs coldly as he readies his gear and strides resolutely out of the training chamber. Outside, someone had been waiting for quite some time. Kaluo. Cattle had assigned service personnel to assist Ling Xiao in quickly adapting to mercenary life and to manage all non-combat tasks. Upon seeing Ling Xiao appear, Kaluo bows courteously. Her long snow-white hair cascades, partially veiling her fair cheeks. Sir, the spacecraft is ready, she announces. Please. Kaluo. From the Milan E-civilization, a 4th-level society. Their home planet 2 lies within the galaxy's 6th stellar region, though on the opposite side. The sentient beings of the Milan E-civilization bear a striking resemblance in appearance and structure to Earth's humans. The most conspicuous difference is that the male beings possess a third eye placed between their brows, normally kept closed. According to Ling Xiao's observation, the female beings lack this overt trait, or rather they bear only a dwindled, thumb-sized angular mark instead. Ling Xiao's acquaintance with the Milan E-civilization was limited to only a few individuals: Zhongzhu, Kadir, mercenary Lossai, and attendant Kaluo. These were the 3 avenues through which Ling Xiao came to know the Milan E-civilization. Among them, he had met Kadir only thrice, yet the oppressive aura of this meteor-grade life form made even breathing arduous. After Luosai rescued him from the arena, he was swiftly dispatched on an unknown mission, a mission Ling Xiao missed time and again never to see him return. Kaluo needed no introduction as an attendant, as she was the first person Ling Xiao sought whenever problems arose, hustling about like an evident top. Midway, Kaluo suddenly spoke. Master, the woman you rescued earlier has been treated and has awakened. She clamors to see you. I have arranged for her to be placed in your quarters alongside those you rescued before. Ling Xiao merely acknowledged his silence, speaking volumes. As a mercenary on assorted missions, Ling Xiao roamed the civilized planets of nearby star systems, occasionally encountering humans sold into this sphere. For those people, if Ling Xiao could rescue them, he would, but if not, there was no choice. After all, he was alone, and even a shred of audacity would not dare challenge the interstellar defenses of the civilized realms. Under a concentrated barrage, nothing remained but fragments. Lacking strength, he had to submit to fate, and with that thought, a desperate urgency surged within Ling Xiao. Power. Without power, one cannot survive. A mercenary's might is composed chiefly of combat aptitude, resource support, and weaponry. While combat aptitude can be honed through training, with its ceiling fixed though its floor can rise, resources are the very purpose for which mercenaries fight. Especially high-grade resources, which mercenaries pursue with unbridled zeal, even at great risk. Upgrading to advanced weaponry is unequivocally the quickest path to increasing one's prowess. Ling Xiao's combat aptitude was commendable. However, bereft of resources, he had to earn every penny through missions, half of which was claimed by his lord. Weaponry required funds, and Ling Xiao's purse was as empty as his prospects. No money. Dila Ziam. It is available. Do you not sense the location of your armed module unit? Yes. Ling Xiao was left speechless. He possessed an armored core of at least level 5. Alas, all its components had been scattered in previous battles. Now Ling Xiao was left with nothing but the core itself stripped of all modules. How shall I locate them? He wondered, only to hear De La Xiam reply, there is no need to search. My. Ling Xiao responded, taken aback by the unexpected remark. A mysterious connection shall bring them to you perhaps in the very next moment, intoned De La Xiam, as a schematic of the module unit materialized before Ling Xiao's eyes. A small square black box no larger than a palm. The box, etched with symbols on all 6 faces, bore an insignia identical to the one on Ling Xiao's chest. The Yacite civilization, a mysterious society whose mere glimpse revealed formidable might. 3 minutes later, Kaluo led Ling Xiao to Building A3 in Area 1 of the Y692 space station, the residence of Kadir. Lavishly adorned like a palace, the interior exuded opulence. Master Ling Xiao bowed in deference, sensing an unsettling atmosphere within. He said little, merely standing by the doorway. Kaluo too maintained her vigilant stance, standing quietly behind Ling Xiao. Sometimes a single step could delineate a vast chasm in status. Even if Ling Xiao were penniless and devoid of support among strangers he stood, yet his strength was formidable enough. Ascending to the ranks of stellar beings was sufficient. Though the microstar level was considered the lowest, and was not even classified by De La Xiam, it remained acknowledged as a star level. By that measure alone, Ling Xiao's stature surpassed hers immensely. Across the cosmos, a hierarchy exists among all beings. The sentient of higher civilizations often disdain those from lower races. Moreover, stellar beings scorn any feeble life form, irrespective of whether it hails from a high or low civilization. The powerless, unable even to kindle their own energy, are fit only to tremble in obscurity. In De La Xiam's life form rankings, meteors, comets, and fallen stars were relegated to the lower echelons. The microstar level, an intermediate stage between entry-level and meteor grade, was not even acknowledged by De La Xiam, perhaps deemed too trivial a difference to warrant classification. Kadir stood as the pinnacle among the lower life forms, a meteor grade being whose singular burst of power rivaled a devastating meteor impact, marking him as an apocalyptic force. Before him, Ling Xiao appeared as an infant barely out of swaddling, a fragile being whose feebleness could be extinguished with a mere breath. Faced with such a presence, Ling Xiao could only proceed with utmost caution. Measured words, deliberate actions. In silence there is no inquiry, and in inaction no fault. Without blame comes no guilt, and without guilt no punishment. Avoiding the limelight and trouble, Kadir had reclined on a leather sofa with a high-stemmed glass since Ling Xiao and Kaluo entered. With a subtle twitch of his wrist, the deep brown liquor in the glass rippled with red hues. From Ling Xiao's viewpoint, all that was visible was the bald, bare expanse of Kadir's back of the head. After a long silence, Kadir finally spoke. Timo is dead. His low, commanding voice left Ling Xiao momentarily stunned, for he had heard that name before. Like him, Timo was a subordinate mercenary of Kadir, a microstar life form. Kaluo tensed subtly, a flash of astonishment glimmering in her eyes. Until then, not a whisper had reached her ears. Ling Xiao softly offered, "Please accept my condolences." Yet Kadir burst into hearty laughter, tilting his head back to down his drink before squeezing it forcefully. The high-stemmed glass shattered into fragments, and the floor trembled in unison. "Condolences," Kadir retorted. "A subordinate dying in battle is but a common occurrence. Nothing warrants mourning. Timo's death merely proves his inadequacy, unworthy of further investment of my resources. Yet this matter cannot be left unaddressed." At that moment, Kadir paused, rising with a towering presence like an iron monument, then turning his gaze towards Ling Xiao at the doorway, his eyes glinting with a perilous chill. "Go take up Timo's mission. Find that man and eliminate him." Ling Xiao promptly obeyed. "Understood." The master personally issued the task, leaving no room for Ling Xiao to refuse. In truth, Ling Xiao had already prepared himself before arriving here, so he was not surprised. After all, Kadir would not seek him out without reason. Their relationship resembled that of a superior and subordinate, or a boss and employee. It was also akin to that of an investor and an investee. As the investee, Ling Xiao had no reason or ability to defy the orders of the stellar-level life-form Kadir. If he ever showed even the slightest hint of insubordination, Kadir would swiftly eliminate him. Ling Xiao had no doubt about this. Since the task was accepted, he needed to prepare adequately to understand how Timo had met his demise and what his failed mission entailed. He did not need to research this information himself. Caro would handle everything. After exiting Building A3 in District 1, Caro had already begun arranging a mercenary spaceship to the mission planet. It was a small spacecraft approximately 200 meters long, specially designed for mercenaries, resembling a weaving shuttle. Ling Xiao preferred to call it the Flying Shuttle. Inside, it was equipped with a superluminal engine, enabling rapid travel between space stations across various star systems. However, mere superluminal travel was far from efficient. After all, it was a product of a level 4 civilization with a maximum speed of only 20 times the speed of light. In fact, spatial corridors had been constructed between major space stations. This was an engineering feat left behind by a level 6 civilization long ago. Even ships lacking superluminal engines could achieve speeds of at least 100 times the speed of light through these corridors. This constituted the galactic space network, covering an extensive range. While Caro was busy preparing, Ling Xiao returned to his residence, Building 9234 in District 3. The Mercenary Division was located in District 3A, the area with the highest mercenary activity. Ling Xiao had rented a small building near the edge of District 3, close to District 4. Initially, Ling Xiao had no intention of renting a place as he was alone and had no need for one. Why would anyone dare to disturb him if he simply laid down anywhere? His reputation might not carry much weight, but that of the stellar-level life-form Kadir certainly did. The insignia of the Master was emblazoned on the Mercenaries' subordinate combat suits. Within the Y692 space station, no one in the stellar life-form community would fail to recognize it. Those who did were already dead. Upon returning from his first mission, Ling Xiao encountered a slave convoy transporting captives for sale, among them several humans. He had no intention of intervening as he couldn't afford to. The few coins left in his pocket were meant for food and supplies, not for buying slaves. Moreover, what good would it do him to buy them? He was a cosmic mercenary, a profession that thrived on danger. Who knew what he might face on his next mission? If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he think of saving others? It was a foolish dream. However, Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback by one individual among the captives, clever and audacious. In such a dire situation, she managed to evade the guard's gaze and rush towards him. This was her own decision. Ling Xiao did nothing. Consequently, he raised his foot and kicked her to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, staining his pitch-black combat suit with a stark crimson. Among the dozen or so individuals, only she remained. Whenever Su Wan thought back to that moment, she felt a pang in her chest. Ling Xiao's kick had sent her into the medical bay for 3 whole days, nearly costing her life. Dead. That individual had no idea how heavy her own fists were. Fortunately, she survived, but it was Ling Xiao's money that paid for her treatment. This incident had drained half of the meager coins Ling Xiao had enough to have bought a slave. What a loss. Delicate and fragile, as if made of paper. Su Wan was among those Ling Xiao had picked up, and he had later acquired more. Over the years, the total number had reached 24, and counting the one he had recently retrieved, there were 25 in total. If those 25 dared to lie around like Ling Xiao, they would be captured within 3 minutes. Those lucky enough might be returned to the unlucky, might be sold off again. Such occurrences were not rare. Upon returning to his residence, Ling Xiao encountered the woman he had saved, Su Wan, who was seated beside him, offering words of comfort. Noticing Ling Xiao, Su Wan stood and leaned to see behind him. Seeing no sign of Caro, her eyebrows arched, and a smile crept onto her lips. "Hey, where's your little secretary? Why didn't she come with you?" Anyone else would have hesitated to speak so casually with Ling Xiao, given their limited acquaintance. His identity and strength instilled a sense of safety in some, but also a measure of fear. Su Wan was an exception. She was the first he had picked up, and back then circumstances were far different, wherever Ling Xiao went she followed. They had slept in tunnels, rested in makeshift shelters, boarded flying shuttles, set foot on planets, visited battlefields, and fought in brawls. Of course, it was primarily Ling Xiao doing the fighting while she ducked for cover. Had luck not been on her side, she would have perished long ago. She went to arrange the flying shuttle. Ling Xiao explained, a rare moment of clarification. Su Wan fell silent. Whenever Caro arranged a flying shuttle, it signified Ling Xiao's impending departure for battle. Before each mission, he would come to check on her. Su Wan understood that this might be their last moment together. Having experienced the battlefield, she knew how fierce and even frenzied mercenary combat could be. Such madness sent shivers down her spine. Now faced with this very madman, she found herself unable to feel fear, even after he had kicked her, nearly taking her life. Ling Xiao paid no mind to Su Wan's fluctuating expressions. His gaze rested on the woman standing awkwardly before him, head lowered, unsure of what to do. "Have you found out about her situation?" Su Wan snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied. "Her name is Lili, 26 years old, and she left Earth around June of the 38th year. That's later than us." Following this, Su Wan recounted everything she had learned. Although humanity on Earth had suffered severe setbacks, they had gradually stabilized, forming a new biological chain. Ling Xiao was not surprised by this. Humans are highly adaptable. As long as there isn't total annihilation and some chance remains, they will exploit their advantages, much like cockroaches seeking escape amidst disaster. At the same time, crises often accompany opportunities. That was the flesh and blood of a level 5 void beast. Incredibly valuable. Ling Xiao wished he could obtain it. If he could leverage the core of the Daist civilization, dilatium, to consume it as material for constructing weaponry. Unfortunately, it was beyond his reach. Su Wan continued to speak, sharing all the intelligence she had gathered from Li Li. Ling Xiao could have done this himself, but he lacked the time. What truly surprised him was that Earth had attempted to integrate the beast cells into human bodies, though all efforts had failed. This was inevitable. The absorption and replication capabilities of beast cells were extraordinarily strong. Without potent suppression, test subjects would completely be astified within mere minutes, a fact long established at the onset of the disaster. Nevertheless, they did not give up. After years of research, they developed a cell enhancement serum. Consumption of this serum could significantly boost various human capabilities: greater strength, faster speed, higher jumps, sharper vision. Quite interesting. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. I wonder how it compares to stellar-level life forms. After understanding the general situation, Ling Xiao did not focus his energy on the intelligence he had gathered about Earth. He had far more important matters to attend to. The failure of Timo's mission and the individual who had eliminated Timo weighed heavily on his mind. Information regarding this was already sent by Carol for Ling Xiao to review and prepare in advance. After all, this was a life-or-death struggle. It was a fight where it was either you or me. The details about the mission target were not something Ling Xiao could ignore. He despised entering battle unprepared, nor did he relish recklessly charging in with sheer passion. That was behavior befitting a brute. Even if one were to win such a battle, it would merely be a stroke of luck from fate, not a sustainable victory. Ling Xiao could not afford to make mistakes. Any error could be fatal. As for Li Li, her capture was merely a matter of convenience, especially since it had incurred no cost and faced no obstacles throughout the process. This was largely tied to Ling Xiao's identity as a cosmic mercenary, often referred to as the Cosmic Butcher. The room was silent. Ling Xiao sat on the edge of his bed, his left arm embedded with a neural interface radiating a soft glow, projecting a translucent screen that displayed the information sent by Carol. Timo, a microstar lifeform, was on a mission to eradicate rebel forces in the Kukuner territory of the Mondastar system, during which he was ambushed by another microstar lifeform, Balgan. He died on the spot. While he died on the spot, Ling Xiao was taken aback. As a microstar lifeform himself, how could Timo have had no chance to escape from Balgan's attack? It was possible that he was caught off guard, leading to an immediate devastating blow, or perhaps Balgan's strength overwhelmed him. There might have been some special ability at play or advanced equipment involved. Equipment plays a significant role in a mercenary's combat capabilities. An item from a higher civilization could easily crush any opposition. For instance, various force field weapons or matter disintegration devices manufactured by a level 4 civilization. Even if Ling Xiao could maintain peak fighting ability under 50 times the standard force field, he would still kneel before an overwhelming force field of hundreds of times. Unfortunately, there's not enough data for analysis. Otherwise, I could prepare better and think of ways to counter it. Combat data for mercenaries was hard to come by unless one had fought them directly. When mercenaries engaged in battle, they typically left no survivors. Concealment was an essential attitude that every mercenary had to learn, and Ling Xiao was no exception. He had never mentioned the Diaster combat core within him to anyone, but unfortunately, it couldn't be of much help at this stage. Lacking the necessary armed components and unable to obtain the biological material from high-level void beasts, he could not use it directly. With a pinch to his brow, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. If all else failed, he would resort to ambush, poisoning, or kidnapping threats. He was willing to explore any avenue that could enhance his chances of survival. Staying alive was of utmost importance. As for the mission to eradicate the rebel forces, Ling Xiao did not take it to heart. A civilization barely entering level 1 technology could only possess the most potent weaponry of hydrogen bombs. While Ling Xiao certainly could not withstand a hydrogen bomb, he could escape before it fell on him. The vassal armor provided to Ling Xiao by Kadir was a level 3 beast armor crafted from the biological material of void beasts through technological means, reaching the pinnacle of level 3 civilization technology. This beast armor was rarely used as it was prone to losing control, given that it incorporated a series of beast cells into the user's body without effective regulation. Once these beast cells went awry, they would immediately retaliate against the user. Earthlings had already attempted this. However, even so, the advantages of beast armor compared to mechanical armor were undeniable. Not only was it portable, but it also possessed exceptionally strong regenerative capabilities. Theoretically, as long as the core was not reduced to rubble, it could recover to its original state in a short time with sufficient energy infusion. It had vitality and the ability to self-replicate and self-repair. Of course, this was predicated on it not losing control. Moreover, a crucial point was that beast armor outperformed mechanical armor by 20% at the same level. After all, it was a void beast. A level 1 void beast could easily annihilate a level 1 technological civilization, and even a level 2 civilization would struggle against it. Conventional weaponry could hardly breach its defenses. Naturally, every advantage comes with a disadvantage. The greatest flaw of beast armor was its susceptibility to losing control, and it lacked ranged attack capabilities. It wasn't that it couldn't be equipped with ranged weaponry, it was simply that the user could not afford the energy expenditure. Beast armor consumed the user's internal energy, unlike mechanical armor, which could harness fusion energy. Therefore, saturation fire and overwhelming strikes were out of the question. The combat strategy of beast armor was straightforward: charge. Utilizing its formidable performance advantage, it would constantly close and engage in close combat and tear apart the opponent. With D-Laxium present, Ling Xiao was not overly concerned about the armor losing control, but he still lacked powerful offensive weaponry. He was not afraid of melee combat, yet it would be embarrassing if he could not breach the defenses, especially against heavily armored opponents. Ling Xiao had encountered such armored foes before, nearly exhausting him completely in one encounter. Heavy armor, energy shields, electromagnetic defenses. None of these could be dismantled easily. At this moment, the door creaked open and Su Wan peeked into the room. Time for dinner. She had an oval face, short hair, willow-shaped brows, a delicate nose, and glossy red lips. When she grinned, 2 small canine teeth peeked out, accompanied by charming dimples. In the context of Earth, Su Wan would qualify as an absolute beauty, but here beauty was of no value. Are you all eating at this hour? Ling Xiao closed the neural interface, his expression peculiar. It wouldn't be a farewell meal, would it? Ba. Can you say something nice? What farewell meal? Your master has returned. How could I let you eat nutrient paste? Su Wan's face scrunched up, clearly disliking the synthetic food. However, having something to eat here was already a significant improvement. Compared to other slaves, they were fortunate in their own way. Ling Xiao did not decline. To be honest, he had not had a proper meal in a long time, subsisting mostly on the essentials. Eating well, he could just drink nutrient solutions or inject energy recovery serums for a quicker fix. Unfortunately, those things were prohibitively expensive. Ling Xiao would only actively maintain energy expenditure during missions to ensure he could enter combat at a moment's notice. Lunch was lavish. 26 people were squeezed into one room, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere. 3 dishes were laid out before Ling Xiao alongside a bowl of porridge made from millet, shimmering with a bluish hue, causing his eyelids to twitch. In contrast, the others were not so fortunate. Do you have any money left? Ling Xiao asked. Su Wan held her bowl, sipping slowly, and upon hearing this, she quickly looked up, her eyes sparkling. What are you going to give me? Some pocket money? 1 coin is not too little, 10 coins is not too much. After saying this, she suddenly realized something. Speaking of which, do you have any money left? Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. After his injuries and treatments, he indeed had little cash left. However, he could still spare a coin or two. With a clink, Ling Xiao tossed 2 purple coins onto the table, producing a clear sound that radiated an air of luxury. Purple crystal coins, a form of high-purity energy crystal. They held immense value, crafted by level 6 civilizations, possessing astonishing purchasing power, recognized as one of the few currency systems by cosmic mercenaries. 1 purple crystal coin could provide for an ordinary family for 3 generations in a low-level civilization. The others reacted with indifference, but Su Wan's eyes lit up completely. She knew precisely how valuable these were. If they were still on Earth, those 2 coins would have placed her among the wealthy elite. Yet she did not reach out for them, asking, "You wouldn't just have these 2 coins left, would you?" Ling Xiao retorted, "Do you think that's possible?" Su Wan nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao's demeanor gave her the impression that he was aware of the potential dangers ahead, and was therefore leaving all his remaining money with her. If nothing unexpected occurred, she and the others might live comfortably until old age. Don't overthink it, I'm not planning to die. Ling Xiao could tell from her expression what she was thinking. If I wanted to die, I would have done so 8 years ago, not wait until now. Did Ling Xiao wish to die? Certainly not. No one desires death. Only those with feeble wills who crumble at the slightest setback might yearn for an end, foolishly wishing the world to revolve around them, a notion both absurd and laughable. In Ling Xiao's view, it was far more productive to focus on enhancing one's strength. If one became sufficiently powerful, the world would naturally gravitate towards them, eliminating the need to demand anything forcefully. After a rather lavish lunch, while others tidied up the dishes, Su Wan sought out Ling Xiao. She wished to join him. Having grasped the rules of mercenary life, she had spent considerable time trailing behind Ling Xiao, frequently interacting with his little secretary Kaluo. Through such exposure, she had learned quite a bit. Moreover, Ling Xiao intended for her to understand these matters. Remaining a mere mercenary subordinate was not his long-term ambition. He aspired for independence. Ling Xiao was uncertain whether upon opting for independence and applying for formal mercenary assessment tasks Kadir would withdraw Ka Luo from his side. Ka Luo was his asset compensated by Kadir. This fact was never lost on Ling Xiao. Su Wan was merely a candidate for his plans. To this end, Ling Xiao had equipped her with a small intelligent device and a universal language translator, while also instructing Ka Luo to help Su Wan become familiar with the mercenary task processes and the basic operations of the shuttle. Ka Luo did not refuse, as she earnestly explained these matters to Su Wan. Unfortunately, the complexities involved were far beyond what Su Wan, a self-proclaimed illiterate, could grasp in a short span. Even now, she was memorizing the regulations for professional attendance, emergency response measures, task classifications, interstellar navigation rules, and mercenary identity standards. Her head felt ready to explode. Su Wan felt as if she needed two heads to process all the information, almost wishing for more brainpower. Clutching 2 coins, she felt she ought to demonstrate her capabilities. In response, Ling Xiao firmly rejected her intention. Stick to your regulations. Su Wan pouted, her face a mask of despair. I've been memorizing for ages. Ling Xiao queried, in interstellar navigation, what should I do if I encounter a sudden distress signal? Su Wan tilted her head, her brows furrowing in concentration as she struggled to recall the knowledge in her mind. She vaguely remembered having memorized this, but at that moment it eluded her. Seeing Ling Xiao about to leave, she panicked and exclaimed, rescue. Moi. Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened. Wait, let me think. I believe the first step is to ascertain the signal's location, then analyze the method used, and subsequently attempt to establish contact to determine if there are any hazardous anomalies. Su Wan mused, stroking her chin and adjusting her non-existent spectacles, her expression serious. She racked her brains to articulate her thoughts, and when she finally stumbled through her explanation, she looked up, only to find that Ling Xiao had vanished. He had already departed. Ling Xiao had no intention to linger here discussing information. Ka Luo had relayed that the shuttle was ready. Port 34 would depart in 20 minutes. He needed to prepare for combat. As he walked along the dimly lit streets bordering Area 3 and approaching Area 4, the surroundings were far from bright. The Mercenary Division was situated in Area 3, where the populace primarily consisted of impoverished mercenaries, their numerous attendants, or slaves. Many stalls lined the streets selling wares from mercenaries. Mercenaries operating across various star systems often acquired bizarre trophies. Items they had no use for yet could not bear to discard were instead sold from these stalls. For mercenaries, accumulating a few coins was certainly beneficial. Ling Xiao strolled among these stalls. Whenever he had free time, he would wander here searching for useful scraps. Passing by one stall, Ling Xiao suddenly halted. His peripheral vision caught sight of a small black box no larger than a palm adorned with cryptic symbols. He recognized the symbol as he bore a similar one on his chest, an artifact from the Dia-Te civilization. His pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing, yet his face remained impassive. Standing before the stall, his gaze drifted over the various items, seemingly in search of something intriguing. The attendant, or perhaps a slave, noticed Ling Xiao's pause and immediately stood bowing respectfully. My lord, may I inquire if anything here has caught your eye? Everything is quite affordable. Draped in a black cloak, his form was obscured, rendering his appearance indistinct. Although he did not recognize Ling Xiao, he recognized the battlesuit Ling Xiao wore, and the insignia of a mercenary subordinate, for his own master possessed a similar set. A mercenary, even a subordinate, was not someone he could afford to offend. Ling Xiao casually indicated a few trinkets, inquiring about their prices, and upon realizing the vendor was not exorbitantly pricing them, he finally pointed to the Dia-Te weapon module unit. What about this one? The vendor hesitated at Ling Xiao's request, offering a price that made Ling Xiao frown. 50 purple crystal coins. He hastily explained, My lord, this item does not belong to my master. It was recently left with me to sell by a mysterious entity, and the price was set by them. It was clear that he understood the weight of 50 purple crystal coins, a sum that could even make his master hesitate. He did not know what the item was, nor could he identify the mysterious individual, but he understood he could not refuse. The consequences of refusal were too dire for him to bear. Ling Xiao's pupils contracted again, and a rare seriousness crossed his usually impassive face. Could this be a trap? Who was this individual mentioned by the vendor? He was left with only 50 purple crystal coins, having already given some to Su Wan. Was it merely coincidence? Ling Xiao never believed in such things. To him, every coincidence was a preordained event. Someone had taken notice of him. Who could it be? Ling Xiao racked his brain. He had made many enemies after all, as one could hardly avoid offending others in the mercenary profession. Now 2 choices lay before him: to buy or not to buy. After just 3 seconds of contemplation, Ling Xiao spun his belt, producing 50 purple crystal coins that clinked as they fell onto the stall. He made no attempt to haggle. It was futile. Even if he were to crush the vendor and flee with the item, he could not escape the repercussions. Where could he run? Needlessly offending a mercenary subordinate and a mysterious entity was hardly a wise choice. For now, Ling Xiao could only respond to the unfolding events with steadfastness. When the enemy comes, one must defend, when the water rises, one must build a dam. On the way to Port 34, before Ling Xiao could voice his inquiry, De La Xiaomu had already provided an explanation. Detected handheld weapon module component status intact, activity complete. Do you wish to attempt loading? No. Ling Xiao had no intention of experimenting with such items en route. He recalled vividly what it was like to pilot an alien beast's armor for the first time. The sensation of being consumed by alien cells was akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean. The overwhelming pressure, coupled with a sense of suffocation, nearly caused him to faint. Is this what you meant by not needing to actively seek? Ling Xiao inquired of De La Xiaomu before boarding. De La Xiaomu remained silent, and Ling Xiao chose not to press further. Regardless, the item was now in his possession. As for what might transpire next, Ling Xiao was neither inclined nor equipped to concern himself with it. His foremost priority was to survive. Everything else was irrelevant. Even if he knew it was a pitfall, he had no choice but to leap in. For someone lacking powerful equipment, the Diacite weapon was his only option at this stage. Then let me see just how formidable this creation, at least of level 5 civilization technology, truly is. In District 3, Building 9234. Inside the room, Lily watched Su Wan, who was bouncing around in a fit of dissatisfaction with a strangely expressive face. At a height of 1.60 m with her petite frame and fluffy coat, Su Wan resembled an agitated groundhog. Waving her seemingly harmless little paws, she bared her teeth, looking as if she wanted to pounce on someone and deliver a few punches. Compared to others, she was vibrant and lively. There was no trace of helplessness from being in a foreign land, no despair about the uncertain future, and certainly no awareness of being a slave. To be honest, how wonderful. Lily envied her. She couldn't help but recall Ling Xiao, who had briefly appeared before hastily leaving. She had only heard Ling Xiao's name from Su Wan. That alien wouldn't share such matters with her. As for Ling Xiao, Lily was completely unfamiliar with him. She didn't even know how she had been rescued by him and brought to the medical pod. Fuzzy memories told her that in her last moments, she seemed to have been waiting to die in a dark corner. Yet fate had other plans, as she did not perish. She had many questions, but felt it was inappropriate to ask. Noticing Lily's gaze, Su Wan, now calm again, turned and asked, "Not full?" Before Lily could respond, Su Wan continued, "If you're not full, just wait for the next meal." Lily was at a loss for words. She had expected this young girl to say, "Would you like some more?" But it turned out she was overthinking it. Upon reflection, having a meal here was already quite good. In her surprise, Lily saw Su Wan leaving the room with 2 others dragging a pile of items and couldn't help but feel curious. "What are you all doing?" Su Wan didn't turn around and replied, "We're going out to set up a stall to see if we can sell some of this junk Ling Xiao brought back. Even if we don't make a fortune, at least we can exchange it for some tokens." The tokens referred to the currency used within the Y692 space station, primarily for residents living there. The purple crystal coins were too high-end and not conducive for the circulation of goods. Lower-class individuals and slaves mainly used tokens for daily necessities. "I'll help too," Lily said, following them. Su Wan refused, shaking her head vigorously. "Don't cause trouble. Oh, it's not about having more people. I can manage alone." Her gaze turned serious as she warned, "Don't think there's no risk involved." Lily fell silent. Indeed, even hiding in dark corners, they lowly slaves faced risks, let alone dealing with those alien entities. One wrong move, and they could be crushed without recourse. No one would risk their necks for slaves worth so little. Watching Su Wan wrap herself in a large black cloak and leave, Lily sighed deeply in her heart. It was hard. At Dock 34, the shuttle was departing. Destination, the Monda star system, Kukuner territory. Before reaching the target star system, the shuttle would first arrive at the small Y69218 space station. There was also a small mercenary division at that space station. A superluminal tunnel connected the Y692 space station to Y69218, allowing the shuttle to reach the mission star system at maximum speed. This mission was clearly set aside by Kadir specifically for Ling Xiao, otherwise it would have been claimed long ago by mercenaries already operating there, and there would be no need to dispatch someone from so far away. After all, it wasn't a high-difficulty task. This courtesy was something the mercenary division owed to Kadir, a celestial-level being. "Sir, the shuttle will arrive at the Monda star system in 5 hours and enter the orbit of the mission planet in 3 days. You still have some time to rest," Carol reported to Ling Xiao, who was adjusting his status. "Understood, you may go," Ling Xiao replied, wanting to be alone for a while. Carol bowed and withdrew. Ling Xiao then entered the lounge, locked the cabin door, and took out the armed unit component from the diaster civilization that he had recently found at a street stall. Dalarum had already activated it, and the symbols on the cube emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Like a dream. Following the instructions, Ling Xiao removed the nano-combat suit from his right hand, exposing his palm. On the back of his hand, there was a symbol emitting a flowing light. This was something he didn't have before. Seeing this, Ling Xiao also removed the combat suit from his left hand, and indeed, there was a symbol there as well. They reflected each other's glow. Is there only one hand unit module? Left hand or right hand? Ling Xiao wondered. Dalarum reminded him it makes no difference. Ling Xiao paused, then burst into laughter. Without hesitation, he picked up the black cube with his right hand, aimed it at the symbol, and pressed down. At the moment of contact, a powerful bioelectric current pierced his hand, causing him to stiffen. The intense shock nearly made Ling Xiao jump and hit the metal panel. The stimulation came suddenly and left just as abruptly. As he prepared to grit his teeth against the intense sensation, it surprisingly subsided. It melted away. Like a snowflake on his palm, it transformed into water. The black liquid enveloped his hand, resembling a blob of dark jelly. Just as Ling Xiao was astonished, the jelly seemed to come alive, suddenly shooting out several spikes that pierced his palm. In an instant, blood flowed profusely. Ling Xiao paid it no mind, watching indifferently, as if it were not his hand that had been pierced. The spikes retracted, and the jelly began to writhe, surging through the wound into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, he felt that familiar numbness of being consumed by alien cells. Dalarum reminded him the hand-armed unit component is loading, please wait. Ling Xiao was speechless. Was that reminder necessary? He could see it. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao looked at his left hand, which had returned to its original state, his expression filled with astonishment. What had been a bloody mess was now completely healed, with not a scar left behind. He felt no discomfort. Raising both hands and squeezing tightly, dark light shimmered, and the armed component instantly formed. Dark-colored gauntlets with a metallic texture appeared, adorned with threads of golden lines. The hand armor encased his palm, extending to form a complete set of gauntlet components, leaving Ling Xiao quietly amazed. The most crucial part was that though he had loaded it onto his left hand, his right hand bore the equipment as well. No wonder Dalarum said there was no difference. There truly was none. With a thought, Ling Xiao's body shook, and 4 30-centimeter-long azure blades suddenly sprang from the back of his hand. Exceptionally sharp. Ling Xiao casually swiped one against the wall of the shuttle's lounge, feeling no resistance. Bit cut through, as if slicing tofu, leaving 4 10-centimeter-deep grooves. Wow, now that's something. The materials used for the shuttle's hull were crafted with the techniques of a level 4 civilization, and yet this thing could slice through them with ease. How could Ling Xiao not be astonished? If he had had this back, then he would never have come close to being exhausted by that heavily armored turtle shell. Now he could easily tear it apart in moments. Dalarum appropriately reminded him the basic component of the diaster civilization's individual armament is composed of diaster-enhanced cells possessing extremely strong cutting capabilities. Theoretically, it can cut through most materials in the universe. The specific form will adjust based on the combat data input by the user into the armed core. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, gazing at the deep and shadowy gauntlet, a smirk forming on his lips. In the next moment, the blades retracted and a blue light flickered along the side of the gauntlet. The light shot out and solidified. A tumblr-long blade of blue light hummed and vibrated, reflecting in Ling Xiao's bright eyes. Such a fine item, truly a fine item. 50 purple crystal coins. Add a few more zeros, and it still wouldn't be enough. Mindestar system. Cocoonur territory. Dean village. Dear brothers. No longer endure the severe oppression of greedy and insatiable rulers who trample on our human rights. They are the cancers of civilization, the obstacles to our development, and the stumbling blocks in our pursuit of happiness. They do not engage in production, do not partake in labor, and do not create value, yet they occupy a vast amount of our civilized resources. They stand above us, draining our lifeblood to satisfy their own extravagant desires. That wealth is derived from our sweat and toil. Why should we allow them to enjoy it? Brothers, take up your weapons and fight. They may take our lives, but they will never force us to bow down, never make us submit, nor stop our pursuit of happiness. Rise and fight. On the platform, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed human raised his arms in passionate rallying. The mechanical translation echoed throughout the square. Below the platform stood a throng of native inhabitants, their faces filled with fervor. They waved their arms in response to the humans' impassioned cries, brandishing weapons newly supplied by their benefactor, eager to rush forward and reclaim what was rightfully theirs. If Ling Xiao had been present, he would have been quite taken aback. He would never have imagined that this mission to quell rebellion was backed by humans from Earth. This very group had spread rumors, incited public sentiment, provided arms, and exacerbated the divide between the rulers and the ruled in Kukuner territory. They profited from war, conquering lands and seizing control. Had it not been for the Great War over a decade ago, the level of civilization and technology within the Minda star system would not have regressed so dramatically. It is important to note that they had previously achieved a level 1 technological civilization. Their overall strength was far superior to that of humanity on Earth. Unfortunately, the aftermath of that Great War had decimated their interstellar warships, and their home planet suffered severe repercussions, leading to a drastic setback in technology. They are still in a phase of recovery and reconstruction, and it remains uncertain how many years it will take to return to their former glory. Moreover, the location where Delahium vanished into the void lies here. Its residual spatial tunnel has allowed humans from the distant 7th-star region of the Milky Way to encroach upon this place. They entered with brazen audacity. Upon assessing the situation here, they chose not to remain in obscurity, but rather to boldly wave the flag of freedom. Inciting division, provoking war. War? Watching the fervent expressions of the lizard men below, Mike smirked with a hint of mockery. He waved to the crowd of lizard men as though he were a star, wearing a brilliant and sanctified smile. The sensation of being adored was akin to that of a god. As Mike descended from the platform, he muttered in the shadows where he was unseen, "Another perfect and passionate speech. Cough, my throat is about to give out. Should I need to get them to increase my pay?" Brown, who was tidying up the stage props, heard this and couldn't help but interject, "Just be satisfied. I have to make 10 trips to match your one, and you still want more money. Be careful they don't turn against you and give this job to someone else." Mike scoffed and pointed to his face. "See this? My face is my brand. Oh, I've already made a deep impression on those lizard men. It's not easy for them to replace me." Brown sneered. "It wouldn't be hard to make an identical replica of your face." Mike found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it really wouldn't be difficult. The human civilization on Earth arrived on this habitable planet 3 years ago through the discovered spatial tunnel. According to their observations, this place is over 1,000 light-years away from the solar system. With their level of technological advancement, it would be impossible to traverse such a distance. Now, through this tunnel, they had come here to explore and discover. Initially, they planned to develop quietly, but soon they realized that the level of mutation here was even higher than on Earth, and the technological advancement of the inhabitants surpassed their own. The controllable nuclear fusion technology that they had yet to master had already been completed here over a century ago. It was like a dream. Consequently, the humans from Earth began to siphon off the scientific technology of this civilization. This pilfering had lasted 3 years. Not long ago, divisions arose within the coalition from Earth regarding how to handle the indigenous civilization. Some believed they should continue to develop quietly, while others argued that there was no need for such caution and that they could take the initiative. Seizing the initiative, neither side could convince the other, ultimately deciding to part ways. This planet was highly suitable for colonization. If they could seize it, they would not only gain complete control over the technology of the inhabitants, but could also use it as a base for expansion into neighboring star systems. The lure of profit was intoxicating. Unfortunately, they quickly discovered one major issue. Their military strength alone was insufficient to fully occupy this planet, nor could they conquer the large cities of the inhabitants. The defensive capabilities there were formidable beyond ordinary strength. Though the inhabitants were fewer in number, they were well equipped. Without resorting to devastating weapons such as nuclear arms, they could not breach the defenses. Even nuclear weapons could not penetrate the opposing lines, because they simply could not match the strength. Thus, they chose to incite internal strife within the civilization, plunging it into severe infighting. When the opposing side was sufficiently weakened, that would be their moment to strike. Regrettably, the conservatives refused to cooperate with them. If both factions could work together, efficiency would increase dramatically. Mike Brown and their companions were the operatives of this plan. They dared not venture into large cities and only operated in the scattered villages and towns nearby. If they entered those areas, they would be torn to shreds by the lizard men in an instant. Meanwhile, the Lord of Kukuner paced back and forth in his hall. His tail flicked restlessly, and his crimson eyes glinted with a predatory chill. The hall was silent, devoid of anyone but himself. He had long sensed the scent of conspiracy with the onset of troubles in his territory, but he had not anticipated such madness. Survivors clinging to life in the wild villages dared to challenge him, emboldened by unknown benefactors. They sought to conquer lands, attempting to overthrow his rule. What a joke! If he could be overthrown by a group of wildlings, what kind of lord would he be? Kukuner was annoyed, but not by the opposing group. Rather, he was troubled by the Star Lord. The latter attempted to take advantage of the situation to intervene in his territory's affairs, consolidating his resources. a move Kukuner deemed intolerable. This was a legacy built by his ancestors cultivated over generations. How could he relinquish it so easily? He would rather hire cosmic mercenaries than allow the Star Lord to meddle. He was already troubled enough. Now that person wanted to stick his nose in. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it, that fellow is a cosmic mercenary. How could he be so easily dealt with? When will the new reinforcements arrive? If this trouble isn't resolved soon, the Star Lord will intervene aggressively. And those hidden figures behind the scenes, where did they come from? Are they a bunch of interstellar pirates? But that shouldn't be the case. There are no such weak interstellar pirates, and the equipment they provided is far too outdated. Kukuner couldn't make sense of it. Unable to comprehend, he pushed the thoughts aside. After all, new cosmic mercenaries were on their way. If the opposing side failed again, this time the mercenary mission would be elevated. By then they would not be sending in vassal-level mercenaries, but proper ones. True cosmic butchers. The shuttle arrived at the Y69218 space station. Without pause, it continued on, venturing deeper into the Mondastar system. Upon entering the inner system, the shuttle could no longer maintain its faster-than-light travel mode. Affected by the gravitational pull of massive celestial bodies, it was compelled to revert to conventional navigation. This limitation was a drawback of the faster-than-light travel technology mastered by a Level 4 civilization. Initiating the superlight engine in the inner system would most likely lead the ship to collide with small celestial bodies scattered throughout the galaxy. At such speeds, the vessel would be reduced to mere scrap metal. If it were to crash into a planet, there would be nothing left to salvage. Constrained by technology, even with time pressing down upon him, Ling Xiao dared not attempt to activate such engines within the inner system. Even if he were daring enough, Karo certainly would not, let alone the shuttle's crew. They were not reckless with their lives. My lord, the shuttle will enter the orbit of the mission planet in 30 minutes. How would you like to descend? In the lounge, Karo, dressed in attendant attire with her long snow-white hair cascading down her shoulders, maintained an expression devoid of any emotion. Her demeanor remained as respectful as ever. The shuttle provided by the Mercenary Division was not equipped with any offensive weapon systems. It was designed solely for the rapid transport of mercenaries to their mission destinations, leaving out many unnecessary systems. For instance, the energy-intensive shield systems. Only warships were fitted with such equipment, and only they could supply the necessary power. Similarly, the force field protection system consumed even more energy. None of these were present on the shuttle. All energy was devoted to propulsion. Speed was the shuttle's ultimate pursuit. Under normal circumstances, no one would bother attacking a mercenary shuttle, as it posed little threat. The real danger lay within the shuttle itself, the cosmic mercenaries. Descend normally, Ling Xiao instructed. Mercenaries could land on the mission planet using conventional methods, as well as unconventional ones. The conventional method involved taking an assault craft, while the unconventional meant utilizing an assault pod. The assault craft was a small airship also lacking offensive capabilities. The assault pod, however, was much simpler. In Ling Xiao's view, it resembled a projectile with people inside being launched like a shell. It was straightforward, efficient, fast, and striking. The downside was that once launched, it could not be controlled, making it an easy target during flight. Furthermore, the requirements for using an assault pod were quite high. If one lacked sufficient strength, they could easily be crushed under the overload. Typically, Ling Xiao would not opt for such a method to enter a planet, even if he could withstand the pressure. The number 3 assault craft is fully charged and ready for departure. Understood. Meanwhile, in the capital city of the Lizardmen, within a tavern, Balgon received reports from attendants aboard the shuttle circling the planet. My lord, a shuttle is approaching. Under normal circumstances, this would be quite routine. However, regrettably, this was not a typical moment. Having received orders, Balgon had eliminated Kadir's vassal Timo. Regardless of the reasons, Kadir would certainly send forces to target him, to take his head. Balgon had anticipated this when carrying out his mission. He was waiting for the other party to arrive, then continuing to eliminate them. While others feared the celestial-grade life-form Kadir, he remained unconcerned, as the latter would not directly seek trouble with a mercenary vassal like him. They would only send their vassals. This was an unspoken rule in the mercenary world. Otherwise, what purpose would vassals serve? They could not grow at all. Lower life forms stood no chance against higher ones. Unless armed with cross-civilization weaponry or backed by advanced technology, they were doomed. In the contest among the great, we mere pawns must play our part. We must protect ourselves while ensuring we do not become expendable. Balgon raised his cup and took a swig, his tone somber. Is it you? Balgon was neither a lizard man nor part of the Milani tribe. He hailed from the controlling civilization of this star domain, the Borat civilization. Like the Milani civilization, the Borit civilization was a mid-level civilization with technological advancement at level 4. The physical structure of its intelligent life forms differed significantly from that of humans, the most apparent feature being 1 or 2 protrusions on their foreheads. Additionally, their limbs were more numerous. While humans in Milani had 2 arms and 2 legs, they possessed 6 arms and stood 3 meters tall. Truly, they were small giants. Balgan, having sustained severe injuries and undergone mechanical augmentation, had most of his body replaced with mechanical parts. This granted him enhanced combat prowess and survival capabilities. At this moment, sitting opposite him, Funi could no longer restrain her complaints. When are those guys going to arrive? You might have a mission to wait for, but I cannot linger here too long. Funi was also a cosmic mercenary and of the same race as Balgan, yet she did not belong to the same lord. Her extended stay here was a courtesy due to Balgan's past assistance, not because of an order from her lord. After all, shuttle rentals were charged by time. The longer one stayed, the greater the loss. Calculating the time, it should be soon. The Y69218 division has reported that a shuttle is coming from the 692 division. If all goes well, it should be him. Funi replied, then what are we waiting for? Balgan set down his cup and stood up. Regardless of whether it is him, let's go check. If it is, we eliminate him. If not, you can get back to your business. At this point, Balgan paused, then continued, Kadir did not bring his vassals. All those he has here are newly recruited with little time and weak combat power. I can handle it. Funi did not argue. Timo was the perfect example. There was a significant gap between vassals and formal mercenaries, and the disparity among vassals themselves was equally vast. It was even greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Since the other party was coming here, they would undoubtedly take over the tasks Timo failed to complete, so their arrival point was not hard to guess. Kukuner territory. Finding a mercenary here was exceedingly simple. After all, a shuttle was hovering right above them. In the Kukuner territory. In the city of Giant Rock. A small-scale battle was currently underway as a group of lizard men wielding rudimentary weapons attempted to seize control of the outer settlements of this city. Their weaponry was varied, including local arms, outdated firearms supplied by humans, and some small artillery. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking the ground with explosive sounds, sending shards flying. They were not professional fighters. Disorganized, undisciplined, without cooperation, command, or structure. They were effectively a chaotic mob. To rely on them to seize control of the settlements subordinate to Giant Rock City was truly a fool's errand. Let alone facing a professional army, they could not even contend with the local mercenaries within Giant Rock. Those mercenaries could easily outmatch them. This was destined to be a farce. The outcome would likely be the abandonment of hundreds of corpses, followed by a retreat of these marauders. The humans had attempted to lead them, strategize, designate assault zones, and cultivate lower-level commanders. Unfortunately, once the lizard men realized they were being targeted, the response was always the deployment of light infantry armored regiments. After suffering heavy losses in a few encounters, they had become subdued. They dared only to conduct guerrilla warfare along the fringes. Fully armed powered armor could dismantle their main battle tanks with ease. Not to mention the unmanned mechanized units. If the enemy managed to access the data interface and connect successfully, they could be invaded in a heartbeat. Data warfare was equally futile. The technological gap, even if slight, was enough to create a crushing trend. Fortunately, the situation here was quite complex, with not only these invaders, but also highly mutated indigenous aberrations. Those were the primary targets of the enemy's defenses. If it weren't for them, by the time the lizard men reacted and discovered the entrance to the spatial tunnel, they could directly counterattack Earth. Ling Xiao stood atop the Lord's mansion in Giant Rock City, gazing at the floating window display before him. His expression was peculiar. It seems the spatial tunnel left behind by Delaxium when he fled is right here. What extraordinary luck. Ling Xiao mused. Had it been located elsewhere, Earth might have already been reduced to a colony. This is by no means an exaggeration. Ling Xiao was fully aware of the immense value at stake. The benefits derived from controlling a lower civilization that had yet to venture beyond its home star system were substantial. Even without the advanced technology that such a civilization might possess, its very existence held considerable worth. The simplest and most direct way to exploit this civilization was through the enslavement and sale of its sentient beings. This alone constituted a significant source of income. If that were not the case, why would there be so many slaves at the Y692 space station? The slave trade is an ancient yet thriving enterprise. The more advanced the sentient beings of a civilization, the higher their price. While the beings of lower civilizations may not command high prices, the sheer volume makes up for it. Moreover, after harvesting one batch, another would soon emerge, akin to an inexhaustible resource. Regular extraction and harvesting. As for whether they would willingly accept such conditions, in the face of overwhelming power resistance is utterly futile. Eliminate the hardliners entirely and leave behind a group of pliable ones. If necessary, one could even preserve their genetic material for cloning and reproduction. Though such clones would be less valuable, they were certainly better than nothing. After all, cloning technology is hardly cutting edge and could easily be mass-produced. Fortunate, indeed fortunate. Knowing all this, Ling Xiao could not help but marvel at the extraordinary luck of these individuals. The lizardmen civilization was slightly more advanced than human civilization in terms of technological development, yet it had not exceeded the fundamental theoretical framework mastered by humanity and remained within their comprehension. Moreover, they had suffered direct repercussions from the Great War that occurred over a decade ago, resulting in significant setbacks to their strength. Even now, they had yet to construct interstellar warships. Their civilization was in a state of fracture and reorganization. What if they managed to navigate through this period only for humanity to reappear here? Without a doubt, they would be swiftly subdued. There was no suspense in that. However, do they not realize that such grandiose actions would attract external interference? Ling Xiao sighed in resignation. The lizardmen civilization was a vassal of the fourth-tier civilization Borite. They had always been under surveillance. While the Borite civilization did not directly intervene in the internal affairs of the lizardmen, pertinent regulations were indispensable. It was akin to the relationship between a mercenary and its overlord. If a vassal fell in battle, the overlord must take notice. Should an affiliated civilization be on the brink of losing control and destruction, the overlord civilization would directly intervene to safeguard its interests. The mercenaries operating here were the countless eyes vigilantly watching over them. The Borite civilization did not mind if the lizardmen civilization advanced to a higher stage, but it would never permit them to attain a level that threatened its own existence. Without alternative opportunities, the future of the lizardmen civilization was already predetermined. The same could be said for the 6-star domain. Ling Xiao believed it applied equally to the 7th-star domain. From the perspective of civilization, there were only two types of existence: stepping stones and stumbling blocks. Within the Milky Way galaxy, advanced civilizations concealed themselves while medium-tier civilizations acted as regional overlords, and 6th-tier civilizations represented peak combat power. Many lower civilizations had been birthed under their guidance. To call those entities gods would not be an exaggeration. Your situation is rather dire. With a murmured remark, Ling Xiao leaped down, his gaze deep and cold as a tranquil pond. He felt powerless to change anything, but now he could send these brash young ones back to their senses. At the very least, he could make them settle down a bit. However, before that, he needed to deal with a mercenary vassal, Balgon. Ling Xiao was acutely aware of which task held higher priority between his mercenary mission and the Lord's task. Failure to complete the mercenary mission would only diminish his value, but he would not lose it entirely. Failure to fulfill the Lord's mission, on the other hand, would render him worthless. Worthless garbage would simply be cast aside. Timor was the best example. A waste not worth the investment. Before arriving in Giant Rock City, Ling Xiao had already met with Lord Coconal. That large lizard left a profound impression on him. Ling Xiao had never seen a lizard wearing a skirt and adorned with a floral crown atop its head. With a toothy grin, its eyes were blood red, and its uneven large white teeth were quite fearsome. Its demands were simple: quell all rebellions within its territory and maintain stability. Rebellions. Wildfires can never be completely extinguished, they are reborn with the spring breeze. Without severing the source, one can never eliminate the problem entirely. Coconal did not know where the source lay, but he believed Ling Xiao could resolve it. After all, he was a cosmic mercenary, an entity known as the Cosmic Butcher. If it were not for the limited resources at hand, he would have even considered asking Ling Xiao to help deal with the towering, dangerous creatures nearly 100 meters tall. These beings posed a nuisance, but they were not beyond confrontation. In contrast, the ongoing rebellions had him at his wits, and not to mention the constant pressure from the Star Master. Those fools did not trust their own kind, yet they chose to believe those from other races. Laughable and tragic. Ling Xiao was oblivious to Coconal's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not care. Mercenaries operate on a pay-for-service basis. Without payment, they are unconcerned. The Lord of Giant Rock City initially intended to host a banquet for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not grant him that opportunity. Upon arriving here, Ling Xiao surveyed the battlefield and recognized familiar weapons and equipment, instantly grasping many details. He vanished. Ling Xiao received a message from Caro informing him that an assault craft was heading toward Coconal's territory. At this time and place, Ling Xiao had no choice but to ponder deeply. An hour later, the battle near Giant Rock City was nearing its conclusion. The armed lizardmen refugees had failed to achieve victory. They charged in with fervor, expecting a bounty, only to be driven back like ducks on a pond. They fled in a disheveled manner. It was a wretched sight. Had it not been for their sheer numbers, they would not have been able to endure for so long. Even if 1,000 pigs were thrown into the fray, it would still take some time to capture them. Jeffries observed the frantically retreating lizardmen below, then glanced at the armed pursuers in the rear, his brow deeply furrowed. These worthless fools cannot fight at all. If we had led the charge ourselves. Before he could finish, a companion beside him interrupted. If we had led the charge ourselves, we would be facing not these rabble, but those armored troops. The next scene would be even more tragic than theirs. In dealing with these lizardmen, the enemy had hardly utilized heavy weaponry. Only a few guns, with artillery being scarce. But if they were in command, efficiency would be their priority, with no regard for casualties. The human coalition had previously organized an operation. A 5,000-strong assault team, and not a single one had returned alive. Jeffries opened his mouth, unable to refute. Just then he suddenly heard the sound of engines overhead. He looked up, and his eyes widened. Shit, where did that aircraft come from? Are they really deploying aircraft to chase these refugees? Instinctively, Jeffries shrank his head. I've never heard they had aircraft, and this aircraft does not resemble their design style at all. However, in the next moment, something even more astonishing occurred. A figure leaped from the aircraft. From a height of over 100 meters, it jumped straight down. Even in powered armor, one couldn't do that. The person beside him quickly exclaimed, "Get down. They may be coming for us." The assault vessel made its entrance. Balgon appeared. His ostentatious arrival not only startled Jeffries and his companions, but also caused the mercenaries from Giant Rock City pursuing the rebellious armed forces to halt in their tracks. They were unaware of each other's identities, but any discerning observer would understand. The figure before them was not someone they could provoke. The appearance of an extraterrestrial life form was already a delicate matter, not to mention that he had effortlessly displayed his formidable strength. Some among them, well versed in the ways of the universe, recognized his identity, their expressions filled with horror. Cosmic Mercenary. Though they were also mercenaries, there was an insurmountable chasm between their kind and that of the Cosmic Mercenaries. The armed refugees, numbering in the thousands, were helpless against the less than 100 of them. They could barely approach. But against a Cosmic Mercenary they harbored no doubts. One alone would suffice. Not only could they conquer the town, but they could also breach Giant Rock City and reach the Lord's castle. They could even strike at the capital of the Star Master. Upon landing, Balgon scanned his surroundings and found no traces of mercenaries. The lowly life forms before him were of no interest. Even a glance felt excessive. He had come here merely to probe the newly arrived mercenary. If the newcomer intended to target him, Balgon thought it unlikely they would pass up such an opportunity. After all, he was not equipped with armor at the moment. As long as their speed was sufficient, strength formidable, and attacks swift, a life form of microstar caliber coupled with the explosive power of armor could potentially deliver a fatal blow. Such an approach placed him in jeopardy. Yet Balgon was unperturbed. His body had been modified to withstand the opponent's outburst for a short time. Moreover, Funi had disembarked early and was nearby. With 2 microstar life forms present, should the newcomer dare to test them? No. Should they dare to show themselves, they could easily cut them down. So was it, or was it not? Balgon stood calmly without any superfluous movements. He was waiting. Ling Xiao was also waiting. Ling Xiao hadn't expected him to come to him when he didn't seek him out. But then he realized this might be a trap, an overt trap, and he had no choice but to leap into it. His primary task was to deal with the 6-armed subordinate not far away. The mercenary mission could be postponed. If the opponent escaped, searching across the vast star sea would be an insurmountable challenge. Failure in the mission would place Ling Xiao in a dire situation. What a pity, Ling Xiao lamented. This makes it impossible to launch a sneak attack. We can only confront him directly. Fortunately, he was not intimidated. It seems this is a deliberate targeting. Timo's death was not in vain. This targeting was not aimed at Timo or Ling Xiao. It was directed at their master behind the scenes, Kadir. As an outsider, Kadir was targeted by local forces, and Ling Xiao was not surprised in the slightest. The armor on his right leg opened, revealing a small energy gun, followed by the assembly of various components. In a mere 10 seconds, Ling Xiao assembled a half-human tall composite electromagnetic energy gun. Rather than a gun, it resembled a cannon. A small electromagnetic cannon. The faceplate closed, and the eerie blue lenses illuminated. Ling Xiao raised the gun to aim, quickly locking onto his target. In the next second, he pulled the trigger. Energy gathered, and the high-speed projectile soared forth, tracing a pale blue line as it sped towards Balgon's immense head. After firing a shot, Ling Xiao did not bother to observe the result. He tossed the gun aside and charged forward like a cheetah. As he soared into the air, dark ink-like shadows enveloped him. When Ling Xiao burst forth from the shadows, he was clad in a set of menacing armor reminiscent of a monstrous beast. His stature had more than doubled, nearing 4 meters in height. The streamlined armor clung tightly to his body. Though it was constructed from void beast cells, it bore no biological characteristics, instead exuding a metallic aura. Equipped with various weapon components, the crimson lenses against the dark chassis made him resemble a demon clawing its way from hell. Most strikingly, a swirling eyeball rotated above the visor. Terrifying. Uncanny. Ling Xiao did not believe a single high-velocity bullet could settle the matter, so the moment he fired, he surged forward. He charged. They exchanged blows. Indeed, Balgon had long been prepared. Upon sensing something was amiss, he adopted a defensive posture. At the same time, he bellowed, "Armament!" The assault vessel previously hovering in midair immediately responded, ejecting a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide, tundra-thick metal box. As the box burst forth, it disassembled into various weapon components flying towards him. The speed was faster than Ling Xiao's charge. The bullet struck Balgon's steel arm, creating a shower of sparks that made his arm tremble, but inflicted no real harm. Simultaneously, Balgon leaped. Soaring 10 meters high, he completed his armament as swiftly as possible. As a cosmic mercenary seasoned from numerous battles, he knew well the terror of mercenaries. Without armor to protect him, he could not withstand the opponent's frontal assault, especially not against a beast-like armor designed for aggressive strikes. Those who could wield such gear were all madmen. As Ling Xiao jumped off the ground, he closely followed Balgon, with sharp blades emerging from his hand units. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed. At that moment, Balgon had just completed his partial armament, raising both arms to block. The speed was blinding, so fast that those nearby barely registered what was happening. 3 seconds, or 5. How had they already engaged in combat? Slash. The blade entered flesh, slicing cleanly through, and both arms soared into the air. A violent eruption of electronic sparks erupted from the severed ends. Balgon's eyes widened. What was this? A high-frequency particle oscillating blade. Damn. Activating the energy particle protection system. The blade continued its descent, carving a deep gash into Balgon's newly armored chest. Damn. Balgon was alarmed. This was not a particle light blade. Ling Xiao would not wait for his reaction. The blade fell like a waterfall, cleansing every inch of space. However, cosmic mercenaries were, after all, cosmic mercenaries, star-level life forms. Even if caught off guard momentarily, they had not anticipated that the opponent would be a close-combat beast-like armor, but Balgon was no fool. High-energy shockwave. Ling Xiao was inevitably deflected, and as he maneuvered away, he did not forget to deliver a punch to Balgon's back armor. Blade punch. Another sound of tearing metal resonated as the edge pierced the armor, blood spouting forth in 4 streams. Upon landing, Ling Xiao rolled forward, pressing the attack once more. 3 seconds. Balgon completed his armament. But by then his armor was already riddled with cuts and tatters. The most critical issue was that many weapons had been rendered unusable, sliced in half by that monster's blade. Had it not been for his heavy armor, he might have already been cleaved in two. Madman. Monster. And what in the world was that? Could it possibly be a matter-disrupting light blade? Balgon could not comprehend how such a thing could be equipped onto beast armor. Ling Xiao's response was a powerful punch. This punch nearly shattered Balgon's chest armor entirely. From the onset of his attack until now, no more than 12 seconds had elapsed. 12 seconds, and the victor had been determined. Ling Xiao, who had previously struggled against heavy armor, now found it as easy as tearing paper. If the opponent was of such caliber, then Ling Xiao could declare his death imminent. But why did he feel such an unsettling sense of dread? This feeling is not without reason. It is a unique instinct of a warrior in the face of danger. Thus, Ling Xiao has always been vigilant. Attack the enemy with 5 parts, retain 5 for oneself. These 5 parts allow Ling Xiao to maintain his calmness and composure even when faced with unexpected situations. At that moment, Balgon, who had been passively defending, seized the opportunity, sacrificing one of his remaining arms to firmly grip Ling Xiao's limb. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Funi! Now is the moment." He barely had time to yell those 4 words, but fortunately Funi understood the urgency. Opportunities are fleeting. Upon detecting the flaw, she 3 kilometers away activated the fully charged high-energy ion cannon. A beam of light pierced the sky, stirring up layers of storm. With an unstoppable momentum, it engulfed Ling Xiao, while also engulfing half of Balgon's body. The entire process took less than a second without any warning. Funi did not believe the opponent could react or evade. This shot was a solid hit. Even if the beast armor had impressive defensive capabilities, it would still peel away layers of flesh. As for Balgon, His body, having undergone extensive modification, had mostly transformed into a mechanical entity. As long as he did not die on the spot, severe injuries were of little consequence. At worst, he would continue to be modified. If necessary, he could survive with just his head. Within the energy beam, Balgan's mechanical arms could not withstand the force, erupting into sparks and melting away. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was liberated from his restraints, swept away by the torrent of energy into the nearby settlement. He obliterated everything in his path. On the ground, a trail of devastation stretched for half a kilometer. The mercenaries from Rock City who had been spectating were caught in the aftermath, vaporized on the spot. The settlement was cleaved in two. In an instant, countless lives were lost. This is the power of high-energy weaponry. Even when it is merely a portable small-caliber weapon, it is far more ferocious, stronger, and more violent than conventional arms. After firing one shot, Funi did not prepare a second, because she knew it would be futile. Just like Ling Xiao, she immediately discarded the ion cannon and surged forward. The armor's panels opened, revealing the propellant thrusters. For beams of light ignited, propelling her skyward toward the central battlefield at high speed. Balgan was hurled into the air, most of his body gone. All 6 arms were lost, and he was missing a leg. He was entirely disabled. Alerts blared from within the armor's systems. The life support system engaged, the repair system activated, and neurons severed connections. Cellular repair fluid coursed through Balgan's internal conduits, sustaining him on the brink of life, preventing immediate death. Funi's blast had been brutal. It nearly killed him in one shot. Had the armor been intact, it might have fared better, but before this, Ling Xiao had already dismantled it extensively. Most of the damage had not been repaired before Ling Xiao delivered 2 more strikes. Each blow was vicious, aimed at vital points. If not for being a micro-star-level life form, leveraging his formidable physical prowess and tenacious vitality, he would have perished long ago. Now, however, he was scarcely clinging to life, engaging in close combat with the beast armor. What was he thinking? Caught off guard, Balgan had no means to escape. Ling Xiao was faster. Heavy armor against assault armor leads to such a result. Moreover, Ling Xiao had effectively breached the defenses. Balgan's armor's defense systems had failed to function as intended. Now Balgan was sent flying, his mangled body crashing into the hiding place of Jeffries and his companions. Severely injured and on the brink of death, his consciousness slipped into chaos. Funi had no time to spare on him. She needed to eliminate Ling Xiao quickly. Just as Ling Xiao knew he could not defeat Balgan with a single shot, she was equally aware that one shot would not suffice to take down Ling Xiao encased in beast armor. At best, it would leave him severely injured, but not dead. The beast armor could effectively defend against such energy attacks. Funi surged forward at high speed, firing the weapon systems mounted on her 6 arms as she charged. An array of ammunition was unleashed, bombarding the area relentlessly. Before the smoke could clear, new clouds of dust arose. Amidst the haze, Ling Xiao slowly rose to his feet, 2 dark fleshy wings extending from his back, shielding him securely. The force of the attack was indeed fierce and strong, catching him somewhat off guard. He had not anticipated there was still another hidden threat. While cosmic mercenaries do not often operate in teams, there are exceptions, albeit rare, because most prefer solitary combat, teamwork, coordination, support. Unless in war, few are willing to accept leadership or command. At this moment, his armor lacked its previous luster. The outer chitinous plating was riddled with dents resembling the rough bark of an old tree. A copious amount of black fluid splattered forth, indicative of the inert beast's cellular tissue. Fortunately, it had not been completely breached. The 2 fleshy wings, battered by relentless fire, were similarly torn and tattered, with some areas charred, leaving fist-sized holes. Firepower suppression type armor. This thing is easy to dismantle. The visor glowed with a crimson hue as the eye on his forehead darted around. Ling Xiao flapped his wings, clearing the surrounding dust and debris. The blade gleamed once more as he shot forth like a projectile. His speed was so great it left a series of afterimages in his wake. What? Funi barely perceived a flash of blue light before her armor system alerted her under attack. Ling Xiao had shifted position. Funi reacted immediately, all without moving her body. She spun a cannon tube around and fired backward. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Slash! The blade sliced through, severing the cannon. As Funi turned her head, a hand reached down from above, pressing against her visor. With a firm grip, the fist blade erupted forth. The edge pierced her brain, and white blood splattered. Ling Xiao flapped his damaged wings, his gaze cold as he looked down at the twitching body in his grasp, slowly speaking. "You are not my target." That was the last sentence Funi heard before losing consciousness. Then Ling Xiao released his grip. The shattered armor fell, raising a cloud of dust. Such injuries, even with an emergency medical system on board the armor, could not be treated. dead beyond recovery. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared above Balgan, confirming his state before diving down to deliver a final blow. This strike carved a deep gash 10 meters long. A head encased in armored gear rolled away. This is the real target. Ling Xiao glanced down at the corpse, then surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no threat before shedding his armor. The black light flashed briefly, and the beast's cellular tissue swiftly decomposed, integrating into his form. At the same time, Ling Xiao retrieved a vial of energy restoration serum. He administered a shot to his neck. He was far from as relaxed as he appeared. The beast armor consumed vast amounts of energy, placing high demands on its user, and was a heavy burden. Every second drained life energy. Ling Xiao was merely a microstar-level life form. This tier, according to the Direrum life classification, is considered inferior, incapable of unleashing the true power of the diaster armor. Just as it was now, in less than 3 minutes, he needed to replenish energy and recover himself. Otherwise, even if his opponent could not claim his life, the internal beast armor would do so. Let alone utilizing the diaster civilization's armored components, without sufficient strength, he might truly be exhausted to death. Realizing this, Ling Xiao turned to look at Jeffries and the others who lay hidden behind a slope, still dazed. The visor flickered with a dangerous light. They were also targets of the mission. Jeffries and his companions lay still on the ground, paralyzed by fear. They dared not make a sound, or even breathe, heavily terrified that the Reaper before them might strike with a single swift blow. The blade possessed the capacity to slice through armored exosuits, let alone their mere flesh. They could not discern the difference between exosuits and armor, nor could they recognize the classifications of the armors. Yet they knew that regardless of the type, each was far superior to the bulletproof vest they wore. What manner of being was this? How had it come to be in this place? They were left in the dark. All they hoped was that this figure would leave them alone, treating them as if they were inconsequential. Ideally, they wished to be dismissed as mere afterthoughts. Had they known such an encounter would transpire, they would have never approached the battlefield to scrutinize their adversary's strength. Regrettably, the universe held no place for what-ifs. A frantic call crackled through the communication channel from a distant team, evidently alerted to the commotion nearby. But Jeffries dared not respond. The headless corpse of Balgun lay nearby, and the grim specter was less than 5 meters away from them. Who would dare to move? A chilling breeze swept across their backs as they remained prostrate. Close to the direction of Giant Rock City, another wave of lizard men emerged from the chaos. Those armed with makeshift weapons were quickly overlooked. The hovering assault craft began its ascent, returning to its orbit. Ling Xiao paid it no heed. With Balgun dead, the craft would not linger, but would return to the shuttle in orbit, which would then head back to the Y69218 space station. Ultimately, the Mercenary division at that station would handle the matter. After maintenance and resupply, the craft would be rented by another mercenary for missions beyond. Ling Xiao felt somewhat helpless. In orbit, Carlo was watching. Within Giant Rock City, the Lord was observing, and even Kukuner, the Lord of the Fief, was keeping an eye on the events unfolding. Even far away at the Y692 space station, Kadir was watching. Did he have a choice? No. With no choice came no suffering. You find yourselves at the wrong place at the wrong time, meeting the wrong person, and thus you face the wrong outcome. The blade unsheathed. Jeffrey's eyes widened, too late to plead for mercy. With the wind at his back, he struck. Soon a fully armed contingent of lizard men arrived at Ling Xiao's side. The leading lizard man bowed and spoke. My lord, the city lord has prepared a feast within the city. Please accompany me. Ling Xiao glanced at him. The lingering aura of death sent a chill down his spine. As the captain of the city lord's guard, he was acutely aware of the terror that cosmic mercenaries inspired, especially having witnessed the grim scene in its entirety. This figure had effortlessly slain 2 cosmic mercenaries, seemingly unscathed. That was even more frightening. Such a degree of assault would have likely shattered their pre-war battle suits. Not only had the opponent withstood it, but he had also emerged uninjured. There's no hurry, Ling Xiao replied. Strip them of their armor and gather any leftover weapons. Bring them all to me. Ling Xiao had not forgotten the devastating power of Funis cannon, nor had he overlooked the combined firearms he had discarded not far off. While these items might not possess overwhelming lethality, they were undeniably useful, especially against lesser life forms. Though he might not directly need the enemy's equipment, he could certainly sell it. Spoils of war were also a form of extra income for mercenaries. For someone like Ling Xiao who was short on funds, every resource was invaluable. The captain, silent for a moment, instructed his subordinates to retrieve the items. Meanwhile, he surveyed the scattered corpses on the ground and inquired, My lord, what should we do with these? Do I really need to instruct you? Burn them, Ling Xiao replied, dismissing the thought of burial. Burying them, there would likely result in them being unearthed by the nearby monstrosities, or by these lizard men for experimental purposes. The ecological state of this planet had been significantly compromised by external invasion, much worse than Earth. The only reason it had not completely fallen was due to its advanced technological development. Had human civilization from Earth been placed in this scenario, it would have likely faced instant annihilation. Receiving a clear directive, the captain took immediate action, setting fire to the corpses. Before long, some lizard men returned with the combined firearms Ling Xiao had discarded. He disassembled them into parts, stowing them in the external containers of his combat suit. Just as he was about to insert a gun into the armor on his right leg, the sound of a small drone approached from above. The captain reacted swiftly, realizing that this was not their equipment, and prepared to shoot it down. However, Ling Xiao was faster. He raised his hand and fired. The drone exploded into a fireball hundreds of meters away. At that moment, the captain had just begun to draw his own weapon. His eyelids twitched involuntarily as he understood the implications of this. If Ling Xiao had intended to attack them, he could have done so with this small pistol, easily dispatching them all in a matter of moments. It seems this meal is not meant to be, Ling Xiao said as he holstered his gun, his gaze drifting to the two lizard men who were carrying a heavy cannon. A portable high-energy ion cannon. Ling Xiao took the cannon, resting it on his shoulder, and stated, "Take care of these two suits of armor. I will return for them." The captain quickly interjected, "My lord, you need not rush. The little mice hidden in the sewers won't stir up trouble anytime soon. The city lord is still waiting for your presence at the feast." Not interested, Ling Xiao replied, walking away without looking back. Once he had distanced himself, the captain finally spoke. "I have long heard that cosmic mercenaries are known for their directness and efficiency, and their mobility is indeed as remarkable as rumored." A lizard man hesitated. "Sir, the lord is still waiting. Won't he be displeased?" The captain shot him a glance, snorting lightly. Even if he is displeased, he must swallow it. Cosmic mercenaries do not concern themselves with the feelings of their employers. In fact, those lunatics often disregard the employer's sentiments entirely. The city lord may be unhappy, but he too must endure. If they anger those madmen, they could find their employer's head pounded into the ground in an instant. They are merely here to complete a task, and protecting the employer is not part of that mission. Though the employer's death might complicate matters for them slightly, it wouldn't significantly impact their operations. After all, their payment does not come directly from the employer, but from the mercenary division. As long as the task is accomplished, the money will eventually reach their hands. If the payment is withheld, the mercenary division will send someone to collect. When that happens, it won't just be one or two cosmic mercenaries arriving, but rather an interstellar warship. While they conversed, another explosion sounded nearby. A high-energy ion beam sliced through the air for kilometers, striking a retreating convoy. In an instant, chaos erupted, with overturned vehicles, flames lighting the wilderness, and explosions echoing throughout. The captain remained silent for a while, then commanded, "Quickly strip those two suits of power armor and take them away. Don't leave any fragments behind." "Yes, my lord." Translation. Orbiting around the planet. Inside the shuttle, Carlo quietly observed the images transmitted by the instruments, a flicker of surprise crossing her calm eyes. To be honest, she was taken aback. She hadn't expected a third mercenary vassal to be involved, nor that Ling Xiao would be able to resolve the situation so decisively. Facing two opponents, he held his ground without faltering. A powerful kill. As someone assigned by Kater to assist Ling Xiao with operations, she was among the first to accompany him on mercenary missions. She was well aware of Ling Xiao's capabilities. After all, she had witnessed him transform from a clueless slave into a competent cosmic mercenary step by step. From initially being restrained during missions to now handling objectives with ease. The entire process took no more than 3 years. Such a pace of growth left many seasoned mercenaries feeling embarrassed. A born warrior. After a brief silence, she received a message from Ling Xiao. The message was succinct, consisting of just a few numbers. "Bargun dead." Seeing this message, Carlo couldn't help but chuckle softly. She could see it clearly. Then she composed her expression and connected to Kadir's dedicated communication channel. "Sir, the mastermind behind the assassination of Timos' vassal, Bargun, has been killed on the spot. If it were a routine task, there would be no need to inform Kater at this moment. However, this was a mission specifically arranged by the other party. It required such communication." In the video feed, Kater remained in a grand room reminiscent of a palace. Reclining on a leather sofa with a glass of wine in hand, it appeared as if he had not moved at all. "Oh, quite efficient." Kater swirled his wine glass. Rosa did not misjudge him, nor did it go to waste bringing him out of the gladiatorial arena. Rosa, a meteoric life form on the verge of becoming a comet-class existence. He was also the only vassal Kater had brought to this place. Even though Rosa had long completed the formal mercenary assessment and had become an independent mercenary, this aspect of his identity would not change. In fact, if it weren't for the complex circumstances here, Rosa would not have pushed Ling Xiao toward Katter. He would have taken him in as a vassal himself. Unfortunately, his power was insufficient to handle the local situation. Moreover, he lacked the time and energy to take on new vassals. Katter was fully aware of this. Thus, when Rosa approached him, he didn't refuse. Not only did he not refuse, but he also provided Ling Xiao with ample initial resources. The beast armor was not something everyone could wield. This set of armor was the latest model from the Milani civilization, bearing distinctive civilizational characteristics. Katter valued Rosa, and Ling Xiao was merely a secondary consideration. Now, however, this battle slave emerging from the space station's gladiatorial arena had garnered a bit more of his attention. Carlo continued, "Sir, a third mercenary vassal was involved in this operation. He is a mercenary from the Borth civilization. Currently, his status remains unclear, and he also perished on the spot." Borth civilization. Katter snorted coldly. They will be extinguished sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Carlo's gaze lowered slightly, hinting at her suspicions. However, she would not speak, just as she had never mentioned the peculiar weapon components in Ling Xiao's possession. In her understanding, there were no similar devices. It was just that those she recalled were far less effective than what Ling Xiao had demonstrated. When had he acquired them? It must have been recently. If he had them beforehand, Ling Xiao would have certainly used them. After all, he had previously struggled greatly against heavily armored foes, nearly being worn down. Ending the communication, Carlo's gaze returned to the screen before her. On the display, Ling Xiao's figure was moving rapidly. To be precise, he was trailing a group of people from a distance. Not far behind Ling Xiao, a group of lizard men followed. They were the reinforcements dispatched by the Lord of the Giant Rock City, though it was obvious to anyone that cosmic mercenaries did not require such meaningless support. Yet he had sent them nonetheless. There were not many of them, only 9. However, each was equipped with powered armor. Their speed was impressive. With their pace, they could easily catch up to Ling Xiao, or even the group ahead. Yet they chose to linger at a distance. Ling Xiao was aware of their presence, but paid them no mind. They posed no threat. Ahead of him, a group was frantically fleeing. They were under distant attack, unclear of who was launching the assault. High-energy ion cannons struck directly at their convoy. With no room for doubt, the convoy was instantly obliterated. An attack of such energy levels could not be defended against by a single convoy, let alone them. Even the powered armor behind would be annihilated in an instant when facing such an onslaught. They could only run as fast as possible, wishing for their parents to have given them longer legs. The attack was of course initiated by Ling Xiao. The high-energy ion cannon he had scavenged proved to be exceptionally effective, far more powerful than the small electromagnetic accelerator gun in his possession. "Xiao Wulong, are they pursuing us?" "Not sure. Not sure. The drones were destroyed. Our location has been compromised. Whether we can escape now depends on luck," Xiao Wulong quickly explained. "What can be confirmed is that there are no reconnaissance satellites in the sky, nor any signs of aircraft. They are likely armed personnel chasing us. We're running through the woods, so the chances of escaping are quite high." Someone complained, "Baka. What the hell was that thing?" "A laser cannon." Someone speculated. "Don't think too much, just run." Behind them, Ling Xiao listened to their voices, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Baka Yaru. How interesting. Let me help you pick up the pace." With that, Ling Xiao flung the towering ion cannon behind him and slung it over his back. Then he drew his small caliber electromagnetic gun. After a moment's thought, he decided to add a few components to enhance the energy conversion efficiency, thereby increasing the bullet's power. After all, if the power was too weak, the people ahead would lack a sense of urgency. In truth, this gun was the only small weapon Ling Xiao possessed. When assembled, it barely qualified as a medium weapon. The reason was simple: he had no use for it. Star-class life forms were beyond his capability to handle, while low-energy life forms were not worth his time. This gun was originally given to him by Rosa. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have equipped any weapons aside from his armor. The armored suit was the most ideal weapon for a solo combat unit. It encompassed various systems, integrating essential functions for attack, defense, reconnaissance, and communication. For solo operations, a single suit sufficed, especially high-grade suits. The higher the grade, the stronger the functions, and the greater the power. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being split echoed. Beside Xiao Wulong, a tree suddenly exploded. Wood chips flew, branches trembled, and the sound of cracking filled the air. With a crack, the tree began to lean and topple. It crashed down toward him. Enemy attack. A companion pushed him aside, rolling on the ground in the process. Boom! The 10-meter-high tree crashed down, shaking the ground beneath. Who knows how many forest creatures were startled by the commotion. The wilderness was never safe. Ling Xiao did not directly attack them, but rather wanted them to lead the way. After all, he needed some achievement to report back. The mission from the master was complete, but the mercenary task was far from over. At this moment, a Baka Yaru had emerged, and Ling Xiao felt there was no one more suitable than them. Eliminate them, and report back. Ling Xiao understood perfectly. He had to act, or he could not account for his failure. It was not only the Lord of Coconer watching him, the mercenary branch was watching as well. They did not merely issue missions and leave execution to the mercenaries. They audited performance. If the mission fell short, even if the Coconer Lord remained silent, the branch would not approve it. In truth, the authority to judge mission completion did not rest with Ling Xiao nor solely with the Lord of Coconer, but with the branch. Naturally, the disbursement of payment was handled by the branch too. Ling Xiao would not be denied the fee because his employer died. He only needed to complete the task. The condition for completion was straightforward: quash the rebellion in the Coconer territory. How Ling Xiao accomplished it did not matter provided the uprising did not resurge in the near term. As for who might be pulling the strings behind the rebellion, once he encountered traces of human activity, here Ling Xiao's mind cleared like polished glass. It had to be them. Those familiar weapons could not be faked, nor could the retreating enemy troops. Baka Yarrow. It was all too familiar. If he could drive them to reveal their base, he would raise it. This senseless war required a scapegoat. If one proved insufficient, Ling Xiao had no scruples about finding several. If the Gizi were present here, other nations from Earth would be equally likely to intervene. Especially Wikiguo. That country loved trouble. How could it not come? Besides, Ling Xiao had already discovered Ji Felici and his companions. They were here, all of them. With them present, things would be simpler. Ling Xiao did not entertain the possibility of defeat. It did not exist. If the enemy could defeat him clad in Mark III armor, they would not be skulking to manipulate things from the shadows, turning the lizard folk of the wasteland into cannon fodder and siphoning off the native civilization's strength while keeping a low profile. A cunning scheme. It might have worked without external interference, but those scoundrels had called in the galactic mercenaries. Ling Xiao had to remove this trouble. Fail to finish, and higher-tier mercenaries would be deployed. A mission rising from microstar difficulty to meteor class meant disaster. Meteor class adversaries left no survivors. If the space tunnels hidden here were discovered, Earth itself could not be protected. Kill until the mission was done. Leave no one exposed. The thought sharpened the predatory light in Ling Xiao's eyes. He raised his hand and fired again. Like a farmer driving out pests, he pushed the group toward the caves. Baka. Xiao Wulong snarled. Is this fellow toying with us? There had been ample opportunity to put him down with a single shot, yet he deliberately fired wide, applying constant pressure. What was his intent? To play cat with a mouse. There's only one of them. Let's take him on, someone suggested. Ling Xiao had intentionally revealed himself enough that they could see only a single pursuer closing behind, unarmored. They might stand a chance if they fought, though they could not be certain no one else awaited him. Don't be reckless. There are 5 of us. Beidao is wounded. Withdraw, the leader ordered. No sooner were the words out than another bullet struck. Beidao's head exploded like a melon, spraying gore over his companions. Xiao Wulong howled. He's done playing. He isn't holding back. Run. There's a camp in the gorge ahead, heavy weapons. We can drive him off there. He can't possibly withstand a missile. I'll gut him and hang him from a branch to dry. They fled in a panic, rage and terror fused in their voices. The dangers lurking in the wilds extended far beyond Ling Xiao's sporadic gunfire. As they charged up a rise, the ground trembled, the earth cracked beneath them. A titanic beast burst through the soil. It reared 4 or 5 meters high, long and sinuous like an enormous earthworm, but its head was a grotesque ring of toothed mandibles, a blossoming maw bristling with razor teeth. Someone fired, bullets shrieked and sparked against armored flesh, but did not penetrate. Enraged, the ring of teeth began to rotate like a high-speed meat grinder and attacked. One man could not evade. He was consumed in an instant, gore scattering around him. A mid-grade, dangerous species, D Long. From behind, Ling Xiao fired 3 rapid shots. The super-velocity round split through defense, gouging a trident pattern and trailing viscera, but to no avail. He reholstered the electromagnetic rifle, retrieved the ion cannon from his back, and charged it without hesitation. The barrel belched an ovoid beam that tore open the soil and struck the midsection of the D Long, cleaving it in 2. Even so, it did not die. The severed segments writhed and rolled, crushing another man beneath them as they convulsed. Only 2 of the original party remained. Stunned into a brief stupor, they then unleashed a frantic fusillade. Their weapons could not inflict decisive damage. A sweep of tail or head struck one, his body flung like debris and disintegrating midair. Only a single survivor remained. As Ling Xiao considered whether to fire another shot, a high-speed whine split the sky. He tilted his head and saw a pod mid-range drone approaching. It opened fire, a stream of high-rate rounds tearing at the ruptured D-Long until its flesh was shredded. Simultaneously, a small air-to-ground missile streaked toward Ling Xiao. He had been seen, and he had seen them. The ion blast had made too much noise. The missile detonated. Ling Xiao used the explosion's dust and smoke to melt into shadow. The last survivor bolted away, aided by the suppression fire. The drone, finding no other targets, began to return. Not far off, 9 power armors lay concealed in the thicket. Their commanding officer peered toward the tree against which Ling Xiao leaned and called out, "Sir, why didn't you shoot it down?" He brandished his electromagnetic railgun. "That little thing in the sky would have fallen to a single shot." "No need," Ling Xiao said. "Had he wanted it down, he could have done so the moment he detected it." He had refrained. The right course was to follow the thread and wipe them all out in one sweep. Any target revealed could not be left alive, no matter how many. He hoped they would be clever enough not to lead him to themselves. He had not interrogated Kaluo, orbiting the planet. If he had, she would immediately have sent any detected coordinates to his terminal intelligence. He did not ask, and she did not volunteer. They pretended ignorance. But every passage left traces. Those traces could be disguised, but the probe's sensors could not be so easily fooled. With time and effort, he could unmask them one by one. Their smug concealment would avail them nothing. "This is my mission," Ling Xiao said. "It concerns you not. Do not interfere." In the valley, a makeshift camp lay surrounded by chaos. Xiao Wulong had narrowly escaped death, lying on a rudimentary operating table as stitches were applied to the myriad wounds adorning his body. Each recollection of his return felt surreal, leaving him in disbelief that he had managed to survive. The figure clad in black combat attire had cast an immensely deep psychological shadow over him. Such weaponry was unlike anything wielded by the lizard men. Moreover, there was a crucial detail. The assailant bore a striking resemblance to a human rather than a native lizard man. Was there a scheme targeting people like him? The possibility was not far-fetched. They were both allies and competitors, perhaps even the conservatives lurking beneath the Earth's surface. Xiao Wulong's mind raced with speculation. He had reported everything encountered along the journey to his superiors. The man in black should have perished in the missile strike. Even if he survived, he must have sustained severe injuries. Xiao Wulong had never witnessed anyone withstand a missile strike, barring those in powered armor. Presently, even the strongest glass enhancers among humans could not endure such an assault. What a pity that guy was blown to bits. Otherwise, capturing him could have revealed a wealth of information, he mused, glancing toward the tent's entrance. At that moment, a flash of white light erupted from the mountaintop, resembling a star suddenly appearing in the sky, radiating brilliance. "Nanny!" Xiao Wulong exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror. "Yamit! What was that?" It was the glow of a high-energy ion cannon charging. With a thunderous roar, the light exploded, turning the world upside down. It pierced through the camp like a sword, leaving devastation in its wake. The mountains trembled, boulders tumbled, and confusion reigned supreme. Defense. What defense could they muster? 5 heavy trucks were immediately rendered useless. The command vehicle was sent flying 5 meters into the air, and the ammunition depot erupted in a series of catastrophic explosions. Air support. It was impossible to take flight. The unexpected shelling had inflicted heavy losses upon them. Enemy attack. Counterattack. Xiniach. Requesting support. Lin Quan Valley requesting assistance. After unleashing a round, Ling Xiao ceased his assault. With the cannon slung over his back, he leaped down from the low hillside, striding purposefully toward the camp. The Mercenaries' vassal emblem glimmered in the firelight. The universe's mercenaries were dubbed Cosmic Butchers. For good reason, the names could be mistaken, but nicknames never were. Upon entering the camp, Ling Xiao encountered no resistance. The area was engulfed in flames, the din of explosions echoed, and chaos reigned as people fled in panic. They seemed oblivious to the imposing figure of Ling Xiao striding in with confidence. However, not everyone was blind to the situation. Xiao Wulong, crawling on the ground, shouted in a piercing voice, "It's him! It's him! The despicable ambusher, the maniacal traitor, the one who toys recklessly with lives. Open fire! Fire now!" His voice was a chilling wail reminiscent of a cuckoo crying blood. Many turned their attention to the scene, casting horrified glances toward Ling Xiao. With a swift kick, Ling Xiao silenced the chaos around him. Equipped with a universal translator, he synchronized his wrist-mounted AI with the audio module in his helmet, comprehending the frantic shouts. The translation might not have been precise, but it sufficed. "I wish to speak with your leader," Ling Xiao declared. The response was a hail of bullets accompanied by a few artillery shells. "It seems communication is futile, then there's no need to keep you alive." In the next instant, he moved. There was no room for doubt. Even without armor or weapons, his physical prowess combined with the vassal combat suit allowed him to unleash an unfathomable strength. 1 minute later, the cannon fell silent. 3 minutes after that, gunfire dwindled. 5 minutes later, the camp was left with the dead and fleeing. Just then, a gust of wind rushed toward Ling Xiao from behind. He arched backward, adopting an exaggerated posture to evade the attack, his upper body nearly parallel to the ground, yet maintaining balance. The assailant soared past him, a blade gleaming coldly like frost. Kazumi Edo, wielding twin blades, was filled with disbelief. He had chosen the moment perfectly. Illogically, the opponent should not have been able to evade, only to be decapitated by a strike. Yet the reality was that his well-prepared lethal strike had been effortlessly dodged. Glass. The thought flashed through Kazumi Edo's mind. Only Glass could so easily evade his finishing blow. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure before him, clad in combat gear and wearing a helmet, was unmistakably human, not one of the lizard men. This distinction was clear enough. He did not recognize the Mercenaries' vassal emblem. Had he known, he would not have stood there questioning or leapt out to attack. Vassal mercenaries were almost always stellar life forms, entities of a higher level. Even the lowest tier among them could not be compared to lesser beings. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" Kazumi Edo, and a class enhancer from Sakura, the 38th heir of the Kazumi twin blade style. "Oh." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, slowly straightening his posture, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "A class enhancer, is that all?" Kazumi Edo ignored Ling Xiao's mockery, raising his blades, insisting, "What is your identity?" Ling Xiao, a cosmic mercenary. Kazumi Edo's pupils slightly constricted. It was not the name or the identity that caused this reaction, but the murderous aura that emanated from Ling Xiao as he spoke, causing him to tremble involuntarily. In the flames, it felt as if countless vengeful spirits swirled behind him, howling to the sky. How many had he killed? Clenching his teeth, Kazumi Edo said, "I don't care what you are. If I defeat you, please abandon your pursuit of them. They are innocent." Ling Xiao chuckled. "Innocent? There are no innocents on the battlefield, only warriors. You wish to be a hero, but do you understand the price of heroism?" Kazumi Edo fell silent. He lifted his twin blades. "Words are pointless. Once I eliminate you, everything will end." In the next moment, he lunged forward. In the next moment, he flew like a projectile. In the next moment, he was dead. Ling Xiao gazed at Kazumi Edo's lifeless body, unable to find words. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are futile. This is the price of being a hero. To know defeat, yet fight to the last, this was the folly of zeal. Even a fortunate victory was merely fate's favor. Once, twice, perhaps even thrice, but not every time. A single failure could mean utter loss. Survival is the foundation of all endeavors. Those who wield swords against formidable foes to prove their own valor are profoundly foolish. Dying for a goal is easy, but living to survive for that goal is arduous. Had Ling Xiao been like him, he would have perished a decade ago, never reaching this moment, never standing here. Neither weakness nor ignorance obstruct survival. It is arrogance and folly that do. The Lingquan Valley fell. The speed of its demise caught many off guard. The support team still en route received the alarming news. Glass entity was suspected of launching an attack on the temporary outpost. However, rather than retreating, the support team pressed on to investigate the situation in Lingquan Valley. Thus, this team also went dark. 1 hour later, the storm base, which had dispatched the support team, came under attack as well. The base's defense systems held out for 3 minutes before succumbing. The assailants surged in, breaching the base's inner sanctum. In desperation, they activated the emergency defense measures. A low-yield tactical nuclear warhead was launched. A mushroom cloud rose. The entire storm base was obliterated in an instant. The fortunate survivors fled to the nearest military base, the Changfeng base. The outcome was no different. 6 hours later, the Changfeng base was declared fallen. They were fleeing. Ling Xiao was in pursuit. They were like birds with clipped wings. Notably, when the storm base was breached, 3 lizard men had entered alongside Ling Xiao. Yet they did not emerge. In the nuclear explosion, they were buried with the storm base. From a team of 9, only 6 remained. Thus, when Ling Xiao assaulted the Changfeng base, they did not follow him. Under the nuclear blast, Ling Xiao could flee, but they could not. Even with 2 extra legs, it would make no difference. Their ground combat exosuits lacked flight systems. How could ground combat exosuits fly? Ling Xiao felt as if he were hunting rabbits. One burrow after another, he uprooted them. He did not approach the spatial passage created by the Dilasium armed forces. Those people were perceptive enough not to flee in that direction. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have had to eliminate them preemptively. Ineffectual entities that could do more harm than good had no place to linger. In 3 days, Ling Xiao destroyed 5 exposed bases: the Storm Base, Changfeng Base, Fujiyama Base, White Eagle Base, and Lehman Base. During this time, he encountered those lizard-man rebels. Without hesitation, he executed them all. In total, approximately 70 to 80,000 lizard-men fell. From the moment they picked up their weapons, their fate was already sealed. One thing that Koizumi Edo did not misjudge was the countless vengeful spirits howling behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao offered them no mercy. Under the barrage of high-energy ion cannons, they were reduced to ashes. It was foreseeable that thereafter the lizard population within the Kukuner territory would plummet drastically. But who cared? Given enough time, Ling Xiao could single-handedly cleanse the entire continent. The data relayed from the front lines not only alarmed the human command center, but also sent shockwaves through the Kukuner Lord. If this continued, there would be no one left in his domain save for a few large cities. In just 7 days, Ling Xiao swept across half a continent. Not a single rebel remained. On the 10th day, the Kukuner Lord received a message from Ling Xiao. Mission accomplished. The Kukuner Lord breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Ling Xiao would continue his slaughter, leaving him without a single subject. What kind of lord would he be without subjects? It was good that the mission had concluded. If it had dragged on, he would have buckled under the pressure from the Star Master. With the mission accomplished, he eagerly agreed. Next, it was time to address the Mercenary Division's matters. Was Ling Xiao's mission completion rate high? Not just high. Was his efficiency swift? Not merely swift. Was he satisfied? Did he dare to be unsatisfied? Throughout the entire episode, the Lord's manner had been uninvolved. This matter was none of his concern. Kukuner bore no blame. Even though it was common knowledge that the cosmic mercenaries were summoned by him, where was the evidence? Could he go to the cosmic mercenaries to verify it? Would he dare? He remained the diligent, tireless, and glorious lord toiling for the development of his territory. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the Rift Dawn base, shit, where did this madman pop up from? He has swept through 5 of our bases without sparing even those helpless lizard men with their shabby weapons. What does he want? At the conference table, a burly man with golden hair and blue eyes pounded the table, shouting. His expression was agitated, his face contorted, spittle flying. His roar echoed throughout the meeting room. 5 bases. Among them 2 were theirs. The representative from Sakura country said, undoubtedly, he is one of ours, you just don't know which faction. He was short and bearded, sitting in a chair noticeably a head lower than others. His expression was equally grim. After all, their base was among those destroyed, which included a valley encampment, the first to be attacked. The representative from corruption country slammed the table. Whose man is this? Step forward and take responsibility. We've suffered significant losses. Do you think you can just brush this off? Hans glanced at the silent figure next to him. Don't you have anything to say? Zhao Ruilong stroked his chin, held back for a while, and finally managed to utter a sentence. I said it long ago. Don't provoke, don't provoke. You didn't listen, and now look what trouble you've stirred up. What use is that to me? I don't know either. I'm just as bewildered. How should I know where this guy came from? He's not one of mine. The representative from America suddenly stood up, hands planted on the table, exclaiming, shit, not one of yours. You didn't suffer losses, so he's not one of yours. Countless gazes turned to Zhao Ruilong. He felt the pressure mounting. Then he raised a hand and pointed at the Maple Leaf representative. They didn't suffer losses either. As he spoke, he continued pointing. None of these people suffered losses. The Maple Leaf representative raised a hand to cover his forehead, taking a deep breath, and replied helplessly, we never even went out. How could we have losses? That was exactly what Zhao Ruilong had been waiting for. He quickly shouted, exactly. We never went out. We stayed put in the base. Oh, what does that have to do with us? I even suspect you are the ones shouting thief to catch a thief, trying to incite a civil war to drag us down with you. Speechless. Utterly speechless. As soon as those words were spoken, many turned their eyes towards them with strange expressions. It was not impossible. The representative from corruption country, infuriated, slammed the table, using 5 fully equipped bases as bait. Are we out of our minds? Zhao Ruilong shrugged. Who knows what you were thinking? Then he shifted the topic again. There must be some hidden secrets among you, right? Shit. Baka. The argument raged on. The high-end conference room now resembled a marketplace with various factions on the brink of flipping tables. At that moment, someone slammed the table heavily. Enough arguing. We're all in the same boat. If something goes wrong, none of us will escape. We need to think of a way to deal with this suspected class individual. If he continues like this, we will all eventually be unearthed. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. This statement was spot on. At that moment, a flicker of distortion suddenly appeared where the Lehman base's leader should have been. Then a figure materialized before everyone. Clad in a tight black combat suit, the visor of his helmet emitted a ghostly blue light. Mysterious, powerful. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. This was clearly a joke, yet no one found it amusing. Instead, there was an inexplicable sense of dread. Had the other party really found their way here? Moreover, wasn't the Lehman base supposed to be destroyed? Many questions swirled in their minds, but they could not voice them. It was evident that the visitors did not come with good intentions. From their physical traits, they appeared to be human. Yet that could not be guaranteed. Until the helmet was removed, no one could be sure what lay behind the visor. They could very well be extraterrestrial beings. Silence engulfed the room. 3 seconds later, the representative from the United States spoke first. Who are you? What is your purpose? Why do you seek to destroy our base? A rapid series of inquiries. Ling Xiao did not respond. His gaze swept the room, precisely landing on Zhao Ruilong. Of course, Ling Xiao did not linger. I am here merely to inform you of one thing. Do not think of causing trouble. If things go awry, the consequences will be dire. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's attention sharpened on the few individuals who had stood up. From their appearances, he could not discern where they hailed from. Most were merely holographic projections. After all, he recognized only 3 types of people: yellow, white, and black. To Ling Xiao, this lack of distinction made no difference. Just as they had previously stated, they were grasshoppers tied to a single rope. If one fell, all would follow. The representative from Sakura country frowned and said, "Are you threatening us, sir?" Ling Xiao glanced at him dismissively and replied, "You may interpret it that way." Before they could retort, Ling Xiao continued, "I can destroy your 5 bases, and I can just as easily obliterate 10, 20, or even this very base you occupy. Do not delude yourselves into thinking your actions are foolproof, hidden from the eyes of the world. To a discerning observer, your concealment is inadequate, and to dare plot rebellion is akin to being ignorant of how to write the word death. It is truly pitiful that a few fools would drag an entire civilization into the abyss." "Who exactly are you?" the representative from Maple Leaf demanded loudly. Ping! Ling Xiao flicked his finger, sending a badge into the air. The badge spun in the air. Though it was fast, the high-resolution cameras captured its image perfectly for everyone to see. A mercenary vassal badge. Some recognized the object and could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. If they had been filled with anger, agitation, unease, and fear before now, they were gripped by panic. Panic was unavoidable. This was absolute power, a power capable of annihilation. Mercenaries had visited the solar system before, and some among them had knowledge of such entities. They were even familiar with the mercenary network. They understood what cosmic mercenaries represented. A group of madmen with extraordinary strength. Zhao Ruilong's gaze flickered. He wanted to know more. After all, they possessed a terminal system connected to the mercenary network. As long as the price was right, cosmic mercenaries dared to annihilate civilizations. Currently, there were cosmic mercenaries active on Earth. Who would have thought? Their actions here had provoked that lord to expend great resources to summon cosmic mercenaries. But why? Why had the other party suddenly ceased? As he had said, if they could destroy 5 bases, they could surely obliterate 10, 20, or even uproot the very power they had stationed here. Had he perhaps already discovered the existence of the space tunnel? Zhao Ruilong's heart raced. Never underestimate the mercenary network system. It was a creation of a level 6 civilization. Silence. Deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ling Xiao rapped his fingers on the table, continuing, "I have neither the time nor energy to deal with you. This mission ends here, and do not make it difficult for me. If you make it difficult for me, I will make it painful for you. The space tunnel leading to the 7th stellar domain on your home planet must be kept well hidden. If discovered by others, the consequences are yours to consider." Crack. The communication ended. The lights flickered out. Ling Xiao departed the Lehman base. In the next moment, the tactical nuclear bomb within the Lehman base erupted in a thunderous explosion. Another mushroom cloud rose within the Dawn base. Seeing that no one was speaking, Zhao Ruilong clapped his hands and stood up. "All right, now that the matter is clear, there's no need for everyone to quarrel." His voice suddenly turned frigid. "I've warned you multiple times not to stir up trouble, but wouldn't it be better to quietly stay here and pilfer technology?" He struck the table with force, producing a resonating sound. It was as if each strike was a slap to everyone's face. "Fine, if you wish to court death, that's your choice, but don't drag everyone down with you. This time we were fortunate to encounter a stingy cosmic mercenary. What about next time? If we meet a more diligent one, will they not wipe us all out and then march towards Earth? Use your brains. Interstellar warfare is not a game for you to play. Without a single interstellar warship, do you think you can conquer a heavily injured level 1 civilization, even if they're still in recovery? They wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a mercenary vassal can bring us to such ruin. Have you grown too arrogant? Do you believe you are invincible? Just because the skies have cleared and the rain has stopped, do you think you have regained your strength?" Silence fell over the crowd. Zhao Ruilong had vented his frustration. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourselves. One by one the lights extinguished. Once everyone had vanished, he slumped into his chair, exhaling deeply. His hands and feet were cold and sweat poured down his back. Damn it, this time we truly got lucky. After a full 5 minutes of recovery, Zhao Ruilong suddenly came to a realization and promptly ordered, I need to go out. Have Xiao come here. Night. No moon. The wind swept through the wilderness, awakening endless beastly roars. A narrow gap in the canyon. This was where the Dawn base was located, as well as the deep gorge carved out by Delahium. The entrance to the space tunnel lay here. Now Delahium had successfully activated within Ling Xiao. He sought to find a location that met the standards of spatial fluctuations. It was not difficult. Leaning against the rocky wall at the canyon's base, Ling Xiao crossed his arms and gazed up at the sky. From his angle, he could only see a thin slit. The canyon's depth was at least a kilometer. This explained why they had not been discovered upon arriving at this unfamiliar planet through the space tunnel. It served as a natural barrier, though it might not be entirely natural. After all, it had been created by the armed core of Delahium. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could achieve such a feat. Despite the great power of high-energy ion cannons, even at maximum capacity their bombardments would not match even a fraction of this. And this had been created in an instant. Reflecting on this, Ling Xiao understood why Jiangbei City had been obliterated and why Delahium had fallen into a state of dormancy. The incapacitation was far too severe. At this moment, Ling Xiao was waiting for someone. He felt they would come. After all, he had already given a hint beforehand. If they did not come, it was no matter. He was not in a position to dictate things. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. 3 minutes later, 2 dim lights pierced the darkness at the canyon's base, emerging around the corner. 2 modified motorcycles came to a slow stop in front of Ling Xiao. Zhao Ruilong removed his helmet and said, You really know how to pick a location. If it weren't for the prior cleanup here, we wouldn't have made it in time. Xiao Yu stood behind him, her eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, who was clad in a mercenary combat suit. She felt a surge of astonishment. Before seeing Ling Xiao, she had known nothing. Zhao Ruilong had only mentioned taking her to find someone without revealing who. She hadn't expected it to be him. Noticing Ling Xiao's silence, Zhao Ruilong asked again, Are you not afraid that I might not have noticed the table you were tapping? To be frank, Zhao Ruilong initially did not pay much attention. However, the rhythmic tapping of Ling Xiao's fingers instinctively caught his eye. That fleeting glance led to his presence here, taking an enormous risk. Indeed, he had brought along the only class enhancer from the Dawn base, Xiao Yu. Although he knew it might be of little use, it provided some psychological comfort. Click. The helmet was removed, and Ling Xiao stood tall. His gaze assessed the man before him, who, though tall, bore a scholarly demeanor. Zhao Ruilong was not conventionally handsome. His rough skin and dark complexion were clear indicators of exposure to the elements. Yet his eyes sparkled with a profound light. Behind him, Xiao Yu donned a tight combat suit and a helmet with a visor obscuring her features. The various weapons she carried revealed her identity. Ling Xiao was indifferent. He stated, Opportunities come only once. Missing one is a loss I can afford. Zhao Ruilong was momentarily taken aback. He understood that it was indeed the truth. Ling Xiao suffered no loss. It was they who bore the brunt of the consequences. The stakes were high. Even though he had anticipated this possibility, the moment Ling Xiao removed his helmet, Zhao Ruilong was still astonished. A cosmic mercenary. A human had actually become a cosmic mercenary. How was that even possible? He etched Ling Xiao's face deeply into his memory. Ling Xiao appeared quite normal, devoid of any extraordinary traits. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes gleamed like swords, and there was a scar near his temple. Overall, he exuded an intensely fierce aura. Yet the contours of his cheeks were soft, presenting a stark contrast that made it difficult for Zhao Ruilong to believe such dualities could coexist within one person. He had many questions swirling in his mind, but found himself at a loss for words. There was no doubt that Ling Xiao had not arrived in this star domain through a space tunnel. All arrivals had clear records, and there was no identification for Ling Xiao among them. This left only one possibility for their encounter, over 1,500 light-years from Earth. Realizing this, Zhao Ruilong fell silent. I don't have much time, Ling Xiao said. I do not care what your thoughts or plans are. You cannot touch the lizardman civilization. Hiding and developing is your best choice. Do not think of engaging in petty schemes, as such actions will lead you to utter destruction. This time the mercenaries are merely vassals. Next time, it could be official mercenaries or even interstellar fleets from a level 4 civilization. If you do not wish for them to invade the solar system, you better behave. Zhao Ruilong instinctively wanted to retort, This incident has nothing to do with us. We haven't done anything. Ling Xiao scoffed. To me, it makes no difference. Zhao Ruilong fell silent again, realizing the truth in Ling Xiao's words. He then said we want to survive, but that doesn't guarantee we can. Once they recover, it will only be a matter of time before they discover our existence. Ling Xiao raised a hand to interrupt. Thus, I have maximally eradicated the living forces within that territory. Population is the cornerstone of technological development, but without a sufficient population-based technology, cannot thrive. This time is enough for you to develop to the standards of a level 1 civilization. Even if you cannot defeat them on the battlefield, you will at least have the strength to fight back. Your true adversary is the ruling civilization behind the lizard man, the Boreite civilization. They are a level 4 civilization, immensely powerful and the dominant force in this star domain. Zhao Ruilong wanted to ask more, but Ling Xiao interrupted him again. I don't have much time left or I must leave. With that, Ling Xiao removed the personal terminal from his left arm, the gauntlet, and tossed it over. This connects to the Cosmic Mercenary Network system. It contains my communication code. You can reach me through this. Of course, don't bother me unless it's necessary. In time, I may send a batch of humans over, and you will be responsible for their placement. At this point, Ling Xiao added a reminder. Don't just throw them into the wilderness or refuse them entry into the city. Zhao Ruilong's right eyelid twitched. From that single statement alone, he could infer a multitude of implications. This was troublesome. As Ling Xiao turned to leave, Xiao Yue, who had been silent behind Zhao Ruilong, spoke up. How strong are you really? She was curious, feeling a thrill as a fellow combatant. I am at the bottom tier among cosmic mercenaries. Ling Xiao did not lie. As a vassal, he was not even considered a full mercenary. If he weren't at the bottom, then what was he? I want to give it a try. Xiao Yu took a combat stance. Zhao Ruilong quickly intervened. Don't be foolish. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Yu with a smirk. Ignorance breeds courage. In the next moment, boom. Xiao Yu found herself embedded into the rock wall. A single punch. Just one punch. No equipment, just an unadorned straightforward strike. She not only failed to evade it, but could not even block it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had moderated his strength, otherwise she would have been pulverized. Star-level life forms were ultimately star-level life forms. Even the lowest tier was beyond the capacity of lesser beings to contend with. This punch was a lesson in humility. When Xiao Yu finally extracted herself from the rock wall, Ling Xiao's figure had vanished. Her gauntlet was shattered into pieces, and the special alloy chest armor bore the imprint of a fist, a dent over 3 centimeters deep, surrounded by cracks. Had the punch been any heavier, her life might have been forfeit. Zhao Ruilong was speechless. Why did you pick a fight with him? Do you not realize that cosmic mercenaries transcend the limits of life? I genuinely fear he might reduce you to dust with a single punch. Xiao Yu yanked off her helmet, revealing her short brown hair. She clutched her chest, feeling a sweetness in her throat, unable to suppress a cough of blood. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed that power surpasses glass. So strong. Zhao Ruilong was once again at a loss for words. How could one not see the strength? That guy had destroyed 5 of their heavily fortified bases. How could such a powerhouse merely be classified as glass? He might as well be several glasses rolled into one. Let's go. In the future, if you see anyone wearing a mercenary badge, just steer clear of them. Such beings could squash us as easily as swatting a mosquito. I truly wonder how he achieved such strength. He must have used some kind of genetic enhancement. As Zhao Ruilong spoke, he naturally fastened Ling Xiao's gauntlet to his left arm. The metallic click resonated, fitting perfectly without any discomfort. Wow, high-grade stuff. Impressive. By the way, how does this thing work? At least give me a manual. Xiao Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You'd better not let those old scholars in the research institute know about this, otherwise they will undoubtedly want to dismantle it to analyze the data and technology it contains. The implication was clear. Do not even think about showing off, be careful, or you might lose it. Zhao Ruilong chuckled. I don't plan on taking it off, I'll sleep with it. By the way, is this thing waterproof? After leaving the Great Rift Valley, Ling Xiao returned to the Kukuner Lord's mansion. His assault craft was parked here. The mission from the sect was completed, as was the mercenary task. There was no longer any need to linger. After all, the longer the shuttle was rented, the higher the costs. Ling Xiao's pockets were as empty as his expression, with only 50 purple crystal coins remaining, which he used to purchase components for the Diaster civilization's armed units. If it weren't for the fact that the shuttle rental was handled by Carol, charged to the sect leader Kadir, he would have been in a rush to leave. Now he was completely broke, making even the prospect of a meal back home a challenge. However, on his return to the Y69218 space station, Ling Xiao could claim a commission from the local mercenary division. This would alleviate his immediate financial concerns. Of course, he could collect this commission at any division of the Y692 space station. Yet Ling Xiao preferred not to place his earnings in someone else's pocket, not even for a minute. Aside from the tribute to the sect leader, he hoped to keep over 500 purple coins from this trip. That was already a substantial amount. In the cosmos, mercenaries earned quickly, but they spent just as fast. Whether it was for purchasing or maintaining equipment, training, or various consumables, the expenses piled up. Ling Xiao had not forgotten his spoils of war. They were the armors taken from the mercenaries Balron and Funi. Even though these armors had been battered beyond recognition and were no longer functional, they could still be dismantled for parts. These parts could fetch a price even as scrap. Ling Xiao didn't hold much hope for Balron's armor, which was nearly reduced to fragments, but Funi's armor was still largely intact. A few coins could be had from it. He had already arranged for the lizard men to transport these 2 sets of armor back to the Kukuner Lord's mansion. During this journey to the Great Rift Valley, Ling Xiao had kept his actions hidden not just from the lizardmen, but also from Carol, who was far away in orbit. He was uncertain if he could keep it from her, but had no better options. The mission was complete. Carol likely wouldn't continue to focus on this planet. But was it truly so? Inside the shuttle, Carol quietly observed the holographic display before her gaze fixed on Ling Xiao's trajectory. It was a twisted path spanning half a continent. The mercenary's badge had a positioning system. Wherever he was, it was clear as day. Carol noticed the distinctly abnormal route, but said nothing. She was merely a retainer. Even if she knew many things, if no one inquired, she would remain silent. That would only invite trouble for herself. Ling Xiao had come here to fulfill his mission, and she was here to assist him. Now that the task was complete and the outcome settled, the process was of little importance. Playing with a strand of her cascading white hair, a smile graced Carol's face. It seems there are secrets here. In the Kukuner territory in the Lord's mansion, a feast was held in honor of Ling Xiao's return. The Kukuner Lord showed no awareness of how Ling Xiao's presence had disrupted things. He was exceedingly hospitable, or perhaps he had no choice but to be so. During the banquet, songs and dances filled the air, and orchestral music played continuously. Ling Xiao found little enjoyment in it, focusing instead on eating and drinking. After all, this was a chance to indulge without cost, essentially a free ride. Once he left and returned to the space station, prices would soar. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, it was simply unnecessary. With the Dalarum enhancing his metabolism, Ling Xiao found it impossible to feel full. The energy from the food he consumed merely maintained his base metabolic rate, with any excess being stored. That part was of no use to Ling Xiao. Eating more would just be wasteful. During combat, he would use energy recovery potions to quickly replenish his energy reserves. Unfortunately, those potions were exorbitantly priced. Even the lower-grade ones were still costly. They couldn't serve as a substitute for meals, nor could he afford them. After the banquet, Ling Xiao arranged for his spoils to be loaded onto the assault craft. He then wandered through the Lord's city, clutching a generous sum of currency gifted by the Kukuner Lord. This currency could only be spent here. Once he left, it would be worthless to other civilizations. Thus, before departing, Ling Xiao needed to spend it all. Otherwise, it would be useless to hold on to it. Additionally, the Kukuner Lord had gifted him 2 of their finest lizard women as per their civilization's customs. Ling Xiao declined. He had no interest. Bringing them back to sell would yield him nothing but trouble. Strolling along the broad streets, he observed the bustling lizard folk contemplating purchasing something useful. However, after turning down 3 streets, he found nothing worth taking. Weapons. Too low grade. Food. Not necessary. Daily necessities. He was well supplied. In fact, with his current gear, he had more than enough. What he truly sought was a portable, compact intelligence unit capable of connecting to the mercenary network. Regrettably, such items could only be found at mercenary divisions requiring identity verification. There was none to be had here. In other words, this place had nothing he needed. Of course, nothing was absolute. The Kukuner Lord would not provide anything of genuine value. For instance, rare materials for applying for mercenary missions could be exchanged for purple crystal coins at mercenary divisions. Otherwise, how could such places possibly issue mercenary tasks? This was the Kukuner Lord's lifeblood. It was also his greatest bargaining chip in dealing with the civilized Star Lords. As long as he had enough money, sitting in the position of Star Lord was not out of reach. Powerful military strength could suppress any dissent. Money could buy the kind of military might embodied by cosmic mercenaries. Mercenaries would take this money and exchange it for advanced civilizations, weapons, genetic potions, and transformation opportunities, thus gaining greater strength. They aspired to ascend into the ranks of higher civilizations and achieve a leap in existence. It was well known that higher civilizations looked down upon those of lower status. Star-class life forms held disdain for any lesser beings. Becoming a higher form of life was the lifelong pursuit of star-class entities. Advancing to higher civilizations would provide them with more opportunities. Ling Xiao wished to ascend as well. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength. Fight. comprehend the essence of life between life and death, and break through the limits of the body through conflict. Either erupt in silence or perish in silence. This path is destined to be a bloody one, climbing to the pinnacle over countless corpses. Just as Ling Xiao pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard a shout. Pass by, don't miss out. Clearance sale. You won't regret it, you won't be fooled. Genuine goods, no deception. All products are non-negotiable. What? This was certainly not the original shout, but a voice translated through a universal translator that Ling Xiao could understand. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes. A street stall. Looking around, Ling Xiao was puzzled. How could there be a street stall in a place like this? Amid the rows of commercial shops, the sudden appearance of a street stall was jarringly out of place. Such a blatant disruption of the city's aesthetics. Was there no one to address it? Curious, Ling Xiao stepped closer. The stall owner was a figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak, not even revealing his eyes. More tightly wrapped than a mummy. Ling Xiao was no stranger to such attire. There were many like him in the Y692 space station. They could be mercenaries, pirates, or even smugglers, or simply individuals unwilling to reveal their identities. Whatever the case, the goods on display could range from spoils of war to various contraband. In short, items that couldn't be sold through regular means. Ling Xiao was well aware of this from his own experience. However, as he approached the stall and glanced at the items, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Diaster Civilization's armed module units. Customers arrived, and the vendor greeted them with enthusiasm. Good sir, what catches your eye? Don't be fooled by the small size of my stall. All my wares are of excellent quality, truly a bargain. You won't regret your purchase. The stall was filled with various items. Some originated from the Lizardman civilization, while others came from human culture. There were even items whose origins were unrecognizable to Ling Xiao. Weapons were plentiful. From cold weapons to firearms, swords, halberds, and an array of firearms and ammunition, there was also a suit of powered armor and a storage box of unknown model and grade. Household items were present too. Pots, bowls, cups, and spoons along with various side ingredients. Rice oil, soy sauce, vinegar, cigarettes, and liquor were all available. Of course, there were also modular components from the Diaster civilization. Ling Xiao frowned slightly as he surveyed the familiar items before him. With such a diverse selection, he couldn't help but suspect. Could this guy have sourced his goods from Earth? Even golden leaf and ergo too were on display. He didn't even bother to remove the labels. As if he feared Ling Xiao wouldn't recognize them. Ling Xiao crouched down and casually picked up a pack of cigarettes. How much for these? The vendor replied immediately. 20 Monda coins. Ling Xiao jostled his coin pouch. The Lord of Coconer had given him at least 200 coins, each worth 100. He could trade for quite a few cigarettes. And this, Ling Xiao picked up a bottle of ergo too. 100 Monda coins. Ling Xiao shot a glance at the vendor, incredulous. Are you serious? He pointed at the unknown model storage box. And this? 300 purple crystal coins. The vendor seemed to chuckle. Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he grabbed the Diaster modular component. This time the vendor spoke before he could ask. 500 purple crystal coins. Damn it. Ling Xiao maintained his composure while cursing inwardly. Where did you get all these items? The vendor crouched down and grinned. As you can see, I'm a merchant and I have my channels. The ways of making a profit must remain a secret. As long as you can pay, I can acquire anything, even some trinkets from advanced civilizations, like a full set of level 4 armor. Ling Xiao's pupils constricted. His gaze returned to the armor storage box. Level 4 armor. The creations of a level 4 civilization are highly valuable. But a full set of level 4 armor is priced at only 300 purple crystal coins. As if sensing Ling Xiao's thoughts, the vendor patted the large box. This is just junk I picked up. After some repairs, it can barely function, so the price is naturally discounted. Ling Xiao examined the armored module, asking, that makes sense, but how can this thing be more expensive than the level 4 armor? Upon hearing this, the vendor leaned closer. Is it expensive? Not at all. Even if I doubled the price, someone would still buy it, wouldn't you agree? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze penetrating a smile, gracing his lips. You seem to be hinting at something. Aren't you afraid someone might rob you for such expensive goods? The vendor suddenly stood up, laughing heartily, as if he had heard a joke. Rob, if I dare to make a living this way, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to rob me. In fact, if they did, I could add a few more items to my stall. Take a look at this. As he spoke, he reached into his black cloak, as if performing magic. To Ling Xiao's astonishment, he pulled out a heavy, unknown object that was twice his size. It resembled a launcher, but there were no projectiles or barrels. Have you heard of a rift weapon? Before Ling Xiao could respond, the vendor continued, a rift weapon, as the name suggests, can tear apart space. No matter your level of armor or starship, when faced with spatial cutting, all beings are equal. Ling Xiao was speechless. Suddenly he asked, "How much for this?" This was certainly more effective than the high-energy ion cannon he had seized. Though invisible, Ling Xiao could feel the vendor's disdainful gaze upon him. It seemed to say, "Can you even afford this, you broke fool?" Ling Xiao indeed could not afford it. He couldn't even buy it if he sold himself. Even if he combined the entirety of human and lizard-man civilization, he might not be able to afford it. Was it awkward? Not at all. He was used to being poor. He had never even touched or seen equipment of this caliber. Even if it were handed to him, he might not be able to utilize it. Let's talk about the price of this black box. If you make it cheaper, I'll take it. 500 firm price. What do you mean by 500? Are you selling it by the gram? Ling Xiao rejected. 50, not a coin more. Behind the black scarf, the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. 50? Are you kidding me? Impossible. 500 firm price. Ling Xiao wiped the dust off the surface of the armored module and blew on it, saying, "Look, it's covered in dust. If it hasn't sold in a long time, it just means there's low demand for it. Rather than letting it collect dust here, why not sell it to someone interested like me? I'm helping you clear your inventory." He lamented, "Old stock is hard to sell." The vendor seized the armored module with such speed that Ling Xiao barely reacted. 500, not a penny less. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. How about this? I'll buy more items from you, so give me a discount. Let's be friends, and I'll come back to you for more in the future. The vendor eyed him suspiciously. He scrutinized Ling Xiao from head to toe, silently incredulous. I've never seen a cosmic mercenary as stingy as you. Ling Xiao pointed to his vassal badge, correcting, "It's vassal. I've never seen a mercenary vassal as stingy as you." Ling Xiao shrugged, exasperated. "Well, now you have." Ling Xiao continued to play the victim. "What can I do? You think I want this? I just have no money. If I had money, would I be here haggling with you? 500, do you really think I'm worth that much? I've traveled far and wide, fought tooth and nail, and earned just enough to scrape by. I hardly have spare cash." As he spoke, Ling Xiao tossed his high-energy ion cannon onto the vendor's stall. "This is the only thing worth any money on me, and it's freshly looted. If you take this, maybe we can negotiate a better price." Selling his weapon, the vendor was taken aback. "By the way, I also have 2 sets of level 3 armor. Although they're damaged, they're still somewhat intact. You could take them, fix them up, and they would fetch a good price." Ling Xiao continued. The vendor remained speechless. Was he seriously about to sell everything but the kitchen sink? How had this cosmic mercenary fallen so low? "Oh, and I have this bag of coins. Spending it all here would be quite generous. Give me a break and lower the price." With a heavy sigh, the vendor inhaled deeply. He wanted nothing more than to slap this jerk across the face. Along with this damned city and the cursed planet, he would wipe them all out with one swing. 490, not a cent less. Hey, what's our relationship? 50, not a penny more. If you go higher, I won't even have money left for food. If I starve, who will take care of your business? Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have a thought. By the way, the Lord of Coconer said he wanted to send me 2 lizard women. I didn't accept it before. How about I go back now and ask for them to send them to you? They have tails, you know. The vendor could no longer contain himself and roared. Get lost. Y69218 Space Station. At the entrance of the Mercenary Division. Ling Xiao grimaced as he handed over the payment while the vendor cursed and walked away. 350 purple crystal coins. A portable small high-energy ion cannon and 2 sets of tattered Tier 3 armor accounted for 140 of those coins. As for the 2 lizard women with tails, the vendor refused to accept them, and Ling Xiao didn't bother to ask Lord Coconer for compensation. He had just received 523 purple steel coins, and now more than half had vanished in an instant. He was left with only 173 coins. What a pitiful state. Among the 140 purple crystal coins he had exchanged, the high-energy ion cannon took the larger share. Although Ling Xiao could fix the 2 sets of Tier 3 armor, the level of damage was not something that could be resolved with a simple, just fix it. He was well aware of the destruction he had caused. If he disassembled them, most of the pieces would only be fit for scrap. Fortunately, he had managed to acquire the components for the armed units. His persistent bargaining had not been in vain. Ling Xiao even suspected that if he continued, the other party might very well slap him to death. You couldn't hide your intentions when you wanted to take down someone. The other party possessed that kind of power. This was evident the moment he appeared at the entrance of the Y69218 Space Station's Mercenary Division. Ling Xiao returned to the space station without bringing him along. The guy had come on his own. Moreover, he was faster than Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao mentioned making the final payment here, he did not refuse. He agreed on the spot. Ling Xiao wanted to run, but unfortunately, he couldn't outrun him. By the time he stood at the entrance of the Y69218 Space Station's Mercenary Division, that guy had already set up a stall nearby. His stall now featured an ion cannon and 2 storage boxes for the Tier 3 armor. Ling Xiao even suspected that the guy had completed the repairs on those 2 sets of armor in such a short time. It was just a hunch. Of course, he didn't keep the bag of Monda coins. He exchanged all of it for tobacco, alcohol, and some daily necessities along with a few side dishes. After all, Monda coins held very little value for Ling Xiao. His return to the Y692 space station was to have a serious discussion with Lord Kadir. If the conditions were met, he could apply for formal mercenary assessment tasks. Ling Xiao did not wish to remain a vassal for life. At the same time, he needed to find an opportunity to send the people from Building 9234 in Zone 3 out. Those people were unable to do anything while staying with him. The outside world was too dangerous for them. An accident could happen simply by stepping outside. This matter could only be addressed after he completed his formal mercenary assessment tasks. Kaluo watched the vendor leave with his package, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. Who was he? As you can see, a shady merchant. Kaluo did not press further. She was merely curious. This guy was no simple character. My lord, are we heading back now? I need to buy something, you go ahead. Understood. What Ling Xiao intended to buy was a portable personal terminal that could connect to the mercenary network. Such devices could only be purchased at the mercenary division. He had previously given the one he had to Zhao Ruilong. Without it, Ling Xiao would face considerable inconvenience. Of course, this did not mean that once Zhao Ruilong obtained the terminal, he could become a space mercenary. After the identity binding was lifted, it could only serve as a small intelligent assistant. Although it could connect to the mercenary network, it couldn't issue or accept tasks, only providing basic functions, commonly referred to as external low-level access, point-to-point communication. And among the long-distance communication codes, Ling Xiao had retained only one, his own mercenary data code. Nothing else. There was no issue using it for data processing and analysis. After all, it was still high-end equipment. It cost 20 purple crystal coins. Thus, Ling Xiao was left with only 153 purple crystal coins in his pocket. What a poor state. During the return journey, it was still the same shuttle, still the same room. Ling Xiao sat on the bed with claw marks left by the experimental armed components still visible beside him. He raised his hand, examining the back of it, which appeared no different from an ordinary person's. With a thought, black energy surged forth and the hand's armed components began to coalesce. The dark-colored gauntlet reappeared. He clenched his fist. For claw blades shot out from the gaps of the gauntlet, as if formed from one piece. They were razor-sharp. Ling Xiao had experienced their might firsthand. The Tier 3 armor could slice through anything, rendering various protective measures utterly useless. It was as fragile as paper. It wasn't that bargain lacked strength, it was that this equipment was excessively formidable. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that when he activated the beast armor and completed the fusion, the armed components could automatically load externally. Upon reflection, it made sense. It was all a matter of cellular arrangement. One layer on top of another. What was so strange about that? After observing for a moment, Ling Xiao retracted the claw blades and took out the newly purchased armed unit components. Detected foot armed unit components status intact, activity complete. Would you like to attempt loading? The Dirazium reminded him promptly. Load. No response. Ling Xiao felt a crow fly over his head. After 3 seconds of silence, he peeled off his combat suit and looked at the soles of his feet. As expected, 2 symbols from the Diaster civilization had appeared on the soles, unbeknownst to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed at them. Connect. This time, Ling Xiao did not ask the foolish question of whether to load the left or right foot. The entire process mirrored the previous loading of the hand unit components. No surprises whatsoever. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao gazed at his legs, now firmly encased in dark armor, a look of astonishment on his face. He had originally thought it would only be a pair of shoes. Now it was clear that it was more than that. The foot-armed unit had successfully loaded, and upon activation, the diaster-enhanced cells spread out, covering his calves, but stopping short of his knees. Ultimately, it formed a pair of Sci-Fi inspired greaves. Ling Xiao reached out to touch them. They had a metallic feel, yet lacked the coldness of metal. It felt like touching a layer of skin, warm and pulsating. It was alive. Incredible. Faced with phenomena beyond his understanding, Ling Xiao could only marvel. He would use his legs less than his fists. After all, without the beast armor, he lacked the ability to fly. Any leap or kick could create an opening. To a star-level life form, any flaw could be fatal. They were strong, fast, responsive, and aggressive. One flaw could decide the outcome. However, this did not prevent leg strikes from being more forceful and domineering than fist strikes. The structure of the body dictated the fighting style. With a thought, the foot armor glimmered with a ghostly blue light. Ling Xiao raised his leg, the light converging from his instep to his calves. Swish! A ghostly blue blade. It was deeper and heavier than the color exhibited by the hand armor. This also indicated that it was stronger. With a swift kick, the blue light danced, creating a howling sound. Leaping into the air, he twisted and slashed. The light blade surged, almost cleaving through the entire wall. With rapid kicks, the light gathered at the soles of his feet, forming a thrust. A series of icy flashes shot forward, resembling a spear piercing through the wind. As he landed, he instantly regained his posture, not affecting his actions. Impressive. After just 30 seconds of experimentation, Ling Xiao had to suppress his excitement. He was hungry. Moreover, with the shuttle's interior in such disarray, he would likely incur a hefty cost in purple steel coins. Doesn't matter, it's all on the Lord's tab. Y692 space station. The launch platform emitted a beam of light as the shuttle slowly docked. Stepping once again onto this space city, Ling Xiao felt little different from before. It was as if he had merely returned from a business trip. Now he was back to resume his previous life. However, Ling Xiao understood that things could never return to how they were. This time, he had eliminated 2 cosmic mercenaries of the Borite civilization. Just as Kadir would not remain indifferent to the death of Timo, the opposing lord would not overlook this incident either. It was foreseeable that his days ahead would not be pleasant. Such matters had already become unavoidable since Balgon killed Timo. As time passed, the conflict between the two sides would escalate. Unless the two lords reached a final agreement regarding this incident. Otherwise, the fighting would continue indefinitely. Ling Xiao was powerless to stop it. He could only ensure his own safety as much as possible. This level of conflict was beyond the control of a small fry like him. Life or death depended solely on his own strength. Fortunately, compared to before, he had become significantly stronger. At the very least, the armed components of the Diaster civilization compensated for his offensive shortcomings. They increased his chances of survival. The port remained as busy as ever. Spaceships came and went at all hours. They hailed from different star systems representing various civilizations, each with distinct ideologies and societies. As one of the larger space stations in this star domain, Y692 could be said to be the place where civilizations collided most intensely. Here not only were there indigenous beings from the 6-star region of the galaxy, but also intelligent life forms from other star systems. Like Ling Xiao, he was a genuine outsider from the 7th-star region of the galaxy. Of course, for the local powers here, his Lord Kadir was also an outsider. After disembarking from the shuttle, Ling Xiao did not go anywhere else, but returned to Building 9234 in Zone 3 to rest. During his mission, he had to remain vigilant and hardly rested. Now that he was back, he could finally have a good sleep. This was not to say that the Y692 space station was absolutely safe. Rather, his identity here offered relative security. Moreover, there was a crucial factor. Kadir, the asteroid-class life form, was here. Ling Xiao, a mercenary vassal, was unafraid, but he could not be sure about dealing with formal mercenaries. At this moment, Kadir's presence served its purpose. Even if he did nothing but remain here, it was an intangible deterrent. Karo did not follow him. She needed to handle the aftermath of leasing the shuttle. Ling Xiao had damaged part of the shuttle's internal structure, which required negotiation for compensation. Undoubtedly, haggling was inevitable. Ling Xiao paid no heed to such matters. He stood in the vicinity of Building 9234 in Zone 3. He intended to see if the street vendor he remembered was still there. The vendor was still present. Unfortunately, the stall no longer had what he sought. The vendor evidently recognized this big shot who had purchased junk from him at a high price and quickly stood up respectfully, saying, "My lord, you have returned. What are you interested in?" Ling Xiao shook his head. Big shots had their own ways of living, and they, the smaller fry, had their own means of survival. Those who managed to survive here might lack powerful strength and deep backgrounds. However, they possessed sufficient awareness and a clear understanding of their own positions. It was not that they did not wish to change their circumstances. It was simply that they had no opportunity to do so. Visible iron chains bound their bodies while invisible shackles confined their souls. Merely surviving required them to exert all their effort. Regrettably, this was a bottomless quagmire. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Turning away from the stall, Ling Xiao walked towards his residence. If he was like that, then so were they. Outside Building 9234 in Zone 3. "How much for this?" someone inquired at the stall. Suwon swiftly held up a finger and replied, without hesitation, 1 purple crystal coin. "Too expensive," the person said, setting down the item in his hand. Then he picked up another one. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he asked, "What about this one?" Suwon raised her hand again, also 1 purple crystal coin. After a 2-second silence, the person still said, "This one is also too expensive." A dark line appeared on Suwon's forehead, hidden beneath her hood. Too expensive. Where was it expensive? She had painstakingly figured out how to obtain this, putting in considerable effort to bring it out. "This price is already quite cheap." As she spoke, she picked up an identical trinket, performed a series of operations with it, and placed it on the ground. Look, this little fellow not only moves, but also transforms. On the ground, a small robot resembling a car rolled along on its wheels. Then a mechanical voice sounded. With a series of metallic clicks, it stood upright and performed a perfect somersault. Its eyes glowed red. It made chirping noises. Suwon quickly added, "See, it can sing too. Isn't it just perfect as an alarm clock?" Okay, this was merely a flashy alarm clock. Given her skills, this was the best she could pull from that pile of junk. Anything more advanced, she wouldn't know how. Upon hearing this, the person at the stall shook his head again. Still too expensive. Suwon gritted her teeth, inwardly feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, the person pointed to a furry little fox plush sitting behind the stall and asked, "What about this one?" Suwon glanced at it and weakly replied, 200 universal tokens. She thought he would continue to claim it was too expensive. However, he said that price is low. Suwon froze in place. This pink fox plush had no technical complexity. It was not made by her. It was sewn by Lily during her free time. Of course, Suwon also understood that what she had made lacked technical complexity as well. "Give me that one purple crystal coin is just right." Suwon's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this thing really be worth a purple crystal coin? Are you kidding me? Though she thought this, her hands moved quickly. She immediately picked it up and brought it over. Rosa took it, flicked a purple crystal coin from her fingers. Suwon pressed on, "We have various styles of these dolls in the shop. Do you want any?" She gestured, "Large ones, small ones, even extra large ones, we can make them all." Rosa shook her head. "I don't need them. The person I'm waiting for has already arrived." Suwon was taken aback. At that moment, footsteps echoed. She turned her head to look, her eyes widening in surprise. Without caring about the stall, she leaped forward. As Suwon pounced, Ling Xiao raised a hand to block her face, but his gaze was fixed on the individual standing at the stall. Rosa, a cosmic mercenary, a meteor-class life form. The one who had brought him out of the gladiatorial arena and onto the path of mercenaries. It was said he had gone out on a mission. Unexpectedly, he had already returned and was here. He arrived just on time. His long red hair cascaded to his shoulders, and he wore a formal mercenary combat outfit, his tall and straight figure observing him with great interest. Rosa's gaze was not sharp. On the contrary, it was quite gentle. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he held the pink fox plush, gently rubbing its fluffy ears. Suwon pulled her head from Ling Xiao's hand. She looked at him, then at the red-haired man, standing still in front of the stall. For a moment, she was utterly bewildered. These two seemed to have a story. In the room, Luo Sai sat casually on a chair by the table, crossing his legs. He asked nonchalantly, "How does life as a cosmic mercenary feel? How does it compare to your time in the interstellar arena?" Ling Xiao reclined on the bed, unconcerned. "Essentially, there's no difference. In the end, it all boils down to killing. The only distinction lies in the change of venue accompanied by a bit of financial reward." At this, Luo Sai chuckled. "There is a difference. In the arena, there is no future, while you at this moment have glimpsed the road ahead." As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched his fist emphatically. Life should be in one's own hands, not controlled by others, and certainly not shackled by baseless constraints. Ling Xiao replied, "I feel more shackled now than before." Back in the arena, he had only one concern: to defeat his next opponent and ensure his own safety. Now, however, Ling Xiao had to contemplate more than just his own well-being. A myriad of trivial matters surfaced one after another. More troubles, more threats, more hidden dangers, and more worries surrounded him. He felt as if he were walking a tightrope over a cliff where a moment's inattention could lead to his demise, reducing him to nothing. Without foresight, one inevitably faces immediate concerns. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. Ling Xiao now bore both long-term worries and short-term anxieties. He sensed that he had been caught in a tremendous whirlpool, one so turbulent that it could swallow him whole. As the saying goes in the world of martial arts, one is no longer free. How difficult it is to escape from constraints, to avoid being controlled, and to not be shackled. The only path laid before him was one of relentless self-improvement, becoming a higher-level being. There were no other alternatives. Survival is the premise of life's activities. Strength is the guarantee of survival. Ling Xiao understood this well. As he had once said, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks seem futile. The pressure of survival compelled him to advance relentlessly. Forward, onward, ever onward. Luo Sai laughed. "This is a good sign. It indicates you are on an upward trajectory rather than a downward spiral. Remember, once you embark on this path, there's no turning back. You either continue forward or perish halfway." They were like pilgrims walking the sacred road toward a higher tier of existence. This journey was destined to be filled with conflict and strife. Along the way, power, fame, achievement, wealth, authority, glory, and even beauty were merely byproducts. Ornate embellishments adorning the crown, beautiful, yet ultimately useless. Upon reflection, Luo Sai found it somewhat laughable. They prided themselves on being civilized and intelligent beings, yet resorted to barbaric means. Civilization, it seemed, was merely a thin veneer draped over savagery. You didn't come to see me just to discuss these matters, did you? Luo Sai tossed aside a pink fox plushie he had in hand. Of course not. Your qualifications meet the requirements. Are you considering applying for a formal mercenary assessment task? Ling Xiao did not conceal his intentions, he could not. It was only a matter of time before he acted upon it. For now, he merely wished to catch his breath. Just a reminder, your formal mercenary assessment task may be interfered with by the mercenaries of the Borite civilization, Luo Sai warned. Be prepared mentally. I cannot assist you in this matter. I'm well aware, Ling Xiao replied. Luo Sai chuckled again, a sound he seemed to relish. Ling Xiao had noticed that he often smiled, though he could not discern the reason behind it. However, you can rest assured that the formal mercenaries will not target you. Oh, a broader grin spread across Luo Sai's face. That's because I've already dealt with a number of them, and they are likely preoccupied with how to handle me right now. At this, he shook his head in exasperation. As for you, a minor star-level vassal, you pose no threat to them. Ling Xiao remained silent. While this was true, it was not a pleasant sentiment to hear. He forced a smile. Those who appear most harmless often turn out to be the deadliest. Luo Sai clapped his hands and stood. This is precisely why I chose you in the first place. He opened the door, revealing a head peeking in. Who else but Su Wan? Their eyes met, and Su Wan looked a bit intimidated. She quickly raised 2 plush toys she was holding. Do you want these? 1 purple crystal coin each. Luo Sai was at a loss for words. He glanced at Ling Xiao, sympathetically noting Su Wan's innocent, yet foolish gaze, and shook his head, without saying anything, leaving with his hands behind his back. Just a few steps away, he heard Su Wan calling out from behind, "Hey, you dropped your doll." Luo Sai didn't turn back, waving his hand dismissively. Consider it a gift. Su Wan froze for a moment, staring at the pink fox plushie in her hands, astonished. Wow, you just gave away something worth a purple crystal coin. In the next moment, she darted over to Ling Xiao, her eyes gleaming with cleverness. He's wealthy, oh, can we benefit from him? Before she could finish her thought, Ling Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. Don't be foolish. He's an extremely dangerous individual. Next time, keep your distance. To think of trying to extract money from a meteoric life form. One might find their head twisted off before they could even reach into their pockets. That person always wore a smile, yet was ruthless when provoked. Anyone who could become a cosmic mercenary was no ordinary individual. The ordinary ones were long dead. Su Wan widened her eyes and pulled her head from Ling Xiao's hand. She looked skeptical. He doesn't seem that way. Ling Xiao patted her on the head. Though fierce and intimidating figures evoke fear, those who hide daggers behind smiles are far more unpredictable. Su Wan nodded. She understood the reasoning, but this situation couldn't continue indefinitely. They were stuck doing nothing here, merely setting up shop, afraid to venture far from the safety of their surroundings, fearing they might be caught by something. Currently, they relied on Ling Xiao for support, but he couldn't be their crutch forever. That was unsustainable. Surviving in the cracks of existence was far from easy. Noticing the shifting emotions in her gaze, Ling Xiao could guess her thoughts. Yet unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. They could only wait for an opportunity. Right now, he lacked the ability to create one. But soon. By the way, I brought back quite a few items this time. Someone will deliver them shortly. When they arrive, you can help them move. Now go make dinner, I'm hungry. Okay. Su Wan replied, bouncing away with the 2 plush toys in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes as he lay on the bed. Sometimes he pondered what would have happened if he had never met Su Wan. Or more pointedly, what if he hadn't kicked her back then? He had only recently emerged from the arena. 5 years of relentless bloodshed had left him with only a trace of humanity and a maximum surge of primal instincts. The lingering stench of blood and the pulsating urge to kill were inescapable. His gaze unconsciously fixated on vital points, his mind focused solely on how to execute swift and efficient kills. Sadness? None. Joy? None. Sympathy? Absolutely none. Compassion had long been tossed into the refuse heap. Any detrimental influence on his survival was discarded, just like a high-speed, efficient killing machine, an exceedingly sharp blade. Would he have been as he was now with so many concerns? The answer was clear. No, absolutely not. Ling Xiao had never considered himself a good person. The reason was simple: good people don't survive. Those individuals could sometimes be naively amusing or rather foolish. Foolishly beyond comprehension. However, when Luo Sai cast him a glance on her way out, Ling Xiao noticed it. He precisely deduced its meaning. Sympathy. What a joke. Did he need sympathy? Ridiculous. If I could defeat you, I would have let you walk in and crawl out today. A surge of blood and energy roiled within him. After the tumult, Ling Xiao drifted into a drowsy sleep. Unable to win. There was nothing to be done. Su Wan prepared dinner. As she peeked through the door, she saw Ling Xiao sleeping soundly. She pondered for a moment and chose not to call out. Quietly, she closed the door behind her. At that moment, she suddenly received a message. Carol, what is she doing here? Thinking of the goods Ling Xiao had mentioned earlier, Su Wan raised an eyebrow and hurriedly called someone to help move the items. Her curiosity was piqued. What would Ling Xiao purchase? The door swung open. Carol stood outside squinting at Su Wan, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She asked, how's the learning going? Oh, this was precisely why Su Wan didn't particularly like Carol. Why bring up a topic that was best left untouched? Every jab struck home. As Su Wan directed the helpers to move the cargo, she replied nonchalantly, not bad. To her surprise, Carol suddenly stated seriously, not bad isn't good enough. You don't have much time left. If you can't quickly become competent in this job, there's an 80 to 90% chance you will be sent back. There were some things Ling Xiao had not shared with Su Wan, because discussing them now was futile. What if he mentioned them prematurely and then failed? In contrast, Carol, who followed Ling Xiao around, understood much more. Even if Ling Xiao hadn't confided in her, she could infer a lot from his series of actions and discoveries within the Manda Galaxy. For instance, he wanted to become independent. Within the Kukunal territory, there were traces of human activity during this mission. Carol did not know how these humans from the 7th star domain appeared in the Manda Galaxy in such large numbers, nor did she wish to find out. However, she understood one thing. Ling Xiao needed to speed up. He was at the center of a vortex with no room for choice. This star domain would not remain peaceful for long. In fact, it had never truly been calm. After all, not long ago, a remarkably massive battle had taken place. If it weren't for that battle, how could the civilizations in this star domain be so profoundly affected? All of this was beyond Su Wan's comprehension. Her perspective was severely limited. Of course, Carol was also aware. This was unavoidable. The people around them were utterly ineffective, let alone able to provide any support. Without Ling Xiao here, their very survival would be uncertain, let alone anything else. Su Wan was astonished. Although Carol had always maintained a formal demeanor, her seriousness had never been this pronounced. Su Wan was no fool. If she had been, she wouldn't have charged toward Ling Xiao, who exuded an aura of danger when everyone else held back. Among so many, she was the only survivor. That spoke volumes. If she were truly foolish, Carol wouldn't have shared her thoughts with her. Their differences lay in comprehension, not in intelligence. Next time will likely be your last chance. Do whatever it takes to stay close. Carol paused for a moment. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she said, clear out a room for me. They'll be staying here for a while to motivate you. Su Wan was taken aback. She blurted out, you're staying here. Of course. Carol replied, as if it were a matter of course. In truth, she should have been living here. However, due to the crowd, she had refrained from doing so. At this moment, Su Wan regained her composure, no longer the lively spirit she had been. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling light. She asked, what's the reason? This is beyond your scope of duty. Don't tell me you're selflessly coming to help me. That would be suspicious, either a cunning scheme or a thief. Carol tossed her fringe aside and stood before Su Wan, studying her with interest. Suddenly, she leaned in close, whispering into Su Wan's ear. Don't misunderstand, this is merely an investment. Then she lifted Su Wan's chin with her hand. Of course you're not the investment. You're merely a side note. At this point, Carol ceased to withhold her intentions and continued. Lord Luo Sai has high hopes for your master. She believes he has the potential to become a mid-level life form. As for me, although I don't quite understand the reason behind it, I don't mind making another investment. If it succeeds, that's wonderful. If not, there isn't much to lose, is there? Su Wan was not surprised. After all, they were all cunning foxes. Oh, what was the point of concealing their motives? Their losses were minimal, while theirs were non-existent. With this thought, Su Wan returned to her previous demeanor. Harmless. Very well, then it seems Carol will have to work hard, she said sweetly. Grandmother. Carol's brow twitched, nearly exploding with rage, her eyes wide as she glared at the smiling Su Wan. She secretly cursed. I'm not yet 300 years old, how am I a grandmother? The average lifespan of the Milani clan is about 6,000 years. In that context, I'm not even 1/50th of that. Even considering the human average lifespan of 100 years, what does 1/50th translate to? 5 years old. I'm not even of age yet. Despite the turmoil in her mind, Carol didn't take any substantial action. Gasping for breath, her chest rose and fell violently. Don't get angry, don't get angry. What's the point of being upset with someone whose lifespan is less than 100 years? I could blink and she'd be gone. What's there to be angry about? So she comforted herself, only to suddenly realize. Could this person be hinting at something? Carol said nothing, merely giving Su Wan a meaningful glance. Su Wan gritted her teeth. Damn, I need to be cautious. At that moment, Lily approached curiously and asked, "Who is this?" "A vixen." Suwon's response was obviously thoughtless. Caro's arrival surprised Ling Xiao, but it was merely a momentary surprise. Then, business as usual. Just after finishing dinner before Suwon could even wipe her mouth, Caro grabbed her by the collar. Without hesitation, she dragged her toward the vacant room. Suwon screamed for mercy, but Caro remained unmoved. She was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Observing this scene, Ling Xiao chuckled softly, remaining unperturbed. He knew exactly what to do. Caro had previously mentioned this to him, so Ling Xiao was not surprised. This was a good thing. At the very least, it would allow her to learn more. Of course, Ling Xiao hadn't forgotten the other residents here. He had made appropriate preparations. Excluding Suwon, there were 24 others, including Li, who had just arrived recently. Ling Xiao prepared a set of materials for each of them. The data within this material was extensive, diverse, and disorganized. Primarily his own notes hastily jotted down without any sorting. In Ling Xiao's eyes, these details were inconsequential. As much as one could remember, that was what mattered. He called the individuals over, handing each a copy. Do your best to memorize this. The more you remember and the more detailed it is, the better. This may be the foundation for your survival in the future. Ling Xiao had not attended school for many years. He had not even completed middle school before a global catastrophe forced him to become a survivor in the wasteland. Even if he had finished his studies after so many upheavals, he would have likely forgotten everything he learned. Yet there was one thing Ling Xiao would never forget: a person must possess value. Those without value are as worthless as grass. Like the refuse of the wasteland, they can be discarded without a second thought, even less worthy than a dog. A person stripped of value cannot even cross the threshold of the door they built with their own hands. They are doomed to dwell in the wild, labeled as bumpkins, wastelanders, scavengers, or groundhogs by the city folk. The absence of value is even more dire for mercenaries. Without value, there is no reason to exist. Timo was the perfect example. Ling Xiao was familiar with their nature. If you lack value, people will cast you aside without hesitation rather than belittling you. To belittle someone is merely a strategy to possess them at a lower cost. To be without value is to be forsaken, a harsh yet undeniable reality. This reality cannot be evaded. The data he provided these individuals represented their worth. Should he ever return them, how much they remember, comprehend, and apply would be the measure of their value. Indeed, their very means of survival. It would spare them from being trapped outside the walls, reduced to being bumpkins, wastelanders, or scavengers. They may not grasp this, but it hardly mattered. Until the matter was settled, Ling Xiao wouldn't share this with them. Greater expectations lead to greater disappointments. He could not guarantee success himself. Rather than fostering hope now, it was better to withhold it. Without hope, there could be no disappointment. He was a pragmatic individual, previously, now, and in the future. What one says is insignificant, what one does is paramount. In achieving this, Ling Xiao felt no guilt. With a clear conscience, he found solace. He walked his own path in life, never halting for others, nor altering his direction for them. Others are others, he is he. His joys and sorrows were his own, and the emotions of others held no sway over him. I am who I am. I do not require anyone's affirmation, acknowledgement, or understanding. Whether right or wrong, I walk my own path. In the room, a sudden crack echoed as a flame ignited. Ling Xiao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a long stream of smoke rings. Blissful. Delicium inappropriately bubbled up, reminding him, smoking is harmful to health. Before it could finish, Ling Xiao abruptly cut it off. Am I playing with my life to discuss health? Speechless. It was utterly ridiculous. If the host requires, I can simulate identical neuronal stimulation signals. Shut up. Ling Xiao interrupted once more. Am I smoking for health? It's loneliness, do you understand? 3 seconds passed. Delicium spoke again. Searching the ARM database, loneliness can be alleviated through interaction with female. Enough, I get it. Let me take another puff. Bliss. Meanwhile, in the Monda galaxy, the Kukuner territory within the Great Rift at the Dawn base, Zhao Ruilong stared at the information sent from the local authorities, his brow furrowing, as if he could crush a fly with it. The good news, there was some information. The bad news, it was scant. With such significant events unfolding, he had no choice but to report it. He felt this way, and so did everyone else. Universal Mercenaries had descended. 5 bases were destroyed, casualties were heavy, and their plans for assimilation were forced to a halt. They had nearly been wiped out. No one could bear such a burden. Yet not everything was bad news. The sole piece of good news was that this Universal Mercenary could communicate, and was in fact one of their own. While others may not comprehend, Zhao Ruilong understood perfectly what this meant. Ling Xiao's specific identity unknown, first appearing in Jiangbei City, then making his way to Xinhui City. He participated in the construction project of Xinhui City, but due to the city's capacity issues, some people couldn't enter and live within the city, instead residing in the towns or shanties located on the outskirts. Then he went missing. Zhao Ruilong was at a loss for words. The reality was utterly frustrating. Losing a person was quite normal during that period. Even now it remains so. In the initial construction phase, it was natural for the interests of some to be sacrificed for the collective good. This was understandable. However, the caveat was that those individuals must not rise up. If they did, the consequences could be severe. Currently, Ling Xiao was that kind of individual. His situation was not merely one of rising up, but could be described as soaring. Zhao Ruilong felt helpless. The current circumstances dictated that Ling Xiao held immense value for them, while they offered little value in return. The imbalance was stark, extremely disproportionate. They were all adults having lived through extraordinary times. There was no need to delve into discussions of responsibility, duty, or what ought to be done. Interests were the foundation of their relationships. Without interest, there was no value. With this thought, Zhao Ruilong's gaze inadvertently drifted to the metallic sheen of the gauntlet on his left arm. It was the very item Ling Xiao had tossed to him. He knew very well that it was not particularly useful. Perhaps out of shared origins and a hint of past friendship, this item could only be used once. Once used, it would be gone, and that connection would be severed. There was one more thing. Zhao Ruilong could not confirm how many individuals like Ling Xiao existed. Were there any cynical individuals among them? If so, their position would become even more precarious. In this world, it was all too easy to breed madmen. Such madmen could prove more dangerous than extraterrestrial civilizations. What a predicament! What a headache! Amidst his turmoil, Zhao Ruilong quietly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. The taste of tobacco filled his lungs, rendering his mind momentarily foggy. The swirling smoke dazzled his vision. He felt the urge to take action. But what could he do? The situation here was far from tranquil, and the local authorities were equally tumultuous. Those folks were in uproar. As for this place, there was the immediate trouble of the lizardmen civilization, along with the hidden threat of the Borite civilization. In truth, if it weren't for Ling Xiao's alert, they would have never noticed the formidable civilization lurking behind the lizardmen. A level 4 civilization. They understood what those 4 words represented. For them, it was undeniably an unmatchable force. A level 4 civilization possessed capabilities for superluminal travel and incomprehensibly advanced technologies such as long-range communication. They were uncertain about the extent of this long-range capability or the speed of their warships. However, one thing was certain: they had the ability to wage war across star systems. In other words, their fleet could invade the solar system light years away in the 7th star domain of the galaxy to deliver devastating strikes. And for them, there was only one possible outcome. With not a single warship at their disposal, what could they use to defend themselves? A few electromagnetic railguns and distributed torpedoes set in orbit around the planet. What a joke! Y-692 Space Station. Mercenary Division Training Room. With a loud thud, Ling Xiao was sent flying backward. Before he could react, 2 steel columns shot out from different directions. Ling Xiao attempted to dodge, yet his body was a fraction too slow, and he collided solidly once more. He soared through the air like a rag doll. Before him, 3 steel columns were rapidly approaching. He raised his arm and struck one away, evaded another, and blocked a third, only for a heavy blow to land on his back. He crashed against the ceiling of the training room. Under the immense force, the entire room trembled. Damn it! Before he could finish his complaint, he was blasted out of the arena, embedding himself in the isolation wall. Much like he had once embedded Xiao Yu into the rock face. It wasn't that the propulsion strength of the steel columns had increased or that their speed had quickened, rather it was that Ling Xiao's body had slowed in its reactions. Under the 70-fold standard gravity field, without any amplifying armor or combat suit, he felt tremendous pressure. It was as if he were exerting himself while carrying several tons of iron bars. An unseen force constantly interfered with him. His feet felt shackled, his hands felt bound, and his body was swathed in a multitude of chains. If he attempted to surge forward, he was pulled back. If he tried to jump, he was pressed down. Even staying still felt like being dragged. Ling Xiao could withstand this pressure, but he could no longer move with the agility he once had. Being thrown out of the training area was inevitable. As he rose to his feet, he surveyed the bruises and welts covering his body, a flicker of helplessness crossing his face. Reaching 100-fold force field under normal conditions is still too ambitious. The greatest distinction between star-level life forms and lower-energy life forms lies in the capacity to summon the energy contained within them. Lower-energy life forms struggle just to perceive it, let alone harness it. Within any life form in the universe, there exists a vital energy. This energy can manifest in various forms, maintaining the most fundamental needs for survival. It exists in humans as well as in ants. It participates in both internal and external cycles. Only lifeless matter lacks it. Ling Xiao could enter an energy activation state, which is a hallmark of microstar-level life forms, but he was reluctant to do so. The consumption was too great, and it could easily lead to exhaustion. While a full force outburst could significantly amplify his combat power in a short span, what came after? Regardless of whether he succeeded in defeating his opponent, he would face immense external threats. This ability marked the weakest moment for star-level life forms. In other words, the strongest moment for a star-level life form often coincided with their weakest. This was especially true for cosmic mercenaries. Thus, they typically only entered energy activation states, sporadically delivering a swift, decisive blow to their opponents at opportune moments. They did not maintain activation states in relentless struggles, unless their lives were truly at stake. Cosmic mercenaries fought for profit. They would not risk their lives unless absolutely necessary. Under normal circumstances, their external combat capabilities were generally sufficient to handle most situations. Balgan and Funi met an unjust fate. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had not entered such a high-energy state, and they had overestimated their own capabilities. 2 against 1, and they thought they could enter energy activation states. If they won, it would be fine, or if they lost, they would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. There would be no escape, although they ultimately chose not to flee and instead continued fighting. Because of this exceptionally unique state applicable in battles involving star-level life, forms a wealth of experience could lead to the development of unique combat data. Thus, when the energy within a life form reached a certain level of potency, a finishing move often emerged from this combat data. To Ling Xiao, this was akin to a signature technique. Not only was it powerful, but it was also distinctive. It was formed based on one's own combat data and the efficiency of the armor worn. The threshold for this was the meteor level. If the energy level was insufficient, not only would the desired effects fail to materialize, but it could also unwittingly offer opportunities to opponents. In contrast, the combat armor of cosmic mercenaries is often customized based on their own combat data. No mercenary is unaware of this fact. Naturally, higher-level armor is preferred, but it must also be well-suited to the user. Equipping advanced weaponry may allow one to dominate weaker foes, but it would be ineffective against high-energy entities. That would result in a comprehensive, crushing defeat, one that no single weapon could bridge. Even among entities of the same level, superior equipment merely enhances the odds of victory. To defeat or even kill, one must rely on their own abilities. Hydrogen bombs are undeniably powerful, but what good are they if they cannot hit a target? They are merely a grand fireworks display. Does Ling Xiao possess a signature move? No. Does he have the appropriate armor? He does not. Perhaps it cannot be said that he has none. He simply has not gathered all the pieces. With only a few components loosely assembled, he cannot form a complete set. However, one thing is certain. His combat style is learned from the core of the Dilahum armor. Simple, direct, efficient, devoid of any frills. There are no issues with adaptability. The nearly 10-year nightmare was not in vain. He had died countless times in his dreams. Each time it was a gruesome end. Thus, he was acutely aware of the strength of the Dilahum's standard armor form. In fact, he once donned a completely different armor. Ling Xiao suspected it might have been a high-grade model. After all, the oppressive feeling it exuded was incomparable to that of the Dilahum. With a faint blue glow flickering in his eyes, Ling Xiao charged once more into the center of the training room. Unlike the previous instance where he was struck by the steel columns without mercy, this time he was faster, fiercer, and more reckless. With a single punch, the entire training room shook. 70-fold standard pressure had no effect whatsoever. The steel columns were sent reeling back, and for the moment, they did not shoot out again. The program had already recorded the data and uploaded it to the training room's internal system. Almost instantly, the force field apparatus in the training room began displaying increased numbers. 75 times. 80 times. Metal shavings flew like rain. 85 times. One steel column was kicked apart, slamming against the isolation wall. 90 times. The isolation wall shattered. 95 times. The commotion here had begun to affect the outside world. 100 times. Ling Xiao smashed the steel column back, retreating from the central area. He could not sustain this for long. At most a minute. This was merely for practice. There was no need to exhaust himself here. Moreover, striking the steel columns bore little fruit. After all, no one would simply stand still for him to hit. They were all in a state of super high-speed movement. If he couldn't catch up, everything was in vain. Exiting the room, the training room staff stood outside, surveying the chaos within, their faces reflecting concern. Of course, they dared not show it. What would happen if such destructive power were unleashed upon them? Unsurprisingly, they would be left with nothing but scraps. Ling Xiao was unfazed. He had paid for it. The main equipment was undamaged, though a few steel columns could be replaced. A simple cleanup, and they could resume operations again. This was a training room after all. Breaking a few things was completely normal. My lord, do you need to rest in the lounge? He bowed and inquired, adding, we have a variety of entertainment activities available, and before he could finish, Ling Xiao waved his hand to interrupt. Glancing at this overly eager salesperson, he felt unfamiliar. Ling Xiao asked, new here? Yes, my lord. No need to push what is needed and don't inquire about what isn't. You can ask your predecessor if he is still alive. The attendant felt a chill run down his spine. Stepping out of the exclusive training room of the Mercenary Division, Ling Xiao did not return to his residence, but headed towards Building A3 in Area 1. This was the residence of Kadir. He had already spent 7 days at the Y692 space station. During these 7 days, no one had emerged to trouble him. This realization dawned upon Ling Xiao. He was waiting, and so was Kadir. Everton and Xavier were likewise in a state of anticipation. Everton was the Lord of Balran, while Xavier was the Lord of Funi. Both were meteor-grade life forms hailing from the Borit civilization. Ling Xiao did not believe that after taking down Balran and Funi he could live in peace. After all, they could not simply pretend that nothing had occurred. They would inevitably take action. Such actions would not be overt, but rather orchestrated in secrecy. Ling Xiao did not think he was worthy enough to compel the two meteor-grade life forms to act directly, so it was inevitable that their subordinates would come. Kadir was holding Everton and Xavier at bay. Rose had also attracted considerable attention. At times, Ling Xiao truly wondered if Rose could withstand the pressure. If she faltered, all low-tier firepower would be concentrated on subordinates like them. Many would perish. Timo was merely the first. He would certainly not be the last. They could afford to wait, but Ling Xiao could not. In his plans, applying for a formal mercenary assessment task was imperative. Even if many obstacles and unexpected challenges would arise during this process, greatly increasing its difficulty. Even if he successfully completed the assessment task and entered the ranks of formal mercenaries, the troubles he faced would not dissipate. Instead, they would escalate, leading to more intense schemes against him. But he had no choice. Delaying would only harm him. He was ultimately an outsider, a potential pawn at any moment. Having reached this point, he had to rely on Kadir's influence to survive. Once aboard the pirate ship, disembarking would be even more difficult. Now standing upon the ship of thieves, he had no option but to tread a path of darkness. In the realm of mercenaries, one was not free to choose their fate. All he could do was grow stronger. Even a fraction of weakness could lead to death. Can violence solve problems? No. Violence can resolve all problems. If a problem cannot be solved, then the source of the problem must be eliminated. In a room as opulent as a palace, Ling Xiao once again faced Kadir. He made his intentions clear. Kadir stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window. From his vantage point, he could overlook the entirety of Area 1. He did not turn around. His towering figure emanated an overwhelming presence like an iron tower. Ling Xiao's arrival did not surprise him. If he hadn't come, that would have been the real surprise. In reality, the predicament Ling Xiao faced was orchestrated by Kadir himself, a situation he had intentionally crafted. As an established powerhouse among the cosmic mercenaries, how could Kadir not understand the consequences of such orders? Yet he chose to proceed. This was not merely for the sake of face. Face? What was that? Face was meant to be utilized, not something to be constrained by. Have you made your decision? Yes, my lord. Then go. Understood. As Ling Xiao retreated to the door, Kadir added, if you can complete the assessment task, I will provide you with funding sufficient to see you through the costly initial phase. Additionally, I will support you with a standard auxiliary team, so you won't have to expend time and effort recruiting one yourself. Ling Xiao paused momentarily. A flicker of surprise crossed his downcast eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. Thank you, my lord. With a wave of Kadir's hand, Ling Xiao departed. After leaving, he retraced his steps, reappearing outside the entrance to the mercenary division. He submitted his formal mercenary assessment application. The entire process proceeded smoothly without any obstacles. In fact, there could be no obstacles. This was the mercenary division. The very term mercenary signifies the supremacy of strength. If any internal staff dared to cause delays or hinder the process, they would be swiftly crushed without a second thought. There was no concern for the division's reputation. The face of the mercenary division was represented by the cosmic mercenaries, not the service staff. Once he settled these matters, Ling Xiao found himself with some free time. He no longer needed to concern himself with the subsequent processes, and notifications would follow upon completion. The assessment task would be directly sent to his personal terminal, and a copy would be forwarded to Lord Kadir. Each mercenary subordinate's assessment task differed. It depended on whether there were suitable assessment tasks available at that time. If not, he might have to wait a few more days. If there were, the task details might arrive at Ling Xiao's terminal at any moment. The task difficulty would be below the meteor grade. It would not exceed this level. After all, it was an assessment task. Participants were primarily subordinates, most of whom were at the micrometeor life stage, with some possibly lower or higher. The lower tiers were insignificant, and the higher tiers were no more significant. The mortality rate among cosmic mercenaries soared to 99%. The weak simply could not survive. Thus, there was no need to impose any artificial thresholds. The Cosmic Mercenary Organization operated as a relatively loose entity formed by advanced civilizations aiming to exert maximum control over the galaxy. They were in search of signs of concealed advanced civilizations. When advanced civilizations fail to reveal themselves, sixth-level civilizations become the pinnacle of intermediate civilizations. To progress further, this is one of the methods. Even discovering a few ruins would be beneficial. Should luck be on their side, obtaining research results from these civilizations could lead to an immediate rise in status. Such precedents existed within the galaxy. On one hand, they sought advanced civilizations. On the other, they disseminated the seeds to trigger the rise of civilizations, creating intelligent life forms. Such endeavors may seem daunting to lower civilizations, but to them it was merely a matter of tweaking life's genetic code. It was astonishingly simple. Transforming a star system, enhancing a planet, sowing seeds of civilization, and then waiting patiently. After all, they had all the time in the universe. They could afford to wait. Wait for growth, and see if it could be of use to them. If not, it mattered little. If it was useful, it would be a windfall. Consequently, the galaxy was home to numerous intelligent life forms. The vast majority pursued technological advancements, with only a few exploring other avenues. This was because the path of development had already been determined at the moment of life's inception. God exists, yet it is not in the traditional sense of the word. This is Ling Xiao's perception of the galaxy. Is it dark? It somewhat sounds appealing, but in reality it is all merely experimental subjects. Even those exalted sixth-level civilized beings might just be experiments, idle creations in the hands of advanced civilizations. Of course, this is merely Ling Xiao's conjecture. The truth remains unknown. Expecting him, a literacy-challenged individual who barely completed his education, to contemplate these matters would be less practical than having him hunt dangerous species. It would be less troublesome and more efficient. Upon returning to his residence, Ling Xiao found himself contemplating Kadir once again. The latter had painted a grand picture for him, a picture he was compelled to accept. He was acutely aware of Ling Xiao's needs, allowing him to skillfully dangle a carrot before him. To partake, one must toil. With phased funding, he could strengthen himself, while laboring, thus enabling him to better serve. Yet hidden within the carrot was a hook, a common tactic used by those in power. Ultimately, it boiled down to one word: utilization. You use me, and how am I not utilizing you in return? Ling Xiao was destitute, living on borrowed time. When an opportunity arose, he had no choice but to seize it, to gamble with his life. If he won, he would achieve success and firmly establish himself. If he lost, it would matter little. After all, with his life gone, what else could he fear in the face of disaster? Could things possibly worsen than they already were? Of course, no one wished to lose, least of all him. He had to survive. After years of perseverance, there was no reason or justification to hesitate now. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The higher the risk, the greater the rewards. One should not fear when it is time to be greedy, nor should one be greedy when it is time to fear. Just as he was about to lie down for a moment, there was a knock at the door, and it opened a crack. Lily leaned in and said, "It's time for dinner." "Oh." In Space Station Y692, Ling Xiao often lost track of time. Although there was an artificial sun here, it was never turned off. It hung eternally above the interior of the station, casting a dim glow that rendered day and night indistinguishable. Without night, there was no concept of staying up late. It was quite common to go 3 days without sleep while engrossed in work. Nevertheless, meals still needed to be eaten. For the inhabitants of Block 9234 in District 3, who had no special tasks, the most repetitive activity each day was eating. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had managed to find them something to do. Thanks to the items he had brought back, Li and the others could once again savor a familiar taste after many years. Even though this taste carried significant risks. Caro took a bite and immediately furrowed her brow. She looked suspiciously at those around her who were eating. If they weren't all eating and seemingly enjoying it, she would have suspected that they had been poisoned. After just one bite, the body characteristic detector emitted an alarm. The personal smart brain displayed a long list of carcinogens. All of it was a blend of technology and harsh reality. Is this really safe to eat? Ling Xiao assured her it's edible. They wouldn't eat it if it weren't. Caro raised her thumb, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Living in such an environment, calculating their average lifespan over a century was indeed too high. Perhaps it was because they had grown accustomed to it since childhood, developing a sort of resistance. But these were carcinogens. No matter how strong the resistance, it could not prevent cellular mutation. In her civilized society, such mutations were not an issue, but here was a civilization that had yet to reach even a basic level of technological advancement. Once mutations occurred, they were basically synonymous with death. Caro set down her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to eat her rations instead. She pondered. Perhaps this civilization had intentionally created such a perverse environment to reduce its population. Population growth could not continue indefinitely, constrained by numerous factors. The primary among them was the efficiency of resource utilization. Life requires resources, especially for intelligent beings who not only need survival resources, but also mental nourishment. A severely distorted world system. Caro left to eat her own provisions. Su-Wan slumped over the table, her eyes vacant, and her spirit drained as if she had wilted. Her mind was flooded with countless regulations, data measures, and plans. It felt like it was expanding, stuffed to the brim. Her thoughts were muddled, desperately in need of external computational input. Seeing her in such a dispirited state, Ling Xiao chose not to say anything. Learning was like this. Accepting new concepts was inherently challenging. He recalled how he had struggled with function equations in his own time. After the meal, before Su-Wan could gather her thoughts, Caro reappeared behind her. She grabbed the back of Su-Wan's collar. Ignoring her protest, she dragged her away once more. Ling Xiao returned to his room to continue sleeping. About 3 hours later, he sensed someone quietly entering the room. The footsteps were light, the movement slow. Each step was taken with hesitation, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Clearly, the decision had not yet been fully made. However, with each advancing step, he seemed to muster a resolve to go all out. Heavier and more hesitant footsteps felt somewhat lighter. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. It was the sound of knees hitting the ground. What do you want? Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiao had sat up in bed, his eyes glinting with a cold light in the dim room. Before him knelt a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He had a buzz cut, his hair unevenly trimmed, a clear sign of an amateur haircut. What drew most attention was the deep scar on his left cheek. It ran diagonally, resembling a twisted centipede. Ling Xiao couldn't recall his name, perhaps he had never even asked. He had entirely forgotten when and where he had picked him up. Not a shred of memory remained. The man knelt before him. Faced with Ling Xiao's inquiry, he swallowed hard before speaking. I want power. He was trembling. Fear coursed through him. Because of that fear, his body shook uncontrollably as he knelt. Ling Xiao, merely sitting there, exuded immense pressure. This was the innate oppression felt by a star-level being in the presence of a lower life form. Sufficient to suffocate. To him, Ling Xiao felt less like a person and more like a force of nature, akin to a flood or a beast. His instincts compelled him to flee, to escape this danger. What kind of power do you seek? I want the power to stand up. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Standing up requires no power, only determination. No one is forcing you to kneel. Chen Bo's lips quivered. He slowly raised his head to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. What a pair of eyes they were. Deep, bottomless, shrouded in darkness. Yet within that darkness flickered hints of blue light, elusive and ephemeral. He had never locked eyes with Ling Xiao before. This was the first time. I want the power to gain dignity and freedom. His voice was hoarse, tinged with resentment and fury. He tilted his head back, eyes wide open, as if cursing this damned world and the damned alien races. Ling Xiao remained silent. Dignity and freedom. He himself was hardly in a position to discuss such matters. He could not live with dignity and freedom. He was a blade that would be discarded if it lost its sharpness. Dignity and freedom were not conducive to survival. Though trapped in a cage, a sturdy cage often shields one from external dangers. Being bound also meant being protected. Now this fellow before him sought to break free from those binds, tearing apart that layer of protection. It was indeed a poignant plea. Unfortunately, power was never easily attained. It required one to gamble with their life. Do you have the resolve to face death? Chen Bo lowered his head in silence. Then he suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, each word deliberate. I can't continue like this. I must do something, even if it costs me my life. Ling Xiao stood up. Come with me. Let us hope that after witnessing true brutality, you can still maintain this mindset and these thoughts. As he spoke, he stepped out of the door. Chen Bo hurriedly rose, following closely behind. He understood that this journey might lead to his final destination. Yet he did not want to regret it. He did not wish to pass up this opportunity. The longer he delayed, the slimmer his chances of success became. He knew Ling Xiao was a cosmic mercenary and had learned much about cosmic mercenaries from Su-Wan. They were beings who wielded power across the galaxy. Their immense strength naturally placed them at the pinnacle of life. I want that too. No man is devoid of the desire for power. Power is the very foundation of all existence, the guarantee of everything. Moreover, this power is one that acts directly upon oneself rather than being bestowed by external forces. The sensation of possessing countless great strengths within oneself is enough to drive anyone to madness. In comparison, what are power, wealth, military might, and fame? They are but fleeting clouds. This is evident when one observes Ling Xiao. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the sect leader and being caught in the storm of chaos with his strength, he would command a place in any lower civilization. In the lizard man civilization, he could easily become a lord. If he wished, he could ascend further to claim dominion. This is power, absolute power of force capable of crushing all. What does wielding power over the world while indulging in the embrace of beauty even mean? It pales in comparison. Should he venture to civilization still in the era of cold weapons, a being of Ling Xiao's caliber would be akin to a bug in the system, a divine presence. Alas, human ambition reaches for the heights while water flows to the depths. Any star-level being with aspirations would never choose such a path. This is not evolution, it is regression. Does Chen Bo not yearn for this? He does. He longs for it. He needs an opportunity. Ling Xiao is the only one who can help him open that door. Chen Bo is acutely aware of this. Who says disaster isn't another form of opportunity? It's merely a matter of perspective. He suddenly recalled a saying. If one has no dreams, how is one different from a salted fish? If Ling Xiao can accomplish such feats, why can't he? It's just a matter of striving with all one's might. This thought persisted until Ling Xiao led him into the gladiatorial arena of the Y-692 space station. Here lies true combat, a clash of blood and life. The birthplace of the strong. Simple training cannot forge true strength. Only through genuine slaughter. Those who can survive are all strong. Ling Xiao is unconcerned with Chen Bo's thoughts. Should one desire strength, there is but one path. The quickest and most effortless route. That is to kill. How can one ascend to greater heights without stepping upon the corpses of others? Chen Bo had never been to such a place. He had never even heard of it. He could see that the defenses here were exceptionally tight, armed to the teeth. Not to mention, every few steps there were sentries, and along the way he could see fully armed combat personnel. To be frank, he felt a bit anxious. As he followed Ling Xiao through the entrance, the guards stationed outside did not impede their passage. They merely cast a quick glance before swiftly averting their eyes. According to protocol, inspections were required. But who would dare to inspect a cosmic mercenary? It goes without saying that the individual was undoubtedly armed to the hilt. In fact, he himself was a weapon. While these guards were indeed combat personnel, they were of an entirely different caliber compared to a cosmic mercenary. Upon entering the door, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a servant from the gladiatorial arena approached them. She did not speak immediately, but instead bowed first. Sir, please follow me. Ling Xiao remained silent, trailing behind. Chen Bo, perplexed, could only keep up. Ling Xiao had walked out from here, let alone entering. His mere presence nearby would have drawn immediate attention. Caution was paramount. No one dared to underestimate the destructiveness of a cosmic mercenary. If a fight were to break out here, regardless of what might happen to Ling Xiao, this place would undoubtedly be unsalvageable, even with ample weaponry and military support. 20 seconds later, Ling Xiao arrived at a lavishly decorated hall. Its decor was entirely incongruous with that of the exterior. Many beings occupied this space. Their appearances varied, hailing from different civilizations and races. Upon seeing them, the overseer of the arena trembled and rushed over. Lord Ling Xiao, it has indeed been a long time. I hear you have been taken in by Lord Kadir, which is truly enviable. Ling Xiao fixed him with a stare, remaining silent. Who is this guy? Am I so familiar with you? Realizing the awkwardness, the overseer quickly adjusted his posture and smiled obsequiously. Sir, you may not know, but I am the overseer here, named Sinuo. It was I who facilitated your departure when Lord Rosai took you away. This was 3 years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao was merely a combat slave of this arena, lacking the qualifications to meet him. 3 years have passed. Both their statuses had changed dramatically. Now, upon encountering Ling Xiao, the overseer had to bow and scrape, fawning for favor. Otherwise, a single slap from Ling Xiao could easily end his life, and according to protocol, he would merely owe some compensation. The arena would not engage in a conflict with a cosmic mercenary over a minor overseer. Not to mention, Ling Xiao had Lord Kadir behind him. Such a confrontation was even less worthwhile. The servant who had been leading them had already retreated. Chen Bo stood behind Ling Xiao, observing this man chatter incessantly, yet he could not understand a word. He lacked a universal language translator. Is there something you need? Ling Xiao inquired. The overseer lowered his body even further. With your esteemed presence, I naturally must attend personally. May I inquire whether you have come to watch the gladiatorial matches or to participate in some exhibition of your skills? I can make the necessary arrangements. Ling Xiao cast a glance at Chen Bo. Let's first take a look. Of course, please follow me. A life and death match is about to commence, and you may also place a wager if you wish. The overseer personally led Ling Xiao to a private box. Below lay the vast gladiatorial arena surrounded by tiers of spectators. Throughout the entire exchange, the overseer never mentioned any fees. He introduced next to take the arena is. Ling Xiao waved his hand, interrupting. I do not need to know who it is. Yes, please take a seat. I won't disturb your enjoyment any longer. Should you require anything, please press the button on the table, and a servant will immediately attend to you. The overseer, drenched in cold sweat, retreated. If possible, he would not want to linger even a second longer in this place. Chen Bo took in the scene, his fists clenching involuntarily. Is this the might that power brings? He felt exhilarated. He felt thrilled. He felt envious. He felt apprehensive. He also harbored a tinge of jealousy. If he possessed such power, could he not do as he pleased? To act as he wished. However, a single remark from Ling Xiao snapped him back to reality. Power has never been granted by others, it is earned through one's own efforts. Since you desire power, you might as well witness the price one must pay to possess it. After you have seen it, and still hold fast to your aspirations, I will arrange for you to enter. To be frank, Ling Xiao was not particularly optimistic about Chen Bo. He could not be said to be utterly powerless, yet he was hardly formidable. Placing such an existence in this place was akin to a rabbit stumbling into a den of wolves. Survival would be a challenge, yet as long as he could endure, he would not need 5 years. In just a year, he could transform into a strong individual, gaining the power he sought. Ling Xiao did not require Chen Bo to fight here for 5 years, nor even for a year. 3 months. As long as he could survive for 3 months. Proving his worth as an investment, Ling Xiao would not mind lending him a hand, offering him an opportunity. Ling Xiao needed to demonstrate his own value to Lord Kadir, while Chen Bo needed to prove his worth as an investment to him. As for the notion of wasting time, energy, and resources to cultivate him, Ling Xiao had never considered such a possibility. It was either a successful emergence or empty dreams. Soon the gladiators entered the arena. Ling Xiao cast a glance and quickly lost interest. He was far too familiar with this scene. The combatant was a gladiatorial slave facing off against a beast that resembled a fusion of a tiger and a leopard. He stood no taller than 1/3 of the beast's height. Wielding a heavy warhammer and devoid of any armor, he trembled in fear before the beast's terrifying presence. This was a novice, or rather a newly arrived slave in the arena. It was evident that he had never engaged in close combat with a creature of such caliber. It was no surprise that he was unable to cope. After all, the arena could not inform its fighters of the nature of their opponents beforehand. In fact, even the arena staff had no knowledge of what or who would be pitted against the gladiator. It could be another sentient being, or perhaps another beast, or something entirely different. The outcome depended solely on the whims of the audience gathered and paying to witness the spectacle. They would send in a slave based on their judgment, and the spectators would then dispatch their chosen opponents via small terminals at their seats. Of course, with so many viewers, their desires would inevitably differ. Thus, additional payment was required. More money. Placing bets. Who would live? Who would die? There were only 2 possible outcomes on that stage. Either one would live or the other would die. There was no third option. A draw. The very notion was absurd. In the struggle for survival, one must deliver lethal blows. It was either your life or theirs. In the end, only one would leave alive. Such were the rules of the gladiatorial arena. Do you wish to avoid death? Then fight with all your might. In the arena, the slave fled desperately with the beast relentlessly pursuing him. Below, the audience roared and clamored, their excitement palpable as they shouted commands. Their fervor was such that one might think they longed to descend into the arena themselves. This was the most primal, bloodthirsty, and mad of battles. Perhaps it could hardly be termed a battle at all. In the private box, Ling Xiao observed quietly, his expression impassive. He had experienced this before and remained calm. Chen Bo's legs trembled uncontrollably. Were he not seated, he would have certainly collapsed to the ground. Even while seated, his entire body shook violently. The slave fled while the beast pursued. The confined space limited their speed, and his feeble strength could not mount a defense. And so he perished. His death was nothing short of horrific. With a single bite, the arena erupted into a frenzied uproar. Such a tragedy served as the finest fuel for their excitement. Frenzy. Civilization. What civilization? In the vast galaxy and boundless universe, when has there ever been civilization? Draped in the guise of civility, they engaged in the most barbaric acts. There was no longer any reason to continue watching. Ling Xiao stood up. How foolish of him to have harbored any expectations for this spectacle. It seemed far wiser to remain in the confines of his cage. At least there he could preserve his life. Unlike himself, even within the cage, he could not guarantee his safety. A pitiful fortunate soul. Let's go. Your true nature has already provided the answer. There's no need to speak of desiring power any further. Even if you possessed power, you lack the ability to wield it. A resounding denial. A complete repudiation. Hoping that a person might burst forth and break through in a moment of crisis is less reliable than praying for a hero to descend. At the very least, the latter is far more dependable. Chen Bo fell silent. He stared blankly at his trembling legs, then helplessly at his quaking hands. He silently cried out within. This shouldn't be how it is. Why am I so pathetic? Why do I tremble at the sight of such bloody carnage? That soul-deep shudder. Why? In a frenzy of questioning, he sought answers. Yet alas, he did not know. Perceiving his turmoil, Ling Xiao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a long plume of smoke. Do you understand? True power never belongs to those who are born stronger, swifter, or more intelligent. Absolutely not. It belongs only to those who are willing to pay any price to achieve their aims. Only the fist that embodies unwavering will can unleash its rightful strength. And you lack this awareness. Chen Bo remained silent. He limped along behind Ling Xiao. Under the lights, Ling Xiao's silhouette loomed over him. Outside the private box, a waiting attendant began to speak, but Ling Xiao raised a hand to silence him. He had no interest. He wished to meet someone whose fate was uncertain. Take me to meet that old man who cleans the peripheral arena. You know who I mean. Lu Chuqiao. Here names held little significance, only numbers mattered. Those who still remembered their names had not forgotten their hometowns. Lu Chuqiao was one such individual. He had arrived here even before Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao came, Lu Chuqiao was already busy cleaning the arena. According to him, he was sent as an extra when the arena procured gladiatorial slaves. Due to his age and frailty, he could not fight on the stage, nor could he serve as a gladiator. Instead, he was relegated to servitude. When Ling Xiao encountered Lu Chuqiao, he was busy scrubbing bloodstains from another arena. Seeing Ling Xiao, Lu Chuqiao was taken aback. You're still alive, he remarked. Good people rarely live long. Disasters linger for millennia. Ling Xiao shrugged. The old man's murky eyes scrutinized Ling Xiao, and he suddenly added, What brings you back here? If you've made it out, don't return. I have no desire to collect your corpse. Over the years, he had dealt with far too many corpses. Among them were various creatures as well as human bodies. Ling Xiao was not the first gladiatorial slave sold to this place, nor would he be the last. Yet he was the first to escape. Ling Xiao inquired, Do you wish to see it again? Lu Chuqiao paused at this. For a moment, he could not discern where Ling Xiao's notion of going back referred. He did not answer. Ling Xiao did not press further. Think it over. If there's a chance, I will return, and I expect an answer. Of course, if you don't come, just consider that I never asked. In this universe, there were many like them, unfortunate yet fortunate. To encounter one another over 1,500 light years from Earth, regardless of their identities, was a stroke of luck amid misfortune, let alone the fact that they were still alive. Even if only temporarily, it was better than those who had long since perished. Ling Xiao had no intention of allowing Lu Chuqiao to leave immediately, considering his current predicament was not favorable. Should the assessment task be targeted and fail, all would be for naught. Lu Chuqiao could survive as long as he remained, but once he left, Ling Xiao knew he would struggle to survive. As for those residing in Building 9234 of Zone 3, to be honest, Ling Xiao could do nothing for them. In the event of an accident, they could only rely on themselves to survive. Each person was struggling to stay alive. There was no reason to demand more. Watching Lu Chuqiao continue his labor, Ling Xiao shook his head. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days he had fought in the arena. He had fought fiercely, facing peril at every turn. That old man had been watching below, wide-eyed, ready to collect his remains at a moment's notice. In Lu Chuqiao's words, he would say it was to save him some ashes if he moved quickly. Ling Xiao was quite speechless. What good are ashes? Where could they be scattered? Could they even be sent back? A distance of over 1,500 light years was enough to instill despair in anyone. You might truly be able to send them back. Leaves return to their roots, and the elderly return to their hometowns. Ling Xiao struggled to grasp this sentiment. Perhaps he had not yet reached that age, or perhaps the path he had chosen did not allow for retreat. He could only forge ahead, relentlessly pushing forward. Even if death awaited him, it should be on the front lines. As a cosmic mercenary, he could afford no weaknesses. Any flaw could herald a fatal threat. Alone and unencumbered, he was free to abandon everything. This was the ideal state. Yet knowing was one thing, and doing was another. It was like Chen Bo, who remained silent, his legs trembling. Did he not understand? No. The very fact that he had come here indicated that he comprehended everything. But he could not act. Despite having endured countless upheavals, setbacks, and tribulations, he still could not. It was not a physical limitation, but a psychological barrier. Do not undervalue your own humanity, nor overestimate that of others. Humanity and beastliness intertwine. Heaven lies to the left, hell to the right, while mediocrity stands in the middle. It is not the fear of making the wrong choice that paralyzes one, but the dread of making no choice at all. Ling Xiao would not make decisions for him. It was meaningless. Such an existence could merely float along with the tide, passively choosing their own fate. As Ling Xiao stood outside the arena, he had yet to see the supervisor, named Sinua, again. Instead, a servant trailed behind him. Ling Xiao knew the fellow was still afraid, and his fear was justified. Those with status and identity were often the most fearful of cosmic mercenaries, crazed individuals who would fight to the death over the slightest provocation. Such lunatics possessed formidable solo combat capabilities. Fear was unavoidable. Just as Ling Xiao considered returning the way he had come, he suddenly sensed a hostile gaze. There was a palpable aura of killing intent. Turning his head, he found the other party unwavering, locking eyes with him. Their gazes clashed midway, sparking faint embers of tension. A cosmic mercenary from the Borit civilization. The atmosphere grew taut with menace. Killers do not hide their murderous intentions. Outside the arena, the guards instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. They may have been seasoned veterans, but compared to these two, they felt woefully inadequate. Even though they had faced countless battles, they could not shake the feeling of impending doom. Nothing had transpired, yet the air was filled with the echoes of dying groans. The surroundings seemed to dim as if the light itself was retreating. Behind Ling Xiao, Chun Bo, who had been shivering, now stood rigid, as if encased in ice. "What's this? Are you so eager to meet your end?" Ling Xiao slowly raised his left arm, a faint black glow emanating from him akin to dark flames flickering to life. This was a prelude to his beast armor merging. The other party remained silent, merely snorting before turning to leave. The advantage of beast armor over mechanical armor lay in its portability. While Ling Xiao was armed and ready, the other's gear was unknown. Even if nearby, it would take mere seconds to equip, seconds that would allow Ling Xiao to dispatch him several times over. Even entering the energy activation state would not suffice. After all, Ling Xiao was not without his capabilities. The enhancement effects of armor were well known to those who wielded it. It was no exaggeration to say that a mercenary without combat armor at the same level would fall before Ling Xiao. With one party retreating, the guards breathed a collective sigh of relief. Even Chun Bo exhaled quietly, having nearly drowned in Ling Xiao's surging killing intent, as though submerged in a high-pressure abyss. How many had he killed? No one knew, not even Ling Xiao himself. "This is the world of cosmic mercenaries," Ling Xiao remarked, a smile spreading across his face, his gaze shifting to Chun Bo. "So do you still yearn for this world?" 36 hours later, the official mercenary assessment tasks were dispatched. Ling Xiao and Kadier simultaneously received specifics on their missions. The task was straightforward, though to Ling Xiao's surprise, it was not a combat assignment. If anything, it could only be categorized as a logistical task. However, logistical tasks did not mean combat was unnecessary. 2 words: collect debts. The barbaric Tuli tribe within the Hare T-Star system refused to pay their mercenary fees, necessitating a visit from the mercenary division to collect the owed resources. Ling Xiao struggled to understand this. Were they refusing to pay? The crux lay in refusing the mercenary division's dues. How could they dare? What audacity did they possess? Were they truly so powerful? Yet upon reviewing the information on the Tuli tribe, his expression turned peculiar. They were still in the age of cold weapons. Their individual strength was indeed formidable, but they had not reached a life-star standard and lacked the ability to leave their home planet. How could such a tribe dare to provoke a mercenary organization? Were their heads stuck indoors, or had they been kicked by a mule? Strange as it was, confusion lingered. The task had been issued and Ling Xiao was bound to go. He was not afraid that they could not afford to pay. Since the mercenary division accepted their commission, it meant they had the means to pay. If they had lost this ability due to some special circumstance, the division would not be lenient. Anything useful would be taken. What if it was still insufficient? Too bad. The lives of all members of that tribe would be captured and sold as slaves in various regions until the debts were settled. If it came to that, there would be no reason for the tribe to exist. Cosmic mercenary missions offered sufficient resources for reckless endeavors. Without resources, it was best not to engage at all. The consequences could be dire. Prepare to depart for the Hare T-Star system and collect the debts, Ling Xiao commanded. Caro immediately arranged for the shuttle, and as they were about to leave shot, Su won a meaningful glance. Su Wan blinked quickly, exclaiming, "I'll go help." Ling Xiao ignored her. Whether she came along or not was inconsequential, his return was uncertain. If something happened to him, life here would become unbearable for those left behind. Her presence would change nothing. Gazing at the amount due, Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly. 1,000 purple crystal coins, or equivalent goods, he mused. Were he wealthy, he could cover the commission himself, sparing him the long journey and the risks of facing the Borit civilization's cosmic mercenaries. Alas, he was not. He had only 62 purple steel coins left, not even a tenth of the required amount. He could not afford to cover it. Kadir, the leader, surely had the funds, but he would not part with them. Even if Ling Xiao asked to borrow, he would refuse. Rosai would do the same. There was nothing incomprehensible about this. Were Ling Xiao in their position, he too would withhold the funds. They needed strength, not liabilities. Just as Chun Bo sought an opportunity from him, Ling Xiao did not mind giving him a chance. But if Chun Bo asked to borrow money, no chance. Until he proved his worth, not a single coin would he receive. No one wished to waste resources on a liability, not Kadir, not Rosai, and certainly not Ling Xiao. Even Caro the servant adhered to this principle. If there is no path, then carve one out with blood. Ling Xiao was no ordinary man who dared obstruct his path or threaten his existence. He would slice them down without hesitation. Be they from the Mantu tribe or the mercenaries of the Borit civilization, including the people before him, none would be spared. To survive here, mere cleverness was far from sufficient. One must possess awareness and clarity. Those who were muddled-headed would meet an untimely demise, lost without a trace. Meanwhile, in District 1, Building A3, the assessment task is out, collecting debts from some remote corner. Does Division Y692 have no real assignments left? Kadir reclined on the couch, arms spread wide, his gaze laced with amusement, his tone dripping with disdain. Behind him stood Rose, who spoke up. This task could be easy or difficult depending on his choices. As he said this, he glanced at Kadir. If they were to allow even a small slip from their ranks, it would be enough for Ling Xiao to complete the task with ease. Through the assessment, he could become an official mercenary. But could that even be possible? He has no choice, Kadir retorted. We don't need the weak, nor do we need the useless. If he cannot progress to the next phase quickly, he will only become cannon fodder in future missions. Cannon fodder is everywhere. There's no need to nurture the incompetent. Rose fell silent. He had fought his way up from the bottom and understood the dangers well. He also knew the crux of the matter. For cosmic mercenaries, completing tasks was not the main point. The real focus was on enhancing oneself through these tasks. Gaining strength was their paramount concern. Everything else paled in comparison. Even though he had high hopes for Ling Xiao, believing he could potentially become a mid-level life form, that was merely a possibility. The actual outcome remained uncertain. He needed to see a trend, a consistently rising trajectory. Ling Xiao's upward momentum was impressive, which was why Rose held him in high regard. Whether he could maintain it would depend on his own choices. Survival was a skill in itself, but merely surviving was futile for them. They needed to be stronger. Only by being stronger could they play a role in the upcoming plans. The microstar life forms were but cannon fodder. The meteor star life forms represented the grassroots combat power. The comet star life forms were the main forces. The asteroid tier beings could influence the course of battles. As for mid-level life forms, they could directly affect the outcome of wars. Their ambitions were grand. So grand, in fact, that they aimed to completely overturn the existing order of this star domain. Thus, they had no need for the weak, nor did they want the useless. I heard that the 694 star domain has already failed, and they are seeking assistance from within their civilization, hoping for more manpower support. Kadir cursed. Utterly worthless, their lives are not worth preserving. Even their survival is a waste of resources. Rose remained silent. Kadir could say such things, but he could not. He did not yet have that privilege. The worthless that Kadir spoke of could easily crush him. After 3 full minutes of scolding, Kadir finally stopped and turned to Rose. Enter the next phase as quickly as possible. We have little time left. The failure of the 694-star domain will indirectly affect us here. During this period, eliminate as many of their living forces as possible to reduce resistance for the future army. I understand. Rose bowed in reply. Kadir smirked. Take advantage of his weakness to seize his life. Halfway through aboard the shuttle, Ling Xiao posed a question to Carlo. What does Lord Kakuner use to pay for the fees required for cosmic mercenaries? He had circled the territory without discovering anything of special value. The mercenary division was certainly not like that unscrupulous merchant he encountered. They accepted all sorts of items. What could those lizard men possibly offer? Ling Xiao was curious. Carlo waved away a series of holographic windows before her. After contemplating, she replied, most likely some sort of special mineral or perhaps a type of alloy material that has undergone preliminary refining. You know, there was a significant battle in this star domain not long ago. Ling Xiao was aware. Not only was he aware, but he had also fallen into this dire situation because of that very battle. Carlo continued, the impact of that battle extends far beyond what you realize. You've noticed their planet's ecosystem has suffered severe external shocks with many life forms undergoing mutations. At this point, she paused, her brows slightly raised. They refer to these mutated life forms as dangerous species which possess the potential to evolve into void beasts. With this revelation, Ling Xiao understood. Void beasts were treasures in their own right. The armor he donned, made from void beast materials, was the finest example. Fortune often lies hidden in calamity, and calamity in fortune. Ling Xiao had never seen a living void beast. He only knew they were formidable. They could traverse the cosmos with their sheer physical power. Their size could be immense, with the mightiest among them dwarfing planets and stars. Of course, there was a small chance they could also be diminutive. In the vastness of the universe, who could say for certain? However, possessing the potential to evolve into a void beast was merely that, potential. It did not equate to power. They lacked the value that the division sought to capture. Arenas would be far more interested in such creatures. But the price would not be high. With just this, it was far from enough for Lord Kukuner to pay the commission. He might be paying with some kind of mineral or semi-finished material. The flesh and blood of those dangerous species could serve as additives in metal refining, enhancing the properties of metallic materials. The higher the grade, the better. And what about the Manta tribe? What could they offer? They were still stuck in an age of cold weaponry. What could they possibly present? After just 3 seconds of thought, Ling Xiao dismissed that notion. It mattered not what they used. This time he was here to collect debts. Whatever they owed, they had to pay, or he would take it himself. If it came to a fight, his blade would not be at a disadvantage. Rather than worry about whether they could pay, he was more concerned about the potential Borat civilization mercenaries. These entities were the real sources of danger. Ling Xiao did not believe that the news of his departure from Y692 space station had gone unnoticed by those fellows. They might have already set up a trap ahead of time. As for ambushing him halfway, that was also a possibility. However, it was unlikely they would deploy attack ships. To take on a microstar life form, a cosmic mercenary would not dispatch interstellar warships. That would be an overestimation of Ling Xiao. Such news would be utterly embarrassing. Was there really nobody left in the Borat civilization? Even if the Borat civilization was vast with abundant resources, they would not waste them so frivolously. In Ling Xiao's estimation, at most a handful of subordinates might show up, perhaps 4 or 5. Any more than that, and he would be in trouble. Relying on a sudden breakthrough in strength was a far cry from hoping for fewer enemies. As long as they aren't meteor star life forms, it will be manageable. Ling Xiao was self-aware. At his current stage, encountering a meteor star life form left him with only one option. That was to run. Run as fast as he could, as far as he could, not even daring to look back. Formal mercenaries might not all be meteor star life forms, but meteor star life forms were undoubtedly formal mercenaries. In the life form classification of the Delasham Armed Forces, only meteor star beings were truly considered part of the star-level ranks. Microstar life forms were merely the preliminary entry point. He sequentially placed energy recovery potions, cellular repair agents, emergency treatment potions, and rage release potions into his belt storage compartment. Ling Xiao pressed the switch on his gauntlet, and the belt sealed shut. At critical moments, they would be activated and injected into him. Some were for his own use, while others were for the void beast armor. After completing all this, Ling Xiao surveyed his surroundings. Where is Su Wan? Carlo couldn't help but roll her eyes. He only just noticed she was gone. She's in the cockpit practicing. Ling Xiao felt a sudden jolt of alarm. You let her go there? Aren't you afraid she'll get us into trouble? Carlo nodded in agreement. I'm worried too, which is why I only let her practice without touching the controls. In the Haruti star system on the wild planet of Monquang, a small landing craft descended slowly onto the desolate northern plains. 5 figures emerged in succession, all operatives from the Borite civilization, tasked with an assassination mission. These 5 were mercenaries of the cosmos. As anticipated by Ling Xiao, they had arrived early to prepare for the operation. Among them was one official mercenary, while the other 4 were still in a subservient phase. The Borite civilization would not mobilize their forces for someone as insignificant as Ling Xiao, a mere micro-level life form. A combat team led by an official mercenary was more than sufficient to carry out this mission. In fact, deploying 5 members, including a newly qualified official mercenary, was already a sign of respect towards Ling Xiao. Otherwise, 2 or 3 subordinates would have sufficed. Just like Kadir, who only sent Ling Xiao to deal with the aftermath when his subordinate Timo was killed. There was no need for an extravagant show of force or a mob attack that would serve no purpose. Combat and slaughter were merely methods to enhance the combat capabilities of subordinates. Dealing with the enemy was secondary. Qadir acted this way, and so did the opposition. They aimed to train their own subordinates while completing their mission. If casualties occurred, so be it. Qadir did not require useless subordinates, nor did they. Resources were not to be acquired without effort. Reputation could not be borrowed easily. If these 5 mercenaries could not eliminate Ling Xiao, their existence would be rendered pointless. They were confident about this task. Failure was not an option. Balgan and Funi had previously failed due to a lack of intelligence. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the beast armor, but also understood its inherent flaws. Such equipment was not for just anyone to wield. Even if it could be used, it wouldn't last long. Ling Xiao was merely a micro-level life form. The amount of energy he could expend was limited. Over time, he would inevitably fall into a state of incapacitation. In such a state, the beast armor could not be activated and the threat he posed would diminish significantly, akin to a ferocious beast losing its claws and fangs. They were 5, he was 1. Were they afraid of him? They could easily drag him down. Furthermore, they were equipped with unconventional weapons specifically designed to counter beast armor. That man was doomed. If there were any advantage for Ling Xiao, it was that there were no meteor-level life forms within the Borite assassination squad. It wasn't that there were none within the civilization. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? In terms of equal levels, they were not weaker than any biological entity from other civilizations. The team leader Elgin spoke up. You 4 are the main force for this mission. I'm here only as a precaution. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene until after he completes his assessment. This was the unspoken rule agreed upon by both parties. Otherwise, Rosai would launch a purge against these subordinates. A being on the verge of becoming a comet-level life form would ensure that none of them could escape unscathed. A single strike would eliminate them, akin to crushing ants with ease. They did have equal-level combatants, but if it came down to a fight, none of the lower-tier combatants would survive. Such an outcome would not benefit either side. No one was born a high-tier combatant. They all grew from low-tier ranks. A catastrophic loss of low-tier forces could have severe consequences. If it were an individual, it wouldn't matter, but they each belonged to their respective civilizations. Thus, some necessary rules must still be adhered to. At equal levels, it was not the numbers that mattered, rather it was adherence to rules that counted. If one side disregarded the rules, the other had no obligation to follow them either. This would lead to a chaotic brawl, which could easily spiral out of control. Once a stalemate was reached, the situation would be uncontrollable. This was why Elgin emphasized that they were the main force. He could not give Qadir a reason to step in personally. If a meteor-level life form were to engage directly, even the residual force of the battle could annihilate these micro-level beings. Elgin could not take such a risk. However, once Ling Xiao completed the assessment and transitioned from a subordinate to an official mercenary, Elgin would no longer have any concerns. At equal levels, he could lead a few subordinates in an assault within the bounds of the rules. Those who could survive would be the true strong. Rest assured, my lord. The 4 of us are more than capable of dealing with that arrogant fool, without your direct involvement, said Datum, expressing his confidence. He was not far from qualifying for an official mercenary assessment task himself, which bolstered his assurance. He even felt that he alone could handle the opponent without the need for backup. A battle slave emerging from the arena had already achieved much. Unlike them, who had endured arduous training after discovering their potential to ascend to star level within their civilization, he was merely an amateur. If not for Rosai's meddling pulling him from the arena, he would still be struggling for survival within it. Another member, Zhao Xia, chimed in. Exactly. With our current setup, if he dares to show himself, we can take him down instantly. He proposed, shouldn't we strike as soon as he appears? That way we can eliminate him before he attempts any assessment tasks. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. I don't want to spend another second in this desolate wilderness. One voiced his discontent. Someone waved, dismissively disagreeing. I think we should wait and see. When he comes to collect debts, he will naturally clash with the natives. Wouldn't it be more entertaining to watch before we act? After a pause, he added, it would also be good to deplete his stamina a bit. Do you really think those natives wielding rusty scraps can exhaust him? Zhao Xia retorted. Datum replied, in other places they wouldn't stand a chance. But the natives on this planet have some merit, albeit limited. Listening to their animated conversation, clearly dismissing their opponent, Elgin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Underestimating the enemy was tantamount to underestimating oneself. Surviving under Qadir's command thus far was more than enough proof that the man was not to be trifled with. Everyone shut up. I've encountered him. In terms of individual strength, he surpasses any one of you, he warned. If you want to live, curb that mindset. I don't wish to collect your corpses. Recalling their chance meeting outside the arena, Elgin's expression turned grave. The murderous intent emanating from that man had sent shivers down his spine. Those before him believed that merely surviving 5 years in the arena meant they were capable. They thought they could handle it themselves, but in reality, it was a genuine life-and-death struggle. It was either life or death. There was no third option. Stripped of all weapons, relying solely on a knife and bare fists in primal combat, surviving was not something achievable through mere training. Their courage stemmed from their armor and equipment, not from within themselves. Without these, could they still fight? Could they still fight recklessly? They were regular soldiers holding significant social status within their civilization, which made their disdain for outsiders unsurprising. Yet such arrogance could easily lead to complacency. In battles of similar strength, it was the will to fight that determined victory. Elgin was aware of an adage in a narrow path: victory goes to the brave. However, he understood even better that one must never underestimate any existence, no matter how weak. Disdain and arrogance could spell doom for them all. The Mantu tribe resides in the northern wilderness of the Mad Star. Approximately a month ago, they issued a mercenary task to eliminate all tribes in the northern region. However, after accomplishing their goal, the powerful tribe refused to pay the originally promised commission. This is the origin of the assessment task assigned to you, my lord. Inside the flying shuttle, Carlo introduced the matter with deliberate calmness. Ling Xiao, with a cigarette between his lips, gestured for her to continue. This race is rather peculiar. Their genetic makeup shows clear evidence of manipulation by an unknown force that has altered their species. The concept of modification is quite cliché. Simply put, it revolves around one word: combat. With a hard keratinous exterior for protection, a body structure that enhances strength, the exceptional endurance for long-distance pursuits, and an absolute hierarchical system. Carlo elaborated extensively, ultimately concluding, in the era of cold weapons, few technologically advanced civilizations could rival them. But now times have changed, and we no longer engage in hand-to-hand combat. Ling Xiao found himself speechless. No matter how powerful an individual may be, if they do not reach the stellar level, they remain fundamentally limited. Being limited means they cannot withstand heavy firepower. Perhaps they can endure bullets, but what about artillery shells? Even if they can withstand artillery, what about missiles? And if they can withstand missiles, what about tactical nuclear weapons? As long as they are carbon-based life forms, there is no heavy firepower that cannot tear them apart. Range is truth, caliber is justice. Even large-caliber shipborne, star annihilation cannons exist. These weapons, even stellar life forms, would hesitate to test their sharpness. They would truly perish. Microstellar beings would flee upon encountering large-yield missiles, let alone tactical nuclear warheads. In the absolute destruction zone of a high-yield tactical hydrogen bomb, even meteoric beings must retreat. Comet-class entities would also seek to avoid such danger. From the perspective of unit energy levels, while Comet-class beings are not afraid of nuclear explosions, it doesn't work that way. If they are held up, the chance of a nuclear blast becomes real. Who on Earth only fires a single shot? They would unleash everything all at once. If energy cannons and various energy weapons are mixed, and they could easily be reduced to dust. No, not even dust would remain. One must never underestimate the speed at which these technologically advancing civilizations update their weaponry. These madmen would dare to detonate. They would even dare to destroy stars. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's right eyelid twitched slightly. At that moment, Carlo pushed a light screen toward him. It displayed the characteristics of intelligent life forms on the Mad Star. Ling Xiao focused intently. Once again, he found himself speechless. Goodness, isn't this a centaur? Of course, this differed from his impression of centaurs. At the very least, they did not have human heads, rather they sported beast heads. They looked neither human nor horse-like. Describing them as centaurs might be somewhat inaccurate, yet the resemblance was uncanny. With 2 arms and 4 legs, their upright upper bodies were covered in armor-like keratin. They bore a striking resemblance to the armored beasts he had encountered. Noticing Ling Xiao's unusual gaze, Carlo raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. My lord, have you seen them before? Ling Xiao immediately shook his head. I have not. He had never encountered such an ugly creature. Lizardmen at least were somewhat similar to his impressions, but this centaur was vastly different. Perhaps it was due to preconceived notions. As for the intelligent life forms of the Borite civilization, although they had 6 arms, they were somewhat acceptable. This one, however, Ling Xiao could not appreciate. Of course, he had no need to appreciate them. He was there to collect debts. If things went poorly, he might completely eradicate the Mantu tribe. Carlos' eyes flickered, and she did not pursue the topic further. She asked, the flying shuttle will enter orbit around the planet in 20 minutes. How would you like to descend, my lord? Should we use an assault craft? Not necessary, Ling Xiao declined. Prepare the assault pod destination, the residence of the Mantu tribe's chieftain. Carlo nodded. I will have Su-won arrange it immediately. Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Aren't you afraid she might send me to the wrong location? Launching an assault pod from orbital trajectory requires precise calculations. Even the slightest error could result in the pod landing elsewhere. A miss by a fraction could lead to a 1,000-mile difference. That saying is all too true. Su-won. Ling Xiao frowned. Can she handle it? Carlo remained calm, a slight smile gracing her lips. Give her a chance. If anything goes wrong, I will personally launch her in the assault pod. In the control room of the flying shuttle. Achoo! Su-won could not suppress a sneeze. She rubbed her little nose and murmured, "Why do I feel a chill at my back?" Rubbing her arms, she shrugged it off. The next moment, Carlos' message arrived as scheduled. The assault pod. Why not use the assault craft? Using the assault craft would be much more convenient. I could even pilot the aircraft. If Carlo were there, she would undoubtedly give her a significant eye roll. Pilot an aircraft? More like crash the thing. Ling Xiao avoided using the assault craft precisely to prevent a crash. The value of an assault pod is quite limited, while an assault craft is not the same. On the planet below, there is a high likelihood of Borite civilization's cosmic mercenaries. If they were to be shot down, the losses would be considerable. In contrast, the assault pod is faster, fiercer, and better able to penetrate any potential defenses. The Mantu tribe's chieftain's tent. On this starry night, the camp was aglow with bonfires, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Numerous tribal members gathered around the fires, singing and dancing. They now unified the northern region, their might unparalleled. Everywhere they tread, all submit to them. The tribe grew larger, as if rolling like a snowball. Their military might directed straight toward the southern region. Once they conquer the south, they will be the sole rulers of this continent. The ambition for empire building is within reach. With 400,000 troops at his command, Chieftain Mantu knew not who could stop him. The weaklings of the southern region must already be trembling in fear. Seated in a position of authority, Mantu chuckled coldly. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of something. A thing resembling a Vajra quietly standing in the corner, emitting a faint glow. It was extraordinarily mysterious. This very object had propelled them from insignificance. With the weaker defeating the stronger, it had surged through various tribes, sweeping across the northern territory. Ultimately, it had led to their current dominance. Unavoidably, Mantu thought of the entity that had approached them. He understood that this was a transaction. However, now that he commanded 400,000 troops, he no longer feared that individual. He was the king of the tribe. Once he took the southern region, he would be the king of the entire world. Such power, how could he fear that individual? True, the opponent was strong, but he had 400,000 troops. There would be even more in the future. If Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would surely guess that the cosmic mercenaries who had come to execute the task had not put in much effort. Thinking about it, it was understandable. It wasn't anything significant, did it require exertion? Wasn't it just a matter of casually resolving the situation as if on vacation? Completing a mission while enjoying a stress-free holiday. If it were him, he would do the same. However, this gave Mantu a false sense of judgment. He believed he was capable. The skies cleared, the rains ceased, and he felt capable again. 400,000 troops. How did they compare to the planetary landing forces of a level 1 civilization? A microstellar life form enhanced by combat armor would be fully capable of annihilating a level 1 civilization's ground force. Annihilating, not just defeating. Respected king of the northern region, what concerns you, my lord? I am willing to share your burdens. A military advisor seated below observed the contemplation in Mantu's eyes and immediately rose to inquire. At this very moment, it was the time to gather great merits. One must not let it slip by. A glint of brilliance flashed in Mantu's eyes as he asked, "What do you think our army's chances would be against that previous strong individual?" He was at a loss for how to describe the cosmic mercenary. The advisor quickly patted his chest and assured him, "Victory is certain. Victory is certain." Mantu's eyes shone brightly as he fixated on the strategist before him. The strategist still seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He continued to reassure, "Indeed, victory is assured. Our army's accomplishments are entirely due to your wise leadership, O King of the Northern Lands. Under your command, our forces have been invincible, and the enemy kneels in surrender at the sight of your banner." He was flattering excessively, but he knew when to rein it in. "I acknowledge the valor of that warrior. He has made significant contributions to our army, yet this does not justify his arrogance in demanding a reward. The king rewards him, that is his due. If the king does not reward him, he cannot claim it." Upon hearing this, voices of agreement erupted within the tent. Indeed, it should be so. I've disliked him for some time. He flaunts his strength, behaving arrogantly, and showing utter contempt for others. Disregarding us is one thing, but the most critical point is that he dares to show disrespect to the king. Fortunately, he had the sense to flee early. Had he remained here, my fearsome blade would have surely severed his head as an offering to the banner. With the subject absent, they spoke vehemently, ready to act, as if prepared for combat. Man 2 felt reassured, recognizing the loyalty of his troops. Indeed, with such a vast army at my command, what is there to fear? 400,000 soldiers can overcome any obstacle. Man Tu's son Man Ji stepped forward and respectfully declared, "If I encounter that traitor, I will surely capture him and present him to you for judgment." "Excellent," Man 2 exclaimed. "My son is courageous, worthy of 100 kills." 100 kills is impressive indeed. Just then a commotion erupted outside the tent. Man 2 frowned. "What is causing the noise outside?" Immediately someone entered the tent to report, "Your Majesty, a star has suddenly appeared in the sky, growing brighter by the moment." Not far off, 5 individuals, including Erjin, stood on a low ridge, quietly observing the sky. Erjin remarked, "He has arrived." The Damu added, "Slower than we anticipated." Zhao Xie suggested, "Should we attack directly? Take a shot at him to bring him down?" "That would be unwise. We should observe the situation and wait for the right moment," someone countered. Erjin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do not act rashly. An attack now would have little effect. Even if we brought him down, he would not perish and could alert others. If we attack, it must be with lethal intent. We need to wait for the right opportunity to strike decisively." The 5 remained motionless, silently watching the increasingly radiant star in the night sky, fully aware of its true nature. The assault pod. The high-speed assault pod, which even the weaker vassals cannot utilize. Within the camp, Man 2 and his advisors stepped outside the tent, witnessing the rare spectacle. An increasingly bright star? They had never seen anything like it. Not only they, but everyone in the camp gazed upwards in awe. The strategist leapt forward and proclaimed, "This is a celestial omen, a sign of the king's divine recognition by heaven and earth. It signifies that the king shall unify the northern lands, dominate the southern domain, and establish a supreme legacy. Our tribe will forever remember this night. The king's achievements will shine alongside the stars, illuminating the ages. Long live the king." With that, he led the others in a chorus of cheers. Inside the shuttle, having successfully completed her task, Su-Wan exited the control room, tension etched on her face as she sank into the sofa in the break area. Her eyes widened as she intently focused on the luminous display before her, which showed the flight trajectory calculations of the assault pod. Her calculations. If everything went smoothly, there would be no issue. However, if something went wrong, Karo would toss her into the assault pod, as if she were a projectile. Currently, Karo stood behind her, an arm draped over her shoulder, uncomfortably close. Su-Wan could feel her steady breath against her ear, a tingling sensation. "Do you think there's a problem?" Karo smiled, her gaze teasing, resting casually on Su-Wan's shoulder. "How would I know? How could you not know?" Su-Wan retorted, exasperated. "You handled everything, but it has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Su-Wan's anxious expression softened. She turned to glance at the white-haired woman with a cold smile. "It has everything to do with you. If something goes wrong, I can't escape, and neither can you. We're both destined to be launched into the assault pod." Karo stood casually, brushing her fingers against Su-Wan's cheek. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so clever." Su-Wan had a point. If her mistakes jeopardized the mission, she was unsure what Ling Xiao would do, but Kadir would certainly crush her without mercy. This was not without precedent. That man was far more terrifying than Ling Xiao. Thus, while it appeared she was indifferent, she was actually very attentive. If Su-Wan made a mistake, she would intervene. Unfortunately, the woman gave her no opportunity. In the camp, the cheers continued. Man 2 basked in the flattery of his followers, feeling unusually elated. However, someone soon sensed something amiss. "Why does it feel like it's getting brighter? Is it coming closer to us? Is the star falling from the sky?" Someone gasped this question, and the crowd fell silent in shock. Then they witnessed a fireball streaking across the night sky, hurtling straight toward them. The speed was astonishing, leaving them no time to react. Why is the emblem of the cosmic mercenaries a shooting star piercing the sky? This is the reason. The assault pod descended with unstoppable force, crashing violently into the camp, like a celestial cannonball slamming into the bonfire. Shockwaves radiated outward, sparks flying in all directions. It tore through the camp, leaving chaos in its wake. The ground was gouged out to a depth of half a meter and stretched half a kilometer long. In this collision, countless warriors of the Man 2 tribe were likely slain. Who dares to obstruct the might of heaven and earth? Not even meteor-class beings would stand in its path. They would be crushed. Crack. After rolling for half a kilometer, the assault pod finally opened, and Ling Xiao emerged, blinking against the brightness. To be honest, riding in the assault pod was uncomfortable. It was akin to being packed into a cannonball for rapid planetary descent devoid of any comfort. Those of lesser strength could not endure the pressure, becoming mere puddles of flesh in an instant. I thought they might attempt a sneak attack during this time, so I waited a moment. But nothing happened. Where could they be hiding? With the visor glowing blue, Ling Xiao scanned the camp, which was now even more chaotic than before. Everywhere was a tumultuous throng of centaur, warriors leaping in the firelight, running in the darkness, frantic and disoriented. In such a situation, it was challenging to identify any lurking Borat civilization mercenaries. Ling Xiao was not inclined to search. If they were truly present, they would undoubtedly come to find him. It sufficed to remain vigilant against ambushes. Furthermore, eliminating them was not a priority. Settling scores was the main objective. That was the task at hand. Resolute, Ling Xiao glanced at the signal source location displayed on his wrist-mounted neural interface and turned to head back. He was unaware of Mantus's location, but he knew where the cosmic mercenaries had placed their mission terminal. Suwon had calculated the projection trajectory based on that information. Let's hope I didn't crush that guy. When Manta lifted his head once more, the first thing he saw was a pair of feet. Feet that could hardly be deemed large. Then a leg appeared. Finally, he beheld Ling Xiao clad in his specialized battle attire reserved for the subservient. In the night, the eerie blue goggles emitted a ghostly glow, flickering like a will-o'-the-wisp. Manta was all too familiar with it. He would never forget this figure. It was this very person. He had returned. In the camp, flames continued to blaze. Everywhere he looked, everything was engulfed in fire. The sky, the earth, the tents, the troops, and his own ambitions. Ling Xiao looked down from his elevated position at the being sprawled before him, uttering no superfluous words, straightforward in his intent. I've come to collect. Manta slowly straightened his body, now towering over Ling Xiao. Their races were not short. Even when prone, he stood at 1.56 m, and when upright, he surpassed 2 meters. If he stood fully, his height would soar to 5 meters. Genuine long legs. And 4 of them. Are you in league with that fellow? Steeling himself, Manta summoned the aura of the King of the North. Alas, it was futile. Ling Xiao shook his head. No, I am only here to collect. Once I receive the payment, I will leave immediately, not lingering for even a second longer. As he said this, Ling Xiao spread his hands. I have no intention of interfering with your life, but you have clearly made an unwise decision. The reason he said unwise rather than wrong was because in Ling Xiao's worldview there was no definitive concept of right or wrong. Right and wrong were merely the opinions of others. What was right could also be wrong. People differ, thus their notions of right and wrong differ as well. But confronting a mercenary division was undoubtedly unwise. Ignorance led to such choices, and subsequently to these consequences. I am the king. Manta struggled to rise, roaring loudly. What I give you may take, what I do not give you cannot seize. His voice boomed, shaking the flames around him. Simultaneously, it attracted the attention of numerous centaurs. They began to gather around. Ling Xiao noticed, but remained unconcerned. He merely wished to secure the payment and depart as swiftly as possible. Just as he had stated, he extended his hand. Please, King of the Manta tribe, hand over the payment. Once I have it, I will leave at once. Manta was almost laughing in anger. Just a moment ago, he had been envisioning the future, and now he faced such a turn of events. The culprit stood before him, demanding something. With so many subordinates watching, if he complied, where would his regal authority be? Did Ling Xiao not understand? He understood. It was just that, as he had said, he did not care. He was not yet at the stage to discuss such matters. The gathering centaurs multiplied surrounding the camp. Armed, they awaited Mantis' command to charge forth and tear apart the little one before them. Ling Xiao's height of less than 2 meters indeed made him appear diminutive in their presence. There was no arguing that. As the crowd grew, Mantis' confidence swelled. He turned to his advisors and military leaders, scoffing. And what if I say no? Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brow. Then I will resort to my second option. This planet has more than one continent, and there are similar beings on other continents. I will package you up and sell you. They will provide the corresponding compensation. After a pause, Ling Xiao added, which is the debt you owe. This would take time, but Ling Xiao lacked the ability to pay out of pocket. 1,000 purple crystal coins were beyond his means. If he could afford it, he would not be here. Not to mention the trouble and danger involved. Manta remained silent, but others were seething with anger. Someone stepped forward immediately. King, this beast has insulted us. We are willing to fight to the death for it. Kill him. Tear him apart. Fight to the death. In an instant, the crowd was incensed, weapons and armor clashing, producing the sound of metal on metal. At this moment, the strategist leapt forward, standing behind Montu, shouting loudly. Do you hear them? We have 400,000 troops. Do you think we will yield, or do you believe you can kill us all? King, do not waste time talking to him. Give the order. Ling Xiao cast a glance at this individual, his lips twitching slightly. 400,000. Was it meaningful? In situations where levels were equal or strength was comparable, numbers held significance. Otherwise, more numbers were useless. Yet Manta did not impulsively issue orders. He fixed his gaze on Ling Xiao, stating, "Your plan will not work." Ling Xiao fell silent. He was aware that the possibility was slim. However, he had another approach. "Then I will package your entire race, selling you all into slavery. If that is not enough, I will also sell this continent beneath your feet, even this planet altogether. I do not wish for matters to reach this extent. I will be troubled, and you will lose everything. Do not speak to me of fighting to the death. You do not even have the qualifications for that. You are the king. You must choose between losing everything with them or paying the debt you owe." Of course, Ling Xiao also offered a way out. To die alongside your subordinates may be heroic, but you are the king. You must survive for their sake. Only by living can you have a future, can you have hope. Manta hesitated. The strategist was agitated. "King, we are all willing to fight to the death. Do you hear the cries of your subordinates? Do you sense their overwhelming fighting spirit?" Ling Xiao sighed. "Shut the hell up, or I'll crush you." He was here to collect, not to fight. Let alone the hidden cosmic mercenaries of the Barit civilization. What should have been a simple matter had been complicated by these individuals. It was just 4 words. Pay up and leave. It was that simple. Everything else was unimportant. At that moment, another voice emerged. "You can do nothing. Your mission is destined to fail, and your life will remain here." Zhao Xie stepped from the shadows. He was cautious, fully armored, and equipped. Ling Xiao frowned deeply, quickly scanning the area. Zhao Xie scoffed disdainfully. "Don't look around, it's just me. One is enough to deal with you." Ling Xiao was incredulous. What a joke. He had been successfully ambushed last time, and did they think they could try again? Did they truly believe he had no memory? Arrogance comes with a price. Ling Xiao stood on high alert. This was the advantage of mechanical armor. It could be donned at any time, and in a non-combat state it consumed almost no energy. And he could not afford to delay. Zhao Xie snorted. "Arrogance also requires capability, and I happen to have that." Saying this, he turned to Mantu. "With me here, he cannot kill you. So what are you waiting for?" Manta glanced at Ling Xiao, then at the newly appeared Zhao Xie. To be honest, he was in a dilemma. These two seemed of a kind, yet they did not belong to the same species. Based solely on size and presence, the latter appeared to be stronger. As for the former, one could describe him as frail. How to choose? It seemed evident. At that moment, Ling Xiao spoke again. "If I fail, there will be a higher-level entity to intervene. Your situation will become even more dire. This is your last chance. These individuals will lead you into an abyss from which there is no return to achieve their own ends. Let us eliminate him together, and I will take the payment and leave without lingering for a moment." The scene was eerily quiet. Mantu was locked in a psychological struggle. Zhao Xie was on guard against Ling Xiao's sudden surge of aggression, while simultaneously trying to create opportunities for his teammates. Ling Xiao too was wary of Zhao Xie, ever vigilant for a possible ambush. Silence. A deathly silence. The air began to thicken with an ominous tension. Unbeknownst to anyone, the wind stirred, clouds gathered, stars faded, and light dimmed. Zhao Xie's appearance did not surprise Ling Xiao. What worried him was the question: how many had come this time? Were there any stellar-level life forms among them? Should he flee now or test the waters? As for the assessment task, forget the assessment task. Survival took precedence. Ling Xiao had never been one to stubbornly fight to the death. If he couldn't make money here, he would simply find another place. The only prerequisite was to eliminate the annoying fly before him. At that moment, Mantu was unsure whom to trust. To him, neither of the two in front of him was good news. Choosing either would lead to disaster. Thus, he preferred not to choose. It would be best if they just fought amongst themselves, allowing him to extricate himself, to remain an outsider. But how could that be possible? Zhao Xie said, "Stop with your alarmist rhetoric. Higher-level beings have no interest in these petty matters. What you truly want is to sell them out for your own gain." With that, Zhao Xie intensified his tone, emphasizing, "This is a crisis of extermination." Looking at Mantu, Zhao Xie continued, "I am different. I only want his life, indifferent to any commission. Only a lowly creature like him who jumped out from some obscure corner would care about trifles and ultimately bring disaster. If you don't want your clan to be exterminated, then cooperate with me to attack and eliminate him." Mantu remained silent. He wasn't foolish. Both sides urged him to order an attack against the other. That meant he must not attack. Reaping the benefits of others' conflict was what he should do. However, someone could not wait. Under the incessant urging of Ling Xiao, Zhao Xie, the strategist, and various clans at that moment, Man Ji stepped forward. He raised his long spear high, looking at Ling Xiao, who was still shorter than himself, and bellowed loudly. All commanders, follow me to slay the enemy, to take down the invader, trespassing our territory. With a roar, he charged forward. In an instant, the cacophony of voices erupted with numerous responses. Charge! Inside his armor, Zhao Xie's eyes glimmered with mockery. Man Tu's eyes widened, his heart filled with dread. How dare you? Do you think I, the king of the northern lands, have vanished? I am here, it is not your place to give orders. Helplessly, Man Ji moved too quickly for him to stop. Ling Xiao's expression darkened completely. Gan Ning Yang. The ignorant are fearless. De La Xiaomu armed. A flash of black light surged across Ling Xiao's body, and he suddenly grew taller, instantly entering an energy activation state. Azure light flowed between the seams of his armor like energy transmission conduits. He charged out. His target was not the advancing Man Tu, but Zhao Xie, who stood not far away. This was the true threat. 20 meters apart, calculated in milliseconds. In the blink of an eye, he was face to face. His right arm armor trembled slightly, and blue light flared up. The blade's radiance sliced downward, cleaving through the night. A forceful strike. Zhao Xie had anticipated this. As soon as he sensed Ling Xiao's energy surge, he reacted. Instead of blocking, he chose to sidestep. Although the beast armor was highly aggressive, his own armor was also of an assault type. Its short-range burst was formidable. With a missed strike, Ling Xiao turned and swiftly delivered a kick. This time, Zhao Xie couldn't completely evade. He grazed the blow. Sparks flew as metal collided. The recoil from the armor combined with the force sent him flying backward. In an instant, a distance of 50 meters was created. Ling Xiao exited the energy activation state, retracting his arm blade, and did not pursue. He realized something. This guy was also an assault type. With one strike missed, there was no need to chase. As for the charging Man Ji and his companions, there were no surprises. They had long since been shattered into pieces in the previous high-speed collision. Their robust bodies provided no protection. They were instantly obliterated. As if struck by a high-speed spacecraft. The blood and flesh in the air had not even had the chance to fall. Except for Zhao Xie, no one could react. It was Zhao Xie's gunfire that jolted them awake. In a daze, it transformed into terror. Ling Xiao did not pursue. Zhao Xie could not just watch. 6 arms moved in unison. As the armor opened and closed, dark gun barrels were revealed. In the next second, 12 tongues of flame erupted, showering Ling Xiao with a barrage of high-explosive rounds. Occasionally mixed in were several yellow-brown energy orbs, small energy cannons. A concentrated barrage. Zhao Xie did not expect this firepower to eliminate Ling Xiao. He merely needed to prevent him from exiting the armor state. One word: expend. He could afford to expend resources a Ling Xiao could not. As for the collateral damage to the Man Tu clan, who cared? Not far away, El Jin furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be happening. He shouldn't be suppressed by such level of firepower. It wasn't a heavy artillery support armor. In the communication channel, Zhao Xie said, I feel I can take him down alone. You feel? El Jin's frown deepened. Something was off. Suddenly his gaze flickered and he barked, Fool, he's behind you. Zhao Xie hurriedly turned to look. In the darkness, a shadow was rapidly advancing. Less than 20 meters away. That distance, far too close. React. His neural thoughts could keep up, but his body couldn't adjust in time. Damn it. 2 blue lights suddenly ignited. Those were dazzling blades. The Demu exclaimed, I'll handle it. In an instant, 3 high-energy laser beams shot forth from the flank. Unerringly, they blocked Ling Xiao's path of advance. At a distance, this was the fastest weapon. It arrived upon firing. Only this could possibly intercept the impending strike, forcing Ling Xiao to abandon the approach. Being up close to the beast armor would lead to dire consequences. Seeing this unfold, Ling Xiao sneered, lowering his stance and almost gliding along the ground. I knew it couldn't just be you. At that moment, Zhao Xie had already maxed out his armor's protective capabilities. The armor's energy visibly dwindled. However, it was futile. The blade cleaved through layers of armor, striking his calf. Sparks erupted. Metal fragments mixed with blood flew out. Zhao Xie's body swayed. That blade severed one of his legs. Agonizing pain surged into his brain, causing his entire body to convulse, nearly plunging him into darkness. Fortunately, the armor system reacted immediately, injecting several antidotes into his body. It helped stabilize him. Ling Xiao slipped out from beneath him. With one hand pressed to the ground, he leaped into the air. Kicking aside a misaligned cannon, the blade spun like the wind. The sound of tearing filled the air. Zhao Xie wanted to retreat, but he couldn't. He wished to attack, yet his armament was disabled. In a critical moment, he shouted angrily, swinging his fist to collide hard with Ling Xiao's. That punch was fierce. Ling Xiao was pushed back, carving out over 20 meters in the ground before finally coming to a stop. However, Zhao Xie's arm was also rendered useless. 4 deep claw marks showing bone. Only now do you think of fighting for your life, isn't that a bit late? Standing up, Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Xie's wretched state, feeling no joy. He hadn't come to fight. He had merely come to collect a debt. Gather as many as you can. Otherwise your life will end here. Until now, Ling Xiao was certain of one thing. There were 2 cosmic mercenaries of the Boreat civilization on this planet. Were there more? Certainly. 2 was not enough. Bargun and Funi had met their demise in this manner. If Ling Xiao had orchestrated the situation, he would have sent at least 3. As if to validate his conjecture, 2 piercing shrieks suddenly echoed through the air. 2 streaks of light hurtled through the void. Their speed was astonishing. Before the figures even arrived, the assault commenced. Another barrage of artillery rained down. High-energy laser techniques unleashed their fury as if they had no regard for energy. A relentless bombardment. Ling Xiao's heart sank as he glanced up. You truly hold me in high esteem. Without hesitation, in the next moment Ling Xiao charged through the hail of fire. Wounding 5 is not as effective as severing 1 finger, even though his armor was nearly reduced to a mere stick, leaving him grievously injured. Yet these injuries were not sufficient to be fatal. The armored life support system held his life in balance. As long as he could return to the medical bay and install a few mechanical prosthetics, it wouldn't be long before he regained his former strength. Thus, kill. Advance. With a single stroke, he aimed for the neck. In that moment, Zhaoxi sensed the scent of death. He began to retreat. The remaining 2 thrusters of his armor assisted his escape. At the same time, he was preparing, as Ling Xiao closed in and swung his blade. He raised his remaining 2 arms to block, and suddenly the chest armor of his suit cracked open, revealing a cannon barrel with a radius of at least 10 centimeters. What? A large question mark formed on Ling Xiao's forehead. Who on earth would hide an offensive weapon in such a place? Despite the pain contorting his face, Zhaoxi howled. You are finished. In the next instant, the blade sliced through the armor with precision, penetrating within. In a flash of electric light, his arms soared into the air. The armament in front of Zhaoxi's chest unleashed a chaotic surge of disordered, life-inducing beams. How could he not prepare for an unknown confrontation? Though the cost was high, the effect was remarkably potent. What is the greatest fear of beast armor? The failure of beast cells can lead to a backlash that harms the user. In the face of such a predicament, external strength holds no value. It would disintegrate from within. Ling Xiao's blade struck Zhaoxi's head, armor penetrating deeply, yet it failed to cleave him in 2. He sensed something was amiss. The armor on his body seemed to be melting away. In the meantime, the alert from Delahium sounded. Detected erratic biological cells with signs of loss of control. Initiating core intervention. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Ling Xiao decisively withdrew his blade. If he didn't leave now, he might truly meet his end here. The situation was overwhelming. From his sudden assault to a brief clash with Zhaoxi, and until Elgin's warning, this creature had reacted swiftly, and Datum intervened. 3 high-energy laser beams blocked his path. Close combat. Swinging his blade, he aimed to reduce Zhaoxi to a mere stick. Delivering the final blow, he was simultaneously struck. His armor nearly spiraled out of control, forcing him to evade the onslaught. The entire sequence seemed lengthy, yet it had not even lasted 2 minutes. Everything unfolded too quickly, so fast that few truly understood what transpired. With wings unfurled, Ling Xiao locked onto a direction like a cannonball fired from its breech, vanishing into the vast night sky. Datum and his companion did not linger, but sped off in pursuit. The remaining individual and Elgin rushed to the center of the battlefield to assess Zhaoxi's injuries. A single glance was enough for Elgin to render a verdict. He's beyond saving. Indeed, he was beyond hope. Every part of him was damaged. Ling Xiao had violently dismantled his armor, leaving fragments scattered everywhere. The most lethal injury stemmed from the final blow. That strike had failed to unleash its full might. Otherwise, given his earlier display of aggression, it would have been sufficient to cleave Zhaoxi in half. Instead, he couldn't even breach the head armor. Thus it was evident that the opponent was in poor condition. Both Elgin and the other understood this well. In less than 2 minutes, they had gleaned a wealth of information. Bargun and Funi did not die unjustly, but his death was somewhat unmerited. Elgin remarked. Dylan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. The weapon he used seems rather abnormal. I've never encountered such a crude design. Even a particle blade pales in comparison. Not surprisingly, most weapons used by beast armor are derived from the special cells extracted from void beasts. Who knows where he acquired this one? At this point, Elgin hesitated for half a second before offering a hypothesis. Perhaps it came from that void beast from the war over a decade ago. The mere mention of that beast rendered both of them silent. It was too formidable. A level 5 void beast which had not spread to their star system solely due to the battle's boundaries. Otherwise, relying solely on the destructive capacity of a level 5 void beast, even their combined strength would be inadequate for defense. In its presence, a level 4 warship would crumble like paper, shattered at a touch. Exploded with a squeeze. Fortunately, it was dead. Had it lived, this star domain would know no peace. By the way, do you think those two will be okay in their pursuit? Dylan glanced up at the sky. At that moment, the sky was brightening, the starlight fading. Elgin shot him a glance and said, "If you're worried, you can go after them." Dylan let out a dry laugh, but made no move. Arriving at this time would seem like trying to take credit for their efforts. After all, the opponent had already been struck directly by the disordered life-inducing beam. If all went as expected, his beast armor was already rendered useless. This was likely to cost him his life, let alone the fact that Dadhum was still in pursuit. There was no escaping. Elgin continued, "The primary weapon of an assault-type armor is surprisingly a mid-range fire strike. I truly wonder what he was thinking. Did he think he was in a mechanized unit?" Dylan fell silent. Who would willingly engage in close-quarters combat if they could strike from afar? Close combat carried too much risk. It was akin to walking a tightrope over a cliff. A one misstep could be fatal. In contrast, it was much safer to fire from a distance. Guns and artillery, effective against weaker foes. But in unknown encounters of equal power, they fell short. Unless armed with high-performance weapons, yet such arms consumed too much energy and the armor struggled to bear the load. Increase energy reserves. That would only result in a larger armor size. It would cease to be a personal armor and become a mechanized arsenal. If it grew any larger, it would rival a small attack craft. Why on earth would one still want personal armor? Why not just deploy a warship? Dylan understood Elgin's exasperation. And precisely because he understood, he refrained from speaking further. After all, that was simply the truth. "You're set." Seeing Elgin turn his gaze toward him, Dylan quickly clarified, "Mine isn't an assault type, it's a versatile type." Versatile type? Elgin's expression turned peculiar. It had no strong points nor glaring weaknesses, capable of both ranged and melee combat, and could serve as auxiliary armor when necessary. It sounded formidable, yet was notoriously difficult to wield. If used well, it could be powerful; if not, it was worthless. 2 words suffice to describe it. Mediocre. Why not take the disordered life-inducing beam and engage the opponent directly? Even if unable to win, he wouldn't end up as pathetically as Zeuxi, withstanding only a few blows. Elgin was speechless. Dylan fell silent. He too was baffled by Zeuxi's incompetence. He had spoken so confidently before leaving, asserting that there would be no issues. What was the result? In less than 2 minutes, he had been eliminated. Died a gruesome death. It was well known. Assault-type armors were incredibly fast, highly agile, yet had the weakest protection among all armor types. Switching to a heavy defensive type wouldn't have led to being dismantled in under 2 minutes. Of course, Elgin didn't know. Ling Xiao had dismantled heavy defensive armors in a short span as well. Even easier than assault types. Both were melee types. Regardless of speed or rhythm, that relatively cumbersome turtle shell couldn't keep up. Let's wait for news. Unless something unforeseen occurs, this operation is concluded. The sunlight pierced through the darkness, once again illuminating the land. Sparse clouds of dust still rose, enveloping the entire camp in a thin veil. The wind was gentle, carrying a faint odor of charred remains. It was quite unpleasant. Man too crawled up from the pile of corpses, his eyes wide in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. He remained in a daze for a long time. As far as he could see, the ground was strewn with bodies. Most of them were dismembered, for 100,000 troops had turned to ashes. Everything that had transpired last night felt to him like a nightmare. This nightmare had yet to end. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This couldn't be real. He was both fortunate and unfortunate. Situated in the heart of the conflict, he had survived thanks to the desperate protection of his guards. However, those guards had been reduced to mere fragments. All around him, in his stupor, he saw 2 figures standing amidst the chaos. He moved closer. With each step, he had to pause for several seconds. The more he saw, the more his pent-up rage intensified. Anger mingled with fear, horror, dread, complexity, and helplessness, among many other emotions. Of course, most of all, there was disbelief. Ling Xiao and Zeuxi had fought for less than 2 minutes. It was impossible for them to annihilate 400,000 troops. Neither side regarded these lowly life forms, let alone targeted them. They were merely collateral damage from the residual shockwaves. Nevertheless, even the aftermath of the battle was beyond their capacity to endure. The center of the battlefield was gruesome and many centaurs chose to flee. A wise choice. Staying would mean death. Xiao Xie unleashed a torrent of destructive firepower. Datum's 3 high-energy laser beams swept across the battlefield, piercing through half of the camp. Any obstacle in their path was obliterated. Wherever they passed, chaos reigned. Their once proud bodies offered no defense against such high-energy attacks. Pierced through. All of them pierced through. Man-2 stumbled forward, approaching Elkin and Dylan. He still wished to look down at them. Unfortunately, he was not tall enough. Even standing straight and stretching his neck, he could not manage a view from above. With their battle armor, Elkin and Dylan had long surpassed 5 meters in height. Man-2 could no longer suppress the anger boiling within him. He roared, "Look at what you've done. Look at the good deeds you've wrought. It's all gone, all of it." Upon hearing the hoarse shout, Elkin and Dylan slowly turned their heads. To be honest, they did not know this indigenous man before them. Their attention was entirely focused on Ling Xiao, an indigenous person. Was he worth consideration, even if he claimed to be a king? In the ruins, the strategist, upon hearing the familiar voice, poked his head out of the blasted ground. He was unsure why under normal circumstances shells would not land in the same crater. But he knew it was safer to hide in the pit. Thus, when he joyfully peeked out, he was met with this scene. Dylan and Elkin exchanged glances. Then in one swift motion, he swung his arm and struck Man-2 on the head. This was disastrous. Man-2's head spun like a top, rotating a full 900 degrees with only a thin layer of skin left connecting it to his neck. His eyes remained open in death. What creature dares to make noise before us? Lacking even the basic self-awareness of a lowly life form. Disdain, contempt, derision. At the very least, they did not ignore him. In a sense, Man-2's death was profoundly unjust. More unjust than Xiao Xie's. If he had not jumped out at that moment, no one would have paid him any mind. It was like someone walking down the street, spotting an ant crawling along the roadside. At that moment, no one would think to step on it. In the eyes of star-level beings, a lowly life form was no different from that ant. The term lowly said it all, no matter where they were. The only beings deserving of equal treatment were those of star-level status. Even with status, without power, it meant nothing. Status, honor, wealth. These were merely soft powers, not hard powers. Possessing those was less beneficial than possessing strength. Absolute strength. Power capable of crushing everything. Only when both sides were evenly matched could there be a possibility for equal dialogue. Otherwise, one wouldn't even have the right to speak. The strategist observed all of this, watching as his king was struck dead by the opponent. He wanted to scream, but instinctively covered his mouth. Then, he silently withdrew his head, retreating back into the deep pit, pretending as if nothing had happened. Elkin and Dylan naturally noticed the strategist huddled in the pit. They paid him no mind. As long as he didn't interfere with them, what did it matter what happened to that indigenous man? It's been 30 minutes. Why is there still no news? Dylan glanced at the time, sensing something was amiss. Even if the opponent was adept at escaping, they should not have been able to run for 30 minutes under the pursuit of Datum and his companion. In 30 minutes, how many drugs had he consumed? Could he withstand the backlash from the beast's cells? Could he have found a place to hide? But what would that accomplish? Dylan did not quite understand. The purpose of their arrival was simple: collecting debts. Completing the formal mercenary assessment task. Would he abandon this task? Moreover, the flying shuttle orbiting Man Kuang star had already been locked in by them. That fellow could not return. Ling Xiao was the one who should be anxious. As for them staying here for 10 days or half a month posed no problem. After all, they were executing a task assigned by their sect master. They had more leeway with time than Ling Xiao. Of course, lingering too long would also prove their incompetence. 5 cosmic mercenaries entered the fray together, one of whom was a formal mercenary, even if they were bound by rules not to act. The deterrent force still existed. Now one of the 4 main forces had been lost. To be honest, that was already enough to prove their incompetence. What if the mission failed? Dylan did not dare to think. Failure only had one outcome. Even if they did not die, they would be sent back to their mother civilization with no chance of rising again. What they would lose was not merely a layer of identity, but much more in terms of welfare treatment and resource supply. Not to mention, just this identity alone allowed them to stay in most space stations within the galaxy and access planets opened by other civilizations. The benefits were self-evident. Elkin glanced at his portable intelligence device, seeing no action from him, as the data quickly scrolled across the screen. Soon he pulled up the location information of Datum and his companion, simultaneously analyzing their movement trajectories. They were still moving at high speed. The velocity was astonishing, fully loaded. This caused Elkin to frown slightly. Not good. As Dylan had said, that fellow had taken a direct hit from a highly targeted shot. How could he endure for so long? In just 30 minutes, he had already reached the opposite side of the planet. At this pace, he would enter the ocean in 10 seconds. Elkin immediately grasped Ling Xiao's intention. He wants to dive into the depths of the sea to hide. Although Datum and his companion are equipped with all-environment armor, combat underwater is highly restricted. We cannot allow him to plunge into the sea. We're on our way. As Elkin spoke, he leaped into the air, soaring upward. His back thrusters ignited, propelling him like a shooting star into the sky. Dylan followed closely behind. On the other side, did Datum not understand that they could not allow Ling Xiao to dive into the sea? He did, but he could not catch up. The assault-type armor had the advantage of speed, allowing for extraordinary escape. Attacks rained down like a storm, laser beams weaving into a net. Unfortunately, the firepower was insufficient to achieve an all-encompassing interception. Under the opponent's high-speed evasive maneuvers, striking them was impossible. Even now, with most of his armor shed, leaving only the back flight system, they still could not catch up or land a hit. Damn it, why hasn't his armor malfunctioned yet? How can he last this long? Datum found himself perplexed by the situation. If Ling Xiao had merely relied on energy restoration potions to endure for 30 minutes, he could understand that. But to withstand a direct hit from the disruption-induced energy beam, especially for 30 minutes, was simply unfathomable. This had nothing to do with his own strength. The disruption-induced beam acted directly on the beast armor within him, provoking a backlash. Such a backlash. Forget about enduring 30 minutes. If he could last 30 seconds, it would already signify that his armor technology was extraordinarily advanced, stable, and possessed an exceptionally low risk of failure. Yet how could this be possible? Even a Tier 3 beast armor, regardless of being crafted by a Tier 4 civilization with Tier 4 technology, could not achieve such a feat. It was abnormal. Very much so. How had he managed to hold on? Datum incessantly questioned himself. He had never utilized beast armor and thus lacked understanding of its intricacies. Due to the immense risks associated with its deployment, users were few. Even under comparable conditions, beast armor outperformed mechanical armor by 20%, yet practitioners remained rare. What they sought was stable performance and sustained battle capability, not a fleeting surge of power without follow-through. A moment of glory meant little, the true strong survived. Perhaps it's not without effect. His physique may be unique, allowing him to temporarily suppress the backlash from the beast cells within. Or maybe it has already taken effect with only localized surges occurring and no total loss of control. Datum mused. 30 kilometers away, Ling Xiao had already shed much of his armor, leaving only the flight module on his back. This was the external manifestation. Loss of control didn't always signify malignant failure. There was also the possibility of sudden mutations occurring. Such possibilities were rife with uncertainty. Even Datum dared not draw conclusions hastily. Nevertheless, even if it came down to wearing each other out, they could exhaust him here. Beast armor could not draw energy from external sources, it could only siphon from the user's body. If the user fell into a state of incapacitation, the armor would naturally disengage. At that point, what turmoil could a star-level life form without armor unleash? One word: stability. Ling Xiao appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. Without the protection of his armor, he had to evade ranged attacks coming from behind. Should he take a hit from a cannon or be struck by a high-energy laser beam, the scant energy remaining within him would provide no protective effect. Even if he did not get pierced through, he would be sent crashing down. 30 minutes. He was nearing his limit. As for the backlash from the beast cells that Datum and the others were so fixated on, no such signs had manifested within him. The moment the beast cells exhibited signs of losing control, the core of his armor, the dilation, intervened instantly. It performed a forceful encoding combination. The diaster cells devoured and suppressed the aberrant entities. Even if a small portion of the cells lost control, they would be resolved in a short time, thus maintaining the integrity of the armor and preventing it from disintegrating. What Ling Xiao lacked was energy. He also needed to catch his breath. More than anything, he needed an opportunity. The two pursuers behind him were relentless, chasing him across millions of kilometers without a moment's pause. Their armor housed small energy supply systems, rendering them unafraid of depletion. As soon as Ling Xiao dared to stop, they would immediately unleash their firepower upon him. There would be no place to hide. Fortunately, ahead lay the sea. If he could dive, and even without an opportunity to counterattack, he could at least catch his breath. His opponents were evidently aware of this, swiftly redirecting their firepower to intercept him. Unfortunately, being mere individual armors, their firepower was insufficient for a comprehensive blockade. There were always gaps. Ling Xiao dashed left and right, seizing an opportunity. He folded his wings and plunged into the depths of the sea. He descended rapidly. As long as they dared to follow, Ling Xiao would be ready to dismantle them. In such an environment, how much combat power could their armors exert? Not even 30%. Of course, 30% was still better than having no armor at all. Without needing to enter an energy activation state, they could, with that 30% power, still pin a defenseless Ling Xiao to the ocean floor. They were fully aware of this, as was Ling Xiao. Thus, throughout the escape, Ling Xiao disengaged from the armor's fusion state. He was gambling his life. He bet that they would follow him down. If he were in their position, he would also pursue. Opportunities were rare. If he allowed his targets to escape or hide, where could he find them again? Even at the cost of failing his mission, Ling Xiao was prepared to wear them down. A contest of endurance. At that moment, Ling Xiao received a message from Callow. Callow had finally found an opportunity to connect the communication line. "Sir, I regret to inform you of some bad news. 2 more cosmic mercenaries have appeared at the Monte camp and are rapidly approaching your location, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. In the makeshift communications voice, Ling Xiao could detect Callow's tone of surprise. He was equally astonished. 2 more had come. They truly thought highly of him. Including the one he had previously dealt with, there were now 5. 5 against 1. How shameless. Yet he had no retort. At this point, what could he say? All he could do was fight with all his might. Any schemes or tricks were of little use against absolute power. They would not yield the desired effect. At this moment, Ling Xiao had no one to rely on. Could he expect the natives to help relieve some pressure? They lacked that capability. The Monte tribe was the best proof of this. 400,000 troops easily crushed. The shuttle was filled with support personnel. Relying on them to take up arms was less feasible than hoping the remaining 4 mercenaries would bicker over spoils. It was utterly dire. The only advantage at this stage is that my revealed strength remains limited. With 4 against 1, there's no need for you all to go all out. Ling Xiao sighed in resignation. Callow inside the shuttle was equally speechless. 5 targeting 1. Now that was a bit excessive. There was no need for such seriousness. They weren't even leaving him a chance to survive. Su Wan was anxiously pacing, feeling powerless. Suddenly she asked, "Do you think if I rammed the assault boat into them, I could take a few out?" Callow couldn't help but roll her eyes. Without holding back, she replied, "Are you looking to deliver yourself as a head on a platter?" Despite their use of individual armor, which appeared small and seemingly posed little threat, the fact remained that they were all star-level life forms. Such beings wielded power through individual armor that rivaled high-energy mechs. In terms of unit energy levels, they surpassed high-energy mechs significantly. Star-level life forms disliked utilizing high-energy mechs due to their bulk, which made them easy targets. While the Legion did have provisions, those were meant for standard soldiers. Callow believed that even if Su Wan were provided a high-energy mech, now she wouldn't last 3 minutes in combat. Most likely she wouldn't endure even a minute. "Are we just going to sit here and watch?" Su Wan refused to accept it. Callow shrugged. "There's nothing we can do but watch. Don't think about jumping in to help, you wouldn't make a difference. Just focus on what you need to do." As she spoke, Callow's gaze fell upon the tumultuous sea displayed on the light screen, glancing at the 2 mercenaries who had plunged into the water. Then she divided her attention to the speeding Elgin and Dylan. Murmuring, she said, "This is the norm for cosmic mercenaries, the vanguards of civilization." Suddenly, Callow's expression sharpened. Her gaze locked onto Elgin's armored form. This doesn't seem quite right. In the midst of their flight, Elgin suddenly raised his head, gazing up at the pale sky. A vague sensation of being watched crept over him. This feeling was not new. He had previously brushed it off, especially with a shuttle hovering in the orbital path of the planet. However, this time it felt as though the gaze was firmly fixed upon him, unwavering. Instinctively, he looked up, and his eyes met Carlos. Despite the distance of over 40,000 kilometers and the barriers of armored visors and shuttle surveillance, Carlo could still sense something amiss. "The situation seems off," she mused. "This individual is unervingly perceptive." Tap, tap, tap. Her fingers lightly drummed on the table as she uncrossed her legs, her expression growing serious. To be able to detect her attention from such a distance, such heightened sensitivity, could not merely be a trait of a subordinate. Even if he wasn't a meteor-class life form, he was likely not far from it. If Ling Xiao collided with him, death was inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, she made a bold decision, a gamble. She swiftly brought up Kadir's communication code, her finger hovering hesitantly before pressing it down. Carlo hesitated. This was a significant matter. If she was wrong, Ling Xiao would die, and she would not escape unscathed. Yet if Ling Xiao fell to an official mercenary without her response, her fate would be sealed as well. Reporting late would lead to a grimmer end. Who said that attendants had an easier life than combat personnel? One wrong step could lead to a cascade of mistakes. Every choice seemed to lead to death. "My life truly feels beyond my control," she sighed, taking a deep breath and pouting. After much deliberation, she abandoned Kadir's communication code and chose another option. "Rosa, Though he wouldn't arrive in time and Ling Xiao wouldn't last until Rosa could reach him, there were other ways to confirm the situation. Carlo believed Rosa might be willing to try given his regard for Ling Xiao. As for Katter, he would seize the opportunity to rally forces and launch a purge against the mercenaries of the Borite civilization. Meteor-class combatants would engage. Regardless of whether they were official mercenaries or their subordinates, none would be spared. He had waited long for this opportunity. Carlo felt her assumption was accurate. Thus came her report. My lord, it seems that Ling Xiao's assessment mission has encountered an ambush from the official mercenaries of the Borite civilization. They have yet to initiate an attack, but are en route to the battlefield. At the Y-692 space station, Rosa's smile faltered for half a second before returning to its usual demeanor. Are you certain? 60% sure. Rosa fell silent. After a pause, he asked, have you reported to Lord Katter? Carlo's right eyelid twitched. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Rosa's gaze flickered, and he patted the head of the attendant squatting before him. He stood up, revealing the scars on his bare chest left by gunfire. It seems you don't want him dead. Carlo remained silent. Rosa said no more. He raised his hand, and his combat suit enveloped him in an instant. Very well. I will make a trip and apply some pressure to those fellows. If they disregard the rules, then we'll no longer need to adhere to them. As he spoke, the smile vanished from Rosa's face. You know what to do, right? Understood. Good. 20 minutes later, a dedicated shuttle departed the starport, leaving the Y-692 space station behind and heading deep into the starry void. In truth, the Y-692 space station could also exert pressure on the enemy. However, doing so would inevitably alarm Katter. Once Katter learned of the situation, he would not remain idle. Even if it meant breaching the Y-692 station, he would eliminate all Borite civilization's cosmic mercenaries. This would then serve as a foundation for expanding into surrounding star domains, igniting a chaotic conflict between the two civilizations' mercenaries. Meteor-class combatants would directly engage, and it was not impossible for planetary-level life forms to join as well. After all, they had prepared for this for years. Yet this would certainly mean Ling Xiao's demise. Their actions depended on the enemy breaking the rules. Once the rules were shattered, the cosmic mercenaries in this star domain wouldn't know how to respond. It wasn't that they couldn't act, but rather that they couldn't do so openly. Pressure was applied to the other side. How would they choose? Carlo was gambling and Rosa was equally at risk. He sought to delay the onset of war because he had not yet ascended to a comet-class life form and was fighting with meteor-class strength. To be frank, the survival rate was low. When two level 4 civilizations clashed, meteor-class beings were mere cannon fodder, while only comet-class beings possessed the ability to protect themselves. Of course, even that was merely self-preservation. In the throes of war, who could predict the outcome? Inside the shuttle, Su-Wan stared wide-eyed at Carlo's entire operation, blinking as she curiously asked, was that person very strong? She had seen Rosa before and had a vivid memory of his fiery red hair, having once thought of extracting money from him. Extremely strong, Carlo replied, giving Su-Wan a sidelong glance. If Lord Rosa were here, those 5 fellows down below would only qualify to offer their heads. Su-Wan continued, what was he doing just now? I thought I saw something flash by. Carlo, growing impatient, frowned. What do you think he was doing? That's exactly what he was doing. Is it so surprising? Su-Wan was speechless, muttering, isn't it surprising? Carlo stood up, grasped Su-Wan's chin, and lifted it high, speaking in an equally exasperated tone. Otherwise, why do you think I let you aboard the shuttle? Su-Wan was left dumbfounded. Goodness, that made so much sense. The waves roared above the surface while dark currents stirred beneath. 2 figures swiftly descended, identical to the 2 plunging into the depths of the sea, Datum and his companion. Their speed was not fast. The peculiar environment of the seabed severely hampered their armor's performance. Many weapons were rendered useless in this setting, forcing them to rely on their armor's strength for close combat. Fortunately, their opponent was in a poor state, having been directly struck by the disordered and inactive inducing beams of enhanced cells. Even without their armor, they could easily suppress a microstar-level life form, let alone someone who was already on their last legs. It was 2 against 1. How strong could their opponent possibly be? The advantage lay with them. Watching Ling Xiao continue to dive downward, Datum longed to give him a blast. Unfortunately, the conditions did not allow for it. If only we had equipped an underwater attack system, his companion lamented. It wouldn't matter, would you dare shoot from this distance? Datum retorted, exasperated. Underwater conditions were not comparable to those in the sky. There was a risk of including themselves in the attack range. They had armor to protect them, but who knew where they might end up if they were blown apart? Light-based weapons were also ineffective due to the dense medium. Hey, how much water pressure do you think he could withstand without armor? His companion asked. Datum pondered for a moment and provided a rough estimate. Under normal conditions, between 50 to 60 times. that's already an overestimation. That was under normal circumstances. In armor-merged state, the value would increase geometrically. That was their confidence. The deeper they dived, the more advantageous it was for them. Just then Ling Xiao, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted, standing atop a rocky seabed. Surrounding him was an endless darkness akin to interstellar space with no discernible directions. The visor emitted a faint blue glow. Ling Xiao wished he could give them a blast, but sadly he lacked such equipment. Upon landing, Datum sneered. "Is this the grave you've chosen for yourself?" Ling Xiao offered no response. Emperor Raylam, armor merge. Observing Ling Xiao's form, which bore only arm and leg armor, Datum taunted. "What do you think you can still fight in this state?" 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially when they had 12 on their side. They could strike him down without issue. At that moment, Ling Xiao emitted a wave for the first time, stating simply, "Dare to duel." Datum exchanged glances with his companion, both bursting into laughter. "If we can gang up on you, why bother with a duel? Attack." Input text cleaned and translated. A duel? What kind of existence would choose to engage in a duel if not those with no other options? Now there were 2 of them fully armed. Taking on someone equipped with only partial weaponry can be done in a duel, but it is hardly necessary. They were both mercenaries, unconventional warriors. Warrior ethics did not apply here. Ending the conflict quickly meant they could leave this desolate planet sooner. Executing tasks in such remote corners offered no amusement whatsoever. Combat. The 2 rushed forward, flanking their opponent. Ling Xiao did not retreat. His fist and blade shot forward, charging at the oncoming enemy. With flashing lights indicating their positions, there was no difficulty in locating the opponent. This was destined to be a unique battle. There were no sounds of gunfire nor sparks flying. Everything was eerily quiet. Under such pressure, showcasing one's prowess in combat on land and in the air was nearly impossible. Resistance. A formidable resistance forced both sides to revert to the most primitive form of combat. Armed with weapons and raised fists, close combat. Should their life support systems be damaged, even 3 terrestrial beings, regardless of their star-level status, would succumb here. A punch from you, a kick from me, as if in slow motion. Having escalated to this point, even the shuttle in orbit could not detect their struggle. Carlo could only analyze Ling Xiao's current state through the life sign feedback devices. The same was true for Elgin. The battle beneath the sea was intense, while the surface remained tranquil. Any ripples that formed dissipated in an instant. Dylan sighed. The 3 of them are engaged in close combat, and we have 2 against 1, giving us a significant advantage. He assessed the situation thus. Elgin was not as optimistic. While the 2 from Datum have considerable experience in close-quarters combat, can they truly compare to someone equipped with assault-type melee armor? Yet another thought lingered unspoken in Elgin's mind. Ling Xiao hailed from the interstellar gladiatorial arena. His preferred and most adept combat style was close-quarters fighting. Their training was no less brutal than that of life-and-death battles. Any mistake was unacceptable. A blunder often meant death. Ling Xiao's survival thus far spoke volumes. Using one's weaknesses to exploit the enemy's strengths. Elgin could not fathom where Dylan's confidence stemmed from. Was it merely due to their numerical superiority? 2 against 1 could hardly be considered overwhelming odds. What had happened to Balgun and Funi? How did Zhao Xie meet his end? In the face of star-level beings, numbers held no significance. It was not about being numerous. This was even more evident among cosmic mercenaries. At the same level, Ling Xiao had managed to defeat Balgun and Funi, even killing Zhao Xie in front of all 4. This was no longer a simple matter of strength. Of course, Elgin did not believe Ling Xiao could escape from him, but it was inconvenient. Above them hovered a shuttle. This shuttle was of little offensive capability. He could easily damage it with his armored attack system. However, the consequences would be severe. This was a corporate shuttle. Inside were individuals from the Milani civilization. Moreover, it was home to Kadir, a being of meteor-level status, and his attendant. One must consider their master when attacking a service personnel with nearly 0 combat power. Kadir would undoubtedly crush him with his own hands. Not even the backing of Lord Everton would save him. Even his mother civilization would not intercede on his behalf. In this line of work, one must adhere to certain rules. Elgin felt helpless. His helplessness was lost on Dylan. "Are you just going to stand there not planning to help?" Dylan replied, "With those 2, it's enough. By the time I go down, the fight might be over." No matter how Dylan saw it, the 2 from Datum had no chance of losing. At worst, they might suffer minor injuries. Datum was a vassal of Lord Everton, and the other was a vassal of Lord Zeverbor. Dylan felt this distribution was just right. The 2 would combine their efforts to deal with the opponent, ensuring they could all report back without issues. As for himself, he couldn't be bothered to seize the limelight. That was his mindset and his course of action. Elgin observed him in silence. To a certain extent, he could not force the other to act. While they belonged to the same faction, they were not under the same lord. Moreover, he did not believe Ling Xiao had any chance for a comeback. Yet he still felt a lingering unease. This feeling stemmed from the shuttle above. Could there be other combatants concealed within? Elgin involuntarily recalled a figure he had encountered previously, Rosie. That individual was anything but ordinary. When he had met Rosie, he was merely a vassal. Precisely for that reason, Rosie had spared him while his predecessor had met a tragic fate. That day, his predecessor had been obliterated in an instant. The suffocating pressure was something Elgin would never forget. It fueled his relentless pursuit of advancement. He did not dare to aspire to the level of a lord. Rosie was the target he sought to surpass. As he pondered this, waves suddenly rose on the sea's surface, swelling into surging tides. One wave after another. It seemed something was trying to burst forth from below. The two immediately went on high alert. The next second, a battered figure broke through the surface, its armor riddled with cracks. Elgin Sharpeed recognized it immediately. It was Datum. At that moment, Datum was in an energy-activated state. Upon surfacing, he activated his armor's propulsion engine. He shot upwards, ascending to the skies. Dylan was alarmed had they not won. How could that be? Where was the other one? Just as he thought this, another figure burst forth from the water, attempting to escape the confines of the sea. Unfortunately, his luck was not as favorable as Datum's. Just as he broke free before he could ascend, the surface of the water surged again. A powerful hand emerged, seizing his ankle and yanking him downwards. What immense strength! His ascending form was abruptly halted, crashing back into the sea like a projectile, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Now Dylan realized. They had indeed lost. Not only had they lost, but the one dragged down was also in grave peril. Blood had already stained a section of the water. Attack! Without hesitation, Dylan immediately raised his cannon, unleashing a barrage upon the writhing figure beneath the surface. In an instant, explosive rounds, laser cannons, high-energy beams, small energy cannons, and even combined portable disintegration beams rained down. All at once. This was his trump card. Dylan would not deploy it unless absolutely necessary. It was powerful, but also energy-consuming. With this explosion, the sea erupted, massive waves surging one after another. It rivaled a nuclear blast in might. Underwater, Ling Xiao's expression darkened. He had mismanaged the tempo, allowing one to escape. To ensure the two above were pulled back into the water, he nearly lost this chance as well. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, pulling them back, just in time. Simultaneously, he thrust a blade through the neck, severing the head, swiftly sinking down. The attack came quickly. Had it been any slower, he would have likely been blasted away, much like a fish caught in an explosion. What surprised Ling Xiao most was that a beam of light had shot directly into the depths of the water. The seawater along its path instantly decomposed, striking directly at the armor he was holding. In merely 3 seconds, the armor was breached. Though the diameter was only the size of a fist, its penetrating power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao felt that even the beast armor on him would not withstand it. This was undoubtedly no level 3 weapon. At the very least, it was a creation utilizing level 4 technology, just like the weapons that had targeted his beast armor before. This time you were fortunate to escape. Do not let me find another opportunity, or I will certainly take you down. As he thought this, Ling Xiao descended while eyeing the unfortunate soul in his grasp. Did you truly believe he would cover your retreat? Some never learn, even in death. What happened? After a barrage of attacks, Dylan looked up at the towering Datum, who soared 1,000 meters into the sky. 2 against 1, and in this environment, they still couldn't win. Not only did they fail to defeat him, but they also lost one of their own. What kind of performance is this for a cosmic mercenary? They might as well go back, wash up, and get some sleep. Dylan wasn't sure if his attacks had any effect, but one thing was certain: the opponent had not been blown away. Even though he had reacted quickly and struck fiercely, they could not claim victory. Did they not think to call for reinforcements? Were he and Elgin merely decorations? Dylan felt a surge of anger. Losing was one thing, but they could have called for help. If it weren't inappropriate, he would have loved to fire a shot at Datum. Better to just blow this guy to bits. However, he couldn't do that. Datum was not one of their own. Elgin frowned, silent and contemplative. Datum remained motionless in the sky, the tension palpable. At their level 2 against 1 should have been a straightforward advantage. 6 iron fists, 4 legs, yet they couldn't even manage to effectively subdue him. When the opponent finally revealed himself, they suddenly realized that in close combat, they were no match for him. That kind of weapon was simply too formidable. The enemy had toyed with them for an hour, and by the time they sensed something was off, it was too late. Their only strategy had been to lure him upwards. As for the comms device, that had already been dismantled by the enemy. The opponent was all too familiar with their armor design, targeting their weak points for attack. He had managed to defend against the dismantling of the life support system, but failed to protect the communications equipment. A classic case of being caught off guard. Now faced with Dylan's inquiries, Datum could only remain silent, suppressing his own frustration. After all, Elgin was observing. There was no way to excuse their failure or to shift the blame. In other roles it might have been acceptable, but as cosmic mercenaries they required no excuses, only results. Datum's silence prompted Dylan to turn to Elgin, hoping he might say something rather than maintaining the same silence. Their 5-member team had dwindled to just 3. Among them one was a formal mercenary who was unable to engage in combat. If they adhered to protocol, their actual fighting force was reduced to 2. That was a perilously low number. The difficulty of facing that opponent had exceeded their expectations. If this continued, the 2 of them could well be overwhelmed and killed. Lord Elgin, I implore you to take action and subdue this individual. I will plead for forgiveness from the sect leader. Please do not refuse. Dylan understood that Elgin's presence was a safeguard. Now they had to rely on that safeguard. Relying solely on himself and the half-disabled Datum against that opponent carried an 80% chance of failure. 80%. Was there really any difference between that and walking to their deaths? No one wanted to forfeit the benefits of being a cosmic mercenary, nor did anyone wish to die while enjoying those benefits. At this point, the best course of action was for Elgin to intervene personally. Though this approach had its risks, it was certainly preferable to them risking their lives alone. Elgin remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. While he could certainly crush Ling Xiao, he could not guarantee that it wouldn't leave lingering repercussions. Involuntarily, Elgin looked up at the sky. Could the enemy notice? The likelihood of being discovered without taking action was slim, but once he did act, those professionally trained attendants would immediately sense something was amiss. What if he hesitated? After much contemplation, Elgin ultimately decided to act. His presence here signified that Everton was prepared for such a confrontation. Thus, Elgin leaped into the air, crashing into the sea like a cannonball. Meanwhile, aboard the shuttle, Carol reported the situation to Rose. Rose had little recourse as he was too far away to intervene quickly. He could only exert pressure from other fronts. This pressure was directed at Everton's other subordinates, those lesser beings. They weren't afraid of open conflict, it was the covert schemes that worried them. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, 3 figures were sent flying out of the smoke. They crashed into the structural facilities of the space station, breaching 3 layers of alloy walls. The clamor echoed all around. Inside the mercenary division, a number of bewildered mercenaries looked on in astonishment. What was going on? How did a fight break out here? Who was this individual? Even without armor, they could unleash such devastating force. With 3 kicks, they had physically expelled 3 subordinates. Was it against protocol for a formal mercenary to kill off such insignificant underlings? Upon closer inspection, they noticed no one had died. As long as no one had perished, a lesson could be imparted. In the smoke, the 3 subordinates of Everton staggered to their feet, their combat suits torn apart. This clearly demonstrated the immense power behind Rose's kick, shattering the suit's maximum threshold. It had exploded. Rose, do you want to break the rules? Are you not afraid of Everton's retaliation? One shouted hoarsely. There was no choice but to shout. If they didn't express anything soon, they might not make it out of this alive. An entity on the verge of becoming a comet-level life form could crush them without a second thought. Break the rules. Rose chuckled, lightly tossing her fiery red hair and counting on her fingers nonchalantly. You broke the rules first. The division has regulations to ensure a steady flow of fresh blood, which prohibits attacks on you lowly subordinates, but that's contingent on you not breaking the rules yourselves. If you all disregard the rules, what reason do we have to uphold them? Since you want to play, we will play until the end and see who falls first. Stepping forward, Rose placed her foot firmly on the face of the one who had spoken, driving his head back down. Don't think you can intimidate me with Everton. Ooh, I'm not afraid. If he had the guts, he should go and confront Lord Cadier to see who lives and who dies. This member of the Borite civilization, a subordinate of Everton, was filled with outrage. A group of higher beings had dared to come over and cause trouble for their subordinates. Was there no justice, no laws, no rules? Were they truly so devoid of reason, having all come from the same background? Damn it! With a grinding motion of her foot, Rose continued. I'm someone who values rules. Right now, I'm awaiting a message. Once that message is confirmed, none of you lowly subordinates will survive. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Monkwang Star, Northern Sea region. The wind howled, and the waves surged, each more formidable than the last. Half an hour had elapsed since Elgin took action, and Dylan and Datum stood at 1,000 meters above the tumultuous sea. There were no words exchanged, no movements made. They silently gazed down at the raging waters, their expressions hidden beneath their armored visors. In just a handful of hours, their initial bravado had transformed into a heavy silence. 2 of their 5-member team had perished. If not for Datum's quick escape, he too would have been ensnared. Now, with Elgin taking the field, it was a clear testament to their ineptitude. Success or failure no longer mattered. At that moment, Datum thought, what if Elgin, poised to reach comet-level status, also faltered? Would that indicate it was not their incompetence, but rather the enemy's formidable nature? The thought barely surfaced before he swiftly extinguished it. Impossible. He acknowledged that Ling Xiao was difficult, but he was still some distance from being a comet-level threat. There was no way Ling Xiao could match Elgin. The disparity in their power levels was insurmountable. Such a fundamental gap could not be bridged by mere exceptional performance. And indeed, that was how it transpired. 3 minutes later, the surface of the sea changed dramatically. With a deafening roar, a massive whirlpool erupted, sending towering waves soaring upwards. A dark figure was forced to the surface. Then Elgin, his armor radiating a dusty yellow glow, burst forth from the water. With a commanding presence, his 6 arms descended with tremendous force. This strike created a sonic boom. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering the surrounding clouds and revealing the stark, pale sky behind. Boom! The sound was deafening. Ling Xiao's current sensation was akin to being struck heat-on by a high-speed dart. A tremendous force surged forth, leaving his body utterly unresponsive. Suspended in midair, torrents of blood mingled with shattered armored tissue, tracing a long dark brown mist behind him. The beast's armor had been breached. The attack had reached his very core. This was a scenario Ling Xiao had never encountered before. The opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, crushing, a comprehensive onslaught. Within him, the sound of the Dalasham's alerts echoed swiftly, detailing the extent of the armor's damage. Simultaneously, it offered professional advice. Flee. When faced with such a formidable entity, escape was the only viable option. Even though the energy levels emitted by his adversary hadn't reached the meteoric standard, they surpassed Ling Xiao's by threefold. This was a disparity vast enough to instill despair. Were it not for the offensive components composed of diaster cells, Ling Xiao would have been incapable of breaching any defenses, relying solely on his own capabilities. Even if he managed to dismantle the opponent's armor, he could not penetrate their protective energy. The inequality was staggering. Ling Xiao wished to flee, yet he helplessly realized he could not outrun them. Upon Carlos' warning that there might be professional mercenaries in the opposing team, Ling Xiao had already resolved to escape to the seabed. But he was still caught. In less than 30 seconds of engagement, he was blasted out of the water. The final heavy blow nearly caused his armor to disintegrate. Now, even if the armor hadn't fully shattered, it was in tatters. Particularly the chest plate, which was a horrifying sight, cracked like a spider's web. When he crashed onto the sea surface, Ling Xiao resembled a stone thrown across the water, tumbling wildly. He managed to glide 2 kilometers away, propelled by the force still clinging to him. Before he could sink, Elgin's assault struck again. A high-energy particle beam, fully charged, traversed several kilometers in an instant. Like a spear the width of a barrel, it precisely pierced a dark spot on the water's surface. A high-energy explosion. The sea surface within a half-kilometer radius plunged down before surging upward violently. A colossal wave erupted. Ling Xiao was hurled once more. In this moment, he could only think of one scenario. Fish frying. A genuine spectacle of exploding fish. As he rolled through the air, Ling Xiao unfurled his wings behind him, ignoring the tearing pain, forcing himself to stabilize. In the next moment, a meteor trailing a long tail dove towards him. Elgin lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Ling Xiao's chest plate. He was propelled backward. Crossing the strait, he collided with the coastal rocks. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dylan and Datum, following closely behind, were now numb. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. In the face of higher beings, lower life forms were too fragile, easily crushed. The world of mercenaries was this ruthless. The weak were prey to the strong, with the powerful devouring all. Soaring slowly into the sky, Elgin looked down upon the landslide that buried Ling Xiao, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Survived that? Truly resilient. Is it due to the infusion of beast cells? However, you have no chance now. As he spoke, he raised his arms high, and various armored attack components swiftly assembled. Layer upon layer. Matter disintegration ray. The most common attack method of a level 4 civilization, typically mounted on warships. It dismantled the fundamental force fields at a microscopic level, breaking down cosmic matter into its most basic form. What of the beast's armor? Without sufficient energy to withstand it, a single shot would reduce you to carbohydrates. No, it would directly disintegrate you into hydrogen, oxygen, and waste. In the dart, Suwon shook Carlo's shoulder frantically. Is it ready yet? We're going to die? If not, I'll fly the ship into them. Carlo rolled her eyes dramatically. Stop yelling. Crashing will do no good, you won't kill them that way. Well, we can't just sit here and watch. Suwon glared. Carlo raised her hands in exasperation. In fact, we can only watch and can do nothing. This is the price of being a cosmic mercenary. Price. Cosmic mercenaries are a unique breed of warriors. Warriors die on the battlefield, it is their fate. In this universe, life is constantly born and extinguished. The death rate of cosmic mercenaries is high for a reason. They face the strongest from other civilizations, the top tier of beings. The weak cannot survive here. I don't care about any price, he cannot die. Absolutely cannot die. Suwon was panicking. She was genuinely frightened. Carlo slapped her. Smack. The sound was crisp and sharp. Listen closely, in this universe, no one is invincible, no one is beyond death, and no one cares about the powerless wails of the weak. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. If you want to live, find a way to survive instead of screaming in vain. True power is never expressed through mere words. Carlo raised her hand for another slap. What do you mean I? He's not dead yet. Wait until he really dies before you cry out. Suwon was momentarily stunned by the blow. That feeling reminded her of her first encounter with Ling Xiao when he had kicked her without a second thought. That kick had nearly cost her life. In midair, the cannon aimed at the shattered rocks below the matter disintegration ray began to charge. Light flickered, high energy coalescing. Elgin silently awaited the completion of the charge. High-energy weapons are powerful, energy-intensive, and take long to charge, making them unsuitable for long-range exchanges. However, they are perfect for finishing blows. One shot, and it's all over. Even if this device were disassembled and used in parts, the energy requirements for the armor would still be considerable. Low-level armors cannot accommodate it. It requires level 3 to start, and only at level 4 can it unleash its full might. Elgin's armor had not yet reached level 4 standards. Armor is easy to enlarge, but difficult to shrink. It is not like warships or mechs where size and volume can be disregarded. Beneath the rubble, Ling Xiao had exited the armor fusion state. Blood trickled down his forehead, obscuring his vision. At least 3 or 4 ribs were broken, leaving him in a state of complete incapacitation. To withstand such a collision without giving it his all would mean certain death. He sensed the high-energy fluctuations permeating the air, but had no means to respond. He couldn't move. As death loomed, he felt surprisingly calm. Instead, a sense of release washed over him. It was as if all pressure had vanished. Lying in a coffin, everything happening outside was of no concern to him. An extraordinary tranquility. Death was not terrifying. What was terrifying was seeing hope only to have it snuffed out. Light is not always warm, it can also bring bone-chilling cold. A berserk state. Impossible. Rather than die in anger and resentment, it was better to accept calmly. He had no choice. Without choice, there was no pain. The only regret was that he would truly die far from home. That fellow Lucio could no longer scatter his ashes back home. In midair, as the charge neared completion, Elgin was ready to depart gracefully. At that moment, an urgent communication from Everton flashed onto the screen. The hologram appeared. Everton, with a cold expression, asked, "Did you strike?" Hearing this, Elgin gazed at the cannon ready to fire, then glanced back at the still silent rubble below. Could this be considered a strike? In 2 seconds, the matter disintegration ray would have been fired. "Yes, my lord. Is that fellow dead yet?" Everton inquired. After 2 seconds of silence, Elgin replied, "Not yet, but soon. Give it up. You've been exposed." Elgin was taken aback, glancing skyward. Everton continued, "Tell those 4 useless ones to return. If they can't handle this small matter, what use are they?" Elgin wanted to say there are only 2 of those 4 useless ones left. But he dared not voice it. He could only comply. Understood. After the communication ended, he could still hear Everton's curses. Elgin felt speechless. He raised his hand and launched the guaranteed killing shot into the sky. Not being discovered was one thing. Being discovered and failing to eliminate the target was another. If they were discovered and the target was killed, that would be a different matter entirely. The consequences were too severe, he could not bear it. Dylan, puzzled, hurriedly asked, "My lord, what are you doing?" Elgin took a deep breath, casting a menacing look at the 2 of them. "Mission accomplished, return to base. You should think about how to report back." Turning, he didn't forget to add a warning. "Don't think about making another move. If you don't want to die, don't do anything reckless." Almost at the moment Elgin's words faded, Dylan and Datum simultaneously received a message from their superior. As expected, they were met with a barrage of harsh rebukes. 4 against 1. It was absurd that they even needed the help of formal mercenaries. Without assistance, victory was impossible. It was nothing short of a joke. Universal mercenaries operated as individual combat units. When did they ever need to band together for a collective assault? If that were the case, why bother with individual combat at all? Why not just deploy a regular army? If that were permissible, what purpose did they serve? The scolding left both men utterly speechless. And rightly so. Universal mercenaries were elite individuals operating solo in the vast cosmos, handling matters that were inconvenient for civilization's military forces to address. After all, it was hardly reasonable to dispatch interstellar combat units for trivial issues. Once or twice was acceptable, but too many times turned into paranoia. Other civilizations would not allow them to rampage unchecked through the galaxy. At times like these, the true value of universal mercenaries became apparent. They were powerful with a broad operational scope and less prone to targeting, as their singular actions caused only acceptable levels of disruption. As long as they weren't dealing with mid-tier life forms, matters could be managed. Mid-tier life forms, even the weakest, were planetary in scale. Such beings were capable of catastrophic destruction, capable of obliterating planets, and generally did not appear in lower civilizations. If they did, it would spell a devastating blow. Everton and Xavier did not wish to escalate matters further. In this instance, they were in the wrong. It was fortunate they had not been discovered. If they were found out and continued without restraint, they were underestimating Kadir and the forces behind him. Should a meteor-grade entity intervene, the situation could spiral out of control. Combat at that level was uncontrollable. One misstep could lead to cataclysmic devastation. In fact, these meteor-grade entities were strictly prohibited from entering planetary interiors. The fear was that they might lose control. If meteor-grade beings were restricted, one could only imagine the limitations placed on planetary-grade entities. It wasn't that they lacked planetary-level combat strength, the opposing force had it as well. Aggressive advances did not guarantee success. The consequence of being unable to intercept was a planet's explosion akin to a watermelon bursting apart. Recalling the previous battle in the 6-star region, a stellar being and a level 5 void creature had shattered countless planets and obliterated numerous stars. They could not even halt the chaos as it approached their vicinity. All they could do was retreat. The losses incurred had yet to be recovered. It was daunting. 20 minutes later, an assault craft descended. Elgin, accompanied by Datum and Dylan, returned to the shuttle hidden behind the planet and flew out in front of Caro. There was no exchange of words. They did not linger. Mission failed, returning home. As Elgin gazed down at the planet, his expression hardened. Not eliminating the opponent, this time only intensified his resolve for the next encounter. Once Ling Xiao successfully completed his assessment and became a formal mercenary, Elgin would have no reservations in taking action. The opposition would find it hard to justify stopping him. Rules served as both protection and restraint. He believed Ling Xiao would inevitably tear through that restraint. The day they met again would mark the day of annihilation. Relying on Datum and Dylan was unrealistic. It was up to him. Next time we meet, I will shatter you like a meteor. With that unheeded threat left behind, Elgin reluctantly returned home. At that moment, unable to wait any longer, Su-1 finally piloted the aircraft she had longed for into the planet's atmosphere. Data on physical characteristics confirmed that Ling Xiao was still alive. But not for long. Caro, on the other hand, received a communication from Rosai. What's the situation? Is he dead? Through the video feed, Caro could see Rosai. At that moment, Rosai was seated atop a Borat, casually crossing his legs with a smile on his lips, a glass of wine in hand, while another Borat stood by with a wine jug ready to refill his drink. Caro understood. They had clearly engaged in a fight. It made sense, otherwise how could they have retreated so decisively? Not dead yet, she replied. Upon hearing this, Rosai tilted his head back and took a sip of his drink. He grimaced and spat it out. What is this? It's terrible. Kicking the person beside him, Rosai scolded. You brought me this. Do you want me to slap you? Go get something good, inexpensive, do you understand? The person, having been kicked, dared not protest, darting off to fetch better wine. Caro was speechless. Not dead is good enough. To withstand a formal mercenary's attack for so long is quite impressive, Rosai continued, pausing for a moment. He patted the head of the Borat beneath him and added, a few injuries are nothing. What mercenary doesn't get hurt? He must be used to it by now. Caro was once again at a loss for words. What did used to it even mean? This time he had nearly been killed. Rosai was indifferent. Throwing his cup aside, he stood up and scanned the room before his gaze suddenly sharpened. Enough talk. I need to make a run for it. If I don't leave now, it might be too late. With that, the communication ended. Rosai indeed needed to flee. Having beaten someone up, their high-end combat forces were likely already on their way. If they crossed paths, a fight was inevitable. He was not afraid, but there was no need for confrontation. It was too early to engage now. He would wait until he achieved comet-grade status. Su-1 piloted the assault craft, unsteadily landing by the coast. When she found Ling Xiao, he was sitting on a rock, quietly gazing at the sea. Everything had happened too quickly. Even now, the waves caused by the battle had yet to reach this spot. The towering waves would soon flood the area, submerging it. But at this moment it was still too early. The sea breeze was fierce, causing one to squint involuntarily. The air was thick with the scent of salt and blood. Ling Xiao's condition was dire to say the least. His skin was torn and bloodied with multiple fractures, internal bleeding, dislocated organs, and even ruptures. The most critical issue was his incapacitation. The armor had disintegrated under the strain, leaving him vulnerable. He had exhausted all options, yet nothing had worked. The disparity in unit energy levels crushed all resistance. Now the side effects of overusing medication were rearing their heads, and it was a struggle just to crawl out of the rubble. "Are you all right?" Su Wan, seeing his pitiful state, blurted out without thinking. Ling Xiao's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. "Do you believe me if I say I'm fine?" Su Wan shook her head. She wanted to help him up, but feared causing further injury. After all, Ling Xiao's bloodied appearance was truly terrifying. Ling Xiao longed to curse. "I told you to learn more, to understand more. If only you had looked up some emergency response protocols, you wouldn't be here asking me if I'm all right." Damn it. It was infuriating. Noticing Ling Xiao's incredulous gaze, Su Wan suddenly realized she should be doing something. But what exactly should she do? In moments of urgency, it was all too easy to forget one's purpose. Various thoughts raced through her mind, but none felt right. Even if one memorized the regulations without experience, the first response would never be the correct one. Inside the shuttle, Caro couldn't bear to watch any longer. Uncharacteristically, he shouted over the communication channel, "Are you trying to give me a heart attack so I can be replaced?" Nano healing needles. In a flurry of confusion, within less than 10 minutes, Su Wan was scolded by Carol as if she were a mere dog. The most frustrating part was that she couldn't muster a single retort. The feeling was utterly dreadful. As Ling Xiao stood up once more, Su Wan couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you scold me? Or perhaps you could insult me a little." A slight twitch at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed his discontent, yet he remained silent. He disliked cursing, for in his view it bore no substantial harm, much less than delivering a slap, which felt far more tangible. Unfortunately, even in his incapacitated state, his usual combat prowess was not to be underestimated. A single slap could very well result in the immediate demise of the woman before him, much as Dylan's slap had sent Man 2 reeling. While she might have felt a sense of relief, the loss to Ling Xiao would be significant. After all, he had painstakingly trained her, and to lose her to a single slap would be nothing short of tragic. It was better to have her, slow as she might be, than to lose her completely, especially since her foundational skills were still quite solid. She knew how to use the nanotreatment needles after all. What a predicament. Ling Xiao's silence only deepened Su Wan's despondency. Things were truly terrible. Given another chance, armed with this experience, she would never again be so flustered. That was how she felt. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had no inkling of her thoughts, otherwise a slap would surely be forthcoming. Did she want another chance? She had nearly lost her life this time, and still dared to think of another opportunity. Did she think him invincible? The power he wielded now had been earned through blood and sweat, not simply handed to him. Su Wan continued, "Your condition is quite dire, your injuries are severe. The combat suit can be replaced immediately, but don't expect to use the armor again anytime soon. My suggestion is to return to the shuttle and rest in the medical bay for a few days to recuperate before considering any assessment tasks." It was a sound recommendation. The armor had been forcefully dismantled, leaving various weapon components scattered everywhere, none of which were usable. Only the Dirazium combat module remained functional, but Ling Xiao was in no condition to utilize it. He understood all too well that he needed treatment and recovery. Yet before that, he had another task to attend to: retrieving the Mercenary network connection terminal from the Man 2 tribe. Ling Xiao had learned this from Carol. The Man 2 were dead, their tribe shattered, with 400,000 troops scattered and fleeing to the northern lands. Ling Xiao had no interest in gathering them back together. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for being there: to settle accounts. In their current situation, the Man 2 could not repay their debts and would have to seek out other forces to cover their costs. Ling Xiao found the southern territories quite appealing, confident they would comply. The history of the Man 2 served as a cautionary tale. Spending wealth to preserve life was worth it, especially since this was also their opportunity. If seized, it could lead to unification of the continent and the establishment of unrivaled dominance. The choice was clear to any wise individual. Before that, however, Ling Xiao needed to ascertain what commission the Man 2 had used to apply for mercenary tasks. This information could be found within the usage data of the Mercenary network connection terminal. He sought not exact replicas, but equivalently valuable items. As long as he could bring something back and complete the assessment task, then the beating he had taken would not have been in vain. Just because he couldn't win now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to win in the future. The tides of fortune can shift. They do not despise the youth for their poverty. Such nonsense was not something Ling Xiao would dare to utter. He knew well that Elkin would strike him down for it. In a different position, he would do the same, allowing someone to escape unscathed only to have them betray him later. Who would he kill if not them? They were cosmic mercenaries who believed in leaving no loose ends. The weak must come to terms with their weakness. They should bow when necessary and retreat when needed. Challenge that. Die. It was foolish to speak of casualties. There were countless others to take their place. Cosmic mercenaries could bring about genocide. They did not care. What did numbers matter? They were merely digits unable to signify anything substantial or bring about any change. Returning to the assault craft, he tracked the signal. The retrieval of the terminal went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. The device had been in the hands of Man-Tush strategist. Upon seeing Ling Xiao once more, the strategist did not flee. Instead, he skillfully dropped to the ground, offering the device with both hands. He was a clever centaur, yet his cunning had led him to make many foolish decisions. Ling Xiao understood this was a matter of perception rather than intellect. The existence of star-level beings and the appearance of cosmic mercenaries had shattered his previous worldview. There were worlds beyond this one, and beings greater still. One mountain towers over another. Despite Ling Xiao having been thoroughly beaten by Elkin to these indigenous centaurs, he remained an almost invincible force. Resistance? Pointless. It would merely waste time. Dying heroically is easy, surviving through cowardice is hard. Scavlin, or... As he glanced at the usage records of the terminal, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. He had expected something of great value, yet it turned out to be merely a collection of rather common minerals. These ores were not particularly rare in the cosmos. Their only drawback was the difficulty in mining them. They were primarily used as supplementary materials for the refinement of certain strengthening substances. For this insignificant matter, you stirred up such chaos and risked your life all for a meaningless face. King. Huh. I fail to comprehend your so-called kingly dignity. This is nothing but a farce. The strategist knelt before him, cold sweat trickling down his back. After a long silence, Ling Xiao asked, "Can you get your hands on this, or?" There was quite a quantity, and Ling Xiao had no intention of searching for it himself. The strategist hurriedly replied, "There was indeed a batch, but the king you mentioned later melted it down to forge weapons and armor, so it's likely gone now." His body trembled as he spoke. Anyone who had witnessed such destructive bombardments would shiver. Ling Xiao did not press him further and turned to leave. There was nothing of value here. As for capturing a few slaves to sell, he had no intention of doing so. It would just complicate matters. While he was indeed short on money, he did not need that kind of money. Upon returning to the shuttle in orbit, he briefly relayed instructions before lying down in the medical bay. The nanotreatment needles could only stabilize his injuries, preventing them from worsening. True healing required specialized equipment, especially since the shattered armor needed substantial energy to restore and regenerate its cells. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was using beast armor. Had it been mechanical armor, it would have been nothing more than scrap metal at this point. Repairing it would be less cost-effective than simply replacing it, which would entail a significant expense. With only a few coins in his pocket, that uneven battle had effectively bankrupted him. In the treatment room, Su Wan gazed at Ling Xiao submerged in the cellular repair fluid and let out a long sigh. Finally, she felt a sense of relief. She turned to Carol, who sat beside the control panel, and asked, "How long will it take for him to recover from this?" Carol did not look up, her gaze fixed on the data panel. Nonchalantly, she replied, "This time, he sustained serious injuries. Lying there for 10 days to half a month wouldn't be impossible. What about the mission?" Su Wan pressed again. Carol paused, her expression flat, as she glanced at Su Wan. "That is not your concern." Ling Xiao had never regarded the mission as more important than his life, and she felt the same. If a task could be completed, it would be. If not, then so be it. Risk everything for a few coins. What folly! Had it not been for her quick response and Rose-Eye's swift action, Ling Xiao would have been reduced to nothing by now. Who in their right mind would focus on task completion? Su Wan's gaze fell upon Ling Xiao's scarred chest. There were lacerations, puncture wounds, burned scars from sharp instruments, and claw marks left by vicious hands. It was hard to fathom how one person could bear so many injuries. They were numerous, layered upon one another, denser than a spider's web. Her eyes drifted lower. Further down. Su Wan blinked, raising an eyebrow. There were no scars here. The situation on the barbaric planet had undergone a drastic transformation, marked by unpredictability and turmoil. Events were unfolding in a direction no one could foresee. The Southern Border Alliance's defense forces witnessed this calamity firsthand. Initially, they were on high alert, ready to counter any sudden assault from the northern barbarian tribes. However, fate had other plans. A meteor fell from the sky. It struck precisely at the heart of the enemy's camp. The scene was utterly horrific. From a distance, they couldn't discern the exact details of the chaos. Yet the subsequent explosions and 3 beams of high-energy lasers that rent the night were clear as day. That brilliance was visible even from dozens of kilometers away. The tremors beneath their feet confirmed the reality, and the flames of the explosion were vividly etched in their memories. It was divine retribution. Heaven had cast judgment upon the savage barbarian tribe. Such was their only conjecture. Amid their excitement, they promptly relayed the news to the capital. Joyous tidings. The commanding officer had initially intended to claim this glory for himself to bask in the accolades. But a moment's thought changed his mind. With so many witnesses and the evident hand of fate, he refrained from being greedy. Invoking the wrath of the heavens could yield dire consequences. Thus he reported the dramatic battle account as it was. Without a fight, the enemy had collapsed on their own. The sight was almost comical, as if they wished for more legs to flee faster. Absurd. Utterly absurd. At dawn they dispatched teams to investigate the battlefield, gaining a first-hand impression of this divine punishment. It was devastating. A multitude of massive craters dotted the landscape. Scattered around were the thoroughly shattered remains of flesh, and the air was thick with the scent of charred matter. Across the entire field, not a single intact corpse could be found. They discovered the lifeless body of the barbarian chieftain, Montu, on a gentle slope. His head had twisted in several directions. Dead beyond any doubt. Even in death, he had not collapsed. His eyes, wide open, were filled with fury and horror. They couldn't fathom what the enemy had endured to elicit such a defiant gaze. Yet one thing was certain. They had achieved victory without battle. The crisis in the northern lands was resolved. History would remember this day. They were the chosen ones favored by destiny. Montu would be forever remembered as a failure nailed to the pillar of shame in history. This was a monumental victory. The news raced towards the capital. The nations were in an uproar. Soon they were engulfed in unrestrained joy. At the same time their sights turned northward. What a splendid opportunity. While the enemy was down, they intended to strike hard, to seize land and expand their territory. The army advanced northward without retreating, eager to claim their share of the spoils. With such a large piece of cake laid bare, it was a feast for the taking. Whoever got there first would claim it. Without a doubt, this was a grand banquet. As the northern lands fell, the south would feast. Of course, their joy was short-lived. Just when they clamored for territory and resources, eager to engage in battles, Ling Xiao, recovering from the medical bay, arrived. He appeared before them without preamble. Without any small talk, he demanded scaffolding, or a staggering 100,000 tons. At the joint conference, the sovereigns exchanged bewildered glances. The unexpected turn of events left them unprepared, their gazes involuntarily shifting from Ling Xiao to the assault vessel hovering in the air. Its presence felt like a dimensional assault. One among them dared to ask, "What if we refuse?" Ling Xiao's response was simple and direct. "The barbarian tribe will be your fate." Some were skeptical. Thus Ling Xiao spent 3 days utterly annihilating the nation's military forces. They were fated to follow in the footsteps of the barbarian tribe. Even though his armor was not fully repaired, and he could only utilize partial combat components, the combat prowess of a star-class life form was sufficient to crush them. He was there to collect debts. Since these centaur-like beings had taken over most of the barbarian tribe's wealth, collecting from them was just as valid. If they refused, he would take it himself. There were no rules or logic between such unequal existences. What I want you must give. Refusal would lead to destruction. While some might be tough, even the hardest bones could be crushed to dust. The remaining ones understood well what choice to make. The collection process was swift. Under the threat of death, they unleashed their full potential. In less than 3 days, they gathered a significant portion. Naturally, Ling Xiao could not use a small shuttle to transport such a large haul. He needed to contact a division to bring a transport ship. A single cargo ship would suffice, no need for grand measures. Thus Ling Xiao's task was nearly complete. Of course, the settlement was yet to be finalized. He needed to return to the Y-692 space station's mercenary division for self-confirmation. At that time, he would receive his official mercenary status and the emblem signifying his identity. His identity information would also synchronize with the mercenary network system. Only then would he possess some degree of autonomy. This did not mean he was safe. The threat level of the Borit civilization's cosmic mercenaries would be raised. The next encounter would not be as a vassal, but as a formal mercenary. Ling Xiao had experienced the terror of a formal mercenary. He had been utterly powerless against them, and he needed to elevate his own level as quickly as possible. A single suppression at his current level was enough. Ling Xiao did not want to face it again. The feelings of frustration, powerlessness, and defeat were enough to drive one to despair. Meteor class. He needed to ascend to Meteor class as soon as possible, otherwise serious consequences awaited him. Simultaneously, he needed to gather various components of the Dyrachum armor to complete a full set of armored gear. Although his current suit was formidable, it would not suffice for the impending clashes. Ling Xiao understood the reality. In a real fight, he would be the one getting overwhelmed. There was no choice. Being able to call for help was a skill in itself. With the backing of a level 4 civilization, it was easy to bully him as a lone outsider. Until he had the absolute strength for self-protection, he would still rely on the deterrent power of Kadir. Of course, Ling Xiao was also aware. Such deterrent power was not easily borrowed. To gain something, one must first pay a price. This time his survival was thanks to Rose's swift intervention. Had she hesitated, even a moment longer, Elgin would have turned him to dust. It seems I still hold some value, preventing me from being cast aside like a discarded pawn. In the power plays between the influential, someone like Ling Xiao could only find ways to preserve his own existence without the luxury of being unproductive. Failing to contribute would lead to a fate of being a casualty. Not to mention the cosmic mercenaries of the Borit civilization, Kadir would be the first to crush him. Caught in the game, he had no control. To be safe, I should return with the division's transport ship. Those guys are unlikely to be reckless enough to attack a transport vessel from the division. With that thought, Ling Xiao formed a plan in his mind. He needed to bide his time. He had already devised a rationale. He was injured and required recuperation. As long as he was given a stable period, even if he couldn't elevate his level to meteor class, he wouldn't be as powerless as he was now. Not as strong as he could be, but certainly stronger than he was. As he departed, Ling Xiao did not take the Mercenary Network's task request terminal with him. This device had a tracking system, making it impossible for him to take. Instead, he handed it over to the most diligent centaur-like sovereign from recent times. He taught the sovereign how to use it, leaving behind his communication code. He instructed him on how to operate it when faced with trouble, thus allowing him to select the cosmic mercenaries for executing tasks. In Ling Xiao's view, the tasks posted by these centaurs were not of high level and posed minimal difficulty. If he had the time, he wouldn't mind taking a stroll around, perhaps earning some money in the process. Rather than letting someone else profit, he preferred to benefit himself. After all, the task designation was up to him. What if this individual had grand ambitions and sought to unify the world? For Ling Xiao, this was a simple matter. As for whether they would post mercenary tasks against him, he had considered that too. First, they could not afford the price. Second, mercenaries generally wouldn't engage in futile struggles. Third, the consequences of provoking him were severe. A wise person would not willingly invite trouble upon themselves. The shuttle returned home. Suspended behind the transport ship sent by the mercenary division, it hovered at a distance, neither too far nor too close, moving at a speed neither fast nor slow. After all, it was merely a transport vessel incapable of swift maneuvers. Excessive speed could lead to structural overload, resulting in the ship's disintegration. Its maximum cruising speed was even less than a third of that of the shuttle. Ling Xiao trailed behind this transport ship. Though the pace was slow, safety was prioritized. Inside the lounge, a spark ignited. Ling Xiao lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. The room filled with swirling smoke, clouding his vision. Carlo could not endure the stench and had long retreated to the shuttle's cockpit, also referred to as the bridge. She did not quite understand why one would inhale such harmful substances. According to Su Wan, smoking this could induce relaxation. She had attempted a puff herself, only to burst into tears and cough for 3 hours straight. Only Ling Xiao and Su Wan remained in the lounge. Ling Xiao lounged on the sofa, arms spread wide with a cigarette in his mouth, puffing clouds of smoke. Su Wan sat nearby, fiddling with her smart device, analyzing various data. In Carlos' words, she was barely able to claim she was starting her journey. Through this Hansen experience, she had learned a great deal. It was only then that she truly understood the saying, "What is learned from books is superficial. True understanding comes from practice." Unity of knowledge and action is the only correct interpretation. Without personal experience, one could never grasp the hidden details. There was still much for her to learn. At the very least, compared to professionals like Carlo, she was still far behind. It was not an intellectual gap, but a disparity in understanding. Limited by her own perspective, Su Wan could not comprehend matters beyond her current knowledge. These matters within a level 4 civilization's social system might be mere common knowledge. For her, they were as incomprehensible as a foreign script. Finishing his cigarette, Ling Xiao discreetly glanced at her, extinguishing the stub in a tin can. Then he revealed a secret. Signs of human civilization activities have been detected within the Mondestar system. His voice was low yet distinctly clear. Initially, Su Wan paid little attention, her fingers gliding over the screen without pause. She casually replied, "So what if they've appeared? What's the big deal?" But in the next moment, her fingers froze, her body stiffened, and she slowly turned her head, looking at Ling Xiao with an expression of sheer horror. Her demeanor was akin to a sudden explosion. 3 seconds of silence passed. In disbelief, Su-Wan asked, "Are you saying they have come here?" She certainly knew where the Monda star system was and what existed within it. After all, this was a place where Ling Xiao had previously undertaken mercenary missions. Such locations were catalogued by Carlo. She had received a comprehensive dossier to study and analyze. This was also an indispensable part of her role as an aide. Over 1,500 light-years away, Su-Wan could not fathom how those beings could traverse such a distance. Could it be that they too were captured and sold as slaves here? This was the first thought that crossed her mind. Because that was her own experience, and it was how Ling Xiao had arrived. Most humans present in the 6-star region of the galaxy came that way. Besides that, she could not conceive of any other means. As for them simply wandering over. What a joke. With their level of technological development, they couldn't even reach a level 1 standard. How could they cross over 1,500 light-years? It was a fool's dream. They could barely escape their home planet. Much like the Centaur race on the barbaric planet within the Harati star system, they had no idea of the world beyond their own. Had it not been Ling Xiao who spoke, she would have doubted the truth of his words. It was too shocking. Ling Xiao did not indulge in jokes, nor would he do so regarding such matters. This was something Su-Wan was well aware of. The man lying before her, seemingly cold and heartless, would snap the neck of anyone daring to jest in his presence. Regaining her composure, Su-Wan promptly inquired, "How many are there? Have you had any dealings with them?" At this question, Ling Xiao straightened up and lit another cigarette. "It's hard to say the exact number. I destroyed 5 of their military bases and took down quite a few of them." Su-Wan instinctively opened her mouth in shock. Her astonishment did not stem from the destruction of 5 military bases, but rather the number of people he had taken down. For Ling Xiao to casually mention taken down quite a few, the count must be significant. A glance at the Centaur race would clarify this. The number of Centaurs who had directly or indirectly perished at his hands was no less than 300,000. 300,000, and he had never claimed too many killed. Good grief. This was utterly insane. However, Su-Wan quickly realized this number was abnormal. Their mass migration here could only indicate that they had acquired some means of rapid access to the 6-star region of the galaxy. They were certainly not sold here. Such a sale could not account for this scale. Shaking her head to dispel the dizziness from rapid thoughts, Su-Wan focused on the crux of the matter. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Ling Xiao shook his head, admitting, "I can't handle it. This matter is beyond my capabilities. They will not alter their operational plans due to my preferences." Su-Wan fell silent. This was the truth. After a prolonged pause, she sighed deeply. "Their situation is rather grim." After a moment, she glanced at Ling Xiao and added, "Grimmer than your own." Diving into the 6-star region, how much did they truly understand about this place? Before leaving the comfort zone, people often believed that the world outside was exhilarating. But once they departed, they would discover that while the outside world could be thrilling, it was also rife with despair. This sense of helplessness could be utterly overwhelming. How did they manage to come here? Su-Wan asked again. Do they possess the ability to traverse over 1,500 light-years? This question was crucial. If they did, it would imply they had mastered faster-than-light travel technology capable of interstellar navigation and stepping into the realm of level 4 civilizations. Yet upon further reflection, that did not seem plausible. If they had entered that realm, how could Ling Xiao have taken down so many people and destroyed 5 of their military bases? It wasn't that Su-Wan underestimated Ling Xiao, it was simply that he did not possess such capabilities. The interstellar defense systems of level 4 civilizations were not mere decorations. Their weapon systems were certainly not just for show. An armada of interstellar warships was a deadly presence. Destroying a planet for a level 4 civilization's main fleet was merely a routine barrage. Should Ling Xiao dare to assault their defenses, he would be obliterated in an instant. Reduced to nothing. Noticing Su-Wan's expression shift from excitement to hesitation, Ling Xiao understood her thoughts. But unfortunately, reality was far harsher than her dreams. Let alone stepping into the realm of level 4 civilizations, they had barely dipped their toes into level 1 civilization territory. Expecting them to make an impact was as futile as hoping for luck to guide them smoothly into the meteor-level domain. Stop dreaming. Their appearance here is merely an accidental discovery. Ling Xiao said, "Once we return, I'll ask those at the space station if any wish to go back. For those who do, I'll find an opportunity to send them back, and you too." Hearing this, Su-Wan quickly shook her head. Suddenly, she recalled Carlo's earlier words. This was her last opportunity. If she did not seize it, Ling Xiao would send her back. She had not understood where she would be sent before, but now she had her answer. Damn, that woman knew too much. I'm not going back. I've worked hard to learn all this. What would going back mean? I'm counting on you to put in some effort so that I can pilot the shuttle. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. What did she mean by, "if you put in some effort, I can pilot the shuttle"? What connection was there between the two? The journey back was uneventful, yet filled with an undercurrent of tension. When the shuttle disengaged from its faster-than-light travel mode, Ling Xiao was taken aback by the detection system's alert of a small fleet of warships located an hour away. Though there were only 5 vessels, they were genuine interstellar battleships armed with an array of formidable weaponry designed for space warfare. These weapons were not the compact, portable armaments mounted on armored suits. Their caliber was greater than Ling Xiao's entire body. One shot from them, and he would be done for. Fortunately, this fleet was merely passing by and did not belong to the Borite civilization. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have had to flee immediately. The cosmos served as the stage for interstellar battleships. For an individual combat unit to exert influence on this stage, it must at the very least reach the meteor grade and possess full environment armor. In reality, the role of meteor grade beings in interstellar warfare was quite limited. Equipped with armored suits, they were far less powerful than a small battleship unleashing its full might. The most awkward aspect was that the energy capacity carried by the armor was insufficient, the weaponry lacked potency, and the burst speed was no match for that of a battleship. Once the battleship opened fire, the armored combatants would be unable to keep pace, let alone retaliate. A single shot could easily overwhelm the armor with high-energy particle beams. This was true firepower coverage, a comprehensive assault with nowhere to hide. Of course, there were exceptions. In planetary landing battles, armored units proved more effective than interstellar battleships. Their advantages included compact size, rapid movement, high burst capability, stealth, and strong concealment. Especially when star-level beings were paired with armored suits, their threat level upon entering a planet's interior could surpass that of battleships by several magnitudes. High-energy mechs. They were merely targets. Their burst power was weaker than that of battleships, their maneuverability inferior to that of armored suits, and they were larger in size. Caught between the two, they offered no clear advantage. It could not be said they were useless, but their impact was minimal. In times of necessity, they could serve as artillery for fire support. But relying on them for close combat was out of the question. They were far too easy to target. Among level 4 civilizations, such combat units were no longer equipped. They appeared flashy but held little practical value. They might be useful against weaker foes, but stood no chance in high-stakes confrontations. Seeing this situation unfold, Su-Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "I wish we had interstellar battleships too." Ling Xiao remained silent. Having dreams is commendable, but this particular dream felt somewhat impractical at present. It wasn't merely about possessing interstellar battleships. What mattered was having sufficient power for self-defense. Interstellar battleships from level 1 civilizations were entirely different from those of level 4. Acquiring the strength necessary for self-defense was no easy feat. Identity confirmation successful, a landing request approved. The space station emitted guiding beams, gently drawing the shuttle into the harbor. As he gazed at the Y-692 space station, which loomed like a planet, Ling Xiao's expression turned solemn, his gaze sharp. Like the coldest ice. Once again he had returned alive, in a radically different identity. Having shed the status of a mercenary vassal, he officially became a cosmic mercenary, but this was far from the end. His journey was just beginning. All was for the sake of survival. Upon disembarking, Ling Xiao headed straight to the mercenary division in Area 3 to confirm the completion of his mission. After receiving his official mercenary badge, he changed into a new outfit. The combat attire of a mercenary vassal bore a resemblance to that of an official mercenary, yet their effectiveness was worlds apart. One was a creation of level 2 civilization, while the other belonged to a level 3 civilization. They were not in the same league at all. With enhanced protection, a more comprehensive system, significantly improved capabilities, and a higher level of identification. From the moment his identity information was recorded, Ling Xiao had completely rid himself of the status of a mercenary vassal. He could now be considered one of those so-called strong ones by the vassals. Although the task of collecting debts was quite troublesome, it did not detract from his new status as an official mercenary. Meanwhile, with the mission completed, Ling Xiao received his payment for the debt collection task. A commission of 20% of the collection share. Not much. Merely 200 purple crystal coins. To Ling Xiao, that was already a significant amount. If spent frugally, it could last a long time. Of course, this was assuming he avoided purchasing those exorbitantly expensive energy potions, recovery potions, and healing potions. He should refrain from repairing the armor, buying equipment, or entering training grounds. But was that even possible? Not at all. Money is meant to be spent. What good is money that goes unused? If it weren't for these needs, why would Ling Xiao exhaust himself to acquire money? If wealth cannot be transformed into strength, it is utterly meaningless. Strength is always more important than money. Ling Xiao clearly distinguished between hard power and soft power. Would one prefer money or life? The choice was not difficult. As he stepped out of the mercenary division, Ling Xiao suddenly halted. He sensed a familiar aura tinged with a barely perceptible killing intent. Glancing to the side, he saw a figure leaning against the doorway. A person he recognized. A cosmic mercenary from the Borite civilization. Elgin. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen him. Their first encounter was outside the arena. During the expedition to the Savage Star, Elgin had been fully armored, and they had exchanged not a single word. The clash had been a complete rout, an all-encompassing domination. Ling Xiao had not known that the man was Elgin. Even if he had, he would not have fled. At this distance, Ling Xiao felt no fear against an unarmored Elgin. If a fight broke out, it was uncertain who would prevail. Elgin stood with his arms crossed, 2 additional arms resting behind his head, his demeanor relaxed. Their eyes met, and he suddenly chuckled. Should I say congratulations? Ling Xiao did not respond, merely fixing his gaze upon him. The killing intent lingered, ready to strike at any moment. What do you want to kill me? Elgin straightened up, lowering his arms, and sneering. It seems you've forgotten your place. As he spoke, his expression turned serious and his aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he entered a state of energy activation. Combat mode. At that moment, Elgin resembled a blazing torch, radiating a flow of vibrant light. The high-energy eruption stirred the air, creating a small tempest around them. Ling Xiao's pupils constricted. He recognized the threat. Eyes may deceive, but the pressure emanating from the soul was unmistakable. The instinct unique to warriors made him instantly aware of who stood before him. Without hesitation, azure light flickered in his eyes as he too entered an energy activation state. Simultaneously, dark luminescence surged around him. This was a sign that the beast armor was on the verge of merging. Danger. Extreme danger. To his surprise, Elgin merely tested the waters, instantly withdrawing from combat mode. If it seems you aren't as dull as I thought. Elgin regarded Ling Xiao, now enveloped in dark radiance, with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Compared to before, after having endured a beating, this fellow seemed to possess a significantly stronger energy. Yet still he was no match for Elgin. You're lucky this time, but next time you won't be so fortunate. With that, Elgin disregarded the menacingly glowering Ling Xiao and the nearby mercenaries watching the spectacle, turning to enter the hall on the first floor of the division. He was not there for a fight. This encounter was merely serendipitous. In a moment of whimsy, he wanted to see the reaction of this defeated opponent. The result was somewhat unexpected. Ling Xiao still dared to get riled up, for it seemed he hadn't been punished hard enough last time. However, if they met again, there would be no reason to hold back. Ling Xiao remained silent, casting Elgin a sidelong glance before stepping down from his energy activation state and turning to leave. He had his own matters to attend to, with no time for idle banter. As for their next encounter, who could predict such a thing? Standing outside the entrance of Building A3 in District 1 once more, Ling Xiao hesitated to step inside. His thoughts drifted back to what Carol had previously instructed him. Do not mention the assassination attempt by the formal mercenaries in front of Kadir. This matter must remain concealed. Ling Xiao had long understood the circumstances. Elgin had chosen to stop at a critical moment, sparing him from death largely due to Rose's intervention. He was acutely aware of the unspoken rules among mercenaries, and it was clear that the other side had violated them. Under normal circumstances, he would have explained the situation to Kadir to regain face, for the beating he endured could hardly be deemed justifiable. However, Carol's directive to keep this incident under wraps changed everything. Instead of reporting her findings to Kadir, she had opted to notify Rose. Was there anything more intriguing than that? Rose lacked the clout to stand against the cosmic mercenaries of the Borite civilization. In a brawl, he would be forced to flee. Did Carol not realize this? She could not possibly be ignorant. Yet she chose this course of action, and somehow she had managed to survive. Perhaps in her eyes, it was the only means of ensuring her own safety. Why Rose and not Kadir? Ling Xiao stood outside for a long time, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A pawn. As long as the desired goal could be achieved, nothing was off the table for sacrifice. Undoubtedly, Kadir epitomized such a being. My demise could provide him a pretext to strike. That is what he desires. He is not targeting me, but the Borite civilization's cosmic mercenaries. Why would Kadir, without provocation, set his sights on the Borite civilization? Was it merely because of Timo? It was not that Ling Xiao looked down on the long-dead figure. It was simply that Timo was unworthy of such attention. So let us boldly speculate. Why had Kadir traveled thousands of miles to the Y692 space station? He was not alone. The entire Milani civilization stood behind him, a fourth-tier civilization on par with the Borite civilization. The disparities were negligible. The losses endured by the Borite civilization from the war over a decade ago were considerable. In truth, the civilizations in this star domain had all suffered greatly. Countless unfortunate souls had perished in the wake of the conflict. Now they were at their weakest. Perhaps they had long set their sights on the Borite civilization seeking to acquire their core technological research data. By obtaining this information, they could fill their own gaps, drawing parallels to branch out anew. It was far quicker to seize than to conduct diligent research. Could it be that only the Mercenary civilization had its eyes on the fourth-tier Borite civilization? Unlikely. With this thought, Ling Xiao looked up at the virtual projection of the sky, a singular feeling washing over him. How oppressively dark it was. The overwhelming tide surged forth. He felt as if he could see through it, yet he remained powerless. It was an exasperating sensation. Ling Xiao understood that as long as he wished to survive in this maelstrom, he could not distance himself from it. He could not engage in petty maneuvers or become an impediment. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to act as a blade, an exceptionally sharp one. He needed to preserve himself while seeking maximum advantage. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. The more chaotic the scene, the more room he would have to maneuver. Opportunities lay before him, waiting to be seized. At that moment, a flash from the portable intelligence device on his left wrist caught his attention, and a light screen materialized before him. A message from Kadir. How long do you intend to stand out there? Ling Xiao was taken aback, realizing he had lingered at the entrance for quite some time. He steadied himself and stepped through the door. Kadir, a stellar-class life form, held a power that Ling Xiao could not afford to refuse. He was formidable. Everything he said was right, even the wrong things. Upon entering the lavish room, once more guided by a servant, Ling Xiao found Kadir standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the situation below. Master. Ling Xiao bowed as he entered. The servant did not linger, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Hearing the sound, Kadir turned, gazing down upon Ling Xiao with an appraising look, the aura of a stellar-class life form emanating from him. Without question, Ling Xiao felt immense pressure and dared not raise his head. This presence was terrifyingly powerful. Even without any gear, Kadir could easily subdue an armed Ling Xiao with mere physicality. As a peak being among lower life forms, he disregarded all forms of dissent. Ling Xiao even suspected that Kadir had already 1 foot in the realm of middle life forms, beings capable of annihilating planets. Planet destroyers. I hear you encountered 5 mercenaries from the Borite civilization attempting to assassinate you. Ling Xiao's heart tightened, but he maintained a facade of calm. Yes, master. You eliminated 2 and severely wounded 3. Kadir continued to press. Luck, master. Oh. Ling Xiao's right eyelid twitched, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping in. Carol was truly bold with her words. 5. How the hell could I take on 5? Why was I not aware of this? His mind screamed in frustration, but his expression remained impassive. Fortunately, he was accustomed to maintaining a stern face, so little was revealed. Kadir chuckled lightly. It seems I underestimated you. Rose has a keen eye. You have not disappointed us. I previously mentioned that if you could complete the assessment task, I would provide you with substantial funding and support you with a standard auxiliary team. As for the rest, we shall adhere to protocol. Ling Xiao had not forgotten this offer. He bowed again and said, thank you for your support, master. Refusal. He lacked the strength to decline, even though he was aware there might be strings attached. Humility. This was his hard-earned survival. There was no need for modesty. As a cosmic mercenary, humility was unnecessary. If he held no value, he would have no life. Good fortunes were always seized, taken, and fought for. Nothing was ever freely given. Waiting passively for a distribution only led to death. Now Carol had elevated his position. 1 against 5 with 2 killed and 3 wounded. This could lead Kadir to misjudge his capabilities, making future commands considerably more challenging. Without timely resources, Ling Xiao could hardly survive. However, if he had to suffer, so would Carol. It was merely a matter of scheming. Ling Xiao was not incapable. Moreover, this woman had a daring spirit and was privy to much information. He could not allow her to slip away, as she had to remain under his watchful gaze. Master, I hope that Carol's name is included in this auxiliary team. She is quite capable, and I am well acquainted with her. Without hesitation, Kadir waved his hand. Very well, she shall accompany you from now on. Thank you, master. Ling Xiao withdrew, and as he glanced back at the departing figure, a faint smile curled at Kadir's lips. He feared not that Ling Xiao had needs, but rather that he did not. As long as there were needs, control was feasible. Absolute power allowed him to command Ling Xiao's actions, but could not dictate his thoughts, nor could it realign his position. Women, however, could be manipulated. A servant was merely a servant, whether it was a 1-for-1 exchange or 10-for-1, it was still a bargain. The value of a stellar-class life form far surpassed that of a servant. A 5-member team was essentially a gift. Their worth was not merely reflected in their education. The method may be conventional, yet it proved exceedingly effective. Ling Xiao received a standard shuttle control team from the sect leader Kadir. 5 members comprised the team: a shuttle operator, a data analyst, a medical responder, an emergency technician, and a mercenary liaison. Undoubtedly, the liaison was Carlo. After all, she was quite capable. Ling Xiao found her very easy to work with. This woman was like a flame, boasting without a hint of modesty. 1 against 5. Ling Xiao himself was astonished that he could manage to turn the tables, taking down 2 and severely injuring 3. He truly did not regard micron-level life forms as formidable opponents. If she made him uncomfortable, he certainly wouldn't let this woman feel at ease. There was no escape now. He intended to use her like a servant. Of course, the primary reason was that this woman possessed far too much knowledge. If she escaped, Ling Xiao would be uneasy. As for the other 4 members, they were undoubtedly hooks set by Kadir. Compared to them, he felt far more secure with Carlo. The leverage was mutual. Just her failure to report was enough for Kadir to crush her, possibly even endangering her family. She was a clever woman, and clever people know what to do. Investment, after all, carries risks. She must have received the news by now. Her expression is likely not pleasant. Getting on the ship is easy, but getting off is difficult. Ling Xiao had boarded Kadir's pirate ship, and Carlo had similarly boarded Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's strength was undeniable, and Carlo had no means to resist. Rosai, that was an exception. On the verge of becoming a comet-level life form, he had already earned the right to stand independently. He could only be sacrificed, not crushed. That was his value. In this regard, neither Ling Xiao nor Carlo could compare. Beyond that, upon leaving, Ling Xiao also received an identity savings card from a servant. This was the financial support Kadir had promised him. There were a full 20,000 purple crystal coins within. 20,000. Ling Xiao had never seen such a sum in his life. Without a doubt, this was a fortune. The purpose was self-evident. A shuttle alone would consume 15,000. The remaining 5,000 was meant for arming himself. Even 5,000 felt somewhat extravagant to Ling Xiao. He finally no longer had to scrape by. After enduring so much, braving countless perils, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, that glimmer did not last long. In Building 9234 of District 3, Su Wan was balancing a cloth bag on her shoulder, a black robe on her head, a neural interface strapped to her arm, and a language translator in her ear, planning to head out to buy some good ingredients for cooking. As she passed through the hall, her gaze caught sight of Carlo sitting on a metal frame. This surprised her. "What are you still doing here?" Su Wan asked. "With all the necessary tasks completed, shouldn't this woman have gone back? What does it mean to kill the donkey after the meal is done?" This was exactly Su Wan's sentiment. Having finished her studies and passed her exams, all that remained was practical application. Carlo, as her mentor, was now unnecessary. She kicked her out. It was time to take charge. Su Wan was in high spirits, practically bouncing as she walked. She was almost ready to burst into song to express her exhilaration. Upon hearing the noise, Carlo looked up and caught a glimpse of Su Wan's barely contained smile. A flash of mischief sparkled in her eyes. "Oh, where would I go?" she asked. "Back to where you came from," Su Wan replied. "Didn't you say you find this place uncomfortable? The food is awful and the bed is no good." Carlo smiled slightly, stood up, swayed her hips, played with her hair, and sauntered over to Su Wan. Looking down at her, she spoke deliberately. "I'm afraid I must inform you that I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. Someone's little scheme might just be exposed." The distance between them was very close. At this proximity, Su Wan could even see the color of Carlo's pupils. She blinked, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Carlo lifted Su Wan's chin with her hand, teasingly saying, "Just the literal meaning. Your master requested me to stay, so you'd better get back to cooking." Stunned, completely stunned, Su Wan had never felt so bewildered before. Was this for real? Instinctively, she wanted to rush to Ling Xiao and ask him, but she quickly realized. This woman before her was no ordinary person, just as she had suspected before. She knew too much. If she were in Su Wan's position, she wouldn't let Carlo leave either. She would certainly find a way to keep her around. If Carlo left, it would be like a ticking time bomb. Thinking this way seemed quite logical, yet it was incredibly vexing. Carlo added, "By the way, go prepare a few rooms. 4 others will be coming over soon." Su Wan's eyes widened again. 1 wasn't enough, but 4 were coming. Could they handle it? While she was pondering, a knock sounded at the door. Carlo was quicker than Su Wan to respond, immediately going to open the door. Sure enough, the team arranged by Kadir had arrived. 4 women from the Milani clan. In reality, this was no surprise to Su Wan. In her understanding, since Ling Xiao's sect leader chose to send people, it was naturally impossible to send men. It had to be women. A rather cliched tactic indeed. 4 women stood there. Gorgeous faces, delicate features. They formed a line, standing gracefully, slender waists, each with their own charm. Su Wan felt completely overwhelmed. These faces, these figures, these demeanors. It's no wonder they hailed from a level 4 civilization. Their genetic optimization was truly impeccable. What troubled her the most was that this petite figure not reaching 1.60 meters could also be sent. After comparing, Su Wan felt her right eyelid twitching. They were leaving no room for her. "They're here," Carlo beckoned. "They'll take you to find a room to settle in temporarily. When the master returns, we'll purchase a shuttle as before." "Understood," the four replied in unison. Carlo turned to Su Wan, poking her arm with her finger. "What are you still doing here? Remember to buy plenty of food. We'll be relying on your master to support us from now on." Su Wan was speechless. She felt like hitting someone. After comparing strengths, she decisively gave up. She couldn't win. Even if they weren't professional fighters, they had received training. They were not people like her who had no foundation and didn't even know how to fight. Out of sight, out of mind. With this thought, Su Wan tightened her black robe and quickly slipped away. Staying another second could lead her to charge headfirst. Just as she stepped out not far down the street, Su Wan's keen eyes caught sight of Ling Xiao browsing at a nearby stall. She immediately dashed over. "Hey, what are you doing loitering around here? The 5 women you wanted are all waiting for you at home. Shouldn't you hurry back to see if they suit your taste?" Ling Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at her. What does "suit my taste" even mean? If they don't suit his taste, can he return them? "What are you doing here?" Ling Xiao asked. Su Wan patted the cloth bag on her shoulder, replying irritably, "Not much food left. If I don't buy more, those people inside will only be drinking the wind." "Do you have any money?" Ling Xiao asked again. "No," Su Wan responded quite bluntly. As she spoke, she was also observing Ling Xiao's subtle expressions. Unfortunately, she couldn't discern anything. Ling Xiao pulled out 2 purple crystal coins and handed them over, instructing, "Find a time to talk to those people and see if they prefer to stay here or return to Earth." Opportunity has come. After Lin Xiao explained the tasks to Su Wan, he did not linger around the stalls, but immediately turned and headed back inside. His speed took Su Wan by surprise. She hadn't even agreed yet, and now he was gone. By the time she realized it, Lin Xiao had already entered the house, leaving her alone on the street, facing the cold wind. A large question mark floated above her head. Blinking a couple of times, Su Wan hurriedly tucked the purple steel coin into her pocket. So many people were watching. If she were to be robbed, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. "It seems he really is in a hurry," she mumbled. She began to ponder what food to buy. Buy something good. That's a joke. As long as she didn't starve to death, that would suffice. Inside the room, Lin Xiao encountered the support team that Kadir had arranged. Including Carol, there were 5 of them in total. 5 people were more than enough for the routine use and maintenance of the shuttle. In this regard, they were professionals, unlike Su Wan, who was merely a novice. "Sir, from now on you'll have to support us," Carol said, sitting on the sofa, her gaze toward Lin Xiao somewhat resigned. At this point, any words seemed superfluous. Kadir intended to use them to control Lin Xiao, and it was clear that Lin Xiao could control them in return. Even if it came down to it, he could still manage Carol. To be honest, Carol had not anticipated this turn of events. She had overestimated the limits of the man before her. She had just gone to great lengths to rescue him, and now he had turned the tables and drawn her to his side. Wasn't this a display of ingratitude? Damn it, even though she knew this was the best choice. With leverage like this, as long as Kadir was around, Lin Xiao could hold something over her for life. Knowing this was one thing, but feeling uneasy was another. Otherwise, why would she go out of her way to tease Su Wan? That woman was easy to deal with. A mere flick of the wrist would suffice. Lin Xiao spoke promptly. "How much do you need?" Carol was direct, immediately stating a number. 18,000. Clearly, she had calculated this beforehand. Setting everything up will not cost less than that. Seeing Lin Xiao frown, Carol explained, "This includes various miscellaneous fees and reserves for a month's minimum expenses. Sir, you must understand that even if the shuttle is simply docked at the port, fees must be paid. As for the wear and tear, supplies, maintenance, and upkeep along the way, all of those require funds." At this point, Carol raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Of course, we also need to be compensated. So don't think it's all that simple, sir. Your burdens are quite heavy." Lin Xiao fell silent. He had anticipated all of this. Being a vassal had its advantages while independence held its own benefits. It was a choice between the two. Even knowing that independence came with a heavy burden, Lin Xiao still chose this path. He did not want to be shackled for life. In this regard, he had options. Since he could choose, why not take a risk? Sometimes a bike could transform into a motorcycle with a leap of faith. To achieve success, one must first embrace madness and charge forward recklessly. Carol stood up, walked behind Lin Xiao, placed her hand on his shoulder, and leaned down to whisper, "By the way, I need to remind you not to think about cutting our benefits. Some of us might not care, but those sisters definitely will. If they're not satisfied, they might just report you to Lord Kadir." Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. This woman had completely let loose. Her audacity had grown. Ling Xiao felt speechless. Clink. He tossed a savings card onto the table. There's 20,000 on it. You can use it to arrange everything. Just remember to give me the bill later. Carol picked up the card, scrutinizing it for a couple of seconds, a glint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Before she could speak, Ling Xiao continued. By the way, let's keep it professional. I prefer you in your official capacity. Don't speak in a high-pitched voice. Carol's lips curled into a smirk. Standing straight, she approached Ling Xiao and bowed gracefully. Certainly, as you wish, sir. With that, Carol turned and swayed her hips as she walked away. Ling Xiao was left speechless. What a lawless situation. The 20,000 he had just received had evaporated before he could even warm it up. It felt like he was back to square one. Now he had only 260 purple crystal coins left. Oh, what could he do with that? Once he purchased consumables, he would be left with single digits. The crew from the Barbaric Star had nearly driven him to bankruptcy. I must enhance my strength quickly. In my current state, I could easily be beaten to death by the formal mercenaries of the Borit civilization. It wasn't the loss that was the most unbearable, it was the idea of being unable to escape after being defeated. That would be life-threatening. There was only one path ahead. To rapidly increase his power, he had to either purchase advanced weaponry to bolster his soft skills or enhance his own energy level to improve his hard skills. He lacked the financial means for weaponry, so he had no choice but to opt for the latter. However, that wasn't easy either. Enhancing one's energy level was not something that could be done on a whim. Ling Xiao's foundation was too thin, his accumulation insufficient, and his resources lacking. Even with the Dirahim armaments, he couldn't directly elevate his energy level. He could either choose training or combat. Going out to fight on missions meant he would likely be eliminated by other mercenaries. He was no longer a vassal. The competition among formal mercenaries was far more brutal than that among vassals. Once task conflicts arose, it was common for mercenaries to fight to the death over resources. Until the last moment, no one was willing to relinquish the resources they were about to secure. Training. Regular gravity chambers are no longer effective. I need someone to adapt to the combat rhythm of formal mercenaries. Ling Xiao naturally thought of Rosai. No one was more suited for this than him. On the verge of becoming a comet-class life form, Rosai had little to do lately. Rather than lounging in a room, it would be better to get out and stretch his muscles. Maximizing the use of available resources was essential. Ling Xiao had always walked this path. Therefore, without much thought, he found Rosai's contact code and reached out. Busy. On the screen, Rosai was enjoying a bath. The mist swirled and danced, creating a hazy, otherworldly ambience. His red hair shimmered within it, resembling a streak of colorful clouds. Sounds of splashing water, laughter, and playful banter filled the air. Ling Xiao stared at the screen, suddenly feeling as if he was witnessing something he shouldn't be seeing. A large basketball swayed past. Wow, how surprising. A busy person like you is actually seeking me out. Want to join me for a dip? Before Ling Xiao could respond, Rosai added, but it's no use, you can't come here. This is my secret garden. Ling Xiao felt speechless. Where the hell was he? He couldn't possibly be on the shuttle, could he? What a wild way to play. Come out, let's have a match. I'm eager to see the battle prowess at the peak of the meteor level. Rosai was somewhat taken aback. By common logic, this request seemed a bit masochistic. He was at the peak of the meteor level, on the brink of becoming a comet-level existence, while Ling Xiao hadn't even stepped into the meteor level. Wasn't this bullying? It would be a piece of cake. Was there even a need to fight? Nevertheless, Rosai was always open to the idea of a good brawl. All right, let me see how much progress you've made during this time. But I must warn you in advance. You better be mentally prepared to be sent to the medical bay. Carlos' efficiency surpassed Ling Xiao's expectations. One could say that the mercenary division had a complete and swift process for handling such matters. Almost immediately after Ling Xiao and Rosai had agreed on a time and place, within 3 minutes, Carlo returned brimming with excitement. At this moment, Su Wan had gone out to buy food and had yet to return. Snap! She placed the savings card on the table. Carlo gulped down a cup of water in one go, catching her breath. She said, there's still 2623 left, which is a bit less than I anticipated. I've already sent you the detailed expenditure bill, and the flyer is currently docked at Port No. 6. When would you like to go take a look? Ling Xiao nodded, but did not reach for the card on the table. He glanced at the expense report, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Each figure, each amount was a necessary expenditure. This did not even include the internal modifications for the flyer. The flyer was the transport tool of the cosmic mercenaries. In a sense, it also functioned as a small base. Cosmic mercenaries often spent more time on the flyer than at space stations, which served merely as docking points. Thus, for comfort, many mercenaries chose to modify their flyers after purchase. This was akin to renovating a new house according to one's preferences. However, Ling Xiao had no such demands. He only needed a ship. As for enjoyment, he was far from the time to indulge in such things. It wasn't as if the flyer was unusable. The flyer was undoubtedly under Ling Xiao's name. This was indisputable. In fact, Carlo and the other four were also registered under his name. This status allowed them access to open space stations in various star domains. Though they could not roam freely, they would not be reduced to the status of refugees. Refugees lacked identity and for the most part were slaves. Such existence found it nearly impossible to survive in the interstellar universe. Ling Xiao was acutely aware of this. Before he obtained his identity, he couldn't even step out of the gladiatorial arena. Carlo, you take it, let's go. We'll check it out right now. With that, Ling Xiao stood up. Carlo was quite surprised. She glanced at the savings card left untouched on the table, and then at Ling Xiao, who was already at the door, a slight smile curling her lips. What did this mean? Trust? No. He just didn't want to complicate matters. But still, this feeling was quite pleasant. Over 2,000 purple crystal coins were undoubtedly a fortune for someone like her who served in a supporting role. After all this time, having traveled from her home star system with Kadir through various star domains, her savings barely reached 1,000. Despite the seeming ease with which cosmic mercenaries earned money, thousands per mission, they risked their lives to do so. The employers posting mercenary jobs possessed vast resources to afford such commissions. All those resources were non-renewable. They had resources, yes, but they were sorely lacking in cash. Especially when it came to high-purity energy crystals which could be used universally within the galaxy, they had neither reserves nor the ability to stockpile them. This investment might yield even more than I anticipated, she thought to herself, quickly slipping the savings card into her pocket and hastily catching up to Ling Xiao. Sir, wait for me. With quick steps, she opened the door first. Carlo froze. She saw Su Wan at the entrance, burdened with large bags, her hand poised to push the door open. Tilting her head, she looked at the smiling Carlo, and then at Ling Xiao, who stood impassively behind her, a rather strange expression on her face. Where are you two going? Aren't you having lunch? Carlo stepped aside to make room. We're going to check out the newly purchased flyer, Ling Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, then tossed aside her burdens. I'm coming too. Ling Xiao said nothing and continued walking ahead. Instead, Carlo shot Su Wan a sidelong glance, resting her elbow on her shoulder, and whispered, Aren't you going to cook? Su Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. I think no one is hungry right now, it's not urgent. How ridiculous. What could be more important than checking out the flyer? The flyer itself was not particularly impressive. The group was quite familiar with it. The flyers sold and rented by the Mercenary division were essentially the same, identical in appearance, performance, and even interior decoration. With a shape reminiscent of a shuttle, the elongated vessel measured over 200 meters and contained various compartments. Ling Xiao suspected that Rosai had transformed his flyer into an oversized swimming pool for good reason. There was ample space for it. With enough funds, Ling Xiao could modify it as well. He could alter it however he desired. Of course, adding an offensive weapon system required caution. After all, it was a warship, and space stations had stringent defenses against interstellar warships, which could easily result in docking denials. Nobody wanted a warship moored at their port. Ling Xiao maintained a stoic expression as his fingers brushed over various surfaces, though his mind was far from calm. 8 years had passed. He had been here for 8 years, persevering step by step until finally acquiring a ship of his own. This feeling was more exhilarating than working tirelessly for 8 years to buy a car outright. This was an interstellar spacecraft, a creation of a level 4 civilization. With it, the vast galaxy would seem less daunting. Distances of over 1,000 light years would no longer feel remote. This marked a brand new beginning. Carlo remained quietly smiling, accompanying him all the way. As for the flyer, this grand toy, she couldn't muster much interest. She had seen too much of it. Although she couldn't afford one, she had ample experience using them. She knew every device and function inside out. In contrast, Su Wan was bursting with excitement, utterly thrilled. Touching here, tapping there, peering into this compartment, rubbing against that surface, she seemed eager to dive right in. We could put a wine cabinet here and a bookshelf over there. If we divide the space in the middle, we could set up a few sofas and lay down a carpet. It would be perfect for sleeping here. Oh my, this is the engine room. This is the superluminal engine. Wow, that's a huge cover. Carlo sighed, correcting her. That's the flyer's internal circulation system. Oh my, so many planes. That's a boarding craft. Why are there shells here? Those are from the assault pod. Chattering away, Su Wan's mouth never stopped. It wasn't that she had never seen a flyer, it was just that she had never encountered one that was hers. After a full 2 hours of exploration, Su Wan suddenly exclaimed, Why don't we just move in here? Carlo shot her a sidelong glance, as if looking at a fool. Are you a devil? Once this wave of excitement passed, you'll realize how uncomfortable it is. Suddenly Carlo had a realization. Suwon's identity did not allow for free movement within the space station. A living on the flyer was not much different from staying in that building. If not for Ling Xiao rescuing her, she would still be unaware of where she might have been as a slave pet. Yes, that was a sad story. There will be opportunities. Now you need to get to work. 20 hours later, Ling Xiao arrived punctually at the designated location, the medium-sized combat arena of the Mercenary division. During this time, he had a meal, took a brief nap, and adjusted his condition to its peak. Confronting a meteor-level peak combatant, to be frank, Ling Xiao had no idea how to win, nor was it feasible to do so. Rokai would not hold back. If he said he would knock Ling Xiao into the medical chamber, then he would certainly do just that. Was there any point in engaging in a battle he knew he could not win? Ling Xiao's answer was there was. It was very necessary. To learn how to fight, one must first learn how to take a beating. In order to enhance his own capabilities as quickly as possible, this was currently the most effective and least laborious method. At the very least, Ling Xiao knew Rokai would not kill him. Opportunities like this where he could endure punishment without the fear of death were rare for him. Since his arrival here, he had been engaged in constant combat. He possessed battle experience, but he was relatively unfamiliar with the fighting styles of stellar life forms, particularly high-tier beings. That was a realm he had yet to touch. This time Ling Xiao did not bring Carlo. Carlo needed to handle shuttle-related matters, making appropriate adjustments to the interior environment and ensuring material supplies. Tasks could be assigned at any moment, so Ling Xiao had to be ready at all times, ensuring he could act at a moment's notice. This required the shuttle to remain in standby mode. This time he brought Suwon with him. The reason for bringing someone along was that Ling Xiao needed someone to take him back. Before coming here, he had never considered he could walk back. Rokai had already arrived. He stood in the center of the arena dressed in mercenary combat attire, arms crossed over his chest. His long, fiery red hair billowed as he looked at Ling Xiao with a somewhat exasperated expression. I say, do I really have to pay for the rental of the venue? Heaven knows the expression on his face when the staff informed him upon his arrival that payment had not yet been made. Ling Xiao shrugged and said nonchalantly, there's nothing I can do. I have no money. No money, yet you speak with such confidence. Rokai narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit of an itch in his hands. The guy before him had a thick skin that was beyond ordinary. Ling Xiao raised his hand. The combat suit's visor materialized and closed. A soft blue glow illuminated the arena. I'm working this hard, and I still have no money. That can only mean it's not my fault, but that some guys have their hands in my pockets. He raised his arm, fist clenched, adopting a combat stance. Upon hearing this, Rokai chuckled. In a way, he was correct. Reality was layered, with each level pressing down on the next. These cosmic mercenaries appeared glamorous and imposing, but the bitterness hidden within was known only to themselves. Suddenly, Rokai turned to look at Suwon, who was observing from the observation room above. He asked, what do you think? If I were to beat you half to death here, would the one up there be scared to tears? You can give it a try. Before the words had left her lips, Ling Xiao had already moved. Without hesitation or doubt, he entered an energy activation state. A brilliant blue light flickered, trailing behind him like a shadow. A long blue line was drawn across the arena. At that moment, the combat arena's control system detected a surge of high-energy fluctuations and reacted immediately. Almost in the next second, an overwhelming pressure descended like a tidal wave. The gravitational field. Ling Xiao's forward momentum paused for a moment. He quickly adjusted and accelerated once more. This caused the fluctuations in the arena's force field to rise again, surging to 100 times the standard force field. Rokai was somewhat surprised. What shocked him was not the sudden gravitational pressure, but Ling Xiao's behavior. He had not fought with Ling Xiao before, but from the information he gathered, he knew Ling Xiao wouldn't initiate with full force right from the start. He preferred to hold back rather than go all in, believing that a hidden hand could save his life at a crucial moment. Now, however, the situation was completely different. The intensity of the force field continued to rise, now reaching a level of 140 times. Under this gravitational pressure, Rokai still had not entered energy activation. Facing Ling Xiao's straight and heavy punch, he raised his hand, opting to meet it head-on. The collision of fist and palm shook the entire arena. The alloy floor beneath them was immediately covered with cracks spreading outward like a spider's web. Rokai had just begun to formulate a comment. In the next second, a high whip kick came crashing down towards his head. With incredible speed, ferocity, and force, the wind pressure hit before the kick even made contact. This time he did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he slightly sidestepped, evading the strike. However, another kick followed. With no alternative, Rokai stepped back. Wait. He had a sudden suspicion this was very unusual, simply abnormal. There could only be one explanation. It seems your journey to the barbaric stars has made you aware of this issue. As he spoke, Rokai swung his fist. The two fists collided. They couldn't even hold their ground for half a second before Ling Xiao was sent flying backward. Under absolute power, any technique became futile. In midair, Ling Xiao spun and kicked at Rokai, who was attempting to pursue him. Touching down, he charged forward once more without a moment's pause. His fists surged like waves and his legs danced in motion. Neither of them used weapons, nor did they don armor. They fought solely with their bodies. Ling Xiao refrained from using armor, while Rokai saw no need for it. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao utilized it or not, Rokai could easily crush him in this state. Crushed. This was the gap in capability. Armor could bridge some of that gap, but their difference was simply too vast. One was on the verge of becoming a comet-level being, while the other had yet to touch the threshold of meteor level. With every clash, the arena shook violently. The data panel controlling the arena constantly updated. Debris flew accompanied by droplets of blood that stained the scene a crimson hue. Su-Wan instinctively rubbed her eyes, glancing at the data panel above her head. At that moment, the numbers had soared to 160. In the arena, she could hardly see the figures. Only vague silhouettes or two streams of light were discernible. Chasing, colliding, dispersing, and colliding again, they were entangled in an endless cycle. Are they even human? If she were to enter the arena without relying on repulsion field gear, she would be dead in an instant. Yet these two were fighting so fiercely. Calculating the time, nearly 2 minutes had passed. 2 minutes. It was utterly lethal. Ling Xiao could feel a sensation as if he were burning with energy. His heartbeat quickened, blood boiling. Every muscle was exerting force, every cell vibrating, and his soul, alongside the pulse of life, seemed to be on the verge of breaking free. This feeling was profound, unprecedentedly strong. No longer needing to think actively, the combat instincts accumulated over time had formed optimal responses. His speed was increasing faster and faster. Rokai marveled inwardly. As the direct recipient of this exchange, no one had more say than he did. Ling Xiao's fists were growing heavier. His reactions could now keep up with Ling Xiao's movements, no longer merely passive defense, but capable of striking back when there was an opening. Of course, this level of strength could not penetrate his protective energy shield. Yet it was already quite impressive. You're not even at meteor level yet. After taking a kick, Rokai stared blankly at his chest, cursing loudly. Hey! I refuse to believe this. Can you really turn things around? The next second, a crimson beam of light erupted like a volcanic explosion, piercing Su-Wan's eyes with pain. Energy activation state. With a powerful swing of his arm. A punch. The force of the punch surged out. The world fell silent. Afterward, Rokai suddenly came to his senses. Oh no, I hope I didn't just kill him. Ling Xiao did not die, but his condition was hardly better. The sudden blow from Luo Sai had exceeded his capacity to endure by a considerable margin, knocking him straight into the medical chamber. The shattered alloy floor was marked by deep furrows, at the end of which lay Ling Xiao. His combat suit was tattered, blood-stained hair hung limply, and ruptured muscle tissue was visible. This was merely the external damage. Who knew how severe the internal injuries were? It was almost certain that several bones had been broken. Raising his hand, Luo Sai examined his fist, marveling to himself. There's been some improvement. With that, he turned to Su-Wan, who was still rubbing her eyes in the observation room, and called out loudly, Hey, someone should hurry down to take him for treatment. If anything happens, I'll send you to join him in a heartbeat. Upon hearing his voice, Su-Wan did not dare linger a moment longer and rushed down like a whirlwind. She picked up Ling Xiao and hurried outside. The treatment equipment was available in the branch, so there was no need to send him elsewhere. Of course, using the equipment here would incur costs, but Su-Wan was not concerned about that. As she exited, Luo Sai reminded her, Tell him to recover, and then we'll have another match. I'll cover the venue fees. Su-Wan said nothing, and Luo Sai couldn't be bothered to engage her further. He continued to gaze at his right fist, savoring the feeling from earlier. He had a premonition. If he could maintain this state for a few more attempts and hone his sensations, he might just break through the final barrier and achieve comet-level lifeform status. Entering an energy activation state was not difficult. The challenge lay in stabilizing it. Moreover, one needed to adapt to it in order to reach a higher tier of life. The energy activation state placed an immense burden on the body. It was akin to igniting a barrel of explosives, triggering all of one's energy. If one's body wasn't strong enough, it could shatter on the spot. Each year, countless star-level life forms recklessly attempted to breach barriers only to fail and meet their demise. There were far too many such cases to count. Daily accumulation was one aspect, the other was one's condition and even one's mindset. It was profound and ineffable. I can't let this go while my hands are warmed up. I'll give it another try. Resolute, Luo Sai did not leave, but instead began to experiment once more. The previously declining force field index suddenly surged, skyrocketing to 300 times its previous level, and it continued to climb. When Carol learned that Ling Xiao had been sent to the medical chamber, she felt as though the sky had fallen. How long had she been gone? How could he end up back in the medical chamber? This was no way to conduct things. Silence enveloped her as she dashed into the Mercenary branch's treatment room, where she found Su Wan sitting on the floor sulking and saw Ling Xiao lying exposed in the medical chamber. What happened? He fought that red-haired guy and ended up like this, Su Wan replied. She had witnessed nothing of substance from her vantage point and only realized what had happened after Ling Xiao was already down. Red-haired, Carol was momentarily taken aback by this description, but she could guess that anyone who could battle Ling Xiao was easily identifiable. Luo Sai, red-haired, that was a risky label to attach. Though that guy often wore a smile, when he went wild few could restrain him. How did they end up fighting? Even though she had already pieced together much of it, Carol still felt the need to ask. This time Su Wan offered only 2 words. Training. Carol facepalmed, inhaling deeply as she fought the urge to curse. Training. Is this what training looks like? That guy was a bit too rough. Of course it wasn't her place to judge how these two handled things. With a sigh, Carol murmured, "Your identity information has been sorted out. The attendant outfit is in your room. Find a time to change into it." With that she turned to leave. Su Wan, puzzled, quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Carol replied curtly, "Where do you think?" "I'm going to pay the bill." Ling Xiao's bout had cost them 82 purple crystal coins. Carol felt a pang of distress. Even though it wasn't her money being spent, she still felt the sting. With such a meager sum left in their account, if it was all drained, would they be forced to survive on nothing? Even if they were inclined to endure such hardship, there was nothing to sustain them. Carol thought it necessary to have a serious discussion with this reckless spender. Creating a deficit was troublesome. Did he expect her to dip into her personal savings? Not a chance. That was money she had painstakingly saved. Losing it would mean real loss. Yet Ling Xiao's enthusiasm far exceeded Carol's expectations. Having just recovered, he emerged from the medical chamber. Without so much as a moment's pause, he changed his attire and strode directly into the Mercenary branch's training ground. 5 minutes later, Luo Sai arrived, ready to settle the bill and enter the arena. Another fierce collision ensued. As expected, Ling Xiao was once again sent into the medical chamber. The overwhelming disparity in strength left him with no chance of victory. Upon hearing this news, Carol nearly fainted in the shuttle. She immediately contacted Su Wan's communication code and began to shout, "Could you not hold him back? Last time you dragged him out, and now again. How much do you think he can afford to lose?" Su Wan felt wronged. She retorted, "Do you think I can stop this sort of thing?" After a pause, she hesitated a moment longer before adding, "Where are you? Find a moment to come settle the bill." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she proposed, "How about you give me some money? That way you won't have to run around so much." Carol was left speechless. Looking at Su Wan, who blinked innocently, she couldn't help but feel a cold laugh rise in her heart. What audacity! It had only been a few days, and she was already eyeing the financial reins. If she were to get her hands on it, wouldn't she turn the place upside down? Carol replied, "Just wait, I'll be over. And if there's another incident, don't put him in the branch medical chamber, send him to the shuttle. We have medical equipment and professionals here." Su Wan hesitated. She was aware that the shuttle had a medical room and equipment, and that a certain Blue Sakura had been busy there recently. "Isn't that a bit far? I'm worried we won't make it in time." Carol assured her, "Don't worry. As long as he's not dead on the spot, star-level life forms aren't as fragile as you think. We'll make it. I'll have Blue Sakura on standby to get him in for treatment at a moment's notice." Su Wan still seemed anxious. Carol couldn't contain herself. "What are you even worried about? Instead of fretting about this, you should be concerned about the lack of funds. Those folks in the branch only recognize money, not people. If we run out, they might sell you off to cover the gap." Su Wan fell silent. Although she knew this was true, it didn't sit well with her. She wasn't unaware of her own worth. "Fine. Next time I'll take him to the shuttle." Carol, exasperated, pinched her brow and sighed. Let's hope there isn't a next time. While the equipment on the shuttle doesn't cost money, the cell repair solution and energy replenishment fluids still need to be purchased, and those aren't cheap. "I understand." Su Wan's voice rose a notch. Carol found herself speechless. "Let's hope you really do understand. Otherwise, you might just end up sold off to buy medical supplies." As time passed, Ling Xiao emerged from the medical chamber once more, not saying a word, and immediately contacted Luo Sai. 20 minutes later, Su Wan delivered him to the shuttle. Under Blue Sakura's astonished gaze, she expertly stripped him down and placed him in the medical chamber. Seeing Blue Sakura still frozen, Su Wan gently tapped her on the head and whispered, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and save him." As she spoke, she also reminded her, "By the way, don't let that old woman Carol find out. She's been particularly irritable lately, must be going through menopause." Translation: Y692 Space Station. Zone 1 Building A3. How many times is this now? Kadir inquired, glancing at Rosai, who stood beside the sofa without taking a seat. It had been more than half a month since Ling Xiao officially became a mercenary, and Kadir had intended to arrange some tasks for him to undertake. After all, Ling Xiao had lingered in the space station for quite some time. Cosmic mercenaries and interstellar warriors are not vastly different. Prolonged inactivity in combat can lead to a decline in one's physical condition, which in turn affects combat effectiveness. Kadir had no use for incompetence. He did not wish to see his investments go to waste, nor did he want Ling Xiao to become lax after achieving his status as an official mercenary. Such behavior did not align with his interests. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Ling Xiao had been engaged in intense training with Rosai during this period. They had essentially spent most of their time in the medical cabin. Even Kadir had to concede that Ling Xiao was even more diligent than he had anticipated. If he did not wish to perish, he had no choice but to continuously grow stronger. The path of a cosmic mercenary only leads forward. Taking a step back often meant falling into an abyss of despair. It is important to note that being a cosmic mercenary has never been a glamorous profession. It is directly linked to danger and death. Rosai responded, "This is the 8th time. He's even more resilient than I expected, and his rate of improvement has surprised me." Kadir raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Surprised? Such words could escape Rosai's lips. After all, Rosai's own rate of improvement was astonishing. From the time he became a vassal to his official status as a mercenary, in just 8 years, he had advanced from star level to microstar level, then to meteor level, and was now on the verge of reaching comet level. 8 years, faster than Kadir himself. Both Rosai and Kadir had clawed their way up from the fiercely competitive underbelly, so Kadir understood the high difficulty involved. Talent, something one may wish to deny, is undeniably real. Kadir asked what is his current condition. At this, Rosai smiled. He should still be lying in the medical cabin. However, he seems to have touched the threshold of meteor level and can now keep pace with my movements. He has accumulated enough. He just needs an opportunity, a true chance to grasp the light of the meteor. Kadir fell silent. He had indeed underestimated that young man. So quick. He then turned to Rosai, stating, "Your accumulation is also sufficient. You too only lack an opportunity." Rosai did not conceal this. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I also lack an opportunity. This is thanks to that young man. My current state is excellent, so I plan to attempt it and see if I can touch the radiance of the comet." Kadir warned, "You only have one chance. Either you succeed or you perish." Rosai took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, as if to release the pressure building within him. With a faint smile, he calmly declared, "I understand. To transcend the layers of existence, how could one not take risks? I am willing to wager my life for a chance at success. Even if I must die in the end, I want to witness the light of the comet with my own eyes." To be honest, Rosai had felt a pang of fear before. The fear of failure was intertwined with the fear of death. Fearing death is a fundamental aspect of life. Whether one is a low-level life form or a star-level being, this instinct ingrained in the depths of their genetic makeup cannot be extinguished. However, after enduring so much, he had mustered the courage to take that final step. Death, while terrifying, pales in comparison to the helplessness of stagnation. He had choices. Rather than aimlessly drifting through life, it was better to blaze brightly for a few moments. Isn't the splendor of life defined by its radiant bursts? In Ling Xiao, Rosai saw his former self. Wasn't he once just as fervent? Having gained some strength, he had unwittingly lost the fierce determination of his earlier days, starting to waver between hope and fear. He was born with nothing. What was there to fear losing? Just do it. Either succeed or perish. Go. Kadir waved his hand. Rosai bowed and withdrew. When they next met, he would return triumphant. Kadir understood that this might be their last encounter, but he said nothing. He had grown accustomed to it. Many who left never returned. He had experienced this himself. Upon leaving Zone 1, Building A3, Rosai did not immediately return to his shuttle, but instead appeared at Dock 6. Caro received the news and promptly arrived to greet him. Rosai's presence here surprised her. Amid her surprise, she was also puzzled. Why had he suddenly come today? Was he looking for Ling Xiao for yet another round of sparring? But Ling Xiao was still lying in the medical cabin. He had yet to awaken. The two of them had caused quite a stir, leaving Caro feeling rather distressed. The funds on the account flowed out like water, and there was no stopping it. While Rosai, coming from wealth, was unconcerned about the losses, Ling Xiao's continued stay in the medical cabin was pushing them toward bankruptcy. Originally, there had been over 2,000, but now only 3 digits remained. If they fought again, they might plummet to double digits. Instantly finished. They wouldn't even have money left for medical treatment. Walking through the corridor inside the shuttle, Rosai glanced at the surrounding decorations, raising an eyebrow slightly. Overall, the changes were minor, yet it gave him the impression of having entered someone's boudoir. He reached up to lightly tap the pale blue wind chime above his head, curious, "Did you do all this?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Caro's face. Of course it wasn't entirely her doing. "These were arranged by the others, my lord." Caro unhesitatingly sold out the other 4. Of course she was not wrong. Among them was also that little woman, Su Wan's handiwork. If she hadn't been short on funds, Caro believed Su Wan could have transformed this place into her own personal sanctuary. But for now, Su Wan was not here. She was over in Zone 3, Building 9234. All the pressure fell on the shoulders of the 5 of them. Rosai further inquired, "Does he know you've turned his shuttle into this pink theme?" This was completely at odds with Ling Xiao's style. It resembled his shuttle in some ways, albeit with fewer people. With only 5 of them, was that enough? Caro tugged at a strand of white hair that fell across her chest and thoughtfully provided a very candid reply. "My lord, Ling Xiao does know. It seems he does not care about such trivialities." Rosai nodded. That was more like it. That young man should only be focused on how to grow stronger. Entering the treatment room, Rosai observed Ling Xiao lying in the cell repair liquid, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a pitiful sight. Though the injuries were all inflicted by him, it did not prevent him from looking down on this reckless young man. Lanning stood straight at one side, not daring to glance at Rosai as she recalled a casual remark he had made long ago. He had casually mentioned that her 2 ponytails would be quite amusing. That remark had frightened her so much that she had not slept well for 3 days and nights, fearing he would catch her. To her surprise, Rosai didn't even cast a glance her way now. Or rather, he seemed to have forgotten she was even there. "I'll be going out for a while, though I won't be back soon. When he wakes up, tell him that next time we meet, if he doesn't wish to be sent back to the medical cabin, he should swiftly enter the meteor-level domain." As he spoke, Rosai casually tossed something to Caro. A stick-like object about 20 centimeters long. "I won't need this, so let it be for him." 72 hours later. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of blue light vanishing in an instant. The surface of the cellular repair liquid in the medical pod began to recede. 30 seconds later, it was completely drained. The pod door opened. Ling Xiao casually disconnected the various tubes attached to him and stepped out naked. Only Lan Ying was present in the treatment room. Noticing the movement, she immediately sprang up and rushed over, handing him a nano-combat suit. This action was something she did every time Ling Xiao emerged from the medical pod. She was quite adept at it. With her head bowed to suppress the urge to glance around, she softly asked, "My lord, how do you feel?" Ling Xiao twisted his neck and flexed his arms and legs, raising his fist. The surge of strength felt delightful. "I'm fine. How long have I been lying here?" Ling Xiao inquired as he took the storage box for the combat suit. Lan Ying hurriedly replied, "My lord, you've been asleep for over 3 days. After a pause, she added, "During this time, Lord Rosai visited. He mentioned needing to step out for a while and won't be back soon, so you might not find him for training. By the way, Lord Rosai left something for you." Saying this, Lan Ying dashed off to retrieve the stick-like object that Rosai had left earlier. She tentatively asked, "My lord, do you know what this is, eh?" Ling Xiao took it and fiddled with it for a moment. "I know, a high-energy particle oscillation blade, a type of melee weapon." Lan Ying nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. If Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, she would have needed to explain. But since he did, there was no need for that. The combat suit fully unfolded, and he donned it. Ling Xiao instantly sensed something was amiss. Someone had altered the underlying data coding, resulting in a change in design. Although the changes were minor, retaining the primary style, while enhancing it, the alterations were quite jarring for a combat specialist like Ling Xiao. The main appearance remained a deep black accented with silver borders, with noticeable reinforcements at the joints. The storage position on the side of the legs had been raised, and a short cloak now hung from the waist, concealing the magazine. At the same time, Ling Xiao discovered an additional storage position for the oscillation blade. Overall, it seemed rather good. Looking down at Lan Ying from his elevated position, Ling Xiao's gaze was profound, his meaning unmistakable. Lan Ying felt a surge of pressure. She explained, "This design was customized based on your body structure and combat habits, allowing for better power exertion and enhancing joint protection to a certain extent." Ling Xiao understood all of this. What puzzled him was the short cloak at the back of the waist. Was it meant to conceal weapons? Did he even need to hide weapons? Immediately, Ling Xiao tugged at the short cloak and asked, "What about this?" Lan Ying's eyelids twitched slightly. She knew something had gone wrong. Gripping the hem of her attendant outfit, she whispered, "This was added by Su Wan. She said it would make it quicker and steadier for carrying you when fleeing." "What?" Ling Xiao's expression turned strange. What kind of reasoning was that? "Where is she?" Lan Ying blinked innocently and replied, "Not here." "Not here? Where else could Su Wan be but one place?" Watching Ling Xiao's departing figure, Lan Ying patted her heaving chest and quietly sighed in relief. That was close. Scared me to death. In District 3, Building 9234. Looking at the crowd before her, Su Wan clapped her hands. All right, this is roughly the situation. Anyone who wishes to go back can tell me, and I will find an opportunity to send you back. After a pause, she added, there is only one opportunity, so think carefully before making a decision. Do not act impulsively, and do something you'll regret for a lifetime. The reactions among the crowd were varied. Some were dazed, some doubtful, some excited, and others anxious. Observing their expressions, Su Wan felt a profound calmness within her without a hint of turmoil. No matter how they chose, she would not leave. Ling Xiao had mentioned the traces of human civilization appearing in the Monda star system long ago. He had also asked her to find a suitable moment to clarify things with these people, offering to send those who wished to return. Su Wan had not forgotten, as she just hadn't found the right opportunity. This wasn't entirely her fault. She had been too busy to focus. Ling Xiao had been constantly engaged in battles with Rosai, often ending up in the medical pod after a disagreement. She had followed him throughout, carrying him back and forth between the battlefield and the shuttle. Even if she had mentioned it earlier, Ling Xiao wouldn't have had the time to send anyone back. The reason she brought it up now was that she had learned Ling Xiao's account was running low on funds, making it impossible for him to rush to the mercenary division as before. Without money, there would be no treatment. If he ended up severely injured again, the situation would be dire. Thus, Su Wan could easily guess. This was the last chance. After this, Ling Xiao would likely choose to go out on missions to earn money. Along the way, he could drop people off at the Monda star system. How did she know about the lack of funds in his account? Of course, it was Karo who informed her. Karo had been persistently asking her to keep an eye on Ling Xiao. Su Wan found it surprising. Did she seem like someone who could hold Ling Xiao back? What a joke. Even if she stripped bare, that guy might not even spare her a glance. Su Wan had self-awareness. In the hall, the murmurs began to rise. This news was astonishing to them. They could actually go back. All of them had been picked up by Ling Xiao from various places, and they were aware of each other's situations. They were all in similar predicaments. Especially with the information received from Su Wan, they understood where they were and how far it was from Earth. Over 1,500 light years away. Even at light speed, it would take them over 1,500 years to reach Earth. By that time, they would have aged and died. Could they really go back? If it weren't for Su Wan being the one to say it, they would have doubted whether they were being made fun of. Having survived here for so long, who didn't know that Su Wan was Ling Xiao's lackey? Clearly, Su Wan lacked the capability. Only Ling Xiao could have such power. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't care about their thoughts. He had already done enough by rescuing them and ensuring they didn't starve. Anything beyond that was too much to hope for. Previously, there were those who were unclear about the situation and tried to instruct him. The result was being slapped into a pulp by Ling Xiao. Those among them who had arrived earlier had witnessed that scene and had to clean up for 2 full days. After experiencing that once, even the most arrogant had learned to be humble. Ling Xiao truly did not care. It made sense when you thought about it. Anyone who could survive here and attain a status was not of the virtuous kind. Virtuous beings simply did not survive. Among the crowd, Chen Bo did not engage in the discussions. He stood quietly to the side, his expression shifting constantly. His instincts urged him to leave, but his reason told him that once he left, he would never have another chance. No man did not yearn for power. Yet obtaining that power required a tremendous price. A gamble with one's life. He was afraid. Having witnessed everything that transpired in the arena, he understood very well. As long as he dared to agree, Ling Xiao would have the audacity to send him into the fray. And then there would be no, and then. He would certainly die. He did not want to die, but he craved power. Was there truly no other way? The answer was yes. Even if human civilization had reached a technological level capable of developing cellular enhancement agents, it was impossible that such things did not exist here. Not only did they exist, but they were also of a higher grade. For instance, a genetic inducement agent suitable for aspiring to star-level status. If successfully induced, it would mean stepping halfway into the realm of star-level life forms with a chance of awakening some special abilities. Unfortunately, the success rate was low and the mortality rate was extremely high. Moreover, it was prohibitively expensive. Ling Xiao himself could barely afford it, let alone provide it for him. Even for the low-tier products, until he demonstrated his worth, Ling Xiao would never invest in him. It was meaningless. Ling Xiao had always maintained one principle. Those who fear death are not fit to tread upon this cold and cruel world. There are ultimately few individuals with a mindset like Chen Boss. The vast majority are excited and agitated, their emotions plainly visible on their faces. The outside world undoubtedly brims with excitement, yet this vibrancy has nothing to do with them. Here they can do nothing. Even stepping outside fills them with dread, fearing they might be captured and sold again, perhaps for a second, third, or even fourth time. To become a slave is to truly lose the status of a sentient being. Their standing is akin to that of stray cats and dogs on the street. If luck runs out and they end up dead, it would be in vain, or no one would care about their lives or deaths. Ling Xiao might intervene, but by then they would already be gone. What difference would it make? Moreover, Ling Xiao's current situation seems far from what they imagine. The name, Cosmic Mercenary, alone suggests a perilous profession. Even if offered the chance, they would be unable to pursue it. If they can return, they should, for at least it would ensure they don't face an uncertain existence. They have no rights whatsoever. Su Wan is indifferent to their thoughts. After clarifying the situation, she doesn't linger in the hall, but retreats to the small room next door, leaping onto the bed with the intention of catching some sleep. She has been too busy lately to rest. Once the group outside reaches a consensus, they will undoubtedly come to find her. They can go back, but Su Wan has no desire to return. Compared to those outside, she has far better options. People naturally strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. That is the norm. At that moment, the door creaked open. Lily stepped inside and gently closed the door behind her. She did not partake in the excited discussions of the others outside, but wished to hear Su Wan's perspective. When faced with the unknown, seeking insight from a professional is always prudent. Even if Su Wan isn't truly an expert, her knowledge surpasses theirs significantly. Approaching the bedside, she sat at the edge of the bed. Lily observed Su Wan, who was curled up under the covers resembling a sleeping hamster, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. If memory served her well, this was Ling Xiao's bed. Of course, it had been a long time since she had seen that cold, expressionless man. After being rescued by Ling Xiao, she hardly managed to exchange a few words with him. The pressure he exuded was so immense that it robbed Li of the courage to stand before him. Lily could not fathom how Su Wan could endure such suffocating oppression. Little did she know, proximity breeds contempt. Mystique fosters authority, familiarity breeds disdain. To his personal servant, no one is a hero. Su Wan may not be a servant, yet she performs the duties of one. Distance creates beauty. She was too close to Ling Xiao, having once slept on the same steps as him. Such experiences made it difficult for her to feel fear toward Ling Xiao. Undoubtedly, she is an astute woman. She knows how to seize opportunities and skillfully navigate her ascent. Now she has climbed higher. Though much remains to be achieved, she has taken her first critical step. Without this step, all else is in vain. Noticing the movement, Su Wan peeked out from under the covers, her large eyes shining in the dimly lit room. Even without lights, the glow from her eyes was striking. Is something the matter? Su Wan inquired. Lily nodded gently and replied, "It's nothing major, really. I just wanted to talk with you, especially since there may not be another chance." Su Wan shot Lily a sidelong glance, but remained silent. That line might work on others, but did Lily think to fool her? It all depended on whether she was willing to be deceived. Pretending to be naive and harmless for too long might lead some to believe she was easily manipulated. Her act was for Ling Xiao's needs, not for theirs. To maintain the dwindling humanity within Ling Xiao, she had to put on a facade. There was no other way. In this regard, she possessed a distinct advantage. And the results? Remarkable. Returning is the best choice for you, Su Wan stated bluntly. There is no room for you to showcase your abilities here, and even if you have other ideas, you'll have to suppress them. Lily fell silent. Su Wan continued, I recall Ling Xiao tasked you with gathering a lot of data. While that information may hold little value here back home, it will be your lifeline. They are in dire need of such knowledge. After a pause, Su Wan asked, how much did you manage to remember? Lily replied, less than 80%. Less than 80% is still sufficient. You are fortunate. Had this been before, that man wouldn't have cared about your lives or given it a second thought. He wouldn't have even considered your escape routes. In the past, when Ling Xiao found himself in dire straits, he had no leisure to concern himself with such matters. Ensuring they wouldn't starve or be exterminated was the extent of his protection. After all, he couldn't even safeguard himself. Self-preservation comes first. If one cannot save oneself, how can they save others? Don't overthink it. This is a good thing, and you are simply lucky to be in the right place at the right time. At any previous juncture, even if such an opportunity arose, he wouldn't have been able to act. Return if you can, and don't struggle here. His world is treacherous, do not attempt to draw near. Having said so much, Su Wan felt she had been quite generous. Had it been anyone else, she would have simply ordered them to return without hesitation. Without comparison, there can be no disparity. Without disparity, there can be no harm. Lily fell silent once more. She understood that Su Wan spoke the truth. The environment here was indeed unsuitable for their survival. She lowered her voice to ask, you want leave, right? Correct. Su Wan was forthright about it. There was no need to hide. This was hardly a secret. Not to mention her professional servant attire spoke volumes. Turning over, Su Wan wriggled a bit, freeing her head from the covers. Resting her chin on the pillow, she mused, if I were to leave, that guy would truly become a solitary figure. That would be dangerous for him. Completely uncontrolled power would turn him into a nightmare, a true cosmic butcher. The expedition to the Savage Star had genuinely terrified Su Wan. It wasn't just Elkin's overwhelming combat prowess, it was Ling Xiao's willingness to threaten the nations of the southern realms to achieve his aims. Su Wan realized they genuinely did not care. In the clash, the Savage tribe was utterly annihilated, suffering great losses. The northern territories fell into chaos once more. The southern realms were no better off. Ling Xiao's emergence shattered the long-standing stalemate. He directly obliterated the military capabilities of an entire nation. Such a blow is beyond the endurance of any country. Undoubtedly, the impending collapse of the opposing side has become a foregone conclusion. In an impromptu move, Ling Xiao did not forget to dig a pit, urging them to leap in for maximum gain. He was ruthless not only with himself, but equally so with others. Once such a force loses control, Su Wan believed that the entire six-star domain of the galaxy would be devoid of peace, even if he currently struggled to survive in a tight spot. But merely surviving already spoke volumes. The casual chatter did not last long. As Su Wan spoke, she gradually drifted into a slumber. Seeing this, Lily hesitated to wake her. Quietly, she stepped out and closed the door behind her. Returning was their best choice. In this regard, Su Wan was not mistaken. However, unlike others who were optimistic about the future, Lily was not so naive. She had already begun to envision the challenges of returning to their previous lives. She was pragmatic, and practical individuals often possess one distinct advantage. They can see clearly how many cards they hold in their hands. It had been too long since she had left, long enough that she was forgetting what that life even felt like. In such a situation, Lily even doubted whether she could truly adapt to that life again. Of course, doubt aside, she had to go back. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. What else could she do if she stayed here? Aimlessly exist. Even if Ling Xiao did not care about her sustenance, could she really spend her entire life cooped up in this house? That was impossible. Even if there was no other choice, as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, no one wished to be confined to a single dwelling for life. Except for the reclusive ones. Just as Li was exiting the room, the main door was pushed open. She turned to look. Ling Xiao stepped in, and Lily was not surprised by his presence. Oh, what puzzled her was the person following him. An old man with thinning hair and a hunched back. He cradled a heavy tin can in his arms, which looked quite cumbersome. Lily was certain this person did not reside in Block 9234 of District 3. She had never seen him before. Lu Qiyu. Ling Xiao had brought him over. Sinua had opened the floodgates, not even daring to ask for payment. Yet Ling Xiao still tossed a purple crystal coin his way. He could afford to forego it, but Ling Xiao could not. That was the rule. In the future, he might need to request assistance from this person. Providing payment made everything much easier. Ling Xiao felt that this arena supervisor might come in handy later. There was no need to sever ties over a small sum of money. Sinu naturally took it all in stride. What a joke. An utterly useless slave could be exchanged for a purple crystal coin. What a lucrative deal. As for the vacant position, in the Y692 space station, finding something else was difficult, but slaves were abundant, plenty to choose from. One purple crystal coin could buy several high-quality ones. The key was establishing a connection with Ling Xiao. While Ling Xiao held limited value for Sinua, the man behind him, Kadier, was different. In business, one must not easily offend others. Harmony is paramount. The crowd that had been discussing in the hall had already dispersed, filled with excitement, leaving only Li, who stood at the door perplexed. She was taken aback. Lu Qiyu was even more astonished. He had imagined that Ling Xiao might be doing well, but he never expected it to be to this extent. Having a place to settle and the freedom to move about, those who had not lived here could never comprehend its significance. It could not be summed up with a single word like difficult. Turning his gaze toward Lily, Ling Xiao asked, "Where's Su Wan?" "She's sleeping in the room, just fell asleep," Lily replied, instinctively straightening up and lowering her head. "Did she say anything to you all?" Ling Xiao moved toward the room, inquiring further. "Yes," Lily answered quickly, eager not to delay. Ling Xiao did not ask any more questions, stating directly, "Get them all out. It's time to leave." Lily was startled. Was it happening too quickly? Soon she saw Ling Xiao enter the room and bring the dazed Su Wan out. Knowing Su Wan was asleep, Ling Xiao had a good idea of where she would be. It was no surprise, as she often did this. Lily summoned the others, and Lu Qiyu stared with bleary eyes at everything around him, while Su Wan approached Ling Xiao, whispering, "Why the rush? I just told them about this." After saying that, she seemed to recall something, and her gaze turned peculiar. Standing on tiptoe, she whispered in Ling Xiao's ear, "Is it because we are out of money?" Ling Xiao did not respond. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Seeing his expression, Su Wan realized she had guessed right. There was no money left. Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to only feed himself, while the family remained unfed. Now there were expenses associated with the shuttle, which was far more challenging than sustaining dozens of people. Once he acquired that vehicle, the ownership belonged to him, and he had to pay docking fees. Moreover, there were also Carlo and the other Melaniran. They were not as easy to support. Just surviving was not enough. Their living standards were high. Ling Xiao also needed a salary. Unlike Su Wan, who only needed to manage her food and accommodation. Rubbing her eyes, Su Wan glanced at the somewhat awkward Lu Chuyu on the side. Likely she was curious. However, her curiosity was not about the man, but rather the heavy tin can he was holding. Did he have belongings to bring back with him? This suggested he seemed to be doing reasonably well. But he certainly did not look the part. He appeared to be in worse shape than they were. "Hey, what's he holding?" Ling Xiao shot a glance at Su Wan and succinctly replied, "Remains." "What?" Su Wan was astonished. Her eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding her features. She whispered, "If it's all remains, how can there be so much?" "Accumulated over time," Ling Xiao responded with 4 words. This left Su Wan utterly speechless. She found it hard to imagine how someone could accumulate so many remains. What could possibly be inside that tin can? It had to be human remains. What kind of work did this old man do? Surely he wasn't working at a crematorium. Su Wan was bewildered, but she quickly came to a realization. There was no such practice here. When beings died, they were either turned into food or processed into nutrients. Nothing was left behind, not even ashes. Lili was swift in gathering the personnel, and it was done quickly since there were not many of them. Looking at the 20 or so individuals standing in the hall, Ling Xiao felt perplexed. Among them were some familiar faces like Chun Bo and Wang Li, along with many whose names he could not recall, even some he had no memory of at all. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that they needed to leave. Once everyone was assembled, Ling Xiao said, "You all know the situation, so I won't waste time. Head to the spaceship, stay together, and don't get lost." After speaking, his gaze fell on the still dazed Su Wan. Su Wan was listening when suddenly he fell silent. Her curiosity piqued. When she looked up, she found Ling Xiao staring at her. For a moment, she was a bit dazed. "What are you looking at?" Ling Xiao asked, exasperated. "Lead the way." Su Wan blinked, completely unable to keep up with the pace. To her, it felt like this was not the time to cut the conversation short. After only a single sentence, he was done. Surely he should at least talk about what lay ahead, how to avoid being captured and sold back into slavery. But unfortunately, there was nothing of the sort. It had to be said that this was very much in line with Ling Xiao's style. He did not care. He had done what he needed to do. As for how these people would proceed from here, that was their own business. Ling Xiao never interfered. After all, he did not believe there would be another opportunity for a reunion. Ideally, they would never meet again. From Building 9234 in District 3 to Dock 6 for boarding, the journey was smooth and unhindered. Slaves at the Y692 space station have no autonomy unless under supervision. A formal mercenary trailed behind them, and anyone with ulterior motives would think twice about their own strength. In this place, wealth does not guarantee safety, but absolute power certainly does. No one dared to intervene. While formal mercenaries may not be exceptionally strong, they are never weak either. Those who become formal mercenaries are not to be underestimated. 20-odd individuals boarded the shuttle in succession. As the hatch closed, the shuttle departed the port, marking their complete departure from a place they had inhabited for years, even decades. There were no feelings of sorrow or reluctance, only the relief of surviving a calamity. Everything before them felt foreign. So foreign that they were at a loss, so foreign that they were bewildered. Ling Xiao only mentioned returning them, but did not disclose the destination of their journey. Su Wan remained silent on the matter, as well, considering it unimportant. The endpoint remained unchanged. Whether there would be stops or transfers en route was irrelevant. What mattered was that they could return to the Mondestar system. Traveling through the superliminal passage established between space stations, the journey would take less than 10 hours. It was not as they had envisioned. The ship did not head straight to the 7th galactic region. Thus, there was no need for preparations, not even for dinner. The journey would be smooth, and they could eat upon their return. In the lounge, Karo sifted through suitable mercenary tasks. Su Wan was responsible for watching over the group to prevent them from wandering off. Many areas within the shuttle were off-limits to them, severely restricting their movement. No one raised any objections. Ling Xiao lit a cigarette in his room, contacting Zhao Ruilong, who was far inside the Mondestar system. The communicator that had been handed to him earlier proved useful at this moment. Additionally, Ling Xiao sought to locate the shady merchant who had set up a stall in Kukuner Lord City, hoping to acquire something from Zhao Ruilong. Armed components from Daira Xiam could significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Installing new armament units was far simpler than painstakingly improving his energy levels. Ling Xiao was uncertain if he would find the man, but searching was better than not trying at all. That man was formidable. Ling Xiao suspected he was stronger than the sect leader Kadir. At the very least, he was at the mid-level lifeform standard. The mid-level lifeform realm was beyond Ling Xiao's current grasp. Of course, not being able to now did not mean it would always be so. What mattered most was that this individual was aware of the fact that the Diaster civilization's armaments were right on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such remarks or displayed the armament units. At times, Ling Xiao found himself questioning. Was that individual the same person who had consigned items at the stall near Building 9234? Coincidence. This world does not offer so many coincidences. Rather than chance, it felt more like inevitability. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the power to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in the Mondestar system, at the Great Rift Dawn base, ding dong. Zhao Ruilong instinctively looked up at the screen in front of him, and upon discovering no new messages, he momentarily froze. After a full 3 seconds, he finally regained his senses. He glanced down at the small portable intelligence unit bound to his left wrist. The blue light flickered intermittently, and unless one looked closely, it was nearly indistinguishable. If Ling Xiao had provided him with the complete set of equipment, there would have been no such issue. New messages would project directly onto his retina at the first instance. Unfortunately, he did not possess such a device. He could only rely on the current method, holographic particle projection. Taking a glance at the message content, Zhao Ruilong initially dismissed it. The message was straightforward, containing only a few sparse numbers. People will arrive in 8 hours. What is this? Zhao Ruilong murmured in confusion. Who is being sent over this time? With their current inability to undertake significant operations, there was no need to increase personnel. Most research tasks still occurred on Earth, and here, they could only secretly conduct minor activities to send back for analysis. Thanks to the commotion Ling Xiao had stirred up last time, Kukuner's territory appeared remarkably tranquil now. It had to be peaceful. There weren't many people left. Ling Xiao had once swept through half a continent in a bloodbath. None of those brazenly engaging in mischief were spared. Anyone daring to show their face had to be prepared for a beating. Wait, this code seems to belong to that guy. Upon realizing the source of the message, Zhao Ruilong immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He had not forgotten that the individual had mentioned upon departure that a group might be sent over. Yet after waiting and waiting with no news, he had nearly forgotten about it. After all, Ling Xiao had said that if they didn't come, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, there was finally some movement. Zhao Ruilong's feelings towards Ling Xiao were complex. He was glad that he could survive here, but also felt dread at the power he wielded and unease at his attitude. From him, Zhao Ruilong sensed no intention of solidarity nor any desire to return for a visit. It seemed they were utterly inconsequential, expendable. This was incredibly dangerous. They had consulted psychological experts for analysis, concluding that the data was too scarce to provide significant insights. A bunch of useless individuals. If the information were sufficient, it wouldn't have been up to them to analyze. They might as well play in the mud. Whenever he thought about this matter, Zhao Ruilong couldn't help but scoff. Fortunately, the current situation was not too dire. The other party showed no signs of aggression. As for the 5 bases Ling Xiao had destroyed and the nearly 10,000 lives lost, Zhao Ruilong saw no issue. Sacrificing the small for the greater good. He would have done the same. Moreover, those who fell were not their people, so there was absolutely no problem. The higher-ups want to test the waters to see if they can be brought to their side. Even if that fails, they cannot be pushed into opposition. While it sounds simple, what should I do? Speak directly. Not wise. If rejected, that avenue would be completely shut off. Indirect approaches. Feasible, but Zhao Ruilong feared there would be no time given. A lavish welcome. Not possible. Offering favors without cause is suspicious. One cannot regard the other party as a fool. Discussing life ideals and future. Zhao Ruilong thought that was also unwise. What kind of relationship does one have to discuss such things? Everyone was an adult. To pour out one's heart after a single meeting is foolish. It seems I must revert to the old method. First find a task to collaborate on to foster rapport, while also gauging his strength, and then discuss other matters once we've established a bond. Resolved in his thoughts, Zhao Ruilong faced another dilemma. What task could he propose? It couldn't be too difficult, yet not too simple either. Too difficult would appear as a challenge, while too simple would make him look naive. There were no such tasks at the Dawn base. The troubles they faced were beyond Ling Xiao's capacity to resolve. Therefore, he could only inquire whether there was anything on Earth. Zhao Ruilong thought, decisively taking action. If Suwan were to learn of his intentions, she would surely chuckle. Not in mockery, but in a wry smile. Merely a one-sided desire. He wanted to find something to do, but it depended on whether Ling Xiao would be willing to participate. Rather than complicate matters, it would be far more straightforward to offer money. As long as the funds were sufficient, Ling Xiao could eradicate the reptilian race on this planet to the point of extinction. The same principle applied. You mean they are just below this planet? Peering through the shuttle's window at the ochre-hued planet beneath, Su Wan turned to glance at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. In the vastness of space, she could see the scattered remnants of shattered structures around them. It was evident that this place had suffered significant devastation to the point where not a single intact piece of equipment remained. Broken space elevators, gaping holes in defensive fortifications, and the colossal wreckage of a triangular-shaped warship all attested to a fierce conflict that had likely erupted here. Su Wan felt it must have been a brutal war, otherwise such a scene was inconceivable. Ling Xiao responded to her inquiry with a single word, yes. Though no war had erupted here, the aftermath of one lingered. This was not Ling Xiao's first encounter with such devastation, yet it still filled him with awe. He found it difficult to fathom what kind of entity could inflict such destruction. If the aftermath bore such power, what must the battlefield itself have looked like? At that moment, Karo approached them. The shuttle will enter the planet's atmosphere in 10 minutes and is expected to arrive at the designated location in half an hour. You can begin preparations. Understanding her cue, Su Wan turned to organize those who hesitated. Once she had left, Karo looked at Ling Xiao and reminded him, Sir, according to protocol, we should notify the lord of the territory. Entering without prior notice may provoke an attack. Although Karo held little regard for their defensive systems, there was no need to provoke unnecessary trouble. Ling Xiao replied, follow the protocol. Understood. Coconer he was familiar with. This great lizard had once tried to send people his way, but to no avail. Of course, their intentions were hardly benevolent. When the radio signal was received, Coconer was taken aback. He never anticipated that Ling Xiao would return at this moment. The mercenary mission had long concluded. His territory was now thriving with citizens living in peace and various industries on the verge of revitalization. Why would a mercenary come at such a time? He had not applied for another mission. Though puzzled by Ling Xiao's presence, Coconer understood clearly that Ling Xiao had not come to undertake a mercenary task. He was merely responding to the radio signal. Such targeted broadcasting could be received by others as well, not just his side, and it was inconsistent with mercenary behavior. Karo's explanation was that they had coincidentally passed by to assess the aftermath of the mission and would remain temporarily. Faced with this reasoning, Coconer could only scoff. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet he found himself powerless to stop them from entering. Setting aside their formidable strength, their identity warranted caution. The authority of cosmic mercenaries was considerable, and as long as their small, unarmed vessel remained peaceful, the impact was not substantial. Conversely, cosmic mercenaries were quite wealthy. If he could secure a high-purity energy crystal from them, it would help mitigate the energy shortages caused by rapid recovery. Ling Xiao had not even arrived when Coconer began to contemplate his options. The landing process was remarkably smooth with no unexpected incidents. The shuttle settled steadily on a plain. Ling Xiao did not immediately instruct Su Wan to disperse the group. Instead, he headed directly to Coconer's lordly city. Sending them off was merely a secondary task. He primarily wished to see if the street vendor he had encountered previously was still around. He knew the likelihood was slim, but he felt compelled to check. What if he was still there? As expected, he found the vendor absent when he arrived at the original location. There were no surprises or disappointments, such as life. One cannot expect everything to go as planned. Ling Xiao accepted Coconer's invitation without hesitation, and their meeting was filled with pleasantries and boastful exchanges, leading to a banquet that lasted 3 days. During this time, Coconer made several attempts to probe Ling Xiao, but was met with casual excuses. As a cosmic mercenary, Ling Xiao's terms were straightforward. Payment sufficed. Attempting to receive something for nothing was out of the question. However, this payment could not be local currency. For 3 days, Ling Xiao strolled through the streets, harboring a flicker of hope. Unfortunately, hope often seemed unrealistic. On the 4th day, Ling Xiao returned to the shuttle and arranged for Su Wan to escort Li Li and around 20 others to the Rift Valley. He needed to accompany them, ready to handle any unforeseen situations. The wilderness at night was even more perilous than during the day. Without the use of advanced equipment, even the lizard men refrained from wandering the night wilderness. Various mutated dangers would remind them how to survive the night. Karo showed little interest in accompanying them, instead focusing on the pressing issue of their finances. During this time, she had been diligently monitoring the task information released by various mercenary divisions, hoping to find a suitable mission, One that was not too difficult, not overly complicated, not time-consuming, not excessively risky, and offered fair compensation. Such tasks were rare, falling into the category of serendipity. If they could find one, great. If not, there was little they could do. Given Ling Xiao's current strength, as long as he did not cross paths with the mercenaries of the Barit civilization, the issues were not insurmountable. Though he had yet to enter the meteor-grade domain, Rose said, he had touched upon its threshold. All he needed was an opportunity to potentially break into that realm. Meteor-grade. Karo understood well what it signified. That was the domain of true power. If he encountered Elkin again, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. At the Dawn base in the Great Rift, Zhao Ruilong had already deployed personnel in anticipation of their arrival. The moment Su Wan and her group entered their detection range, they reacted swiftly. A figure suddenly rose from the ground. Su Wan was closest and jumped in surprise. Only 5 meters separated them, yet she had sensed nothing until that moment. Had the figure not spoken, she might have thought it was one of the lurking dangers concealed beneath the earth. She nearly cried out for help. Had it not been for Ling Xiao following closely behind, she would have been too terrified to walk alone in such a place at night. They encountered nearly 20 dangers along the way, perhaps even 18. The most critical moment came when they stumbled upon a pack of wolf-like creatures, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall, with over 20 charging toward them. The scene was beyond her capacity to handle. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted swiftly, wielding a particle vibration blade to cleave through them from head to tail. She barely had time to panic and flee before Ling Xiao had already taken care of the threat. The injuries sustained by the others were not due to the dangers, but rather from their own clumsiness and panic, colliding with one another while trying to evade. Those who stayed put suffered no harm. Those who ran ended up injuring 3. One of them twisted an ankle stumbling along until they had to be carried. In times past, such an injury would have been a death sentence. Removing his helmet, Xiao Yu looked at the 20-plus individuals before her and remarked, "You arrived later than I expected." Ling Xiao reminded her, "I can move quickly, but you certainly cannot bear the consequences of my speed." Ling Xiao could certainly accelerate his pace. He could even dock the shuttle directly above the rift right over the Dawn base. However, such an action would almost certainly expose the Dawn base. Once this base was compromised with Cocooner's temperament, it would be obliterated without a second thought. They would stop at nothing to ensure its destruction. They might even resort to hiring cosmic mercenaries to strike directly within the solar system of the 7th-star domain. The stakes were too high for anyone to remain passive. Xiao Yu wasn't fully aware of these intricacies, but she could detect the veiled threat in Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao didn't care much for this, but they could not afford to be indifferent. It wouldn't be easy to hurry. Could they bear the consequences? Did he truly think he enjoyed wandering the wilderness in the dead of night? He wasn't afraid, but he certainly disliked it, as it complicated what should have been a simple task. After receiving the people, Xiao Yu did not linger. She promptly called for the personnel scattered around and opted to return to the base. This was Ling Xiao's first time entering Dawn base. To be frank, he felt nothing significant. The last time he was here, he had been in a rush, without the luxury of contemplation. He felt this way, let alone those who had lived in a small room on the space station. They stepped into this hidden base within the dark ravine, their faces alight with hope. After many years, they were once again face-to-face with humans in a state of freedom apart from themselves. They were ignorant of the dire situations faced by the others and had no desire to know. They simply longed to return home quickly. If luck was on their side, they might even reunite with long-lost family members back on Earth. Such a thought had never dared to enter their minds before, yet here it was unfolding before their eyes. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. Su-Wan looked around, losing interest after a while. This place was vastly different from her expectations. There were none of the high-precision instruments that screamed high value and efficiency. In Su-Wan's eyes, touring here was less interesting than idling in the shuttle. The technological disparity between the two was like a chasm. A hint of excitement remained, but mostly it faded into nothing. Her mindset was starkly different from those who were about to return to Earth, resembling Ling Xiao's in that regard. In the temporary reception room, bang! With practiced ease, Ling Xiao lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. As the smoke curled around him, his gaze fell upon Zhao Ruilong, who sat across from him. He said, "I've brought the people. How you choose to settle them is your concern. I want metal in that, so there's no need for you to feel burdened." There were only about 20 individuals, merely 20 mouths to feed. Ling Xiao didn't think they would be a burden. It was no exaggeration to say that even a trickle of resources from the other side would suffice to sustain these people. Moreover, after a series of checks and interrogations, everything they knew and understood would be extracted. Prior to this, Ling Xiao had already provided them with the foundation for survival. If they applied themselves, they might even transcend their previous class, and touch a world they had never known. That is to say, the upper echelons of society. It was a hierarchically rigid pyramid structure. In a sense, it bore no fundamental difference from the social structure within the lizard-man civilization. Yet most people were unwilling to acknowledge this. It was something etched into their bones, bloodlines, and even genes, a way of life that had endured for thousands of years. It was not something that could be entirely erased by one or two individuals. Zhao Ruilong nodded. To be honest, he felt a twinge of fear. Fear of bringing back a bunch of lords. The problem was that he couldn't avoid doing it. After all, it was Ling Xiao who had gone to such lengths to bring them back. Mishandling the situation could have serious repercussions. In fact, this group had already been assigned a dedicated team, so it wasn't his concern to worry about. How to settle them didn't need his input. The real issue was the man before him. This task was fraught with difficulty. With that cold, expressionless demeanor emanating an air of chill, Zhao Ruilong didn't know how to approach him. He feared that one wrong word might lead to a slap that would leave him splattered against the wall like a mosquito. Xiao Yue as an S-class enhancer offered him no sense of security. There were only 4 people in the temporary conference room: Ling Xiao, Su Wan, Xiao Yue, and him. Unintentionally, Zhao Ruilong's gaze shifted to Su Wan, who had been standing behind Ling Xiao. Since entering the base, Su Wan had maintained her silence. She said nothing. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, but also an intangible distance. This woman was not simple. Xiao Yu remained quiet, throughout her gaze occasionally flickering toward Ling Xiao, brimming with eager anticipation. Last time she had been struck into the rock layers by Ling Xiao's punch, nearly leaving her with psychological scars. After a period of intense training, Xiao Yu believed that if they faced off again, she would not be as helpless as before. At the very least, she wouldn't be unable to withstand a single blow. She wanted to test herself. Only by recognizing the gap could she hope for further advancement. She had even planned to invite him to the training grounds within the base once their conversation concluded. While it seemed like a chat, it was mostly Zhao Ruilong doing the talking, with Ling Xiao spending most of his time listening, occasionally interjecting with a few words. His responses were few and far between. It sounded rather dismissive. Yet Su Wan understood that this wasn't mere indifference, it was simply Ling Xiao's nature. He wouldn't invest much emotion in matters that failed to pique his interest. Zhao Ruilong rambled on about recent developments on Earth, the technical challenges they had overcome, and the achievements they had reached. He spoke of how things were different now, how life would only improve with each passing day. Not just Ling Xiao, even Su Wan found it tedious. Discussing the future. No, Ling Xiao had never been fond of such conversations. He preferred to talk about the present. Without the present, there would be no future. While having ideals is commendable, one must not forsake reality for them. He would not accept any platitudes about a promising future. Nor would he sacrifice the small benefits of the present for the potential of greater rewards in the future. What future could one expect from someone who couldn't even grasp the immediate benefits? Those who lived in the future were as pitiful as those who dwelled in the past. Ling Xiao had no future, he only had the present. His current situation felt akin to walking a tightrope over a precipice, necessitating the utilization of all available resources to fortify himself. For once he fell, there would be no hope of return. Thus Zhao Ruilong's words held no allure for him. Even Su Wan appeared disinterested. If she weren't standing, she might have dozed off. Was there food served here? She was already feeling hungry. Watching Zhao Ruilong drone on, as if reading a script, Ling Xiao felt a tinge of impatience. Suddenly, he raised his hand, startling Zhao Ruilong. If there's nothing else, I think I should take my leave. Of course he said this, but he wouldn't leave until he acquired what he desired. People weren't sent back for free. Ling Xiao needed something, and they should have it. Zhao Ruilong felt a bit awkward, but thankfully he had a thick skin. It didn't matter. He immediately stood up, forcing a smile, waving his hands. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. You've come all this way to return someone. Oh, we can't let you leave without even sharing a meal. He said, I'll arrange for a good meal right away. Let's have a drink and discuss the rewards for your assistance. The higher-ups are quite generous. Feel free to mention any needs you have, and we will do our utmost to accommodate. What does Ling Xiao desire? The flesh and blood of a level 5 void beast. Although he could not find the vendor here, acquiring the flesh and blood of a level 5 beast would still represent a significant enhancement for Ling Xiao. The Delahium Armament Core could incorporate it into its control, creating new armament components. The current beast armor Ling Xiao possesses is only at level 3. If he could replace it with armor of level 5, its performance would improve exponentially. Armor is crucial for space mercenaries engaged in solo combat. It is almost akin to a second life. A sufficiently powerful set of armor can truly be a lifesaver in critical moments. Ling Xiao has never forgotten that the weapons used by Urchin and Dylan can penetrate the defenses of his armor. Such weapons are beyond Ling Xiao's current capacity to defend against. He is also aware that this might relate to his own energy level, but enhancing his energy level is exceedingly difficult. In contrast, upgrading his armor is comparatively easier. Of course, this is relatively speaking. The Delahium armament core can resolve this issue. Others using beast armor must endure excruciating pain to extract the beast cells from their bodies before they can reload new core components. Ling Xiao can skip several steps and improve based on what he currently has. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take him to locate all the components of the Delahium armament and form a complete set of the Diaster civilization's armament. He can only take this indirect approach to enhance himself. A single set of armor cannot be used indefinitely, or it becomes too easy to target. Especially for those intermediate civilizations that possess specialized weapons against all beast armors. A single shot from such weaponry could send a beast armor into a frenzy of self-destructive backlash. Without the Delahium armament core, Ling Xiao would have been defeated on the spot, while still on the Savage Star. A space mercenary who loses their armor sees their combat ability plummet by more than 70%, akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. Without sufficiently strong armor to support them, anyone would struggle to cope. This is especially true for space mercenaries utilizing beast armor. Ling Xiao speculated, why did the previous owner of Delahium engage in a life-and-death struggle with a level 5 void beast? It must have been for similar reasons. Unfortunately, he died. Had he been able to gather all the components of the Delahium armament, why would he have fought against a void beast? Ling Xiao had already anticipated this mentally. He would search as much as possible, but if he couldn't find it, he had ways to compensate for the deficiencies. The results may not be as effective as the originals, but they would suffice. There must be beast cell tissues on Earth, Ling Xiao is certain of this, or else there would be no explanation for everything that followed. The destruction of Jiangbei City marked the onset of the overwhelming tide of aberration. In the era of catastrophe, everyone was ensnared. Since the other party could stabilize themselves and appear in the 6-star region of the galaxy through the spatial tunnel left by Delahium, they must possess beast tissues. To some extent, they certainly do. This is Ling Xiao's objective as well as the rare resource available to him at this stage. As for whether they would be willing to give it, Ling Xiao had never considered this. There are many ways to obtain it if they refuse, such as simply taking it by force. Of course, unless it comes to the last resort, he would not resort to such measures. This is not because Ling Xiao has any psychological barriers about doing so, but because in a certain sense both parties share the same goal. They want to establish themselves here, while Ling Xiao seeks to grow stronger. The two desires are not contradictory. In fact, the stronger Ling Xiao becomes, the easier it will be for them to establish themselves in this strange star region. The Lizardmen civilization is not the obstacle. The real impediment lies with the ruling civilization behind it, the Borit civilization. The threat of a level 4 civilization, even a glimpse of it, is enough for Ling Xiao to perceive. It is overwhelmingly powerful. The strength they wield exceeds his comprehension, even surpassing the foundational theoretical frameworks developed by human civilization to date. Without finding a way to counter it within the theoretical framework, it would be impossible to tackle the means of a level 4 civilization. Even a minor stratagem could leave lower civilizations in the dust, rendering Ling Xiao's every effort futile. To contend with a level 4 civilization, one must possess at least level 4 capabilities. For lower civilizations, no amount would suffice. Ling Xiao is acutely aware of this. He is even more conscious that the flesh and blood of a level 5 void beast represents the most valuable resource they can offer. As for anything else, to put it bluntly, Ling Xiao finds it unworthy and of no use. During dinner, Ling Xiao and Su Wan exchanged few words, focusing intently on their meals. The sight left Zhao Ruilong dumbfounded. Seriously, have you two not eaten in 3 days? He thought to himself, silently ridiculing them. Su Wan was somewhat better. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, she set down her bowl and chopsticks, reclining languidly. But Ling Xiao showed no signs of stopping. He ate slowly, yet every dish on the table, 7 or 8 in total including soup, was completely devoured. He showed no signs of unusual behavior despite consuming so much. Zhao Ruilong was tempted to call for another table of food. He felt Ling Xiao hadn't eaten enough. However, Ling Xiao prevented him from making such a futile move. There was no way to satiate him. If he could be full, that would be truly bizarre. The food satisfied their daily energy needs without issue, but for a star-level life form, it simply provided insufficient energy. To acquire enough energy, star-level life forms require high-energy foods. This was why Su Wan had considered buying better ingredients for cooking. Unfortunately, she had little money in her pocket. After the meal, Zhao Ruilong, somewhat suspicious, asked, "What do you want those things for?" He continued, "From what I recall, aside from the researchers who enjoy tinkering with them, no one likes these dangerous items." Ling Xiao's answer was straightforward, consisting of just 2 words. "Useful. I'm not sure how many they have left, but I can ask around for you. It shouldn't be a big issue, Zhao Ruilong offered. Ling Xiao added, the more the better. I won't be staying here long, so speed is essential. He refrained from mentioning his intent to acquire such items. If Ling Xiao were to make a move, many would lose sleep over it. At his level, calling him a human-shaped nuclear bomb would not be an exaggeration. Wherever he goes, chaos ensues. Ling Xiao does not particularly relish combat. But for survival, he must fight, he must kill. The sensation of teetering on a knife's edge is truly unpleasant. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. Survival is always the priority, though everything else can wait. The closer one gets to death, the more one can perceive the essence of life. Zhao Ruilong did not refuse, as it was merely a matter of words for him. Of course, he did not forget his own plans. However, Ling Xiao's hurried demeanor left him uncertain. You seem busy, he asked tentatively. Busy? Busy with what? Making money. Zhao Ruilong raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. He exclaimed, we have money. Silence ensued. Suwan looked at him as if he were a fool. What money do you have? The entirety of your wealth combined wouldn't even be enough to buy a shuttle. Of course, she didn't mention the long-term business of selling slaves. There was no answer. Zhao Ruilong was not foolish. The lack of a response implied a denial. He asked, so do you want those things to sell? Ling Xiao fell silent. Sell? He would not sell, he found them useful. But he could not say that, for revealing it might lead the other party to obstruct him, pushing him to resort to the worst-case scenario. Moreover, the flesh and blood of a level 5 void beast is difficult to sell. It's not that its value is too low, but rather too high. If this were to be exposed without sufficient strength to back it, he would be robbed or even killed. If Kadir were to learn that he possessed parts of a level 5 beast body, there would be no need for further discussion. He would undoubtedly demand it back. This is a hot potato. It can only be used by himself and must not be disclosed. What's inside this? The staff looked curiously at the iron canister tightly clutched in Lu Qiu's arms, inquiring, as per protocol. Every individual was required to undergo inspection, including personal checks and examination of belongings. This was a non-negotiable regulation. Of course, Ling Xiao was exempt from this. As a strong individual, he enjoyed certain privileges. Not only because he had no intention of returning to Earth, but also due to the sheer lack of necessity. Did it matter whether he was checked or not? What could they possibly find? Weapons. He himself was a weapon. Any inspection would only raise questions, so it was better to avoid one altogether. Turning a blind eye was beneficial for everyone involved. Selective ignorance could circumvent 99% of troubles. The contents are ashes, Lu Qiu replied. The staff was taken aback, looking at the hunched old man with surprise before casting a quick glance at the large canister in his embrace. Tentatively, he asked, is it all ashes? All ashes, Lu Qiu affirmed. So much. This time Lu Qiu chose not to respond. Wasn't it indeed a considerable amount? If it weren't for many bodies being unidentifiable, it would have been even more. Apologies, but we will need to inspect this as well as the regulation. We appreciate your understanding. Without further comment, Lu Qiu gently set the canister down on the ground. The staff continued, please proceed inside for identity verification. Don't be nervous. Just answer their questions. This will help in identifying any relatives you might have, allowing you to better integrate into your new life. Lu Qiu glanced towards the nearby door, nodded, and stepped inside. Once he entered, the staff promptly organized personnel to inspect the suspicious canister. Not only Lu Qiu, but others were also subjected to similar scrutiny. Unlike Lu Qiu, others carried little to nothing. Even if they had belongings, they were mere trinkets. Most of these trinkets were worthless items collected by Ling Xiao. They served as mementos signifying their existence in the Y692 space station, but had no substantial value. Some individuals had not brought anything at all. Apart from their clothes, they were empty-handed. As for the data Ling Xiao had previously instructed them to memorize before departure, he had retrieved it before they left. These items were only useful when committed to memory. Carrying them was worthless. Having done so, Ling Xiao would not make such a basic error. Thus, during Zhao Ruilong's probing inquiries, he intentionally avoided less significant matters. Answering was not his responsibility. That duty had already been assigned to others. They were the ones who would be securing meals in the future. There was no need to jeopardize their livelihoods. All of them would have their identities meticulously recorded. Their circumstances living in the depths of space would also be comprehensively documented, including the intelligence they possessed and their abilities. After staying outside for so long, they couldn't be completely oblivious, could they? Not to mention the potential to learn something new. They ought to have grasped some insights through observation. This information would serve as crucial reference data for understanding the current state of the star domain. They were painfully unfamiliar with this expanse of stars and desperately needed a way to comprehend the outside world. However, they were overly optimistic in their assumptions. If Ling Xiao had not deliberately imparted knowledge, they would have known nothing. How could one expect a group of slaves who lacked even the freedom to act independently to gather intelligence, let alone grasp vital information? It was utterly impossible. Without having ventured out, they would never comprehend the immense difficulty involved. Life stress. No. What they faced was an overwhelming survival pressure. The kind that suffocated them, rendering it hard to breathe. If they had previously struggled to understand why Ling Xiao insisted they memorize the data, the inquiries from staff now made it painfully clear. Even the dimmest among them could connect the dots and grasp the implications. They were not foolish enough to spill everything indiscriminately. Excitement and eagerness did not completely cloud their judgment. They had to plan for their future. In this regard, there was no right or wrong. Selective retention was beneficial for all. Lili was like this, Chun Bo was the same, and others followed suit. While they underwent inspections, Xiao Yu finally seized an opportune moment to express her thoughts. She still wanted to try. Ling Xiao flatly rejected her. What a joke. Was it really entertaining to bully the weak? Defeating an opponent brought no benefits and would yield him no sense of accomplishment. The two sides were not even on the same level. It was no exaggeration to say that a single punch from Ling Xiao could ensure her demise. Even if she donned combat-powered armor, he could obliterate it with one blow. Zhao Ruilong was busy contacting Earth, trying to procure items that Ling Xiao desired. Su Wan, on the other hand, had nothing to do and had retreated to her room early to study the data. She had much to learn in this regard. Otherwise, she would find herself at the mercy of Ka Luo's scathing remarks. The training grounds within the base. Noticing Ling Xiao's lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Yu brought him here to witness the training sessions of the base's combat personnel. Of course, she did not give up. Even late into the night, the training ground remained bustling with activity. Countless training devices were scattered about, and the majority of the individuals present were enhancers, part of the armed combat unit. They needed to enhance their strength to withstand the immense strain that the powered armor placed on their bodies. Although the armor could be utilized by anyone to master it and unleash its full combat potential, required exceptional physical fitness. Ultimately, armor was merely a tool. In a real fight, it still relied on the individual. Their adversaries were the Lizardmen civilization and the hidden Boreat civilization lurking in the background. Regardless of who they faced, they were at a disadvantage. Relying on technology to dominate was utterly impossible. The opponents would be fortunate not to crush them. To this day, they still worked diligently to bridge the gap between both sides. Overall, at this stage, aside from their numerical advantage, supply superiority, and material resources, they possessed little else that could decisively influence the outcome. In a real confrontation, victory or defeat was uncertain. Ling Xiao understood. No, one could say that everyone here was keenly aware. A war with the Lizardmen civilization was inevitable, merely a question of when. To annihilate their main combat forces, acquire their technological data, and claim their legacy for a leap in their own capabilities. Wasn't that infinitely faster than spending centuries in earnest study, uncertain of the outcome? War? Plunder. Either conquer or annihilate completely. Failure. They had not neglected the possibility of that. The cost of failure would involve destroying this spatial tunnel, blocking the enemy's access to Earth, and severing their own chances of re-entering the area. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to such measures. The stakes were too high, let alone 300%, a millionfold return was at stake. Compared to the potential massive gains, what was the risk worth? Coexistence and peace. There was no such option, as no one would be willing to compromise on their core interests. The Lizardmen civilization would not, nor would they. Therefore, there was only one way to acquire these things. That was preparation for war. Seize. Do you want to give it a try? Seeing Ling Xiao gazing at the individuals training on the field, Xiao Yu spoke up. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had no desire to participate. The reason was simple. There was no benefit to be gained. Having become accustomed to training under high-intensity force fields, he found even lifting his hand here to be of little interest. It was far too easy. The level of training offered was insufficient to even warm him up. Moreover, there were no opponents. For Ling Xiao, conventional training was largely ineffective. He needed combat. Intense high-stakes combat. At the very least, he required a challenge at the level of a star-class life form. Looking around, he realized that not a single individual here met that standard. Without star-class capabilities, they were simply lacking. Such deficiencies could be dealt with as easily as swatting away a child. Xiao Yu was clearly a regular at this facility. As soon as she appeared, she attracted numerous gazes. Not only because she was a class enhancer, but also due to her being a woman. In the Dawn base, while women were not uncommon, those who became combat personnel were rare, let alone one of class. In Ling Xiao's eyes, class was hardly impressive, yet to them, it was considered formidable. After all, in terms of power ratings, class was currently the highest level. Immediately someone approached her. Team leader, Xiao, would you be interested in stepping onto the stage for a few rounds? In the center of the training ground was a platform designated for such sparring among combat personnel. Training was one thing, but real combat was entirely different. Xiao Yu quickly cast a glance at Ling Xiao and whispered, I'm going to stretch out a bit, feel free to do as you wish. With that, she turned her attention back to her interlocutor. Let's go. I hope you've improved, don't be like last time, and last less than 30 seconds. To this the man simply smiled. After all, only someone with real skill would dare approach her for a challenge. He stole a curious glance at Ling Xiao, who stood unmoving and felt a sense of gravity in his presence. His intuition hinted that this cold figure was exceptionally strong. He resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with untapped energy. This was an instinctive feeling, a sensation that could only be honed through prolonged combat experience. As the two ascended the platform, Ling Xiao silently observed, not shifting an inch. At that moment, another individual approached. You seem unfamiliar. Just transferred here. This man was of average height, around 1.7 meters, with a well-proportioned build and a buzz cut that made him appear less imposing. In this group, he was hardly noticeable. Ling Xiao glanced at him and nodded. In a sense, he was indeed new, however, he had not been transferred. The man continued on, Li Xiang. May I ask your name? Ling Xiao. Your combat suit looks pretty stylish. Is it the latest product from the RD department? When will we get to equip something like this? Li Xiang rambled on, talking to himself. Ling Xiao was speechless. This guy was quite the chatterbox and seemed overly fascinated by his mercenary combat suit. What a joke. The mercenary combat suit was a level 3 creation, at least 2 grades above anything they could develop. It was truly a remarkable piece of equipment. Those seasoned veterans could spot the quality of weaponry and gear in an instant. Had they never seen anything like it? While not everything unseen was of high quality items were certainly rare. Just look at the shine and then at the arm guards. Without comparison, there could be no distinction. Without distinction, there would be no damage. Damn, Li Xiang silently complained. Those folks in RD just hoard their treasures, unwilling to let them see the light of day, treating them like precious heirlooms. Every day they present them with scraps, calling it training is about honing people, not equipment. Damn, aren't they just afraid of it getting damaged? And those guys in maintenance, always whining about their workload. Damn, it's just a few pieces of gear that got broken. If the equipment doesn't break, what do they need them for? It was pitiful that these guys had yet to see anything truly valuable. Now that he had unexpectedly encountered something extraordinary, he had to take a closer look. As Li Xiang continued to chatter, the match on stage had already concluded. The challenger hadn't even lasted 30 seconds, as Xiao Yu had sent him sprawling in just 23 seconds. The speed of her victory left the onlookers in shock. Li Xiang was no exception. He muttered, this isn't right. She's been this strong for a while now, what are we supposed to do as a bunch of grown men? Ling Xiao was once again left speechless. What a ridiculous sense of pride. What should they do? Fight with all their might. As long as they didn't die from the training, they could push themselves to the limit. When the body reaches its extreme, the will to survive will drive one to break through. Of course, the risks involved were significant. More often than not, the body and will could not endure, leading to complete collapse. On the platform, having knocked down another challenger, Xiao Yu looked down at Ling Xiao and asked again, are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Not interested. Ling Xiao bluntly refused once more. Beside him, Li Xiang couldn't hold back any longer and urged, hey, don't be a coward. Even if you can't win, you should at least give it a shot. We can't lose face here. We mustn't show weakness in spirit. Ling Xiao glanced at him expressionlessly and replied, you go. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly asserted, I'll go. I'm not afraid. With that, he strode confidently onto the stage, ready for combat. 10 seconds later, he was sent tumbling down by Xiao Yu's kick, rolling right to Ling Xiao's feet. Had Ling Xiao not been there to block him, he would have rolled even further. What an embarrassment. The crowd erupted in laughter. His defeat had come far too swiftly, and it was even more pathetic than the last challenger. The evidence spoke for itself. Sklas was still quite powerful among this group. Greater strength, faster speed, heightened reflexes, and more decisive judgment all exerted a comprehensive suppression. Winning was nothing but a fantasy. After knocking down another opponent, Xiao Yu asked again, really not going to give it a try? Ling Xiao still shook his head. At this moment, Li Xiang climbed back to his feet. He sighed, come on, man. I went up, how can you still not? Why should I? Ling Xiao countered. Don't you want to shine in front of all these people? Li Xiang replied, exasperated. Meaningless glory. Li Xiang struggled to comprehend Ling Xiao's mindset, just as Ling Xiao couldn't fathom Li Xiang's notion of glory. Was glory something he was meant to pursue? He was merely waiting here for Zhao Ruilong to deliver something. Once he received the items, Ling Xiao wouldn't linger here any longer. His time was precious. He needed to seize every moment to grow stronger. The universe of mercenaries didn't indulge in discussions of glory. Without sufficient strength, being killed was simply his own fault. Ultimately, the disparity in their circumstances led to a fundamental difference in their mindsets. They could afford to think about glory while Ling Xiao had to focus on survival. Seriously, what a winner. You look like a combat personnel. How can you be so cowardly? You've turned down team leader Zhao's repeated invitations. Do you think you're too good for her, or do you look down on us? Who are you looking at? I'm talking about you. It's a shame you're wearing that gear. Not feeling challenged. Step up for a duel. Xiao Yu raised her hand to her forehead, sensing an impending disaster. Sure enough, upon hearing those words, a cold smile crept onto Ling Xiao's lips. He spread his arms and took a step forward. Come on. You can all come at me together, I don't mind. A duel. Aside from those days in the arena, he hadn't had many unknown matches. Most of his fights had been against mismatched odds, either being utterly crushed or dominating the opposition. One against many, engaging in high-stakes battles. That was what he was meant to do. When Zhao Ruilong received the news, he was utterly stunned. In the training field, everyone without exception was lying on the ground. An overwhelming sight of bodies sprawled everywhere. All of them were urgently sent to the treatment room. In no time, the hallway outside the treatment room was filled with people. Among them, Xiao Yu and Li Xiong were no exceptions. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had not gone all out, otherwise none of them would have survived. Having watched the video footage, Zhao Ruilong was genuinely astonished by the scene. It was brutally violent. A punch for one kid, a kick for another hapless soul. Close to 100 people attacking one, kicked around like a football, with a single blow capable of toppling several. Initially, they had planned to confront him one by one, boasting about their prowess. Yet when they realized the situation was dire, they reluctantly rushed in together, but still failed to prevail. He couldn't find the words to describe such a spectacle. What was most alarming was how effortlessly Ling Xiao appeared to handle it. It hardly resembled a fight. Rather, he seemed an outsider coldly observing their chaotic struggle. What a disgrace. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Zhao Ruilong would have found it hard to believe that such brutality was achievable by a human. It is worth noting that none of those present were weaklings. In terms of rank, these individuals were at least classified as grade B. On Earth, they would be considered elite figures, yet here, they were merely targets to be battered. Completely powerless. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one had resorted to weapons. If such devastation could be wrought without arms, Zhao Ruilong dared not contemplate the consequences of employing armor. There were precedents to consider. The 5 destroyed bases served as the most vivid examples. We still have many deficiencies in dealing with such powerful individual combat units. Our personnel's quality is lacking, and it seems we can only engage in a war of attrition. But in doing so, we will undoubtedly lose the initiative. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Ruilong felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. They were currently facing such threats, and caution was imperative. As for those lying in the treatment room, he chose not to concern himself. What was the point? They would not die. Having lost a fight against one man with nearly 100, what more could he say? Let them calm down for a while. In the lounge, he found Ling Xiao, who was smoking. Zhao Ruilong stated bluntly, I've inquired for you. They can provide 300 pounds of exotic beast tissue, which is currently in transit and expected to arrive here within 6 hours. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze flickering. 300 pounds sounded substantial, yet in reality, it was hardly enough. This profoundly contradicted his expectations. Ling Xiao did not believe that they had only this much on hand, nor did he accept that the initial shipment brought by Dyrasium was limited to this. A 5th-level void beast. Its mass was comparable to that of a planet. Even if the majority remained in the 6th-star domain, a fraction that traversed the spatial tunnel to Earth would certainly exceed this amount. Were they merely beggars? Noticing Ling Xiao's silence, Zhao Ruilong felt uneasy. To be frank, he too thought this amount was rather meager. Alas, this matter was beyond his control. During the negotiation process, he noticed an unusual emphasis from the other party on these items. It was truly peculiar. Even if there was some value, how significant could it be? Surely it could not surpass the value of binding Ling Xiao to their war chariot. How about I swallow my pride and ask for more? Zhao Ruilong suggested, seeing Ling Xiao lost in thought. No need. Extinguishing his cigarette, Ling Xiao said no more. Until he had the items in hand, he would not take any action. Even if he did, it would be after Dyrasium's staged enhancement. Ling Xiao understood this clearly. He had to make a trip, even if it meant breaking through. Given the stakes concerning his armor enhancement, hesitation was not an option. This could very well be the most valuable possession he could acquire for a long time to come. It was a risk he could not afford to take. If they refused, then he would resort to theft. He mused that those individuals would not jeopardize the spatial tunnel over such a minor issue. Compared to the potential massive benefits they could gain, this loss would be well within their tolerance. Yet Ling Xiao found it strange. It shouldn't be this way. What had led them to make such a choice? Could it be that they were already aware of the value of the 5th-level void beast tissue? How could they know? With their level of technological advancement, they would recognize it as something valuable, but estimating its true worth was another matter altogether. Could there be external interference? This was the conclusion Ling Xiao reached. Either they simply did not wish to relinquish it, aiming to use it as leverage to gain advantages from him, or there was outside influence at play. Whichever it was, neither scenario was one Ling Xiao wished to see. The former was manageable, the latter posed significant trouble. This was a hot potato, one that not everyone could handle. The adage, "a man bears no blame for possessing a jewel," had been made clear thousands of years ago. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao uncertainly asked, "Do you have a terminal device that connects to the mercenary network?" "I'm not referring to the one in your hand." Zhao Ruilong was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Ling Xiao's sudden inquiry, yet his face remained expressionless, leaving Ling Xiao unable to glean any insight. He replied, "I wouldn't know about that. Should I ask again?" "All right, go ahead and inquire." Ling Xiao had nothing further to say on the matter. For him, the immediate priority was obtaining the exotic beast tissue. Everything else was of lesser concern. Zhao Ruilong left burdened with thoughts. Watching his retreating figure, Ling Xiao's expression grew somewhat grim. Crackle. A flame ignited. Lighting another cigarette, Ling Xiao took a deep drag and murmured, "Don't do anything foolish." If those individuals truly acted as he feared, the outcome could be compared to the southern kingdoms on the Savage Star. No, it would be worse. It could be directly likened to the savage tribes in the north. For a trivial amount, Ling Xiao could dismantle them completely, let alone this being the tissue of a 5th-level void beast. Forget the impoverished vassals, even formal mercenaries would swoop in to plunder if they caught wind of it. Reaching that stage, it would not be a matter of choice. Any slight movement could cripple them. And at this critical juncture, should the spatial tunnel become exposed, it would all be over. There would be no more grand ambitions or dreams of revival. Whether they could preserve the essence of their civilization was a pressing concern. In this universe, weakness is a sin, an unforgivable one. Ling Xiao continued to smoke, the room filling with a dense haze that made it difficult to see. 6 hours. He could wait. The next morning, Su Wan got up promptly, washed up, and prepared to have breakfast. Walking down the corridor, she overheard the ongoing discussions about last night's events, her eyes widening in surprise. In the cafeteria, she found Ling Xiao already eating and approached him with a plate, softly asking, "I heard you sent nearly 100 people in the training field to the treatment room. Is it true that it's completely blocked now?" Ling Xiao didn't look up, simply replying flatly, "They asked for it themselves. I've never heard such a request in my life." Su Wan was at a loss for words. Quickly shoveling food into her mouth, she didn't forget to sip some egg drop soup. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but coming from Ling Xiao, it was almost certainly true. Don't provoke this man, he wouldn't sit idle and seek trouble. Ling Xiao never engaged in seeking the spotlight or causing chaos. He understood well the dangers that might lurk behind. Being cautious was ingrained in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to this day. After biting into an apple, Su Wan asked, "How long are we going to stay here?" "Not too long, at most 3 days. 3 days? Su Wan questioned, puzzled. Ling Xiao replied, "If there's no news in 3 days, I will leave." Hearing this, Su Wan was even more confused. What news? Ling Xiao certainly could not inform Su Wan of any news, as he was not entirely sure himself. However, 3 days were enough. 3 days. Ling Xiao was fully capable of transforming the exotic beast cell tissue he had obtained into powerful armored components. In fact, there was even time left for him to adapt to these enhancements. He would elevate his combat abilities to their peak within the shortest possible time frame, and then naturally he would depart. He was not going to undertake a mercenary mission. Instead, he planned to forcefully breach the spatial tunnel and acquire enough exotic beast flesh to upgrade his armor completely. In this regard, Ling Xiao was remarkably patient. He could wait. He could wait for news that might not even come. As long as this news appeared, he would not need to resort to force. Every endeavor requires a sensible justification. Without it, the execution would not be graceful. Having a better option was advantageous, but absence of it was not critical. In any case, he had mentally prepared himself for a forceful breach. Neither Su Wan nor Zhao Ruilong knew this. Ling Xiao had told no one. The asymmetry of information left them unable to speculate. Perhaps even from the Earth's perspective, they would not expect Ling Xiao to act so recklessly. To confront their armed forces single-handedly. Of course, Ling Xiao did not intend to confront them heathen. His thoughts were simple: steal what he needed and run. Once he took off, they truly would not be able to catch him. Weighing the pros and cons was something everyone would do. At this point, they would not risk their various outpost bases being discovered by bringing the flames of war to this side. If that were to happen, the losses would be substantial. After breakfast had passed, Ling Xiao did not go anywhere. He merely waited in the cafeteria. He waited until 2 hours after lunch when he finally received a message from Zhao Ruilong. The items have arrived. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao promptly headed over. Outside the vacuum cold storage container. Gazing at the dark contents inside, Zhao Ruilong frowned deeply and instinctively took 2 steps back. This thing was very dangerous. Even after so much time had passed, the cell tissue still retained a certain degree of vitality. Of course, at this moment, they were in a completely dormant state. In this state, the exotic B cells did not exhibit strong external performance, but once charged, their resilience could ensure they remained unscathed at the heart of a nuclear explosion. What a formidable defense! The bodily tissue of a level 5 void beast was terrifyingly strong. Ling Xiao could only say, no wonder it had thrown the entire 6-star domain of the galaxy into chaos. Such a presence could only be subdued by a main fleet from a level 6 civilization, otherwise it was virtually unattainable. It might not win, but it would certainly escape. Pursuing it, that would be an enduring and exhaustive hunt. 300 pounds was indeed not much. Ling Xiao did not need to ask Delaxium. He could tell with his own eyes that this was simply insufficient. Zhao Ruilong spoke up. The items are right here. How do you plan to arrange this? Do you need our assistance? No need. Ling Xiao declined, saying, just help me find a secluded place to transport the items. I may need to seclude myself for a few days. Seclude. Upon hearing this term, Zhao Ruilong's expression became particularly interesting. He wanted to laugh, but recalling Ling Xiao's previous questions, he could not bring himself to do so. He had concealed their possession of a device that connected to the Mercenary network's data terminal. Zhao Ruilong was unsure whether this decision was right or wrong. The existence of cosmic mercenaries was both advantageous and disadvantageous for them. The benefits were straightforward, just like their interpretation of the term mercenary. As long as a sufficient price was offered, they could be wielded as effective blades. The downside was obvious. Cosmic mercenaries were uncontrollable. Uncontrollable meant there was a high risk of losing control. After all, one could not rely on the other party to uphold any mercenary ethics. They did not belong to the same race, and thus there was even less morality to discuss. Their fundamental concepts might not even align. The term ethics might not even appear in the vocabulary of the other race. In contrast, Ling Xiao was somewhat more controllable. But as the saying goes, do not put all your eggs in one basket. Ling Xiao was just one person. The power of one individual was ultimately limited, and his activities in the 6-star domain did not extend to matters in the 7-star domain. Reaching out to him might not be timely. At this moment, if he encountered an insurmountable problem or an inconvenient issue, other external forces would be necessary to handle it. The Lord of Kukuner operated in a similar manner. Ultimately, Zhao Ruilong was uncertain whether Ling Xiao would sever their path, so he chose to keep silent. This was not incorrect. In fact, their concerns were entirely valid. If Ling Xiao knew they had this item, he would undoubtedly cut them off. Even if he could not sever their connection, he would not allow them to utilize this seemingly effortless method. As a cosmic mercenary, no one understood this profession better than Ling Xiao. Once one relied on it, there would be a tendency for it to spiral out of control. Cosmic mercenaries were not benevolent individuals. They did not care for the survival of other civilizations. As long as their own gains were significant enough, they would not hesitate to obliterate a civilization. Ling Xiao had the authority to speak on this matter because he would indeed act this way. If destroying the lizardman civilization could elevate him to meteor-level status, any hesitation would be an insult to that very status. Zhao Ruilong did not bring up this matter, and Ling Xiao did not inquire further. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. In a secluded location, Zhao Ruilong quickly made arrangements while ensuring the exotic beast flesh was transported inside. He did not know what Ling Xiao intended to do, but wisely chose not to ask further. Perhaps it was due to the unease that arose from his concealment. This place was a small warehouse, not large in size, and the lights were on. The hatch was tightly shut, and only Ling Xiao was inside. Looking at the level 5 void beast flesh tissue placed before him, Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He immediately summoned Delaxium to begin the devouring process. A dark and profound stream of light surged from Ling Xiao, merging with the exotic beast armor. Ling Xiao extended his hand, placing his palm on the frozen meat block. With a gentle shake of strength, the ice shattered. It transformed into a faint crystalline light that scattered on the ground, high-energy fluctuations radiating out and dissolving everything. At the same time, the hand armor seemed to come alive, no longer resembling mere gauntlets. It morphed. as if it were a pool of black water enveloping Ling Xiao's arm, and slowly undulating, seemingly animated by some rhythm of life. Suddenly, the black water transformed into spikes, violently stabbing into the exotic beast tissue before him. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt a mysterious force surge into his body. He knew what it was. It was the cellular tissue of the level 5 exotic beast. He had expected it to be painful, but Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he felt no discomfort at all. This situation reminded him vividly of a scene, receiving saline drips in a hospital. How strikingly similar. During the loading process of the exotic beast cells, input control sequences incorporate into core governance and reclassify the armored structure. Classification template, D-Laxium combat armament. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but speak. Do not alter the existing armor appearance, replace and substitute the core defense zone armor extending inward, and enhance the flight module system. Ling Xiao dared not craft an entirely new armor. He could not explain it. Moreover, using the D-Laxium armament template would be akin to inviting a swift demise. Thanks to its former master, which civilization in the 6-star domain still remained unaware of this item. Such levels of combat could not possibly escape notice. Countless stars had been obliterated. As for the 7-star domain, it was possible that some civilizations might still be oblivious. After all, light speed was not instantaneous. Not every civilization possessed ultra-long-distance communication technology. It would take over 1,000 years for light to reach this side. Time indeed was elusive and indefinable. The speed of devouring and conversion was not rapid, and failures in integrating into the core control could occur. This was unavoidable. There would always be some loss. Failed cells would not be reclassified, but would be discarded outright. This process would take a considerable amount of time, but fortunately Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He had time to proceed slowly. Ling Xiao was engrossed in updating his armor with no time to concern himself with the events unfolding in the outside world. At this moment, even if the sky were to fall, he would remain indifferent. Before entering seclusion, he had instructed Su Wan not to wander off and to handle any messages from Carlo as best she could. Everything could wait until he emerged. Though Su Wan was curious, she refrained from asking further questions. Whatever she needed to know, Ling Xiao would inform her. His silence indicated that it was not necessary for her to be in the loop. As for Carlo, at this very moment, she was focused on the Mercenary data network, hoping to find a suitable mission. If Ling Xiao continued to avoid work, bankruptcy would be imminent. The interior of the Dawn base was bustling with activity. Many had heard about the events from the previous night and hurried to the treatment room for a glimpse. What they witnessed was shocking. A sea of bodies sprawled across the floor. With limited beds available, the severely injured occupied the cots, while those with lighter wounds either retreated to their dorms or lay on the ground. The previous night had been a flurry of frantic activity. Goodness, this one looks like they were beaten black and blue. Did they specifically target the face? Who on earth did this? It said that it was just one person. What level of strength must they possess? Could it be in Sclass? Someone pondered. Immediately another countered, don't be ridiculous. Even Sclass individuals are lying in here. On one of the hospital beds, Xiao Yu listened to the chatter, feeling rather helpless. Having been struck by Ling Xiao's fist into a rock formation last time, she had now been flung against the wall of the training room by him. Ugh, it was utterly exasperating. Had she not flown far enough, she might have been embedded in the wall. At times she found herself wondering how that guy trained. He was so formidable. Regrettably, no one could answer her question. Only those who had experienced such brutal inhuman training could understand the arduous journey to acquiring such power. Su Wan had the most insight into this. Unfortunately, during the fight between Ling Xiao and Luo Sai, she had barely caught a glimpse. All she saw were flashes of light darting back and forth, and before long Ling Xiao had been sent to the medical chamber. 8 times in total. Ling Xiao felt little about it while she watched in sheer terror. She was afraid that the red-haired fighter might accidentally beat Ling Xiao to death. As they lay on their beds, Li Lu Chuyo and others were already preparing to traverse the over 1,500 light years back to their home planet Earth. In a location of utmost secrecy. It appeared unremarkable, without any extraordinary phenomena, no doors even. Under the guidance of professionals, they followed, closely walking forward in silence. No one spoke, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. They could clearly hear the rapid pounding of their hearts and their hurried breaths. It felt as if they had passed through something, yet also as if they had not. If they were sensitive enough, they could detect subtle shifts in the gravitational pull they were experiencing. Not much, just a minute change. As they walked, they found themselves behind a closed gate. With the staff entering a password, they waited nearly 3 minutes before the massive door began to tremble. From the sound alone, they could feel its weight. Without a doubt, this door was fortified against nuclear blasts. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a bright light. Everyone involuntarily quickened their pace towards the radiance. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally stood on solid ground. They found themselves on the edge of a square surrounded by tight security. Every 3 steps there was a sentry, every 5 steps a post. Various weapons were visible, some familiar, others unfamiliar. Especially the patrolling powered armors, which made them feel as if they had stepped into a science fiction world. This feeling was peculiar. They hadn't experienced it even in the Y-692 space station. Fully encased in metallic armor, heavy and imposing. Soldiers equipped with exoskeletons were commonplace, making them feel somewhat normal. But what were they holding? Was that a gun or a cannon? Years had passed since they last returned, and they hadn't anticipated such drastic changes occurring during their absence. Ever-changing would be an understatement. This was the site of Jiangbei City, now reborn as Jiangbei City after reconstruction. Officially a city, it was in truth a heavily fortified military base. Defense level, maximum. Despite its vast square and a helipad, 3 high-yield hydrogen bombs were buried beneath it. Should the situation spiral out of control and the bombs detonate, the entire Jiangbei City would be reduced to ashes. Just like the former Jiangbei City. With its destruction, the stability of the spatial node would also be compromised, causing it to collapse and ultimately vanish into nothingness. This was the last line of defense. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to resort to it. You've arrived at your destination. A staff member raised their voice, speaking with fervor. Welcome home. Upon hearing this, many with weaker emotional resilience felt their eyes welling with tears. Those who had never left, who had never endured, could never understand such a feeling. For reasons unknown, there was a strong urge to cry. It felt so far away, and it had been so long. Long ago, they thought that merely traveling abroad was a substantial journey. They never imagined a day would come when they would be thrust over 1,000 light years away. The emotions of being in an unfamiliar place, isolated and lost, could drive a person to despair. Not a single familiar face to be seen, not even a semblance of humanity. They couldn't understand the strange and bizarre things being said around them, reduced to mere commodities in a marketplace. Life held little value in such an environment. It was as if they were the trash on the roadside, easily kicked aside by anyone, or like the wild grass on the roadside, trampled underfoot and uprooted without a second thought. Words could hardly capture the depth of their suffering. It was sheer torment. Every moment was an agony. Those who survived were the resilient ones, the fragile had long perished. Despair. It was utterly despairing. But what could they do? It had come to this. One must continue to live. Living brought hope. Once dead, there would be nothing left. Thud. Suddenly someone knelt down. Upon closer inspection, it was the old man Ling Xiao had brought back. Many didn't even know his name, only that he carried a tin can which left a deep impression on everyone. Lu Chuyu knelt on the ground, staring blankly at everything before him. He longed to scoop up a handful of soil, to smell it, or perhaps taste it. Unfortunately, the ground was concrete, and he could not grasp it. No one felt the depth of the moment more than he did. He had spent so long there that he could hardly remember. The arena was no place for humans. He witnessed countless deaths daily and silently disposed of the remains. He never had to step into the ring, but the proximity was too close. He had seen many perish, heard their cries before death. It was a fear that stemmed from the depths of the soul. Fear is contagious. He couldn't avoid being infected. Every night, he would suffer nightmares until one person appeared. That person had miraculously survived. For 5 long years. He watched Ling Xiao transform from a pitiful state to one of ease. Countless dangers had arisen, nearly costing him his life. He had been prepared to collect the other's body, only for that wretch to stubbornly survive. Not only did he survive, but he also emerged from that hellish place. He even brought him back as if it were a dream. If this were a dream, Lu Chuyu wished he would never wake up. Walking to the end of life like this seemed rather splendid. Seeing the crowd's emotions stirred, the staff member opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words back down. He thought to himself that there was no rush and they needed some time to adapt. Once the crowd's emotions finally settled, he spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, professional personnel will soon arrange your future living plans. Please do not worry, we will not abandon anyone. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. The piercing sound of an alarm suddenly echoed throughout the massive military base, sharp, abrupt, and terrifying. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. The solemn and dignified atmosphere was shattered, replaced by tension, urgency, and an indescribable sense of oppression. The announcement blared throughout the city: the base has entered a level 2 combat readiness state. All combat personnel return to your posts immediately. Weapon systems are activated, safeties disengaged, radar at full power, fighter jets are scrambling. Please note, this is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone quickly assemble. Before Chen Bo and the others could comprehend the situation, the ground beneath them began to tremble. They then witnessed fighter jets taking off in an almost unnatural manner, soaring into the sky. The staff would not allow them to remain frozen in place and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Follow me." A hurried glance revealed Lily seeing a massive structure in the distance slowly crack open, a thick cannon protruding from it. The shock was indescribable. The diameter of that cannon appeared large enough to fit 7 or 8 people. "Are we going to war?" Someone yelled while running. Others were filled with dread, unable to find their voices. What kind of luck was this? They had just returned and were immediately caught in such a situation after surviving years in the Y-692 space station, only to possibly meet their end at their doorstep. What a dreadful irony. In the emergency conference room, confusion reigned. What exactly has happened to trigger a Level 2 combat readiness state? Many remained unclear about the details. However, someone quickly provided an answer. A holographic projection from the central control displayed captured footage. The Sibia military base to the north has suffered an unidentified invasion, resulting in a massive data leak. It has now been confirmed as destroyed with significant casualties. As he spoke, another segment of footage was released. This is a clip captured by our high-precision reconnaissance satellite deployed in space. You may want to take a look. The screen showed the moment of the explosion at the Sibia base. Amidst the fiery chaos, a spherical object shot out. Data analysis suggests that this sphere is not very large, approximately 5 meters in diameter, and is clearly an artificial construct. The speaker concluded this is a premeditated attack. Then came the pressing question: who did this? Unclear at this moment. All parties deny involvement. We can ascertain that it is indeed not them, as they lack the capability. Everyone present understood the situation well enough, but they could not be entirely sure. What if underhanded tactics were employed? Or perhaps they did not strike directly, but manipulated others to act. What's the response from the northern faction? They suspect the attackers were searching for something and infiltrated their central database. Their data protection measures failed, completely collapsing in under 30 seconds. Stunned silence filled the room. The thought of a total collapse in less than 30 seconds was unfathomable. What kind of computational power supported such an attack? Perhaps the attackers possessed advanced intrusion techniques that rendered their data security as fragile as paper. Most alarmingly, after destroying the Sibia base, the attackers moved southward, encroaching upon our territory. I suspect they are targeting us. At this declaration, the room fell into a deep silence. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. They had done nothing to provoke this invasion, yet disaster was descending upon them. Could it be that the attackers had discovered the hidden spatial tunnels within Jiangbei City? No, that shouldn't be the case. If so, their primary target would have been here, not the Sibia base. So what was the reason? The Northern Military District has prepared interception measures, establishing 5 defensive lines to thwart the attack, but we cannot rule out the possibility that they may break through. We must also prepare for combat. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have much time left. Prepare for battle. In the Monda Star system at the Rift Dawn base, in a secure chamber, Ling Xiao curled up on the ground in tense pain, causing veins to throb on his forehead, his muscles swollen as if they were about to burst. Sweat poured down like rain, an indescribable agony coursing through every nerve. The sensation was more terrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. Every cell in his body seemed to wail, as if being sliced into pieces with a small knife. Even Ling Xiao, who was accustomed to pain, gasped in agony. The pain was deep, penetrating to the marrow, causing his consciousness and spirit to unravel. Ling Xiao realized his mistake. It was not that there was no pain, it was simply that the moment had not yet arrived. When Delahium finished devouring the beast's cells and connected to the neurons, he realized just how wrong he had been. Being turned into a sieve was nothing compared to this agony. Blue light and dark streams flickered around him, the phantom of the beast armor shifting in and out of existence, threatening to solidify at any moment. A tempest erupted within the chamber. The previously scattered beast cells that had turned to ash now swirled like sand. Ling Xiao stood at the eye of the dust storm. Amidst stifled gasps, occasional laughter broke through, revealing a madness intertwined with suffering. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair standing on end. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his fist and struck the alloy floor with tremendous force. With a dull thud, the ground cracked, spiderwebs of fissures spreading out. He had created a fist-sized pit 5 centimeters deep. Another punch followed, even more powerful, with cracks extending to the walls. As energy peaked, the beast armor fully materialized around him. Ling Xiao smashed the entire alloy floor of the storage room into disarray. Wires were damaged, sparking flashes erupting like snakes, electrifying the armor and stimulating Ling Xiao's taut nerves. This numbness was utterly ineffective. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. After 35 minutes, the armor disintegrated, and Ling Xiao braced himself on the ground, gasping for breath. The pain ebbed like a receding tide. The sudden relaxation nearly caused him to faint. I finally made it through. Rolling over to lie flat on the ground in a tie position, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, his trembling hand reached into his waist and skillfully retrieved a cigarette. Snap! He lit it and took a deep drag. Through the haze of smoke, Ling Xiao felt an unparalleled comfort. After taking 3 minutes to recover, he finally inquired Delahium, "How much has been replaced?" Delahium responded promptly. Except for the parts armed with diaster cells, a total of 36% has been replaced, primarily enhancing the armor level of core areas with unit strength increased by 500%. No new armed components have been formed. 36%. Ling Xiao was taken aback. This was a significant deviation from his expectations. It seems a trip to Earth is indispensable. Earth, northern region at the first line of defense. This is the wartime command center of the Northern Military District. Warning. You are about to intrude into our airspace. Please turn back immediately. Warning. You are about to intrude into our airspace. Please turn back immediately, or we reserve the right to destroy your aircraft. Final warning. Cease your actions immediately, or we will respond with force. Radio waves echoed through the sky, yet there was no response. The other side showed no signs of stopping. The spherical aircraft continued to approach the first line of defense at a steady pace. This scene made Gugaoyi curse uncontrollably. Damn it, they ignore our warnings. I don't care what it is, order the first air squadron to shoot it down. Ground air defense units, be prepared. If there's a chance, bombard it relentlessly. Gugaoyi, the highest commander of the Northern Theater. After receiving the news, he quickly mobilized 5 legions to form 5 temporary lines of defense. With time pressing and tasks heavy, there was no opportunity for further action. He could only dispatch the air combat squadron to engage while the rear lines hurried to set up. Faced with this aerial threat, ordinary weapons were utterly useless. Anti-aircraft guns, let alone whether they could hit, posed the question of whether they could even reach that height. At over 10,000 meters, effective interception methods were exceedingly limited. Missiles. Perhaps they could work, but hitting the target was not guaranteed. Without radar lock, it was no different from blind firing. Wings sliced through the clouds, soaring into the sky. A new generation, 9th-level fighter jet. Unlike conventional aircraft, its design and performance had undergone a revolutionary leap, equipped with a more diverse array of weapon systems. It was indeed a space fighter powered by a small nuclear fusion engine. Thanks to technology pilfered from the lizardman civilization, human civilization on Earth was now experiencing explosive technological growth. If only there were more time and the technology were fully mature. Small warships had already been manufactured rather than this kind of space fighter. For now, this level of development seemed sufficient, but everyone knew it was far from enough. With just this, it was impossible to completely conquer the lizardman civilization. They needed weapons, efficient weapons. At the same time, they needed experience, a wealth of interstellar warfare experience. Simulation and practical combat were 2 entirely different matters. This is the first air squadron. We are approaching the enemy at 40 Mach, expected contact in 10 seconds, 5 seconds, until we enter attack range. All weapon systems are preheated and charging. High-energy ray guns are in activation mode. Laser cannons are ready. We can see the target, a very standard white sphere. The enemy will enter our airspace in 3 seconds with no signs of stopping. Attack countdown initiated. Disperse, open fire. Both sides moved quickly, contact lasted only a moment, and the chance to fire was fleeting. 9 fighter jets opened fire without hesitation as the enemy entered their airspace. Emerald green beams of light flashed like ribbons, disappearing in an instant. Small laser cannons deployed on the wings of the aircraft fired simultaneously. At that moment, the white sphere reacted. Instead of attacking, it began to spin, its rotational speed incredibly fast, deflecting the ray weapons striking its surface. Even if it had some effect, it was minimal, showing no significant impact. Its speed remained unchanged, suddenly veering to one side. A fighter jet was unfortunate enough to be grazed, its wings snapping off while it was flung away by the tremendous impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a nearby fighter quickly fired 2 rounds. However, this time the enemy chose not to withstand the attack, but instead evaded. It exhibited even greater speed. Spinning, it crashed forward like a projectile. It seemed to lack offensive weapons, relying solely on this primitive ramming attack. Yet its exterior was not made of ordinary material. The direct collision left no dents or deformation. Undoubtedly, in terms of material, they were completely overwhelmed. Attempts to stop, intercept, or destroy had already declared failure. Realizing this, Gugawi did not allow the first air squadron to become entangled in a futile struggle. He knew that continuing like this would only lead to one outcome. That was annihilation. Given the enemy's burst of speed, they could not keep up. Is the high-power electromagnetic cannon ready? He asked. It will take 3 more minutes to deploy plus charging time, totaling 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Gugawi frowned deeply. They would be on top of them by then. Have the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th squadrons delay as much as possible. Try to lure them down. Attacking from above is very disadvantageous for us. Just a mere eggshell, Gugawi did not believe it could withstand destruction. If ray guns and laser cannons wouldn't work, then they would resort to the electromagnetic cannon. If that failed as well, he would deploy high-energy particle laser beams. He was determined to breach it. As long as they could create a hole in a given area, they could completely tear it apart. Of course, this required the enemy to cooperate, progressing according to their design. Otherwise, no matter how powerful, it would be futile if they couldn't hit. At this stage, such weaponry was too bulky for the fighter jets to carry and difficult to maneuver. If there were warships who knew what the outcome would be. The battle in the high altitude continued, and soon the first line of defense was breached. The second line of defense was on the brink of collapse. Damn it. Have the 4th line load small tactical nuclear bombs. I refuse to believe it can withstand that. Is the high-power electromagnetic cannon ready? Gugawi growled. The charging countdown is in 3 seconds. Don't hesitate. Once ready, aim and fire. They will create an opportunity for you. At that moment, news suddenly came from the front lines. Commander, that thing is coming down. Gugawi, filled with urgency, sneered. I thought it feared nothing. What are we waiting for? Fire. Meanwhile, inside the sphere, a small furry creature displayed a trace of helplessness on its face. Standing less than 50 centimeters tall with a large head and a small body, its 2 pairs of black gem-like eyes glimmered with a faint glow. It resembled a tailless squirrel, but it was clad in a cosmic mercenary's subordinate combat suit. The sphere was merely its armor transformed into another form. For it, rather than armor, it was more akin to a mech. A combat mech of level 3. Against ray weapons and small laser cannons, it could disregard them. But against the high-power electromagnetic cannon, it needed to evade. If that thing hit, even if it didn't penetrate outright, it would still be far from pleasant. The energy level applied per unit area was too high. Even with an energy shield, it could be breached. It didn't want to take that gamble. Thus it descended from the sky. The sphere transformed once more. Jagged protrusions appeared on its surface, spinning and whistling, changing direction to continue its advance. Inside the sphere, Silic sneered. Relying on these things to make me return empty-handed. Impossible. The level of technological development is clear. I know exactly what you can produce. Are you still hoping to use high-energy particle beams against me? Nice thought, but I need to give you the opportunity. Huh.